December 25th, 547th year of the Yangon calendar. In Kuhai County, on the southern border of the Qi Kingdom, the setting sun cast its last glance over this wild and desolate land before falling into a deep sleep. Night fell, and snow, like salt, fell in the wind, blanketing the mountains and trees in white, creating a vast, silvery landscape. Before long, a thick layer had accumulated. Later, the snow melted into goose feathers, dancing wildly in the wind, carrying the last glimmer of starlight to an unknown distance. Further south of the county town, on the path leading to a small river and deep forest, a figure gradually appeared. He struggled to drag something along, braving the snow towards the county town, leaving a long trail behind him. He was a young man of about 21 or 22 years old, with a resolute face and clear features, but sallow skin. He wore a deerskin coat stuffed with tattered rags and dry grass. Although he appeared bulky, his thick clothing was clearly insufficient to withstand the fierce blizzard. In fact, the young man's lips were already bluish-purple from the cold, and a closer look would reveal his body trembling incessantly, with some exposed skin already cracking. What he was dragging was a woman, barely alive, placed on a small wooden cart. The woman's body was covered in knife wounds, the bloodstains a horrifying sight. Her thin clothing offered absolutely no protection against the bitter cold. It was already the dead of winter in Qi, the rivers were frozen, and a normal person dressed like this wouldn't survive more than 15 minutes in this raging blizzard. Yet, this woman, covered in snow, still showed faint rises and falls in her chest, and breaths could be heard from her nostrils. The young man dragged the woman along, stopping every half-mile to rub his hands, jump in place, clear the snow from his body, and check if the woman was truly dead. When he stopped for the third time, crouching beside the woman, close to her chest and staring intently at it, the wounded woman suddenly opened her eyes, shifting her indifferent gaze to him. The young man felt her gaze, but showed no panic, saying expressionlessly, "You'd better not think him taking liberties with you, or he'll just leave you here. We met by chance, and I risked this snowstorm to save you. That's an immense favor. If you judge me with a petty mind, he'll let you bury yourself in this cold snow for 3 months." The woman remained silent, not uttering a word. The young man showed her his hands, red and stiff from the cold and covered in chilblains. His voice trembling as he said, "I can't feel your breath anymore. You're not speaking, and your eyes are closed, so I can only look at your chest to see if you're truly dead. It's at least 5 li back. The snow has blocked the mountain. The road is really difficult to travel. I don't want to drag a dead person back." The woman remained silent for a long time before weakly speaking, her voice hoarse like that of a dead person, asking, "Where are you going?" The young man was quite surprised that the woman could still speak, but it was time to rest, so he hurriedly pulled the wooden cart back through the wind and snow, saying as he went, "To the dilapidated temple a li outside the county town. It's freezing there too, the walls and tiles let in drafts, but the snow can't get in at the end of last month. I begged Zhang the hunter for a long time at his door, and he agreed to let me spend the winter in that treehouse outside the county town that provides shelter from the wind. Although he was harsh, he saved my life. Otherwise, with this heavy snow in Qi this year, I would have frozen to death after burning all the firewood in the dilapidated temple. I need to go back to him for the key to get you from the temple later." He paused, his tone leaving no room for argument, and said, "I can't take you to the treehouse. I don't have the strength to drag you up in this snowstorm. You'll stay in the temple by yourself. They'll come see you again tomorrow morning. If you live, great. If not, they'll just bury you wherever I can. That's all I can do." The woman fell silent in the snowstorm. Only after she saw the outline of the small, dilapidated temple in the distance did she weakly ask, "What's your name?" The young man hesitated for a moment, then answered vaguely, "When Xiaoxing." The woman asked again, "Where's your home?" When Xiaoxing asked breathlessly, dragging her along as he replied, "I'm not from Qi, I'm a refugee. I have no identity here, and I can't enter the county town most of the time. I usually live in this dilapidated temple outside the town. Where's your home?" The woman stared at Wen Xiaoxing's back, her eyes narrowed, sometimes dazed, sometimes clear-headed. Finally, she closed her eyes and said nothing more. After dragging the woman to the dilapidated temple, both of them were covered in snow, looking like snowmen. As Wen Xiaoxing had said, the temple could shelter them from the snow, but not from the wind. The snowy night was vast, and the wind had already turned into knives. Blowing like this all night could really kill. When Xiaoxing forcefully dragged the woman off the wooden cart and placed her behind a half-stone statue in the dilapidated temple, where the wind was slightly less. Then, seeing that the woman had fallen asleep, He gathered some dry grass from a corner of the temple, ignoring the dust and grime on it, and spread it directly on the woman. That's all. Good luck. He finished speaking, glanced at the exposed cracks in the brickwork at the corner of the wall, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and left. Outside, it was pitch black, and the wind and snow were raging. The chill seemed to penetrate the endless darkness of the night through the white snow, reaching straight to the bone. When Xiaoxing gritted his teeth, ignoring the cracked wounds on his hands, and plunged headlong into the snowstorm. Having traversed this world for 3 years, he had nothing, not even the identity of a Qi citizen. He had been judged a vagrant and driven out of the county town. Whenever county officials were on duty, vagrants like him could not enter. Only on the 3rd day of each month could they enter the county town to apply for Qi citizenship from the county yamen runners. But Kuhai County was a small border town. According to Qi law, the number of foreigners allowed to enter Qi each year was limited. Most were from other countries, and by offering some silver or valuables, the county magistrate usually turned a blind eye. However, when Xiaoxing was a refugee, a transmigrator, penniless and destitute, he couldn't even afford a piece of bread or a grain of rice, let alone money. How could he bribe the officials? The result was predictable. He was excluded from the county town, unable to set foot there. Later, when Xiaoxing went to the county town every month to appeal, hoping to obtain the status of a Qi citizen from the county magistrate, but each time he was rebuffed. Eventually, the county magistrate grew tired of him and simply laid out his conditions. 10 taels of silver. If when Xiaoxing could provide 10 taels of silver, he would grant him legal Qi citizenship and provide him with a residence in Kuhai County, allowing him to farm like other people, working from sunrise to sunset. Alternatively, when Xiaoxing could live as a refugee for 3 years, if he survived after 3 years, it would be considered divine will, and he would agree to grant him Qi citizenship. 10 taels of silver was out of the question, let alone a mere refugee like him, in this small county of Kuhai, unless one came from a well-off family. One couldn't even dream of scraping together 5 taels of silver. For the past 3 years, simply surviving had been incredibly difficult. 3 years ago, during that bitterly cold winter, an old black dog from the county town led the nearly frozen when Xiaoxing to a dilapidated temple hidden among the withered branches and overgrown weeds. The dog even shared half a bowl of leftover food with him, allowing when Xiaoxing to survive that snowstorm. The old black dog's owner had gone to the mountains years ago to search for a miraculous medicine for his bedridden mother, but had encountered a tiger and never returned. Since then, the black dog had made a daily trip to the outskirts of the county town, to a familiar mountaintop to wait for a familiar person, undeterred by wind or snow. The dilapidated temple was on that very road the black dog frequented. Counting the days, the 3-year period was up. On the 3rd day of next month, he would finally obtain his Qi citizenship from the magistrate of Kuhai County, finally escaping this life of daily struggle for survival. The most crucial thing now was to survive this premature and terrible snowstorm. No matter how difficult the road, he had to walk it. When Xiaoxing knew he had no way out, braving the swirling snow and wind, leaving a trail of indistinct footprints, he pressed on, finally reaching a small, white-haired wooden cabin at Qingtianku, south of the county town. The windows were sealed shut with animal hides, obscuring the faint light from the oil lamp inside. Regardless of whether the person inside was asleep or not, when Xiaoxing knocked forcefully on the door, the dull thud was quickly dispersed by the wind and snow. Thump, thump, thump. After several knocks, the frosty door finally opened. With a creak, a dark, wrinkled face appeared behind it. It was Zhang the hunter. He gave Wen Xiaoxing a cold look and snapped, "What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping? Why aren't others sleeping?" Before Wen Xiaoxing could speak, Zhang the hunter tossed him a dark blue cloth. The key was wrapped inside. "Thank you." When Xiaoxing only managed to utter the first word before the wooden door slammed shut again. Looking at the closed door, when Xiaoxing didn't hesitate and turned to walk into the darkness. He hadn't gone far when, in the dimly lit house, an elderly woman with silver hair, lying on the bed, spoke. "Old Zhang, why are you so fierce? I don't think that kid is a bad person. He's been pitiful these past 3 years, and I haven't seen him steal or rob anyone anyway. That treehouse is empty. It won't bother him." Zhang the hunter added some firewood to the stone bed, not replying to the old woman, but instead cursing loudly. "Damn it, snow this big, it just started falling. The mountains will be closed tomorrow, so we probably won't be able to hunt. You'll have to take a pickaxe, break the ice on the river, and see if I can catch a couple of fish to make some fish soup." The old woman knew her husband's temper and continued, "I know you're upset, and things have been tough lately, but Xiaoxing said the other day that his 3-year agreement with the magistrate is coming to an end. Once he becomes a citizen of Qi, the officials will have a record, and they'll allocate him some land. He can then support himself and maybe even help us with some small matters. Old Zhang suddenly turned his head. Looking at the old woman on the bed, his tone urgent. A 3-year agreement? A lackey's agreement? What kind of person is Magistrate Lu Jinshi? A 3-year agreement? Besides that idiot outside the door. Only you would believe it. Without money, would he let refugees into the county? What a joke. Bah! He spat into the fire, his tone frighteningly somber. Just you wait and see. That idiot outside won't survive this winter. If I were 10 years younger, I could still help him, but now we're like clay bodhisattvas crossing a river, barely able to save ourselves. The old woman listened to Zhang the hunter's sharp words, remained silent for a long time, and finally asked, "How about we move back to the county town and lend him this house for the winter?" Zhang the hunter didn't reply. The firelight illuminated his aged face, casting shadows that rolled across his wrinkled features. Looking at his face, the old woman suddenly froze, unable to speak further. She closed her cloudy eyes and sighed. The reason they chose to move was because their new home was too far from the mountains where Zhang the hunter hunted. When they were younger, Zhang the hunter was strong and could walk dozens of miles a day without breaking a sweat. But now, both she and Zhang the hunter were over 60, and she suffered from illness, making it difficult for her to walk. Zhang the hunter had no choice but to build a house in Tian, so that he could walk at least 20 miles less each day when returning from the mountains, making it easier for him to hunt and gather firewood, and also easier to take care of her. The roads were extremely difficult to traverse in winter, especially this year with even more snow than usual. Moving back to the county town would be tantamount to taking her husband's life. For the past 2 years, her legs had been aching terribly, preventing her from walking far, let alone working in the fields. She relied entirely on Zhang the hunter for care. Living a difficult life, she understood the priorities, but listening to the soft patter of snow outside, she couldn't help but think of her son who had joined the army years ago, and she would bury her face in her blankets and sigh. Meanwhile, when Xianxia had finally reached the treehouse, his hands were almost completely numb. Fortunately, Zhang the hunter had left a wooden ladder. If it had only been a rope, he might not have been able to climb it. Using all his strength, he reached the treehouse door, carefully fumbled for the key, opened the door, and scrambled inside, locking it behind him. In an instant, the wind and snow were shut out, and when Xianxia felt alive again. After groping around in the dark room for a while, he suddenly froze, seemingly disbelieving. He reached into a corner and felt around again, finally confirming that it was a quilt. Although it was old and had several holes in it, it was a lifesaver for Wen Xiaoxing. He had known Zhang the hunter for 3 years. Though the man was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, Wen Xiaoxing never expected that this rugged old man would remember to leave him a set of bedding in the treehouse. He dared not take off his clothes, but took out the dry grass from inside and wrapped the bedding around himself. Feeling his stiff body gradually soften, Wen Xiaoxing muttered to himself, somewhat smugly, damn it, didn't expect that, did you? You didn't die, I survived. In a few days, on the 3rd day of next month, I will be a true citizen of Qi. With land and a place to live, life will get better. The more he spoke, the more excited his voice became. A smile, unseen for some time, reappeared on his face. But quickly, the smile vanished. Wen Xiaoxing seemed to have thought of something. A sharp glint, unusual for him, flashed in his eyes, then disappeared silently with time. As night deepened, the weary Wen Xiaoxing finally drifted off to sleep. No roosters crowed in the mountains, and he was awakened the next morning by the light streaming through the crack in the door. Ignoring his discomfort, Wen Xiaoxing stretched, opened the door a crack, squinted to adjust to the light, and then returned to his room. He stuffed the hay back into his deerskin coat, hid the key in the treehouse, and left. Normally, only Zhang the hunter would come to the treehouse, so there was no need to lock the door, and he didn't need to carry the key. If he lost the key outside, he would be in big trouble. Although Qi was in the south of the 4 kingdoms, it was hot in summer and cold in winter. Once the snow fell in the dead of winter, it wouldn't stop easily, and it would only get colder day by day before spring flowers bloomed. After leaving the treehouse, Wen Xiaoxing had to busy himself with making a living for the day. It hadn't snowed during the day, so he had to cherish this time. But before that, he had to go to the dilapidated temple to see if the strange woman he had picked up in the mountains was dead or not. After the heavy snow, the roads were difficult to travel. Fortunately, the treehouse wasn't far from the dilapidated temple, and it didn't take Wen Xiaoxing long to get inside. His idea was simple. If the woman was dead, he had to find a place to bury her quickly. This wasn't spring or summer. It was the dead of winter. No matter what troubles the woman had, as long as he dug a hole somewhere, after a night of snow, everything would be wiped away, leaving nothing behind. The reason when Xiaoxing chose to save this strange woman covered in wounds was simply because, seeing her still clinging to life despite her injuries, he felt a pang of pity for her, remembering his own miserable existence. In Wen Xiaoxing's eyes, he knew he could die at any moment tomorrow or the day after. Illness or an accident could claim his life. There were many cultivators in this world, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their bodies and bones. Though they couldn't control the winds or pluck stars, their power was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. But these things were too far removed from Wen Xiaoxing's reach. He dared not think of them, nor could he. His only thought was to survive. Because of his weakness, he held life in extraordinary reverence. Arriving at the dilapidated temple, when Xiaoxing parted the weeds behind the stone statue, preparing to collect the woman's body. In his eyes, this woman should not live, she shouldn't live. But the moment he parted the weeds, he saw a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. She survived a night of biting wind and snow. For some reason, when Xiaoxing was stunned by the light that swept over her eyes, the moment the woman opened her eyes, he smelled the scent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Perhaps those 4 words weren't quite accurate in describing the situation before him, but seeing that gaze, when Xiaoxing had a gut feeling. That was, the woman before him had killed people. Killed countless people. But the terrifying killing intent in the woman's eyes only lingered for a moment, and then she returned to the lifeless look she had the night before, her expression gloomy and her face deathly pale. I regret saving you a little, when Xiaoxing said honestly. The wounds on your body are all from weapons. Although I'm not a member of the martial arts world, I can tell that they weren't left by the same kind of weapon. Someone like you is bound to be accompanied by trouble, and big trouble at that. The woman didn't reply, her breath weak, as if she was thinking, or as if she was waiting for death. Seeing her like this, when Xiaoxing frowned slightly and asked again, "What's your name?" This time, the woman actually looked up at him, hesitated for a moment and said, "Ishui." When Xiaoxing was taken aback. "No sernam?" The woman's voice was low, as if talking to herself. "I used to have one, but I stayed in a city. A fire broke out in the city, burning for 7 days and 7 nights, and my surname was burned away." When Xiaoxing didn't understand what the woman was saying, but he knew that the woman in front of him either had mental problems or had a story that no one knew. But all of this had to wait. If the woman died, it would be simple for Wen Xiaoxing. He could just find a hole in the snow and bury her. He wasn't that interested in the woman's story. Now that the woman was alive, he didn't know what to do for the moment. "So, what are your plans next?" When Xiaoxing asked casually, the implication being that he wanted the woman to leave this place as soon as possible. His food was hard-earned, especially in winter. Every extra bite meant another day of life. When Xiaoxing had no intention of sharing with a stranger of unknown origin. But the woman wasn't dead. If he refused to leave and refused to give her food, and she eventually died before his eyes, when Xiaoxing subconsciously felt he had killed her. Of course, he was capable of doing it, but this inexplicable knot in his heart made him uncomfortable. Right now, letting the woman leave on her own was the best outcome. When asked this question, Aishu's eyes lingered for a long time before she finally said wistfully, "I came back to see my parents." When Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow, "In Kuhai County?" Ishui nodded slightly. When Xiaoxing asked again, "What's your name?" Ashui replied, "My father's surname is Yun, and his name is Yun Zijing. My mother's surname is Go, and her name is Go Yu." When Xiaoxing chuckled, "Never heard of her. But since you're from Qi, if you have identification, you can go directly to the county town and find the magistrate. However, seeing that you have no money, given Lu Jinxi's nature, he probably won't help you." He paused, then suddenly said decisively, "No, he definitely won't help you. Anyway, go if you want. Life in the county is probably better than outside." Ashui lay in a pile of weeds, her hair disheveled, looking more like a refugee than Wen Xiaoxing. "I haven't been back for many years. I don't know the way and I don't know anyone." When Xiaoxing scoffed, "What's the use of telling me? Do you think I know anyone?" Ashui then remembered that when Xiaoxing had said last night that she was a refugee, not from Qi, and that she couldn't enter the county town most of the time. When Xiaoxing tidied himself up, feeling that his clothes weren't warm enough, so he stuffed some more weeds into his deerskin and prepared to leave. "Let me tell you, there's not much to eat outside. In winter, the snow covers everything. There are no wild vegetables, and the river freezes over with a thick layer of ice. Breaking the ice is a real hassle, and you might not even see a few fish after a whole day of waiting. Without fish, I'll have to eat the food that Dog Grandpa gives me." But Dog Grandpa has been aging fast these past 2 years. This winter is especially cold, and if I eat too much, I'm afraid Dog Grandpa won't be able to hold on. As he spoke, he turned back to Ashui and concluded, "Anyway, there's nothing for you to eat. If you stay here, you'll die sooner or later." Ashui didn't seem to care much about her situation, but instead asked Wen Xiaoxing a completely unimportant question. "Who is Dog Grandpa?" Wen Xiaoxing pointed in the direction of the county town. "In another hour, you'll see it. I'm warning you, no matter how hungry you are, don't you dare lay a finger on Dog Lord. Otherwise, he'll fight you to the death." "You mean what you say?" Ashui didn't say anything, closed her eyes, and went back to sleep. Wen Xiaoxing didn't have time to waste with her. Judging from his eyesight, the snow probably wouldn't stop for long. Maybe it would start falling again in half a day. Finding food was urgent. 5 miles further south, beyond the continuous white hills, was a stone bridge. It was covered with a thin layer of frost and snow, but it still couldn't hide the marks of time. This bridge was older than Wen Xiaoxing. Under the bridge was a ditch 10 feet wide, which was the little river Wen Xiaoxing had mentioned. But now, after a night of heavy snow, the little river had disappeared, covered in ice and obscured. Wen Xiaoxing searched according to the marks he had left yesterday, and finally found a few wooden sticks stuck straight into the ice. These wooden sticks were deliberately left behind by Wen Xiaoxing last night. Each one was cut from trees that had never died and stuck into the silt at the bottom of the ditch to secure it. Last night, the ice was still thin, so this wasn't too difficult. Now, Wen Xiaoxing would use these sticks to break the ice. He pulled an axe from his deerskin treasure Zhang the hunter had given him. It was a hammer and axe combined, and he smashed it diagonally at the frozen spot where the stick was, immediately creating cracks around it. This didn't actually save him much effort, but it cleverly reduced the recoil on his hands. In this season, he was neither warmly dressed nor well-fed, and his limbs were always icy. If the recoil was too strong, his hands wouldn't be able to withstand it. A large wound would make the winter much harder for him. After Wen Xiaoxing hammered the stick dozens of times, cracks spread across the surrounding ice. He took a few steps back, positioned himself in a safe spot, and delivered the final blow to the cracked area. Crack! The ice shattered, revealing a large hole. Wen Xiaoxing stared down into the hole, using a stick to check the approximate thickness of the ice. It wasn't very thick. Beneath the ice, the water was crystal clear. Wen Xiaoxing squatted down beside it, observing for a while, but didn't see any fish. He wasn't discouraged because he hadn't come here for the fish. He had lived in this area for dozens of miles around for 3 years, and no one knew better than him whether there were fish in the ditch in winter. Fishermen from Kuhai County would go to Xianxia River in the north and Mianhu Lake in the east, but never to the south, because even in spring and summer, there were rarely any fish in this small ditch. Wen Xiaoxing had broken the ice to measure its thickness. What he was looking for was this hibernating frog. Most frogs hibernate in burrows or under thick layers of fallen leaves. The winter cold drives away almost all their predators, and they are rarely killed by the cold, so they can hibernate in any slightly secluded place. But the frogs of this world were different. They preferred to hibernate in groups in moist soil. Having determined the search area for the day, Wen Xiaoxing immediately began his work. These frogs were rumored to be poisonous, but the toxicity would dissipate after thorough cooking, and they tasted delicious. They were Wen Xiaoxing's main food source in winter. Unfortunately, Kuhai County was barren, and although there were many of these frogs, they were scattered too much. With bad luck, one might not find even one in 2 or 3 days. Just as Wen Xiaoxing was busy, in another dilapidated temple, Ashui, who had been sleeping soundly in a pile of hay, suddenly awoke. She slightly raised her eyes and saw a large, half-bald black dog standing before her, carrying a pitted, uneven iron box, scrutinizing her as if to confirm her life or death. This black dog looked strange, and like Wen Xiaoxing, it was wrapped in a deerskin, the knot almost identical to Wen Xiaoxing's. However, instead of hay, the black dog's deerskin was stuffed with many tightly bound strips of cloth and a tattered pink woman's dress. Ashui stared at the black dog in front of her. The dog approached, sniffed her, then put down the metal box it was carrying and took 2 steps back. Ashui vaguely understood its meaning. She gently opened the box and found some solidified porridge inside. Although it was dog food, it didn't smell bad. Only the fragrance of rice porridge. Looking at the clean edges of the box, Ashui knew that someone had washed either Wen Xiaoxing or the dog feeder in the county town. This dog was quite discerning. It didn't touch the food in the box, letting her eat first. Ashui stared at the black dog for a moment, then picked up the box and scooped some out with her hands. But after eating very little, she gave it back to the dog. The filling in her empty stomach gave her some strength. She sat cross-legged against the base of the stone statue, closed her eyes, and seemed to fall asleep again. Seeing her like this, the black dog didn't disturb her. It ate heartily until it had finished everything in the tin box, then carried it to a corner of the stone temple, placed it there, and ran off into the snow-covered hills in the distance. Soon, its thin figure disappeared behind the hills. At noon, no snow fell, the sun shone, and the mountains and fields were covered in a golden glow, so bright it was blinding. At the other end of the ditch, Xiang the hunter, carrying his dirty fishing net, arrived at the ditch to the south. Looking at the icy surface, he rubbed his hands together, picked up his pickaxe, and began to break the ice. This process was not easy. Even though he was stronger than when Xiaoxing, he was old, and his heart and lungs were aging rapidly. In particular, the winter wind was cold and dry, and breathing it into his chest felt like 1,000 needles pricking him. He had to rest every now and then. When it comes to fishing, the south of the county town is hardly a good place. However, Magistrate Lu Jinshi had already arranged for his yamen runners and some local scoundrels to control the rivers to the north and east. Ordinary people in the county who wanted to fish there had to pay taxes in advance. Lu Jinshi said that the river and lake belonged to the public. It was already a great favor that they were given the opportunity to support their families. If anyone was found stealing fish without paying taxes, they would be punished severely, ranging from dozens of strokes of the cane to being imprisoned for a month or two. Xiang the hunter, in his youth, was strong and capable. He had killed wolves and even single-handedly used a trap to kill a tigress. He had some reputation in the area and had accumulated some savings. However, in recent years, his savings had been swindled away by various charlatans and quacks while treating his wife Mi Fang's leg ailment. With only a little food left for the winter, Xiang the hunter knew the magistrate wouldn't care, so he simply avoided the trouble. Having finally broken the ice in the canal, Xiang the hunter tried casting his net, but he seemed clumsy. The water he had just broken was already showing signs of freezing over again. His dark face didn't change much, except for his nose, which was red from the cold air. In the past in Kuhai County, hunters never fished. A lesson instilled in him by his father and grandfather. Hunters were harbingers of death roaming the mountains and forests, their targets always being wary, powerful beasts, not defenseless fish in the water. But now, Xiang the hunter no longer thought about such things. The ice and snow had cooled his youthful passion, and reality had shattered his pride. What he needed to do now was figure out how to get through this harsh winter with his wife. Winter days, like water in a bamboo basket, passed quickly. Xiang, the hunter, had spent the day searching by the ditch. While pondering whether to go to the county town to ask the fishermen for advice, the slowly falling snow mingled with the light of the setting sun. He shielded his eyes, gazing at the distant slanting sun, a bewildered expression on his dark face. After a long while, he seemed to finally accept reality. As he bent down to clean up the mess, a layer of frost fell from his brow. Today, nothing. The wind howled, and Xiang, carrying his pickaxe and the fishing net soaked in icy river water, walked back step by step. Darkness fell quickly, and the wind grew increasingly sharp. The hunter walked with his head down, trying to avoid the snowflakes getting into his eyes. Passing the small stone bridge, he suddenly stopped. On the bridge, Xiang saw another pair of legs. Those tattered trousers stuffed with dry grass and strips of cloth. Who else could it be but when Xiaoxing? Xiang the hunter glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" When Xiaoxing carried a tattered bundle in one hand, his clothes covered in varying depths of snow, as if he had been waiting for a while. "Waiting for you." Hearing this answer, the hunter was silent for a moment before saying gruffly, "There's no food today. Go back." He was about to leave when Xiaoxing called him back. "I have some here." He handed the bundle to Xiang the hunter, who looked at it, hesitated for a moment and didn't take it, but asked, "A rabbit or a snake?" When Xiaoxing said, "Neither, it's a frog." Upon hearing this, Xiang the hunter raised his eyes and glanced at him, then turned and walked towards the bridge without looking back. "I'm old, but I haven't fallen so low as to eat this kind of thing." In the snow, his voice carried an unwavering contempt. In Kuhai County, indeed, no one eats frogs. The people here have an innate aversion to frogs, considering them disgusting to look at and therefore disgusting to taste. Furthermore, the frogs around Kuhai County are all poisonous and considered an omen of bad luck by the common people, so no one would eat them, especially not a hunter like him. In response to Xiang the hunter's reply, when Xiaoxing said, "These frogs are poisonous, but they're not when cooked. I've eaten them for 3 years, and the taste isn't as disgusting as the rumors say. They're at least meat." Xiang the hunter ignored him, burying his head in his path. Seeing his figure about to be swallowed by the snow, when Xiaoxing asked again, "If you're not eating, what about Aunt Me? She's not eating either?" I remember she's not well. In this cold weather, we can't just give her some porridge, can we? Not far away, Zhang the hunter suddenly stopped. After a long while, his gradually blurry figure became clear again. He silently approached Wen Xiaoxing, his dark face showing a hint of resigned numbness. The latter handed him the cloth bag again, saying, "You helped me, I won't harm you. I've cleaned and gutted the frogs for you. Cook them, cook them. Cook them, I'll say it 3 times because it's important." Zhang the hunter gave Wen Xiaoxing a deep look, then took the cloth bag and turned to plunge into the snow. After a few steps, he suddenly raised his hand, waving the cloth bag and shaking off a flurry of snowflakes. Wen Xiaoxing knew that Zhang the hunter was thanking him. Deep in the snowstorm, the old hunter's back carried the melancholy of a hero in his twilight years. A man who could once hunt tigers alone in the mountains had now been reduced to eating frogs from the mud. Staring at the direction Zhang the hunter had disappeared for a long time, the cold wind finally awakened Wen Xiaoxing. He shivered and, using the remaining rays of the setting sun, hurried back. In his arms, among the piles of dry grass wrapped in deerskin, lay 3 frozen frogs. The hay was chilled by the snow, and Wen Xiaoxing's meager body heat couldn't rouse the hibernating creatures. They too were unaware of their impending fate as soup. Back at the dilapidated temple, Wen Xiaoxing gathered firewood, lit a fire with the hidden flint and hay, dragged a broken pot over, threw in some snow, and placed it on the makeshift stone stove. As the snow melted, he tossed the 3 frogs he was carrying into the water. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something. He got up and walked around, seeing some chopped firewood piled beside the stone statue's base. A slight tremor ran through him. A moment later, an idea struck him. He went to the northeast corner of the temple and crouched down to examine it. There should have been a sharp, gleaming woodcutter's knife in the crack between the bricks. But it was gone. A chill ran through Wen Xiaoxing. Just as he was about to reach for it, he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around. It was Shui. The other person was thin and covered in white, limping on their right leg. Their left hand held a pile of chopped firewood, while their right hand held a sharp wood-chopping knife hidden in a crack in the dilapidated temple wall. Whoosh! Shui glanced at him indifferently, slowly walked to the fire, tossed the firewood onto the ground, and then sat down cross-legged. Wen Xiaoxing also sat down by the fire, his eyes fixed on the wood-chopping knife in her hand. The flames danced dangerously on the blade, revealing a hidden killing intent. "Did you hide this knife there?" Shui asked Wen Xiaoxing, her disheveled hair falling casually across her face. She was of ordinary appearance, but her brows possessed a heroic spirit unlike that of ordinary women, giving her an unusual allure. Wen Xiaoxing stared at the knife, his eyelids twitching slightly in the firelight. It's not a good habit to touch other people's things without permission. Hearing this, Shui reversed the blade and handed the hilt to Wen Xiaoxing. The latter took it and examined the blade carefully by the firelight, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Shui said, "You've hidden a murder weapon. Who do you want to kill?" Wen Xiaoxing scoffed, retorting, "It's just a woodcutter's knife for chopping wood. Who would I kill?" Shui calmly said, "A woodcutter's knife isn't sharpened this much. A thin blade isn't suitable for chopping wood besides. I smell murderous intent on it." Wen Xiaoxing remained silent, staring intently at the blade. Later, when the water in the pot boiled, he put down the knife, picked up a wooden stick beside him, washed it with snow water, and put it in the pot to stir. A fragrant aroma immediately filled the air with the rising steam. "Weren't you looking for your parents? What are you still here?" Wen Xiaoxing asked. As for Shu's question, he had already buried it in the snow outside, blending it into the vast expanse of nothingness. Shui didn't continue to ask about the knife, saying, "The constables won't let me in." Wen Xiaoxing looked at her and chuckled. "Are you a refugee too?" Shui, "Not before, but now I am." Wen Xiaoxing took a chipped bowl from the dry grass by the wall, filled it with soup, blew on it a few times and slowly drank it. "How interesting. The wind outside is so strong, it didn't kill you even after a whole night. You must be no ordinary person. I sharpen the wood-chopping knife in the crack in the wall every few days. It's very sharp. Take it, the 2 constables guarding the county town shouldn't be able to stop you." Shui didn't even glance at the wood-chopping knife, but said to herself, "It's been more than 10 years. I've finally come back. I don't want to bring blood debts to my homeland." Wen Xiaoxing finished the bowl of soup. His limbs gradually warmed up. He could even feel the heat rushing through his veins. Leaning against the base of the broken stone statue, he handed the bowl to Shui. "You're lucky. I found 8 frogs today. I gave 5 to Zhang the hunter and I have 3 left. The snowing heavily outside, so there will be plenty of frog soup tonight." Shui didn't mind. He ladled a bowl of hot soup, gently swirled it a couple of times, and then ate it. When Xiaoxing, feeling warmer, opened up and asked, "Your father's surname is Yun, so you should also be surnamed Yun. Why not Yun Shui?" Ashui shook her head. "I don't take my father's surname, nor my mother's." When Xiaoxing frowned, "Why?" Ashui looked up, glanced at Wen Xiaoxing, and said in a calm, deep voice, "Whoever asks this will die." The latter recalled the moment Ashui opened her eyes that morning and knew she wasn't joking. He shook his head and said, "Then I don't want to know. It's not worth risking my life for a secret." Ashui took another sip of soup and explained to him, "You're right about one thing. I do have a huge problem. Some things are like a guillotine hanging over my head. Hearing them could mean certain death someday. So the less you know, the safer you are. Although you have a bad life, you're a good person. I don't want to harm you." Then, as if remembering something, her eyes flickered, and she put down the bowl of soup. "The county yamen runners told me today that on the 3rd day of each month, refugees can go to the county yamen to apply for Qi citizenship. You've been living a hard life outside. Why haven't you gone to the county yamen?" When Xiaoxing was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, "He'll go next month." Ashui carefully savored the slight ripples in his expression. Her tone slightly raised. "Didn't you go this month?" "Yes." "Didn't you go last month?" "Yes, I've gone for the last 3 months." Ashui took a wooden stick and gently stirred the frog soup in the pot, slowly saying, "Then I know who you want to kill." When Xiaoxing looked at the woman stirring the soup, smiled, and asked incredulously, "Who do I want to kill?" Ashui stared at the boiling soup in the pot, her lips barely touching the surface, yet her words were like a thunderclap. "You want to kill the magistrate of Kuhai County." Upon hearing this, the smile on Wen Xiaoxing's face gradually disappeared, and the fire in his eyes gradually surged with murderous intent. Ashui ladled out another bowl of soup and steadily handed it to Wen Xiaoxing. The index finger of her hand lightly tapped the rim of the bowl, the crisp sound pulling Wen Xiaoxing back to reality from his reverie. "Why did you kill him?" Wen Xiaoxing stared at the soup before him, took it, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls, a burning sensation spreading through his chest and abdomen. After a long silence, he told Ashui about his 3-year agreement with the county magistrate. After finishing his story, Wen Xiaoxing lowered his head, his voice unusually calm and cold. "Every time I went to the county government office, the way those yamen runners looked at me was like they were looking at a stray dog on the roadside. Their eyes were full of mockery, contempt, and the smugness of having just toyed with a fool. But I was born this way, so I had to accept it. I lived outside the county town for 3 years. I ate dog food, gnawed on tree bark, ate insects, and even ate earthworms." As he spoke, Wen Xiaoxing raised his head and grinned at Ashui. "You haven't eaten that stuff, have you? That stuff, one bite and you're filled with the deepest stench of the earth. Even wild cats and dogs can't stomach it. But I ate it, and quite a lot of it. For those 3 years, I lived a life lower than a dog. Sometimes I even felt like I really was a dog. Many times I felt like I couldn't take it anymore and wanted to end it all, but I wasn't willing to accept it. I know Lu Jinsher made a 3-year agreement with me just because he found me annoying, and he just made up an excuse to brush me off. But people should always hold on to hope, especially someone as unlucky as me. Hope is the most precious treasure for us. It's more important than anything else. I don't want to be a dog, so I'll hold on tightly to any possibility of living as a human." The firelight lingered on Ashu's face, her eyes flickering slightly, as if ripples had formed. "If that's the case, why are you sharpening your knife?" When Xiaoxing bent down to add firewood, his movements swift and resolute as he placed the fuel into the fire. 3 years of hardship have taken their toll. I've actually contracted many illnesses, but I've gritted my teeth and endured them because I'm young. If this continues, I won't live much longer. The 3-year agreement is approaching. If he breaks it, I'll fight him to the death with this knife. Trading a wretched life for a better one isn't a bad deal. As he said this, he met Ashu's gaze, the flames in his pupils bright and intense. With an unprecedented seriousness, Wen Xiaoxing said, "Word by word, I've lived here like a stray dog for 3 years. Before I die, I want to be a human being." Wen Xiaoxing's last few words pierced her heart like a sharp sword. Ashui pursed her lips, stunned for a long time. Later, she stopped looking at Wen Xiaoxing, turning her head to look at the wind and snow outside, her pupils reflecting countless snowflakes swirling in the gale. She said, "Kuhai County is rich, yet the local official can't tolerate even a refugee. It's truly hateful." Wen Xiaoxing picked up 2 withered branches from the ground, took a cooked frog and slowly began to eat. The frog meat was tender, and although it had no seasoning, it became the most delicious food on this snowy night. The first time I've heard, Kuhai County is rich. His voice was indistinct. The truly rich is probably only Magistrate Lu Jinshi. Speaking of ordinary people, many are so poor they're barely surviving. Zhang the hunter, who used to live in the west of the city, was the most famous hunter in Kuhai County more than 10 years ago. He single-handedly captured a tiger. Ah, how glorious that was. Many people wouldn't dare to do it in their entire lives, or even dream of it, and now such a glorious person has fallen to the point of eating frogs in the mud, just like me. A faint glint flashed in the depths of Ashua's eyes, and her tone was urgent. That's not right. Kuhai County is clearly blessed with good weather, stable public order, and people living in peace and contentment. How could this be? When Xiaoxing chewed the frog bone carefully and swallowed it. Where did you get this information from? Ashue opened his mouth, but then suddenly stopped, and after a moment of silence, he only said, "A friend." When Xiaoxing laughed, and after laughing he said, "Then you should stay away from this friend in the future. A mouthful of lies, you won't even know if he sells you out one day." Ashue was expressionless, and it was unclear what he was thinking. After when Xiaoxing finished eating the 2 frogs in the pot, he got up and walked outside the dilapidated temple, washing his hands with the snow piled up on the steps. "I'll leave you some soup. I'm heading back now." Ashue, as if remembering something, casually asked, "Did you make the tattered clothes on that black dog?" When Xiaoxing didn't turn around, his voice fading into the distance. "It was Dog Master who brought me here back then. It saved my life. I can't watch it freeze to death in the snow." "Speaking of which, you were also saved by Dog Master." Ashue watched when Xiaoxing's black figure disappear into the night through the vast snow. She stared blankly for a while, then poured herself another bowl of soup and slowly drank it. The next day, the snow continued to fall. When Xiaoxing survived another night using the bedding left by the old hunter, he left the treehouse early, preparing to try his luck by the ditch again. Passing by the small stone bridge again today, when Xiaoxing saw a dark figure there. Approaching, he realized it was the old hunter. The old hunter was covered in frost, seemingly having been waiting on the stone bridge for some time, carrying some common digging tools. When their eyes met, when Xiaoxing spoke, "Aunt me, did you eat anything unusual last night?" The old hunter gave a vague looking at when Xiaoxing as if he wanted to say something. His lips moved, but he couldn't speak. Seeing the old hunter's expression, when Xiaoxing understood everything. The old hunter intended to go frog digging with him, but the other couldn't bring himself to ask, feeling ashamed. Zhang the hunter was considered top tier among his peers in Kuhai County, enjoying a prestigious career for most of his life, with outstanding achievements. Many of his younger colleagues regarded him as a role model and goal. Yet now, he had been reduced to asking a vagrant for advice on how to catch frogs. This behavior was tantamount to throwing away the pride and dignity he had built up over decades. Zhang the hunter was a proud man, a fact when Xiaoxing never doubted. The only thing that could make him compromise was his wife, who had been with him for most of his life. "It's snowing today, so don't get your hopes up too high. These things aren't as easy to find as you think. I used to go 2 or 3 days without finding any frogs to eat, but if there were 2 of us, things might be a little better." When Xiaoxing led the silent hunter Zhang to search for frogs, sharing his experience and secrets. The old hunter wasn't an ordinary person. He was a hunter with a keen sense of smell. Although he was old, some things ingrained in his bones wouldn't be easily lost. With the old hunter's help, their search area tripled today, their efficiency increased, and they managed to dig up 12 frogs. Their luck wasn't as good as yesterday, but their harvest was greater. As the sun set, a rare air of vigor appeared on Zhang's weathered, dark face. He carefully counted the frogs in the snakeskin bag again and again, 3 times in a row, finally giving half to Wen Xiaoxing, who only took 4. In reality, he had only found 3 today. The rest were dug up by Zhang. Wen Xiaoxing didn't know if this was some kind of beginner protection mechanism like fishing, or if Zhang the hunter, being a veteran of decades, simply had a skill and eye that Wen Xiaoxing couldn't match. In the end, he didn't accept the 2 frogs that Zhang the hunter had insisted on giving him, only telling Zhang to eat them sparingly, as they might not be able to dig them up every day. He also told Zhang to remember to bury the frogs he didn't eat in the snow, as they would wake up from hibernation once it warmed up. After parting ways, when Xiaoxing returned to the dilapidated temple, Ashue wasn't there today. He didn't know if she had left or gone to the county town. After she left, the dilapidated temple returned to its usual desolation. When Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief and, as usual, made a pot of frog soup. He went to check a corner of the temple. The gleaming woodcutter's knife was still there. After eating the frog, when Xiaoxing counted the days on his fingers, muttering to himself as he looked at the snow falling outside the temple, The new year is almost here. 1,000 years ago, this world originally had only one dynasty. After the death of Emperor Yuan of the spring and autumn period, the world split into 4 kingdoms: Southern Qi, Northern Yan, Eastern Zhao, and Western Shan. To achieve unification, the 4 kingdoms fought year after year, each unwilling to submit to the other. Until over 500 years ago, cultivators at the celestial realm level from each kingdom joined forces, finally quelling the war. The kings of the 4 kingdoms signed an alliance, jointly establishing the era named Yangon. Thus, the war finally ended. However, when Xianxia sometimes felt that perhaps he would have lived with more dignity in the chaotic times of war. After finishing his meal, he returned to the treehouse. For the next 4 days, he didn't see Shui. When Xianxia thought this was a good thing, it proved that either Shui had found her parents, or she had left. In any case, if she left, the trouble was gone, and he wouldn't have to share his precious food with this dangerous woman of unknown origin. On New Year's Eve, the snow was exceptionally heavy and cold. When Xianxia nearly froze to death on his way back simply because he stayed outside the county town to listen to the firecrackers celebrating the new year. While making a fire at the dilapidated temple, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he only recovered after drinking 3 bowls of hot soup. Once warm, when Xianxia leaned against a stone statue to rest, mentally rehearsing how he would deal with Magistrate Lu Jinshi next month when he sought his identification. He considered how to kill Lu if he refused. Should he slash horizontally or vertically, 2 times or 3 times? At the neck or the stomach, these were all things he needed to plan ahead. Although when Xianxia had never killed anyone, he knew that life and death could be decided in an instant. Lu Jinshi was certainly surrounded by sycophantic lackeys. A moment's hesitation could mean missing his chance. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the increasingly clear footsteps behind him in the snow. It wasn't until a clear female voice rang out that he was finally pulled back to reality. "Brother Xianxia, are you there?" When Xianxia turned around and saw a petite girl dressed in red fur and wrapped in a sheepskin blanket standing at the temple entrance, she pursed her lips, and her delicate face was pale from the wind and snow. When she saw Xianxia, the girl's eyes lit up, and then she grinned and immediately ran to the fire behind the stone statue and sat down. As the sheepskin blanket was spread out, snowflakes fell to the ground, but quickly melted away in the firelight. "What are you doing here today? It's New Year's Day," when Xianxia asked, staring at the girl across the fire in surprise. The girl placed a food basket in front of Xianxia, rubbed her cold little hands, and said in a low voice with a hint of timidity and naivety, "Yes, it's New Year's Day today. Mom told everyone to rest and even paid for my sisters and me to eat braised pork. I secretly took some with me." Looking into Xianxia's fiery eyes, she suddenly felt very nervous and forgot what she was going to say next. Her little face flushed red from holding it in. Finally, she took a deep breath, glanced to the side, and spread out her fair and tender hands to the food basket, saying, "Anyway, it's for you to eat." In Kuhai County, there was a Yuanyang Tower, one of only 2 brothels in the county. Located in the east of the county, it not only provided special services to the county's nobles but also offered fine food and wine. Storytellers often went there to perform, and some self-proclaimed scholars would also go there to compose poems. Even if what he spewed was utter nonsense, a mere wave of a few pieces of silver or a few strings of copper coins was enough to elicit laughter and applause from the beautifully dressed girls. Besides these, the Mandarin Duck Tower had another unique feature: a musician. People skilled in music weren't uncommon in this world, but Kuhai County was located on the southern border of the Qi Kingdom. The soil was barren, the roads were poor, and the roads to prosperous towns wound through many mountains, often inhabited by bandits and vagrants who robbed travelers. Therefore, aside from merchant caravans, almost no one came here. Thus, the musician was exceptionally precious, adding a unique touch to this place where the emperor's favor rarely extended. And Si Xiaohong was that musician. When she was young, her parents died of a severe drought, and she was on the verge of starvation on the streets when she was taken in and raised by Song Chunan, the owner of the Yuanyang Tower. Initially, she was just kept in the backyard to cook and burn firewood, but Song Chunan later discovered that Si Xiaohong seemed to have a natural talent for music. Seeing her pitiful state and diligence, he bought her a cheap guqin, a 7-stringed zither, as a gift. Afterwards, Si Xiaohong would often play the guqin after finishing her work. Although she had no formal teacher, she figured it out on her own, and within 3 to 5 years, she became the only guqin player in this desolate suburb. She is 16 this year, and her acquaintance with Xianxia was accidental. 2 months ago, it was Magistrate Lu Jinshi's 50th birthday. Both the Zillanfang in the West City and the Yuanyang Tower in the East City were to celebrate Lu Jinxi's birthday. No one wanted to miss this opportunity to impress Lu Jinxi, as it could potentially affect their future fortunes. Both sides were making tense preparations and were extremely worried. Si Xiaohong had never seen such a scene before. She wanted to create a new piece, but under immense pressure, she became increasingly anxious and impatient while practicing. The pressure kept her awake all night, but she was the only musician in the county. Besides her, no one else in Kuhai County knew music. Unable to confide her anxieties and frustrations to anyone, she could only take her guqin alone to the southern outskirts of the county on a sunny day, hoping the scenery would calm her mind. It was there that she met Wen Chaoxing, a woodcutter. Did Wen Chaoxing know music? No. But before his transmigration, he had been exposed to countless melodies, sad, joyful, passionate, tranquil, all etched into his mind. After learning of Si Xiaohong's troubles, he hummed some cheerful tunes to her based on her descriptions. She then adapted them on the guqin. Later, this piece successfully helped Si Xiaohong and Yuan Yanglu smoothly navigate Lu Jinxi's birthday banquet, allowing Si Xiaohong to shine brightly at the event. This bowl of braised pork arrived through the snow, a gift from Si Xiaohong to thank him for teaching her the tune 2 months ago. Seeing the girl's nervous expression, when Chaoxing opened the food basket, the braised pork inside was already cold and hard. But that wasn't a problem, it just needed to be steamed. While the pork was steaming, when Chaoxing asked the girl, "Are people in the county setting off fireworks?" Si Xiaohong nodded. Yes, it's New Year's Day. Yuanyang Tower is closed. The nobles in the county have hired many fireworks, and they're gathered around the lotus pond. The county magistrate is here too. It's very lively. When the fire is lit, the darkness in the sky explodes into countless stars. After saying this, she looked at the lost Wen Chaoxing and suggested, "It's snowing heavily outside, and it's New Year's Day. Those yamen runners have already skipped their shifts. If Brother Chaoxing wants to see, we can sneak in later. No one will notice us." She knew some things about Wen Chaoxing. There were occasional rumors about him on the streets of the county, and Wen Chaoxing had also mentioned a little about it to her when they discussed the tune outside the county last time. Wen Chaoxing didn't respond to Si Xiaohong, but instead asked, "Xiaohong, would you like some more?" Si Xiaohong waved her hand. "No, Brother Chaoxing, I'm full tonight." As she spoke, she looked at the frogs cooking in the pot, and curiously leaned forward to sniff them. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, and she exclaimed, "I heard the older sister in Yuanyang Tower say that the frogs buried in the mud pits taste pretty good. I didn't expect it to be true." When Chaoxing looked somewhat surprised, "People in the county town eat this." Si Xiaohong's delicate face gradually regained its warm rosy glow under the firelight. Ordinary people don't eat it, but that older sister likes to cook, and she likes to make some strange foods. She fried more than a dozen red centipedes she caught and dipped them in sauce, which scared the other girls. When Chaoxing chuckled upon hearing this. After the meat was steamed, he ate all the braised pork and rice in front of Si Xiaohong, and then ladled out a bowl of hot soup and gulped it down. Having eaten so much for the first time, Wen Chaoxing was even a little unaccustomed to it. Once his limbs were warmed up, he said to Si Xiaohong across the fire, "It's getting late, Xiaohong, let's go back to the county town." Si Xiaohong responded. He didn't rush to eat the frog in the pot. Before leaving, he added some more firewood to ensure the fire wouldn't go out anytime soon. Then, carrying the food basket Si Xiaohong had brought, he and Si Xiaohong, who was wrapped in a wool blanket again, entered the heavy snow. The wind and snow swept by, and the two quickly became two snowmen, one tall and one short, one in front of the other, swaying under the starlight, their footsteps crunching through the deep snow. The dilapidated temple wasn't far from the county town, only about a mile away. Closer now, they could see the dazzling fireworks exploding in the distant sky and hear the applause resounding in the heavens. Si Xiaohong exclaimed excitedly, stretching out her small, red, frozen hands to pat Wen Chaoxing's back, trying to direct him to look at the colorful, fleeting stars in the distant sky. But she lost her footing, and as soon as Wen Chaoxing turned around, she fell to the ground. When she looked up, her little face was instantly covered in a thick layer of snow, making her look like a ghost. Fortunately, the snow was deep, and she wasn't hurt. Wen Chaoxing slowly bent down, laboriously pulling Si Xiaohong out of the snowdrift, and then helped her wrap her snow-covered sheepskin blanket around her again. The girl remained silent this time, pouting and cautiously watching her feet. Upon reaching the outskirts of the county town, they found no guards. A small crack opened in the city gate, and Si Xiaohong pointed, turning to Wen Chaoxing with a smile. "Look, they're all gone." Wen Chaoxing didn't respond, but instead handed her the food basket, instructing, The snow is heavy, hurry back. Xi Xiaohong's smile faltered. Looking at Wen Chaoxing, covered in snow, she asked, Brother Chaoxing, aren't you going to see the fireworks? Wen Chaoxing replied, No. Xi Xiaohong, then why are you? Wen Chaoxing, the snow is heavy, he'll see you off. With that, he waved to Xi Xiaohong, turned, and hurried back without looking back. His legs and feet were so cold he almost lost all feeling a serious matter. Frostbite could barely heal, but if things went further, he could potentially become paralyzed. See the fireworks? Ah, what did any commotion have to do with a refugee like him? He needed to keep his legs. If he could become a citizen of Qi, they would be indispensable in the future. If not, killing Magistrate Lu Jinshi would still come in handy. Xi Xiaohong stood at the county gate, a sheepskin blanket draped over her shoulders, watching Wen Chaoxing's figure disappear into the snowstorm. Her lips pursed as she gazed at him for a long time. The hazy white obscured her vision. Xi Xiaohong stood there, long since losing sight of the figure in the distance, yet she still refused to leave. Finally, forced by the unbearable cold, she bowed her head, stamped her feet, and turned to walk into the county town. P.S. Just to let you know, this 20,000-word novel is applying for a contract. After signing, updates will resume normally. I've been particularly busy these past few days, so I can only post 1 chapter a day. You can let the book rest or just browse around. Why is your name Xiaohong? Because mom said the more humble the name, the easier it is to raise a child. But I'm a girl, so my name can't be too humble. I need to save face. Brother Chaoxing, are you really a spy from another country? Who said that? It's a rumor in the neighborhood. I heard it came from the county government. Then which country's spy do you think I am? I don't think. You don't seem like a spy. Why? Because if you were a spy, Brother Chaoxing, Lu Jinshi would definitely be eager to arrest you. Haha, that makes sense, that makes sense. Oh, by the way, Xiaohong, in front of other people, don't say Lu Jinshi. If others call you county magistrate, you have to call him county magistrate too. Brother Chaoxing, could you hum that tune again? In the dilapidated temple, when Chaoxing stared at the boiling pot, where the scene of him and Xi Xiaohong sitting on the small stone bridge appeared in the water, he was lost in thought. In Wen Chaoxing's few moments of ease and comfort, Xi Xiaohong was like a stone suddenly thrown into the water, swift and unexpected. When with Xi Xiaohong, Wen Chaoxing could temporarily forget some heavy, realistic things. Tonight was colder than usual, yet Wen Chaoxing lingered in the dilapidated temple for an extra half hour, until the snow water in the pot boiled dry, until the firewood in the bonfire turned to ashes, before finally using 2 dry twigs to pick up the nearly overcooked frog from the pot and eat it bit by bit. This half hour of recollection was his unique privilege towards Xi Xiaohong. It wasn't for the braised pork, nor for the music from 2 months ago. It was because of the reflection of a person in the girl's clear eyes. When Xi Xiaohong looked at him, he could always find someone incredibly familiar yet incredibly strange in her eyes. That was his true self. So, after eating the frog, Wen Chaoxing began sharpening his knife again. Sharpening his knife in the coldest snowy night. Time is running out. Die like a human being, Wen Chaoxing told himself. The chill from the blade as it sliced across the whetstone seeped into his bones with each sound. He trembled all over, except for his hand sharpening the knife. The sharper the knife was, the less Wen Chaoxing trusted Lu Jinshi. He wanted to live more than anyone else. Because he had died once, and those who have died once are more afraid of death. Yet for the past 3 years, Wen Chaoxing seemed to have been preparing for his death. He didn't know how much time had passed when a flurry of snowflakes drifted in from outside the temple, startling Wen Chaoxing as he sharpened his knife. When he looked up, he saw a person completely shrouded in black standing at the temple entrance. The person held a sword in one hand, their eyes as cold as ice, and the aura emanating from them made Wen Chaoxing unable to move. For the past 3 years, Wen Chaoxing had never encountered a martial artist in the Jianghu, and he didn't know how terrifying those guys really were. He thought they were probably similar to the heroes in some martial arts novels. But the black-clad man standing in front of him made Wen Chaoxing suddenly realize that he was wrong. The mere presence of the man in black standing before him, with his overwhelming aura emanating from his gaze, made it hard for Wen Chaoxing to breathe. Wen Chaoxing had no doubt that killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. But why would someone like this suddenly appear in Bitter Sea Town? Boy, I need to ask you about someone. The man in black began, his voice hoarse. Have you seen a woman recently? Oval face, somewhat thin, about 8 feet tall with many scars from weapons. In this world, 1 foot was roughly equivalent to 20 to 22 centimeters in his previous life. 8 feet tall was about 1.6 to 1.8 meters, matching Ashu's height perfectly. Combined with the man's later statement, when Xiaoxing was almost certain that this man was looking for Shui. A woman came a few days ago. I don't know if she's the one you're looking for. She wouldn't say anything when I asked her, and then she left. When Xiaoxing didn't completely conceal the truth. But he didn't reveal everything either. The other party was clearly here to cause trouble. He couldn't appear to have any connection with Shui, lest he invite disaster. Upon hearing this, the man in black asked again, which direction did she go? When Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said, I wasn't there when she left, but if, as you say, she was seriously injured, she either went to the county town for treatment or found a fast horse somewhere and headed east across the wasteland towards the state of Zhao. However, the snow in Qi this year came too suddenly, covering the wasteland with a layer so thick it reached knee-deep. The chances of her going to Zhao are slim. Even if she could endure it, the horse couldn't. The man in black had a sharp gaze, remaining silent as his thumb unsheathed his sword. The sound was soft, but unpleasant. When Xiaoxing gripped his sharpened woodcutter's knife, looked up at the man in black and said, You want to kill me? The man in black didn't mince words. To silence you. When Xiaoxing's breathing quickened slightly as he asked, Is there no room for negotiation? The man in black sword was partially drawn, its gleaming blade bringing in the biting cold of the snow falling outside the temple. Generally speaking, there's room for negotiation between people. You live like this worse than the cats and dogs in the county town. If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame. How can you even utter the word negotiation? When Xiaoxing gripped his woodcutter's knife, his eyes fixed on the man in black, showing no fear whatsoever. Then come at me. Seeing that when Xiaoxing dared to point a knife at him, the man in black's eyes grew even colder. He felt as if he had been insulted, and his attack became decisive, even exceptionally ruthless. The first sword strike aimed straight for Wen Xiaoxing's arm, the one holding the knife. He wanted to show Wen Xiaoxing the difference in their abilities, then let him die in fear and regret. The black-clad man's sword was exceptionally fast. Wen Xiaoxing could see the downy feathers of an autumn bird flapping its wings, but he couldn't see the sword the black-clad man was wielding. Yet, Wen Xiaoxing still struck instinctively. He had no intention of living. He wanted to deliver a fatal blow before he died. A strike imbued with all his courage. A strike without reservation. In the instant engulfed by death, Wen Xiaoxing actually laughed. The gleaming blade of his wood-chopping knife reflected half of his profile, revealing the courage of a cornered beast. This strike the sword was clearly faster, the knife slower. Yet, the black-clad man's sword missed Wen Xiaoxing, while Wen Xiaoxing's knife successfully struck the black-clad man's arm. The sparks reflected on the blades seemed real, burning the wound intensely. The black-clad man's eyes widened. As the pain intensified, he realized his arm, mixed with blood, had fallen to the ground. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, suddenly looking behind him. A lame woman, her body covered in snow, stood there, silently staring at him in the hazy, indistinct light. Just now, a snowball had broken through the blizzard, striking his arm as he drew his sword, causing his intended strike to miss its mark. The man in black didn't speak, but a second slash came from behind. It was still Wen Xiaoxing's erratic swordplay. The man in black didn't look back, but he had already dodged. The lame woman in the snow launched a second snowball. Swoosh! The snowball struck the man in black's leg, causing him to pause. It was this brief pause that allowed Wen Xiaoxing's sword to strike the man in black's neck. Hot blood gushed from the wound. The man in black stared wide-eyed, and a moment later his body collapsed to the ground. Wen Xiaoxing's strike was extremely ruthless. The black-clad man's protective aura was shattered by the snowball, and his flesh-and-blood neck couldn't withstand such a desperate blow. His head was split open diagonally, with only a layer of skin and flesh connecting it. After his body fell to the ground, the light in his eyes quickly cooled. Finally, only the flickering flames of the fire remained in his pupils. When Xiaoxing was covered in blood, his body limp on the ground, kneeling before the black-clad man's corpse, panting heavily, his hand holding the knife trembling wildly. Shui entered the dilapidated temple, shook off the snow, and came to Wen Xiaoxing, asking, Do you still have the strength? Wen Xiaoxing, panting heavily, said, What for? Shui pointed at the black-clad man's corpse. You killed him, you bury him. Wen Xiaoxing ignored her, slumped to the ground, his back against the stone statue's base, his voice trembling. Whether from the cold or the aftereffects of killing, it was unclear. He came looking for you. I shouldn't have saved you, you almost died.
Shui replied matter-of-factly.
You should have saved me. If you hadn't, you would really be dead. When Xiaoxing remained silent, panting, unable to refute Ashu's words. You were helping me just now, weren't you? This guy is ridiculously stupid. You're so powerful. How dare he come looking for you? Ashue crouched on the black-clad man's corpse, feeling around until she pulled out a special jade pendant from his waist. It was tied with a black cord, and the pendant had a river pattern on it, exquisitely crafted, with the words Wangchuan River of Oblivion engraved on the back. Of course he wasn't alone, Ashue said calmly. Besides, my head is very valuable, more valuable than you can imagine. When Chaoxing was taken aback upon hearing this, then asked, why? Ashue met his gaze, a hint of pity and coldness flashing deep in her eyes. Because of my surname. When Chaoxing said, a surname, can it be so valuable? Ashue took the jade pendant and placed it in the pocket of her thin, tattered garment. But this surname, even after burning for 7 days and 7 nights, it still hasn't burned completely. Tell me, is it valuable or not? When Chaoxing stared blankly at the congealed blood on the ground, saying, now, the only place where I can start a fire and cook is gone. Having killed someone, his accomplices will probably find me soon. Ashue said, bury it while it's still hot. Only heaven, earth, you and I will know. When Chaoxing pulled open his collar, revealing only scraps of cloth and dry straw inside. I can't bury him. With that snow and wind outside, I'd be dead in half an hour. If the snow doesn't stop, this body will have to stay here. He paused, then laughed self-deprecatingly. The good news is he won't stink. Ashue frowned as she looked at the corpse on the ground, then said to Wen Chaoxing, give me the knife. When Chaoxing tossed the knife to Ashue, who caught it easily. With one hand holding the knife, she dragged the black-clad man's body into the vast snowstorm. About 15 minutes later, Ashue limped back to the dilapidated temple. When Chaoxing was still there, carrying the snow piled up outside into the temple and carefully cleaning the bloodstains from the ground. When Chaoxing turned to look at her and asked, did you bury him?
Ashui replied.
No, I broke the ice in the ditch, chopped him up, and threw him into the ditch. She returned the knife to Wen Chaoxing. The bloodstains had been cleaned off, and it looked brand new. You can come anytime. He'll stay in this dilapidated temple for a while. When Chaoxing paused in wiping the bloodstains, looking up at Ashue, on the 3rd day of next month, I'm going to see Lu Jinshi one last time. Whether it succeeds or not, I won't come back here. That was indeed his plan. If it succeeded, he could live in the county. If it failed, he and Lu Jinshi would both die. Ashue didn't respond. When Chaoxing stopped wiping the blood, she had made it clear she wanted to face this mess head-on, so leaving a trace was irrelevant. Before leaving, he asked Ashue, by the way, you've been gone these past few days. Did you go to look for your parents? Did you find them? Ashue, holding a piece of firewood, poked at the fire, remaining silent for a long time before answering irrelevantly. Come to the temple at noon tomorrow. I'll treat you to drinks. She then turned to Wen Chaoxing, asking, are you coming? Wen Chaoxing met her gaze, and after a moment said, yes. He returned to the treehouse, wrapped himself in the tattered cotton quilt, his hands still trembling. In both his lives, this was the first time he had killed one of his own kind. Though it was for self-defense, the terrifying sensation of the blade slicing through flesh made Wen Chaoxing's blood boil, and it also made him deeply understand a truth. In this world, to protect oneself, the knife in one's hand is far more real and effective than the law. The next morning, when Chaoxing and the old hunter dug up 4 frogs, he didn't take any for himself, saying he hadn't finished yesterday's food. Seeing Wen Chaoxing leave, the old hunter called him back. When Wen Chaoxing turned around, the old hunter said, I have a heated Kong bed in my house in Tian. My wife said if you can't stay, you can come and stay. When Chaoxing nodded and thanked him, the old hunter added, Lu Jinshi isn't a good man, some of his words can't be trusted, much less taken seriously. When Chaoxing was silent for a moment, then replied, I know, old Zhang. He didn't turn back. The hunter stared at his retreating figure, his weathered eyes filled with complex emotions, his wrinkles deepening. In the end, he only sighed and returned to his wooden house in Tian. Standing at the door, shaking off the snow, he pushed it open and entered. The old woman, Mi Fong, lying on the bed, asked him, Old Zhang, didn't Chaoxing come back with you? Zhang the hunter scooped clean snow water into a pot to melt. His voice muffled. He didn't come. Mi Fong paused, then murmured, that child with so much snow, he's just lying here with a tattered quilt. How can he possibly endure this in a treehouse? Sighed, judging by the days, it's almost the 3rd day of the new year. Zhang the hunter's grip on the spoon tightened unconsciously. He turned to stare at his wife. Mi Fong felt uncomfortable under his gaze and said, Old Zhang, Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang the hunter snapped out of his reverie, averting his gaze, not daring to speak. At noon today, when he parted from Wen Xiaoshang, Zhang the hunter sensed a murderous aura emanating from him. He felt that Wen Xiaoshang seemed to have changed in some way. But after he gave Wen Xiaoshang that warning, Wen Xiaoshang showed absolutely no surprise. Zhang the hunter's keen intuition told him that if Lu Jinshi didn't keep his promise on the 3rd day of this month, something bad might happen. But he didn't tell his wife about this worry. Mi Fong wasn't well, and she always preferred to avoid trouble. I'll cook some porridge before I leave this afternoon. Keep an eye on the fire in the room. Don't let it get too big, or it'll burn the pot dry, he instructed his wife. Inside the dilapidated temple, when Xiaoxing arrived as promised, Shui had indeed brought 2 jars of wine. She opened one herself, and it seemed she had already drunk some. Her usually lifeless eyes held a sharp glint. Upon seeing Wen Xiaoxing, she greeted him. Can you drink? Wen Xiaoxing sat cross-legged opposite her, nonchalantly replying, I'm almost dead anyway. What can I drink? He unsealed the jar, and a pungent aroma of osmanthus-scented wine wafted out, making his mouth water. This wine probably isn't cheap. Where did you steal it from? Wen Xiaoxing asked casually. Shui stretched out her slender finger, her eyes slightly tipsy, and pointed to herself earnestly, saying, Wen Xiaoxing, how much do you look down on me? Steal? I took it openly and blatantly. P.S. Signed a contract today, returning to 2 updates a day, with another 2,000-word update to be released later. Wen Xiaoxing took a tile that Shui had smuggled out, still showing traces of snowmelt on it. He poured some wine into the tile, drank it down in one gulp, and felt as if his cold chest and abdomen had been ripped open by a sharp knife. He exhaled deeply and scolded Shui. You, with such great martial arts skills, could get 2 jars of wine, but couldn't you get 2 more bowls? Shui leaned forward, lightly drawing a circle in front of her with her finger, and said mysteriously, Do you know whose wine this is? Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. I don't know. In the past 3 years, he had only entered the county town a handful of times, and the only place he knew even slightly was the county government office of Magistrate Lu Jinshi. Shui, holding a tile, tilted her head back and took a sip of wine, clicking her tongue. This wine belongs to 7th Master. Wen Xiaoxing poured her more wine and asked, Who is 7th Master? Shui replied, A local bully in the west of the county town, with a goatee and a hooked nose. He has a few trained martial artists under him, and they're quite skilled. These guys bully the common people a lot. They claim to be Jianghu the martial arts world, but they're all incredibly stingy. I asked them for some wine, and none of them would give it to me. Infuriating. So I smashed up his place, broke his weapons and ripped off his goatee. A faint smell of wine wafted from her lips, and her demeanor displayed a wildness uncommon among women. That's satisfying, Wen Xiaoxing praised. Shui took another swig of wine and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Later, I grabbed him by the collar and asked him if he wanted my life or the wine, and he said he wanted his life. This old guy was afraid he couldn't take a punch from me, so he gave me a horse and a carriage. I filled them with wine and came back. Wen Xiaoxing paused in his hand holding the wine cup when he heard this. You just said that he gave you a carriage? Shui nodded. Yes. Wen Xiaoxing exclaimed in surprise. I didn't see the carriage when I came. Shui lifted the wooden lid of a broken pot beside her, and the aroma of meat wafted out with the boiling water, mixed with the unique gamey smell of horse meat. Cook one leg first, and bury the rest in the snow behind the temple. Take them out as needed. Wen Xiaoxing stared at the horse meat in the pot, his lips twitching. In Kuhai County, horses weren't cheap. A well-trained horse would start at 2 taels of silver. It could be said that the edible value of a horse was far less than its intrinsic value. Shui, this woman, she actually slaughtered it without hesitation. Then what about the carriage? He asked again. Shui casually pointed to the newly added firewood beside the temple. Tear it down. Cooking horse meat in the carriage, it's the original flavor. Wen Xiaoxing. Shui used 2 dry twigs as chopsticks, picked up a piece of horse meat, blew on it twice and put it in her mouth, chewing slowly. Those wine bowls were used by the gang members. I thought they were dirty, so I didn't take them. If you ask me in this cold weather, it's good enough to have wine and meat to eat, don't be so greedy. As she spoke, she stared at Wen Xiaoxing, who had a strange look in his eyes, and added, Hey, with that look in your eyes, do you think that horse can be sold for silver? Wen Xiaoxing seemed to understand a little after her comment, but not completely. Shui raised her wine cup to him. Drink. Wen Xiaoxing clinked glasses with her, then took a big gulp, coughing violently as he choked. A large area of his chest and abdomen warmed up, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Good wine," he said in a hoarse voice. Ashui put down the tile that held the wine and started eating the meat herself. "You don't understand the rules of these local thugs. This horse belongs to 7th Master. It's branded, so no one can touch it. Touching the horse is like touching 7th Master's pocket. I resell it to other horse dealers. The front leg is gone, and 7th Master can bring his men to snatch it back. Selling horses is harming people." When Xiaoxing was somewhat confused, "Are there bandits in the county town?" Ashui corrected him. "Not bandits, but official bandits. Lu Jinshi wears official robes and doesn't dare to openly violate the laws of Qi Kingdom, but he always has some dirty work that he needs people to do." After listening, when Xiaoxing seemed thoughtful and looked up at her, "You're not from Kuhai County, how do you know all this so well?" Ashui scoffed and swallowed a mouthful of horse meat. "The Jianghu is the same everywhere." When Xiaoxing stared at Ashui, his eyes clear as water. "No, that's not right. Ashui, you've met Lu Jinshi, haven't you?" Ashu's eating motion paused briefly, and this momentary pause indirectly confirmed Wen Xiaoxing's words. She looked up, scrutinizing Wen Xiaoxing with a sharp gaze, and clicked her tongue, saying, "Wen Xiaoxing, I didn't believe in fate before, but after meeting you, I'm starting to believe a little." Wen Xiaoxing didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Ashui placed a piece of horse meat in his wine bowl, saying, "Someone as smart as you, if it weren't for fate playing tricks on you, you would never have ended up like this." When Xiaoxing downed several mouthfuls of strong liquor, his vision blurring, he seemed to have no complaints about his miserable situation, but instead asked Ashui, "It's the same question as yesterday. Have you found your parents?" Ashui pursed her lips, the fragrance of osmanthus wine lingering on them, but the smell of alcohol turned into a chilling, murderous aura. "Dead. 5 years ago, there was a flood in Kuhai County. They were swept away by the flood, and their bodies have never been found." When Xiaoxing sensed the murderous intent in Ashu's eyes and asked, "What, is there a hidden story? Isn't it a man-made disaster, not a natural one?" Ashui opened her mouth, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a word. Finally, she took a swig of wine and said, "Whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, it's impossible to investigate anymore. What I want to know is, even though my parents died 5 years ago, why have I been receiving letters from them for the past 5 years, always saying, 'They're all well'?" The last 4 words were almost squeezed out from between her teeth. When Xiaoxing stared at her without speaking, and after a long while he poured wine for her. After finishing her drink, Ashui said, "Lu Jinshi said to give him some time. He'll give me an explanation. On the 3rd day of this month, he'll go with you to see him." When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, then said, "Aren't you afraid he'll lie to you?" Ashu's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Wen Xiaoxing, and she said, word by word, "He wouldn't dare." The two ate meat and drank wine until only bones remained of the horse leg in the pot, and the soup was almost boiled away. When Xiaoxing's drunkenness was just right, he told Ashui that he wanted to hear her past stories, but Ashui refused. "I don't want to talk about it and don't ask anymore." She squeezed the tile with her slender fingers, crushing it into powder. Under the influence of the strong liquor, painful memories flooded back, a tidal wave crashing down. Ashui couldn't resist. She could only grab the wine jar and drink wildly until her snow-white belly, marked with knife scars, swelled up. Only then did she finally stop, throwing the empty wine jar aside. Crack! The broken wine jar littered the ground. She leaned against the stone statue's base, one hand resting on her knee, her dejected gaze passing by Wen Xiaoxing and heading towards the outside of the temple. The flames of pain in her eyes couldn't be extinguished even by the white snowflakes. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. I've made you suffer so much." Faced with Wen Xiaoxing's apology, Ashui seemed to have lost all strength, motionless, only her chest heaving. When Xiaoxing saw that her fingers were trembling, that horrific memory, which Ashui couldn't bear to look at, was tearing at her soul piece by piece. Taking a swig of wine, Wen Xiaoxing changed the subject. "Ashui, can you teach me cultivation?" Ashui, upon hearing this, took a long time to recover, stiffly turning her head, a glimmer of light appearing in the center of her eyes, but the words that came out chilled Wen Xiaoxing's heart. "No, what I practice you can't practice." Wen Xiaoxing chuckled. "How do you know?" Ashui stared at Wen Xiaoxing for a while, then her brows furrowed slightly, and she let out a hiccup. She then beckoned to him with her finger, gesturing for him to come closer. Wen Xiaoxing sat down beside her, and Ashui, disregarding the proper boundaries between men and women, reached out and began to grope Wen Xiaoxing's shoulders, chest, waist, hips and spine. Seeing her so open, when Xiaoxing felt somewhat uncomfortable. Afterwards, Shui said, "That's right, you can't practice it. My kung fu is a common martial arts style, which needs to be practiced from a young age. After 15 or 16, a person's skeleton is basically set, and the skeleton affects the meridians, which in turn affects the dantian. If you want to cultivate now, you can't practice ordinary martial arts. You can only go through the path of sacred cultivation grounds, but those places are not easy to enter. Without connections, only those with exceptional talent have a chance to enter. Or, you might encounter some exceptionally powerful reclusive masters, that requires fate. But based on my observation, you're probably the unluckiest person I've ever seen in my life. As for the reclusive master part, I suggest you don't even have any illusions." When Xiaoxing looked at her with sadness and hatred. "Thank you." Bitter Sea County, Lu Mansion. Wearing official robes, the overweight Lu Jinshi quickly moved through the garden. The steward bowed behind him, constantly talking. Lu Jinshi had a slightly excited smile on his face, as if some great good thing was about to happen. As he passed the corner of the pavilion, he disregarded the snow soiling his new boots, tumbled over the stone bench, and rushed towards the reception room amidst the butler's repeated calls of "Master, be careful." Reaching the door, he suddenly turned and instructed the butler, "Go back and prepare the meal. Don't come over without my permission." The butler glanced at the reception room, bowed to Lu Jinshi, and quickly left. Pushing open the door, he found a middle-aged man in a red brocade robe already seated in the spacious reception room, sipping tea. Upon seeing this man, the usually aloof Lu Jinshi actually lifted his robe, knelt before him and kowtowed. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry for the poor hospitality. Please don't take offense." The middle-aged man in the red brocade robe glanced at Lu Jinshi, smiled, and rose to help him up personally. "Oh, what's the magistrate doing here? Come, sit down." Lu Jinshi sat down on the chair beside him, patting his palms lightly, and asked knowingly, "May I ask what brings Mr. Lu here today?" The middle-aged man smiled and took out a delicate little box from his sleeve, placing it in front of him. "The matter last time, Your Excellency was very satisfied. This is a token of my gratitude." Lu Jinshi looked at the little box the middle-aged man pushed in front of him, couldn't help but swallow, and was about to take it with both hands, but the middle-aged man suddenly withdrew his hand holding the little box. Lu Jinshi's action of accepting the gift paused, and the smile on his face also froze. "Mr. Lu?" he asked tentatively, puzzled. The man in the red robe leaned closer, smiling as he whispered, "Magistrate Lu, this matter is of utmost importance. If it gets out, no one can bear the consequences. You won't tell, will you?" Lu Jinshi's expression suddenly turned serious. He raised 3 fingers and swore, "I, Lu Jinshi, swear to heaven that if I dare to reveal even the slightest information detrimental to you, sir, may I die a horrible death." The man in the red robe stared into Lu Jinshi's unwavering gaze, and only then did a relieved smile appear on his face. "Good, then I'm relieved." He placed the brocade box in Lu Jinshi's hand and said, "Open it and see." Lu Jinshi stroked the brocade box, having already imagined countless times what priceless treasures it contained, grinning from ear to ear. But when he trembled as he opened the box, he discovered that inside was a bottle of deadly poison. He had seen this kind of small bottle of poison before. All his eagerness, all his greed, at this moment, transformed into utter horror on Lu Jinshi's face. "Mr. Lu, this. The man in the red robe put a finger to his lips and said in a low voice, "This is the magistrate's will. Magistrate, you have a wife and children, don't you? Once a person has a family, he can't always think about himself. What do you think?" After saying that, he gently patted the stunned Lu Jinshi on the shoulder, got up and went to the door. As he pushed open the door and stepped out, he glanced back at Lu Jinshi, whose face was deathly pale, and said with a smile, "Magistrate Lu, the new magistrate of Kuhai County is on his way, probably arriving in 2 or 3 days. I hope you will behave yourself." After leaving the Lu residence, a thin, black-clad man carrying a single-edged broadsword had somehow appeared beside the red-robed man, Lu Chuan. After walking a short distance, he took 2 steps closer to Lu Chuan and asked, "Mr. Lu, that Lu Jinshi seems to be greedy for money and cowardly. What if he doesn't want to run away tonight?" Lu Chuan stopped, turned around, and glanced at the man with the broadsword. He said calmly and gently, "Where would he run to? His son is only 8 years old. Where would he run to? Besides, the people from Wangchuan have arrived. If he doesn't want to run away, let the people from Wangchuan run away for him." Mentioning Wangchuan reminded Lu Chuan of something else. He asked, "I heard the number 1 bounty on the Wangchuan list has changed?" The man with the broadsword did not avoid the question. Outside the Lu residence, there were generally no commoners passing by, and the streets were very clean. He said to Lu Chuan, "This is a different person. I don't know who put the bounty on it, but they offered 100,000 taels." Lu Chuan was taken aback. 100,000? Silver? The man with the sword on his back. Gold. This time it was Lu Chuan's turn to be silent. His eyes gleamed, and he smiled incredulously. One person, 100,000 taels of gold? Which lord has so much money he can't spend it all, making such a fuss? The man with the sword on his back shook his head. "I don't know either. Wangchuan always keeps its employer's information absolutely confidential. But this time Wangchuan has sent countless experts. They must be an extremely tough nut to crack." Lu Chuan pondered carefully and said, "They've come to Kuhai County. Why would they come to this godforsaken place? What's the name of the wanted person?" The man with the sword on his back. "No name, just said to be a woman about 8 feet tall with many wounds on her body." Lu Chuan frowned. "That's all?" The man with the sword replied, "That's all." Lu Chuan scrutinized the man for a while, his gaze filled with suspicion. He wondered if this subordinate, who had always followed him, had betrayed him or was hiding something from him. But seeing the man's straightforward and clear eyes, Lu Chuan knew the man wasn't deceiving him. He was very good at observing a person's eyes. They were the windows to the soul. If someone harbored something wicked in their heart, their eyes would betray them. Interesting, this is really interesting. There's no specific information at all. Aren't you afraid someone will just throw in a fake and steal the 100,000 gold? The person who issued the bounty seems to be in a hurry. The man with the sword asked, "What's your opinion, Mr. Lu?" Lu Chuan stroked his mustache, pondered for a moment and said, "That woman is hiding a secret." The man with the sword was quite surprised. "A secret worth 100,000 gold?" Lu Chuan patted his shoulder lightly and said confidently, "If someone is willing to spend 100,000 gold to buy the life of someone whose information is incomplete, then the secret hidden by this wanted person is far more than 100,000 gold. Keep an eye on it. Let me know if you find any leads." After saying that, he walked towards the end of the street. The man with the sword stood there, staring at Lu Chuan's back and said,
陆先生想要这10万黄金。
Lu Chuan didn't turn around, his voice melodious. "I'm not interested in gold, but I'm very interested in that secret." North of the county town, Gallery Bridge. A large black dog dressed in a strange deerskin coat, carrying an iron box, left a long trail of paw prints in the mossy alley, stopping at the 8th house in the alley. It tilted its head, looking at the gate as if confirming it hadn't gone the wrong way, then knocked on the closed door with the iron box. A moment later, the door opened, and a white-haired man in a blue robe appeared. He opened the door, let the black dog into the courtyard, and then led it to the kitchen. He carefully washed the iron box the dog was carrying, filled it with some warm porridge, covered the box, and handed it to the dog. Watching the dog leave with the iron box, the man in the blue robe closed the door, and a white-haired woman appeared behind him. The woman was slender and wore a velvet dress. Her face bore the undeniable marks of time, with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but time had not diminished her beauty. Instead, it had added a unique charm to her mature womanhood. "Ying, is that boy still alive?" The man in the blue robe took out a broom from behind the door, preparing to clear the snow from the yard. "Old hay is old, he can't finish all the porridge by himself. The porridge ran out a few days ago, but there's always some left. The snow outside is so heavy, that young man probably froze to death." The white-haired woman sighed. "In this world, people die every day. That young man had nothing, couldn't even get into the county. Nobody expected him to actually live for 3 years." The man in the blue robe looked at her and smiled. "Want to save him?" The white-haired woman looked at the man in the blue robe tenderly, her tone carrying a hint of self-reproach. "Ying, you've been married to me for 30 years, and because of my health, I haven't given you a child. I've always felt guilty. That young man's character is far beyond that of an ordinary person. If he's not dead, why not give some money to the county magistrate and take him in as your adopted son? You can teach him swordsmanship so that when I'm gone, you won't be alone." The man in the blue robe stepped forward, embraced the white-haired woman, breathed white air into her ear, and smiled. "You, always worrying about this and that in the future, when you leave, you'll break off the peepa branch in the courtyard and return to the sword pavilion of Yen. Will I have nowhere to go? Whether I have children or not, it's all fate. What do you owe me?" he said, glancing at the distant horizon, and gently patted his wife's back. "But since you're so kind, on the 3rd day of this month, you'll take some money to the Lu residence. If he's not dead, He'll give him a Qi citizen's identity and hire him to chop wood and cook for us. How about that? The white-haired woman, feeling the warmth enveloping her, sighed and said, He'll do as you say. Outside the county, at the dilapidated temple, the snow stopped. The old black dog once again brought the iron box, but upon entering the temple, it found Wen Xiaoxing and Ashui sprawled out, covered in mud. It approached them, sniffed them, and confirmed they weren't dead before stretching out its paw and digging at Wen Xiaoxing. Unlike Ashui, Wen Xiaoxing was physically weak. He was only barely warding off the pervasive chill of the dilapidated temple thanks to the alcohol and the still-burning firewood nearby. When the big black dog nudged him, he immediately opened one eye. He rubbed his head and saw the black dog's nose waving in front of him. Knowing it was Dog Master, he took the iron box out of Dog Master's mouth, opened it and placed it aside. Then, when Xiaoxing used the stick he had used to eat meat to pick out a few slices of horse meat from the newly added boiling water and put them into Dog Master's food box. Dog Master, I've usually been eating your food. Today I'll treat you to some meat too. When Xiaoxing pushed the food box in front of the black dog, who didn't stand on ceremony and began to eat heartily. In no time it finished the meat, leaving half the porridge. After eating its fill, the big black dog carried the food box to its usual spot and then turned and walked out of the dilapidated temple without hesitation. Just as it stepped out of the dilapidated temple, when Xiaoxing suddenly called out to it, Dog Master, the black dog stopped and turned around at the sound of his voice, its dark eyes looking at Wen Xiaoxing as if it truly understood his call. Wen Xiaoxing sat cross-legged by the fire, gazed at the black dog for a moment, pursed his dry lips and said, Dog Master, don't go. He won't come back. The black dog stood there for a long time, unsure whether it understood or not, before finally turning around and trotting off towards the snow-covered hillside as before. After he left, Wen Xiaoxing let out a long sigh. Ashu's drunken voice came from behind him. It's so smart it actually knows everything. But like a person, it can't let go of its lost love. Yet it doesn't know how to hold on to it. When Xiaoxing turned around and looked, Ashui, though awake, hadn't gotten up, still lying sprawled on the ground, its eyes fixed on the black tiles on the dilapidated temple ceiling. When are you leaving? He asked. Ashui was startled by his question. Go? Where to? When Xiaoxing asked. So many people are looking for you. Although Kuhai County is not small, it is located in the southern border region. Now that the heavy snow has blocked the way, they should have also blocked the roads to the east, west, and north. If you are found, you can only go into the wilderness, but I think no one can survive in the wilderness in winter. While they haven't pinpointed your location yet, you can still do your work. Ashui patted his right leg. Look, see? He's limping. The only thing I can do now is lie in this dilapidated temple and sleep. When Xiaoxing shook his head. Although I don't know anything about the martial arts world, and I've never seen other martial artists, I think you're one of the most powerful cultivators. A limp shouldn't affect you that much. You don't want to leave because you want the truth from Lu Jinshi, but now is not the right time. Ashui tilted her head and looked at Wen Xiaoxing for a long time before saying, Wen Xiaoxing, which do you think is more important to me, the truth or my life? Wen Xiaoxing, the truth. Ashui laughed and pointed at Wen Xiaoxing. I didn't treat you to drinks for nothing. Since you understand, why try to persuade me? Wen Xiaoxing stared at Ashu's face, finally nodded, and sighed. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, red lanterns lit up everywhere in Lu Jinshi's mansion, bathing the entire residence in a warm sea of red. These red lanterns were all made with the best materials and by skilled craftsmen in the county. The wicks inside were changed daily. Lu Jinshi, wanting to create a festive atmosphere, ordered that the lanterns not be taken down until the cold winter of the new year had passed and spring had arrived with blooming flowers. The steward, bowing, quickly arrived at the door of the reception room. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Master, it's very late. Madam and young master are waiting for you to come for dinner. During the day, Lu Jinshi had clearly warned him not to disturb him without his permission. But he couldn't afford to offend Madam either, so he had no choice but to come over. However, the steward knocked several times, but there was no response from inside. He frowned, a bad premonition flashing through his mind. Just as he was about to push the door open, he saw it open. Behind the door was a pale, distraught face. Upon seeing Lu Jinshi in this state, the butler rushed forward to support him, asking, Master, are you all right? Lu Jinshi gradually regained his senses at the butler's call. He stared at the butler with an extremely strange look, gripping his wrist tightly with his other hand, as if trying to say something. His lips trembled violently, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Master, don't worry, The butler suspected something had happened, but didn't ask. He comforted Lu Jinshi while helping him walk back. Just as they were about to reach the room where Lu Jinshi usually dined, Lu Jinshi suddenly grabbed the butler outside the archway, dragged him against the wall, and pinned him down. Looking into Lu Jinshi's bloodshot eyes, the steward was so frightened he dared not move, stammering, "Master, please just tell me your orders, and I will take care of them for you." Lu Jinshi, panting heavily, gripped the steward's hand tightly and said, "Changgue, how have I treated you all these years?" The steward nodded vigorously. Master's kindness to Changgue is as heavy as a mountain. As heavy as a mountain. Lu Jinshi first stared into his eyes, then glanced around warily to make sure no one was there before leaning close to the steward and lowering his voice. "Changgue, in this mansion, I only trust you. Do me one last favor, and I'll grant you wealth and honor. How about it?" Changgue said, "Master, just give the order, and Changgue will do whatever I can." Lu Jinshi took a deep breath and said, "Listen, I've buried a waterproof package under the artificial hill in the center of the fish pond in the middle of the mansion. Tonight, when no one is around, dig it up and take the map inside. All the money I've accumulated over the years is scattered and buried in Xinhuang Mountain to the north. It's clearly marked on the map. You'll set off first thing tomorrow morning, taking your wife and young master north. The farther the better. Changgue, I know you don't gamble. This money is enough for you to squander for a lifetime. I only have one request. That my wife and child be well fed and clothed, and that they not suffer from the cold wind and snow. And never go back to Kuhai County, understand?" Late at night, on an empty street in Kuhai County, the snow piled up and hadn't been swept away. Two footprints, one large and one small, stretched into the distance. The cold moonlight, after the snowfall had stopped, finally shone on this corner of the world once more. At the end of the road, a little girl was helping an old man walk step by step. The girl was about 7 years old, with pigtails and a red rattle in her hand. Her face was as white as a porcelain doll. The old man had a broad back, white hair and beard, and a serene, kind face. He held the little girl's hand with his left, but his right hand was empty, the sleeve of his robe swaying back and forth with his movements. Yes, the old man was missing an arm. He led the little girl, walking and stopping and walking, until she got tired. Then he led her to sit on the steps of someone's doorway, took out a hardened piece of bread from his pocket, and let the little girl slowly nibble on it. Each bite of the bread against her white teeth made a crunching sound on the deserted street. The little girl patiently finished all the steamed buns before turning to the old man and asking, "Grandpa Ma, who are we looking for?" The old man looked at her affectionately, stroking her hair, and said softly, "Silly child, we're not looking for anyone." A look of confusion appeared in the little girl's eyes. She looked up at the stars and mumbled, "But yesterday, didn't that uncle say we should go find a sister?" The old man said softly, "We can't go to her, we have to hide from her." The little girl blinked her sleepy eyes, puzzled. "Why?" The old man gazed into the distance of the alley, where it seemed like a place of raging fire and danger. "Because she's a monster," the little girl exclaimed, and her dark eyes darted around, intrigued. "Grandpa Ma, are there really monsters in this world?" The old man was very certain. "Of course. She doesn't die when burned. She doesn't perish when stabbed. What else could she be but a monster? Grandpa lost this arm back then." The little girl understood, her eyes lighting up. "I get it. Grandpa Ma, we're pretending to look for her." The old man smiled and said, "So clever." He withdrew his gaze, then suddenly looked up and gently patted the little girl's back. "Little lamb, you go back first. Grandpa will stroll around a bit more tonight before the snow falls, and we'll go home later." The little girl obediently nodded. "Okay." She slowly got up, patted the snow off her clothes, and swayed as she walked towards the end of the street. After her small figure completely disappeared into the darkness, a dozen or so dark shadows appeared on the eaves above the old man's head. These shadows came silently, as if they had been following the old man all along, or as if they had appeared out of thin air. A young, indifferent female voice rang out from the eaves. "Old Ma, Black Cicada has gone missing." The old man, his head turned away, stood up and sighed, so eager for quick success, so unwilling to listen to good advice. Every year, Wangshuan is full of young people with ambitions higher than the sky, but fates as fragile as paper. He paused, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. What a pity. Although he was eager to make a name for himself, he was indeed a promising talent in martial arts. I heard he came from a certain clan in Huaibei. At such a young age, he broke through the Dragon Roar realm, making him a master in the martial world. But alas, Another middle-aged man with a hook at his waist on the eaves asked in a low voice, "Old Ma, what exactly is the background of that woman who escaped from Fengqing?" The old man walked down the steps to the center of the street, following the footprints left by the little girl. As he walked, the shadows on the eaves followed. "Don't ask so many questions. I only have one piece of advice: don't touch this job. We came because we couldn't refuse. This wanted poster came from the capital. Anyone who can casually shower 10,000 taels of gold with a wave of their hand is a figure from the highest echelons of society. Money is just an appearance. Power is the core. No matter who's wanted, appearances must be maintained. But we can't handle this person. If you see her, stay away. Don't lose your life needlessly." The old man's words displeased the shadowy figures. The previously aloof woman spoke again, her voice filled with murderous intent. "Anyone who enters the river of oblivion, as long as someone pays, who wouldn't dare kill them? No matter how powerful she is, she's not a celestial being. What can't be done to her? The river of oblivion has at least 100 people coming to Bittersea County this time. In the martial arts world of the Four Kingdoms, they're considered a first-rate force. Old Ma, aren't you exaggerating their power? She was lucky she didn't die in that fire back then. This time she won't be so lucky." Old Ma waved his hand, his back to the crowd. "I've said my piece. If you want to gain merit and advance your ranks, go and try. Bittersea County isn't big, but there are many local bullies. Finding someone is easy. Once this is done, all other matters will be none of my concern. I'm old and have no ambition. I won't compete with you for credit." The crowd on the eaves watched him leave, no longer following. Under the moonlight, the cold wind howled, making the blue sashes around their waists flutter, carrying that murderous aura to an unknown distance. The third day of the first lunar month. Early in the morning, when Xianxia climbed out of his treehouse, quickly washed his face with snow, and hurried towards the dilapidated temple. He hadn't slept much the night before. Today was an extremely special day for Xianxia, seemingly no different from any other day, yet he had waited 3 long years for it. Originally, he had planned to take a wood-chopping knife and fight Lu Jinshi, the magistrate of Kuhai County, to the death. If Lu Jinshi didn't keep his promise, he would make him pay a bloody price. But now, because of Ashua's intervention, he felt that Lu Jinshi would most likely agree. Having become a citizen of Qi, he had countless plans in his mind that would allow him to become wealthy within 5 years. With money in the future, he could do even more. Because it hadn't snowed last night, the tracks on the road remained. As when Xianxia passed by, his eyes noticed a long drag mark. He frowned slightly, a vague sense of foreboding crossing his mind. He quickened his pace and arrived at the dilapidated temple. When Xianxia immediately saw Ashue resting inside and breathed a slight sigh of relief. But soon, he noticed a pile of ironware in a corner of the temple. They were weapons. "Did someone come last night?" he asked Ashue directly. The latter had boiled some snow water, her eyes not fully open, as if she hadn't woken up yet. "Someone came? Who came?" When Xianxia pointed to the weapons in the corner of the temple, among which there seemed to be a long hook. "No one came. Where did these things come from?" Ashue lazily rubbed her hair and casually replied, "I found them." Seeing her nonchalant attitude, when Xianxia sat down by the fire, warming his arms as he said, "It didn't snow last night. People leave traces of what they do at night. Shouldn't you at least clean up the traces?" That long trail of snow where a corpse was dragged was obvious even to a layman like me, let alone. Seeing him so seriously explaining everything, Ashue sighed, rubbed her temples, then propped her face up with her hand and stared at him, saying, "Stop being so fussy." When Xianxia, "Do you really think someone can be hidden in such a dilapidated place as Kuhai County?" When Xianxia was stunned, Ashue pointed to the wine jars in the dilapidated temple that had been smashed and not yet completely cleaned up, and said, "I went to ask the local bullies in Kuhai County for wine, but I didn't kill them to silence them. I've already left a trace. If someone wanted to find me, this winter snow definitely wouldn't hide it. The reason no one has come yet is because they're all waiting." When Xianxia asked, puzzled, "Waiting for what?" Ashue stared at him, a chilling sneer appearing on his face. "They're waiting to see if the person who survived the fire back then is really no good now. Those people sent some idiots to test me, so I'll kill them and see if I'm any good." When Xianxia looked at Ashue, and after a long while, he raised his eyebrows and said dramatically, "Damn, that's cool." Ashue scoffed. "Cool? If you enter the martial world in the future, perhaps you won't think that way." When Xianxia said, "I understand. Once you enter the martial world, you're no longer in control of your own destiny." The last 8 words made Ashu's gaze towards when Xianxia changed slightly. "Once you enter the world of martial arts, You are no longer in control of your own destiny. She repeated herself, then murmured to herself, what a helpless situation. When Xiaoxing, I ask you, if you become a citizen of Qi in the future, what do you want to do? When Xiaoxing, make money, cultivate. Ashui, that's all? When Xiaoxing thought for a moment, then replied, I'll do whatever I want. The two looked at each other. For some reason, Ashui felt that the light emanating from Wen Xiaoxing's eyes was sharp, bright, and piercing. She silently drank a bowl of hot water, no longer mentioning the topic, and got up to dust off her clothes. Let's go, let's find Lu Jinshi. When Xiaoxing nodded, and he and Ashui headed towards the county town. But when they arrived outside the town, when Xiaoxing discovered that there were no armed guards on duty at the gate, he frowned slightly, a bad premonition flashing through his mind. Although Lu Jinshi hadn't done much for the people during his years in office in Kuhai County, he had certainly done a good job of maintaining order. Even in the dead of snow, these government officials couldn't slack off. They had to be on duty. But now that the new year was over, it was broad daylight, and not a single official was on duty. This was truly strange. Entering the county town, the South Gate Street was deserted. Ashu's sharp eyes swept around, a hint of doubt flashing in them. The two hurried towards the county government office, only to see a huge crowd of people in the distance. They exchanged a glance and immediately pushed their way into the center of the crowd. When Xiaoxing struggled to reach the entrance of the county government office, and the moment he looked at the doorway, he froze, speechless with shock. People whispered and jostled him around him, but he was completely oblivious, standing there like a statue. At the entrance of the county government office, he saw Lu Jinshi, whom he hadn't seen for a month, but the man was now a corpse. Lu Jinshi was dead, hanged. His body hung at the entrance of the county government office, facing the street, his face bluish-purple. The wind blew, and his body swayed, a truly horrifying sight. When Xiaoxing stared blankly at Lu Jinshi's corpse, after what seemed like an eternity, he seemed to lose all his strength, slumped to the ground, and laughed maniacally. Those around him, seeing this, either fearing he might have some kind of madness or worried he was trying to extort money, quickly moved away. Some residents who knew a little about when Xiaoxing began spreading stories, some true, some false, to the unsuspecting. Suddenly, many people cast pitying glances at Wen Xiaoxing. A moment later, a loud shout rang out from afar. Officials are conducting a case. All bystanders, get out of the way. A large group of people dressed in fine clothes arrived. First, guards with swords cleared the way, followed by a pale-faced man in white riding up on horseback. He had a gentle appearance, a slender figure, broad eyebrows and deep eyes, exuding a strong scholarly air. The crowd parted to make way for Wen Xiaoxing, who sat listlessly on the ground at the entrance. The guard with the sword frowned and shouted, but Wen Xiaoxing ignored him, staring blankly at Lu Jinshi's corpse. Seeing Wen Xiaoxing's attire, the guard assumed he was a madman or beggar from the county town and, without any courtesy, drew his sword. Ashui, standing in the crowd, frowned, pinching a small pebble between two fingers. Just as the guard stepped forward to warn Wen Xiaoxing a second time, the white-clad man on horseback suddenly spoke. Don't kill him. He's blocking the way, just drag him away. Hearing the white-clad man speak, the guard immediately sheathed his sword, went to Wen Xiaoxing's side, and dragged him away from the county government entrance. Wen Xiaoxing didn't resist. His attention remained fixed on Lu Jinshi's corpse, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. The white-clad man glanced at Wen Xiaoxing, said nothing, and, escorted by a group of guards, arrived at the county government entrance. Facing the yamen runners in official robes, he pulled out a special iron plaque from his chest, bearing the official seal of the Qi Kingdom. This kind of official seal was extremely difficult to forge, and if discovered, not only would the forger face death, but their entire family would be implicated. It represented the unique power of the Qi royal family. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia, from Langange in the royal city. I have come to Kuhai County with my official seal to replace the former magistrate Lu Jinshi. Lu Jinshi has rendered meritorious service in governing the county over the years. He should have handed over power and official seals to me, the magistrate, before going to the royal city to receive his title and rewards. However, an accident has occurred, and all matters have been delayed. I must first investigate the cause of Lu Jinshi's death. If you have nothing else to do, please disperse. As for Lu Jinshi's matter, please give me some time. I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. The white-robed man, Xianxia, spoke in a clear voice, clasped his hands in greeting to the surrounding crowd, and spoke politely. Seeing that he had spoken, The crowd slowly dispersed. Although the people here liked to join in the fun, they were not fools. The white-robed man was an official and they were the common people. They could not take advantage of his politeness. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the man in white approached Wen Xiaoxing, squatted down to look at him, took out some loose silver coins from his sleeve and placed them in front of Wen Xiaoxing, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, let's go. We need to investigate a case. Your presence here will only disturb us." Wen Xiaoxing did not take the silver coins offered by Xianxia, but instead looked up at him and asked, "Are you the newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes. Is there anything I can help you with, young man?" Wen Xiaoxing asked bluntly. "I want the identity of a Qi citizen." Chunkyong's eyes flickered. "You're not from Qi?" Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. "I'm a refugee." Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said to him, "Then I'm sorry, young man, you may have to come with us." Wen Xiaoxing's gaze suddenly sharpened. "You want to frame me for Lu Jinxi's death?" Chunxiong laughed. "How could I? Once we've confirmed you're not the murderer, we'll naturally let you go. He'll also consider getting your Qi identity sorted out." Looking at Chunxiong's gentle smile, Wen Xiaoxing slowly reached behind his back. The woodcutter's knife was hidden at his waist. It had been waiting for a long time, but suddenly losing its original target didn't mean it wasn't sharp. Could kill at any time if Wen Xiaoxing needed it. "I've been outside the county for 3 years. Except for the 3rd day of each month, when I can enter the county town to apply for my identity from Lu Jinshi. I haven't been able to step into the county town. If you really want to investigate me, why arrest me? You just need to confirm with the constables who were on duty." Chunxiong shrugged, still smiling. "That's hard to say. What if they dozed off while on duty? If you say you're not the murderer, you need a witness, right?" Seeing this, Wen Xiaoxing knew he had no choice. He could gamble that the man before him was sincere, but he couldn't convince himself. Having lived 2 lives, his eyes were incredibly sharp. No matter how well the other person concealed themselves, the light in Wen Xiaoxing's eyes pierced through that facade, striking straight into the depths of their thoughts. Just as he drew his knife, a plain, deep voice suddenly appeared not far away. "He's not the murderer, I can vouch for that." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, broad-shouldered man in a blue robe standing not far away. His gaze calm. The wind blowing from the street gently fluttered his clothes. Chunxiong, who was squatting in front of Wen Xiaoxing, narrowed his eyes, slowly stood up, and asked the man in the blue robe, "You are?" The man in the blue robe slowly walked over, glanced at Wen Xiaoxing and said, "My surname is Lu, my name is Lu Jiming, and I have lived in Kuhai County for 30 years. Yesterday, I went to the outskirts of the county to relax and saw him." Chunxiong stared at Lu Jiming, then laughed after a moment and asked, "You stared at him all night?" The man in the blue robe flicked his sleeve, and his fingertips produced a gold leaf, which he handed to Chunxiong. "If you think so, then so be it." Chunxiong looked at the gold leaf in his hand, weighed it in his hand, and didn't immediately accept it. Instead, he held the gold leaf in front of the man in the blue robe and said meaningfully, "A vagrant isn't worth this price. I originally believed him, but now that you've done this, I'm starting to have some doubts." The man in the blue robe's eyes remained calm, and he just smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter. If he's from Qi, and he's been staying here, you can arrest him anytime you find out." Chunxiong and the man in the blue robe looked at each other for a moment, rubbed the gold leaf between his fingers a few times, and finally put it away. No wonder Lu Jinshi didn't want to leave. This magistrate really makes money. He sighed as he turned around, casually brushed aside Lu Jinshi's hanging corpse, and entered the county office alone without looking back. The man in the blue robe bowed to his retreating figure, his voice booming, "Thank you, sir." The constables dared not touch Lu Jinshi's body, fearing they might leave something behind and be branded criminals. It was Chunkyong's followers who unloaded Lu Jinshi's body and carried it inside. They all entered the county government office and finally closed the door. Only then did Ashui reach the entrance, looking up at the rope and hook, a glint of light in her eyes, lost in thought. As the footsteps of Chunxiong and the constables faded behind the door, the man in the blue robe, Lu Jiji, glanced down at Wen Xiaoxing and said, "From today onwards, come to my house to chop firewood and carry water. Food and drink are plentiful and you'll be paid daily." Wen Xiaoxing rubbed his stiff legs, struggled to his feet, and released his grip on the wood-chopping knife. "Is there such a good thing in the world? You spent a gold leaf to give a refugee the identity of a citizen of Qi, just to have him chop wood and carry water?" Lu Jiming retorted. "Then what do you think I should have you do?" Wen Xiaoxing looked directly into Lu Jiming's eyes, trying to see through him as he had seen through Chunxiong, But Lu Jiming was not the same as Xianxia. He seemed to have hidden his true thoughts in an unknowable place, making it impossible for Wen Xiaoxing to catch even a trace of them. Wen Xiaoxing's thoughts raced as he quickly searched his mind for all his uses, not considering himself human at all. Finally, he said to Lu Jiji, "For someone as worthless as me to be exchanged for gold, is there some dirty work that needs me to do?" Lu Jiji laughed. "You're tough, not worthless. Besides, you're so thin and weak, you can't do any dirty work." Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. "I don't believe in free lunches. I would have believed it 3 years ago, but not now. You spent a lot of money to give me the identity of a Qi citizen, which is a great favor to me. I shouldn't be talking to you like this. But I think you should at least be honest. You should receive what you paid for." Lu Jiji flicked his sleeve, his smile undiminished. "If we have to be so precise, you've received my favors for more than just a day or two. Besides that gold leaf, there have been countless bowls of porridge. If you include all of that, shouldn't you give me your life?" When Xiaoxing's body trembled slightly upon hearing this, Lu Jiming turned around and walked back the way he came, his voice melodious. "My home is the 8th house in Osmanthus Lane, west of the Gallery Bridge. The lane is deep. You've never explored the county town before. They'll show you around so you don't get lost next time. If you want to go, follow me." When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ashui at the entrance of the county government office. Ashui's gaze was fixed on the iron hook above her head and the broken rope on the ground that hadn't been taken inside, her face thoughtful. Seeing her like this, Wen Xiaoxing followed behind Lu Jiming. "Young man, what's your name?" "Wen Xiaoxing." "A good name." Wen Xiaoxing glanced at Lu Zixi's back with some curiosity, his voice respectful. "These past few years, have you been feeding Dog Grandpa?" Lu Jiji answered irrelevantly. "Why do you call it Dog Grandpa?" Wen Xiaoxing didn't feel ashamed. "It saved my life. I have nothing to repay it with. Calling it Grandpa is a bargain for me." Lu Jiji led him into the alley, pointing to a fence with a red apricot branch peeking over the wall, saying, "Count from here, the 8th house ahead. Remember, this is the way, don't go the wrong way." Entering Lu Zixi's courtyard, what came into view was a loquat tree in the courtyard, its trunk straight, like a sharp sword stuck in the ground. When Xiaoxing stared at the loquat tree, feeling that there was something strange about it, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. There was only this one tree in the courtyard. The rest were flowers and plants. Lu Jiming walked to the stone table in the house, brewed a pot of tea, and handed it to Wen Xiaoxing, saying, "The black dog's owner used to be my neighbor. After he left, the black dog came to my door begging for food. Since we had enough to eat, we simply kept it." As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden door to the courtyard was pushed open, and a white-haired woman in a blue fur dress appeared, saying to the two outside, "The porridge is ready, let's eat first." Inside the county government office, Chun Xiong stood before Lu Jinxi's corpse, reaching out to touch his neck, his eyes gleaming. The guards who had escorted him to Kuhai County were all standing neatly outside the door, like rows of pine trees. Now, only Chun Xiong and a middle-aged guard with graying temples and a sword remained in the room. This guard was different from the others. He held a sword in his left hand, and his left arm was longer than his right, seemingly a congenital disability. But his eyes were like bright candles in the night, clear and sharp. "Wu Xie, cut open his stomach." Chun Xiong ordered, and the guards immediately drew their swords and cut open Lu Jinxi's abdomen. Looking at the colorful contents inside, Chun Xiong's brows gradually furrowed. "Is Lord Chun looking for poison?" Wu Xie seemed to know what Chun Xiong was wondering about and asked calmly. Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes. "The poison Lu Chuan gave us is a perforating intestines poison. For an ordinary person, drinking this poison would immediately cause their intestines to perforate and rot. But there was no trace of poison in Lu Jinxi's body. Don't you find that strange? Since it was suicide anyway." He chose to hang himself, and deliberately hanged himself at the entrance of the county government office. Wu Xie pondered for a moment. "Anyway, isn't it better that he's dead? He's dead. The secret is gone. Isn't that what that official wanted?" Chun Xiong examined the body, then took out a clean, damp cloth to wipe his hands and said, "I'm very worried. Is the secret truly gone? Or has he hidden it? That matter is too important. If word gets out, Qi Kingdom, even the whole world, will be in chaos. We're here to clean up the mess for the official. We can't leave a single trace. We have to confirm repeatedly." Lu Jinshi died very quickly, just before dawn. At that time, someone should have been watching him. "Wu Xie, go find Lu Chuan and ask him what Lu Jinshi was doing before he died. And go out and order the servants outside to search the entire county government office. I need to see the intestinal poison that Lu Jinshi didn't use before nightfall. P.S. Updates may be unstable these 2 days. I'll wait until I go home on the 20th. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhizhi put down his chopsticks and said to Wen Chaoxing, when you've rested enough, go to the woodshed and chop firewood. I only have one request. Every day you must chop all the large pieces of firewood in the woodshed into the same shape as the small pieces piled up over there. He pointed, and Wen Chaoxing saw a large pile of small pieces of firewood neatly stacked under the eaves. I will pay you 50 coins every day. If you can save them up, you can buy your own plot of land in Kuhai County after a year. It won't be big, but it will be enough for one person. After hearing this, Wen Chaoxing asked in confusion, with the identity of a Qi citizen, wouldn't the magistrate just allocate a plot of land to me? Lu Zhiming patiently explained to him, Qi has this law, but it has never been properly enforced. If you want a place to live, you have to pay the magistrate yourself. Wen Chaoxing was silent for a while, then slowly took out the woodchopping knife from behind him. He had only taken a few steps out the door when he suddenly stopped and turned to Lu Zhiming, asking, Mr. Lu, why is there a loquat tree in the center of the courtyard? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiming's face showed a hint of surprise. Then he looked at Wen Chaoxing very carefully. Behind him, the white-haired woman who was cleaning the dishes in the room also stiffened and glanced outside. Isn't it normal to have a tree in the yard? The yard is so big, it would look very empty without a tree. Wen Chaoxing asked, then why not plant a few more? Lu Zhizhi asked with interest, why did you suddenly ask about a tree? It's just growing there, and it's not blocking your way. Wen Chaoxing hesitated for a moment, his eyes somewhat blank. I don't know, I just feel it's special. Lu Zhizhi, how special? Wen Chaoxing pondered that feeling carefully. When I first entered this yard, I noticed this tree, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but I always felt that it shouldn't be a tree, but something else. As he spoke, he seemed to realize that talking about a tree was pointless. So he picked up his wood-chopping knife and went to the woodshed, and soon the sound of Wen Chaoxing chopping would came from inside. The white-haired woman began clearing the dishes again. As she passed Lu Zhiming, a hint of hidden pride lingered in her voice. This time, did you find a treasure? Lu Zhiming stared at the loquat tree in the courtyard, saying, this loquat tree came from the far north. Although the people of Yen were born in the north, they are accustomed to loquats and only see loquats. I never imagined that in this far south, a true person with discerning eyes could see the true meaning within the branches, the exquisite beauty among the leaves, such as the cruel twist of fate. The white-haired woman asked, will you teach him? Lu Zhiming shook his head. No one in this world can teach me, and I cannot teach anyone. However, this loquat tree has always been here. He comes every day, so he sees it every day. How much he sees on that tree is all his destiny. The magistrate's residence. It was almost evening, and the snow, which had finally stopped for a while, began to fall again. Wu Xie stood at the door with his sword at his side. After knocking 3 times, the door opened a crack. The constables inside, seeing the person outside, immediately made way for him. Wu Xie hurried to Lu Jinxi's autopsy room. Chun Qiong was still standing inside. The dim light from the many candles illuminated the room and magnified the solemnity in Chun Qiong's eyes. Why did it take so long? Chun Qiong asked. Wu Xie replied in a low voice. The people from Wangchuan were lured away last night. We haven't seen Lu Jinshi for a while, probably about an hour before his suicide. Chun Qiong frowned. The people from Wangchuan were lured away? By whom? Wu Xie replied. Some of them were lured away by the family members Lu Jinshi released. Just before dawn today, a carriage escaped from Lu Jinshi's mansion under the lingering darkness. Some of the people from Wangchuan who were keeping an eye on Lu Jinshi followed it. They thought it was Lu Jinshi himself who escaped, but it turned out to be his wife, children, and steward. Chun Qiong asked, where are they? Wu Xie replied, they've been dealt with. This matter is of great importance. The 3 bodies are in Lu Chuan's hands. Lu Chuan invited you to a gathering at Yuanyang Tower tomorrow. It seems he wants to talk to you privately. Chun Qiong paced around the room, his feet stepping on his own shadow, the candlelight flickering, seemingly reflecting his inner thoughts. What about the rest? The spies Wangchuan had watching Lu Jinshi were professionally trained. They couldn't all have chased after that carriage. If they were that stupid, I think we could just write a letter to the authorities and impeach them. That way, if any trouble comes up afterward, I won't be involved in too much of the consequences. Wangchuan, renowned throughout the martial world, is a powerful assassin organization that has grown stronger over the past century. They are not only capable of killing ordinary people, but also those in the imperial court. They'll kill anyone for a price. Rumors circulate that Wangchuan's core members have connections to the royal families and nobles of the 4 kingdoms, and behind the lives lost to their victims lie countless riches and dazzling treasures. Their professionalism is undeniable. Wu Xie explained. There was supposed to be a group of people watching over them. The people of Wangchuan are always meticulous. But that night something unexpected happened. Chun Qiong's eyes shone like stars. What unexpected thing? Chun Qiong hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur in such a remote and impoverished place as Kuhai County. Wu Xie recalled the information he had received from Luchuan and said, last night, a woman from Wangchuan, whose arm had been torn off, stumbled to Lu Jinqi's residence seeking help. Chun Qiong's eyes narrowed, interrupting him. You just said, a torn arm? Wu Xie replied, that's the information from Luchuan. The assassin who sought help last night had her arm torn off while she was still alive. She had a fatal heart wound, but since her heart was naturally located on the right side, she didn't die immediately. She escaped and tried to seek help from others, but no one expected that she would attract the person who killed her. Chun Qiong remained silent for a long time. So all those people at Lu Jinqi's mansion gate died? Wu Xie said. Only one person survived. That person was lucky. He had an upset stomach and went to the outhouse. When he came back, he saw all of this. He wanted to join the battle, but the fight was over in just a few breaths. Perhaps it wasn't even a battle at all. Fortunately, he was carrying a lantern. He looked like a night patroller in the mansion, and in the end, he escaped. Chun Qiong started walking around again and said, there are quite a few people from Wangchuan this time. When we set off, I felt that something was wrong. If it was just to help the master deal with some matters, it doesn't seem necessary to make such a fuss. Moreover, these assassins have varying levels of strength and don't seem to belong to the same branch. I've thought about it for a long time today, and the only thing I can think of is a bounty. Recently, there seem to be some rumors in the martial arts world that a big target has appeared on Wangchuan's bounty list. Wu Xie opened his knife-wielding fingers and then slowly clenched them again. We're not very familiar with the affairs of Wangchuan, nor do we have any influence there. If you need information, sir, you'll have to find Lu Chuan. Chun Qiong nodded and said, you'll see him tomorrow and ask him. Over the years, Wangchuan has offended quite a few people in the martial world. If it's just petty squabbles, that's one thing. But I'm afraid that what they did before might have leaked out and reached Panlong Palace. Mentioning Panlong Palace, Wu Xie's entire body tensed instantly. Clearly, he also knew the seriousness of the matter. However, he quickly relaxed again. That person in Panlong Palace hasn't been involved in affairs for many years, has he? Wu Xie's hand started making that little gesture again. This was a sign that he was relaxing. Chun Qiong stared at the flickering candlelight in the room, reached out and gently pinched the flame. The scalding flame left no scars when it came into contact with his skin. Upon closer inspection, there were some almost invisible gaps between the flame and his skin, as if the flame was separated by some force. 10 years of extravagance and debauchery. A life of wine pools and meat forests. Everyone in the world thinks that the one in Panlong Palace is already a cripple. In the past 10 years, fewer and fewer court officials have paid attention to him. Strangely, in the past 10 years, everything in Qi Kingdom, from the capital to the provinces, seems to have been arranged in an orderly manner, and there has never been any news of unrest. Behind all this, it seems that an invisible hand is controlling everything. Wu Xie. Inside Langan Pavilion, countless eyes are watching him, and even that towering forbidden place occasionally casts its gaze. If it was really him, he wouldn't have left no trace. My lord's worries are unnecessary. More importantly, this opportunity is unique. Perhaps my lord should devote more energy to that matter. If it succeeds, a year later my lord can enter Langan Pavilion for further study, and even... Chun Qiong pondered for a moment, then turned around and said, you go back first? I'll think about it some more. When Chaoxing dragged a large pile of chopped firewood back to the dilapidated temple with difficulty. Under the starlight and moonlight, most of the traces left by the firewood cart had been erased, leaving only blurry and hasty marks. He had changed into a clean cotton-padded coat and was no longer as disheveled as before. Back in the dilapidated temple, he felt not cold at all, but rather sweated profusely. Shui sat cross-legged by the fire. Upon seeing Wen Chaoxing, she asked, not in the treehouse tonight? When Chaoxing replied, if there's enough firewood, the temple is warmer. Come on, lend a hand. Shui stepped forward, her slender arms straining to reveal the muscle definition, and the firewood cart was pulled back into the temple. Did you chop all this? Yes. When Chaoxing placed the firewood in a corner, then said to Shui, Shui, what were you looking at all day at the county government office? Shui replied without looking up. Lu Jinshi was forced to his death. When Chaoxing stared at her, how do you know? Shui casually tossed a small object, which rolled onto the temple floor. when Xiaoxing looked closely and saw it was a bottle of poison. What's this? When Xiaoxing picked up the small bottle, took out a few pieces of firewood, sat down by the fire, and added some more. Intestinal poison. Ashu's voice was calm as she gently turned the horse meat stuck in the firewood. Under the heat of the flames, golden fat dripped from the horse meat, sizzling, and the fishy smell from the stewing process transformed into a fragrant aroma. The horse meat was all torn off piece by piece, and the clear muscle texture further stimulated the appetite. That stuff is the signature poison of the River of Oblivion, concocted by the peach bamboo immortal. The poison is colorless, odorless, and has a smell. Ordinary people die instantly upon drinking it, their intestines ruptured, their internal organs dissolved. This poison takes effect extremely quickly and only works on humans. Other animals show no abnormal reaction after drinking it, so it's extremely difficult to detect once it's mixed with food or water. Listening to Ashu's description, when Xiaoxing couldn't help but wonder, since it's colorless and odorless, how can you be so sure it's poison? Ashu glanced at him, picked up the bottle of poison from the ground, and gently shook it. A watery sound came from inside. I drank half of it. When Xiaoxing's breath hitched, he had imagined that Ashu had her own special method of identifying poison. So far, although he didn't know Ashu very well, her eyes were sharp and discerning, able to see the ocean from a single drop and know the autumn from a single leaf. She could tell that Ashu was no ordinary person, but he really hadn't expected Ashu's way of identifying poison to be so straightforward. The two stared at each other for a moment, when Xiaoxing felt a little dry in his mouth. He racked his brains to finish Ashu's reply, which he couldn't possibly understand. Was it good? Ashu's right eyebrow slowly rose. It's too salty. When Xiaoxing remained silent, leaning against the fire for a while. As more firewood was added, the fire gradually grew bigger, and the warmth it emitted actually helped to withstand the strong wind blowing in from outside the dilapidated temple. Life is unpredictable. I waited 3 years and I didn't die, but Lu Jinshi did. 3 years ago, who could have imagined this? He said, then suddenly changed the subject. However, Lu Jinshi's death is really suspicious. According to Chun Qiong, the newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County, Lu Jinshi should have been promoted and made a fortune. There's no motive for suicide, unless Chun Qiong is lying. Lu Jinshi wasn't promoted and made a fortune, but as the new magistrate, Chun Qiong has no reason to lie, whether Lu Jinshi committed a crime or was dismissed for other reasons. He is the new magistrate of Kuhai County and has some absolute power. So, this analysis leads to two possibilities. Either Lu Jinshi was killed because of a personal grudge, and Chun Qiong has nothing to do with it. Or Lu Jinshi's death was orchestrated by Chun Qiong and his team. Listening to Wen Xiaoxing's calm analysis, Ashu's gaze towards him subtly changed. When Xiaoxing, I didn't realize you could investigate cases? When Xiaoxing shook his head, this isn't investigation, just simple analysis. Ashu sat up straight, her voice seeming to become more serious, and said to Wen Xiaoxing, then which scenario do you think is more likely? When Xiaoxing answered without hesitation, the latter. Ashu, how so? A dangerous glint flashed in Wen Xiaoxing's eyes. The timing is too coincidental. One just died, and another arrived. Of course, that's just wishful thinking on my part. I have no evidence to verify it. You lingered at Lu Jinshi's mansion gate for so long this morning. Didn't you also discover something? Ashu's gaze shifted to a corner of the dilapidated temple, where a stack of weapons was piled up. Actually, I went to Lu Jinshi's mansion last night. Some foolish assassins, greedy for money, came to me. I buried them in the snow behind the dilapidated temple. One female assassin had her heart on the right side. I pierced her lung with a sword. She didn't die then, so I chased her into the county town and killed 11 more people. Later, a man carrying a lantern didn't attack, so I didn't kill him. This morning, Lu Jinshi died. I guessed it was related to the River of Oblivion, but I wasn't sure, so I examined the scene. What I can confirm is that Lu Jinshi did commit suicide. But the facts are closer to your guess. His suicide wasn't his own choice, but rather he was forced to his death. The reason he chose to hang himself was intentional on Lu Jinshi's part. When Xiaoxing was taken aback. Intentional? Why? When asked about the method and reason for Lu Jinshi's suicide, Ashu said, the rope he used to hang himself was the kind used to tether cattle. It was exceptionally strong, and the knot was also very special. Combined with the hook, it secured the person's neck, so even in the wind, the head wouldn't easily sway. When I was investigating, the knot and the iron hook caught my attention. If he had simply committed suicide because he couldn't accept it or was forced into it, he wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. The mansion was full of large trees and beams. A simple white cloth would have sufficed. However, he went to great lengths to create such a complicated knot and hook, and even traveled this far to hang himself at the entrance of the county government office. I found it strange at the time, so based on the length of the knot and the iron hook, I deduced the position of Lu Jinxi's head. Then, based on the direction of his gaze, I found the bottle of poison buried in the corner. As Shui recounted the story, Wen Xiaoxing immediately understood her meaning. So, Lu Jinshi went to such lengths to commit suicide at the county government office to hint at the location of the poison? No, that's not right. His body has been hanging at the county government office for so long today, and no family members have come to claim it, which means his family members are most likely also murdered. In that case, Lu Jinshi probably doesn't have anyone with exceptional martial arts skills to help him avenge himself, so his actions are meaningless, unless, seeing Wen Xiaoxing's cryptic tone, Shui stared at his profile illuminated by the firelight and said, "Hey, can't you just say it all at once?" When Xiaoxing met her gaze, a subtle expression on his face. "Unless the person Lu Jinshi is waiting for is you." Shui's eyes narrowed. "Waiting for me?" When Xiaoxing said, "You've met him before. For him to be so obedient, you must have threatened him. So Lu Jinshi should know that you're very skilled in martial arts. So you're the only one who might help him get revenge." Shui's tone was playful. "You mean, Lu Jinshi is looking for a complete stranger to help him get revenge?" When Xiaoxing played with the piece of firewood in his hand, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Soon, he threw the firewood into the fire. Sparks flew everywhere, and it disappeared from his sight in an instant. That must be it. If all of this isn't a coincidence, then Lu Jinshi had no choice but to do this. Before the new magistrate Xianxia took office, he must have been threatened, knowing he had to die, and that his family would most likely not survive either. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, and a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone someone like Lu Jinshi? Based on my understanding of him over the past 3 years, he is extremely meticulous and vengeful. The people of Wangchuan want to get rid of him, and he won't let it go so easily. Besides, although you're a stranger to him, you do have a reason to help him. With that, when Xiaoxing gently tapped the half-empty bottle of poison in Shui's hand with a wooden stick, the latter stared at it, lost in thought. "You mean the answer I sought from Lu Jinshi is related to his death?" When Xiaoxing nodded, "Yes." Shui closed her eyes, rubbing her temples, her mind churning with conflicting emotions. She only wanted to know why, even though her parents had died 5 years ago, she had continued to receive letters from them for the past 5 years. It should have been a very simple matter. Now, however, it seemed to have become complicated. As when Xiaoxing stirred the ashes in the fire, he spoke calmly. "And when you went to see Lu Jinshi a few days ago, he clearly knew the answer to this matter, but he insisted on delaying, saying he would tell you in a few days. Thinking back now, he wanted to stall until Chun Qiong came to hand over the affairs to him, and then he would simply take the secret and leave. But he didn't expect that Chun Qiong would come to take his life. So, Lu Jinshi racked his brains and tried every means to leave this bottle of poison to you, just to tell you that the reason you could still receive letters after your parents' death was inseparable from Chun Qiong and his group. Lu Jinshi knew you wouldn't let this go easily. As long as you investigated the truth, he could use you to take revenge." As when Xiaoxing spoke, he glanced at the silent Shui beside him, his tone strange. "Now the two biggest questions are, why is the new magistrate so determined to force Lu Jinshi to his death? What is his relationship with your parents?" The events that unfolded in this remote southern border region of Qi within just a few days seemed inextricably linked by some strange connection. In the dilapidated temple, through Wen Xiaoxing's narration, two seemingly unrelated events were strung together. When Xiaoxing looked at the pensive Shui, initially wanting to ask about her past, but remembering her earlier anguish, he remained silent. He was curious, unable to fathom what kind of terrifying experience could make someone as resilient as Shui unable to face the past. She endured the icy night snow, withstood terrifying assassins, and in Kuhai County, countless people tried to plunge a knife into her body. Yet, neither those buried behind the dilapidated temple nor those observing from within Kuhai County could truly harm this woman without a surname. Clearly, this woman Wen Xiaoxing found in the snowstorm was far more terrifying than the snowstorm itself. "I'll go see Xianxia tomorrow," Shui decided after much deliberation. She disliked being a tool in someone else's hands, especially when the other party was a dead man. But the matter of her parents was equally important to her. It was the last straw she clung to. If she didn't get to the bottom of this, the fire deep in her memory that had burned Fengcheng to ashes would eventually consume her completely. She was lucky to survive, but the inner demons had taken hold. She thought she had escaped, but she was still trapped within them. When Xiaoxing sighed inwardly, then suddenly remembered something and spoke to the fire, Today, while walking in the county town, I saw many black birds flying above the eaves and many poisonous insects lurking in the alleys. Although I've never been to Kuhai County before, I know that these things shouldn't exist in the world of ordinary people. His voice was deep and somber, as if he were trying to persuade her, but Ashua's mind was made up, and her reply was cold and languid. What does it matter? Kuhai County is my home. I should die here anyway. Listening to Ashua's story, and staring at her profile, half lit by the blazing firelight, when Xiaoxing asked curiously, Ashui, is the truth about your parents really more important to you than life itself? Ashui seemed to have been hit where it hurt, and retorted directly to Wen Xiaoxing, is there nothing more important to you than life itself? When Xiaoxing shook his head decisively, no, to survive in this world, I gave up everything I could give up, including my dignity. Life is everything to me. As long as I'm alive, the future holds countless possibilities. Ashui sneered. Is that so? Who was it that told me a few days ago that if I dared to harm Dogmaster, they'd fight me to the death? When Xiaoxing fell silent at her sarcasm, Ashui, however, persisted. She hooked her finger around Wen Xiaoxing's collar, pulled him closer, and stared at his face, asking with interest, Wen Xiaoxing, would you really fight me to the death for a dog? Wen Xiaoxing, of course, knew what Ashui meant. She wanted to know which was more important, his life or Dogmaster's. But Wen Xiaoxing didn't want to delve into the answer, so he replied, your question is easily misunderstood. It's like asking me who's more important to me, you or Dogmaster. But whether it's you or Dogmaster, I'm just an insignificant passerby in your lives, a roadside stone. My thoughts are completely irrelevant to you. Why bother getting to the bottom of this? Ashui was taken aback by his answer, then realized her question had some other implications. She glanced at him twice and finally let go. Do-me a favor, she said. When Xiaoxing shook his head. No, Ashui frowned. I haven't even said what I need help with, and you're refusing so decisively? When Xiaoxing threw down a piece of firewood and said, what else could you possibly want me to do? You just want me to help you investigate a case, right? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Whether it's the so-called Wang Chuan or anyone else, I can't afford to offend them. I finally obtained the identity of a Qi citizen. My future is limitless and bright. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Ashui glanced at him, finally nodded, and said nothing more. The night passed, and at the crack of dawn, when Xiaoxing entered the county town with his wood-chopping knife. This time, the Yamen runners guarding the gate didn't stop him. Their minds were no longer on Wen Xiaoxing, this refugee, but on whispering and discussing Lu Jinxi's death. When Wen Xiaoxing passed by, he happened to overhear them saying that the newly arrived magistrate, Chu Xiong, seemed to be looking for something. Thinking of the intestinal poison that Ashui had obtained the night before, he already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. However, he didn't show any abnormality and kept the events of the previous night to himself. After buying soy milk and steamed buns at the morning market, he went to Osmanthus Lane west of the Gallery Bridge, following the path of the houses with the red apricot blossoms peeking over the wall until he reached the 8th room. The door seemed to have been left ajar for him. When Xiaoxing pushed it open and happened to see the white-haired woman leaving, he nodded slightly and said, Good morning, Madame Lu. The white-haired woman nodded, her gaze lingering on him for a few seconds before heading to the market. When Xiaoxing entered and immediately saw the loquat tree in the courtyard. Just like yesterday, this tree gave him a very strange feeling. From the south of the county town all the way here, whether in the gaps between houses or along the Mingan River running east to west, he had seen willows and metasequoia trees. Those trees were much taller and more beautiful than the loquat tree in Lu Ziming's courtyard, but none of them had caught Wen Xiaoxing's attention. Only this loquat tree. Unconsciously, when Xiaoxing found himself standing before the loquat tree, he stared at it for a long time, his gaze moving from the leaves to the trunk, then to the roots. But no matter how he looked at it, the tree remained a tree, unchanged. Later, after staring at the branches and leaves for so long, the sunlight filtering through the gaps made his eyes sting. He finally snapped out of his reverie, stood there bewildered for a moment, then picked up his machete and went to chop firewood. Arriving at the woodshed, when Xiaoxing, as before, laid the firewood straight, took out his machete, raised it high, and aimed at the center of the wood. Swish! The machete swung down. Yesterday, it would have taken him 7 or 8 strokes to chop a piece of wood this thick, but today, with the fall of the machete, the cedar log, as thick as 3 of his arms, split open with a resounding crack. Looking at the piece of wood split in 2 on the ground, when Xiaoxing's expression first showed a slight puzzlement. The cedar wood in Lu Ziming's woodshed was almost entirely in logs. He didn't know where these logs came from, but splitting them into firewood required a great deal of Wen Xianxia's strength. Yesterday, his workload was only a third of today's. After finishing, he was almost completely exhausted. He even ate a meal at Lu Ximing's house and rested for a long time before finally pulling his cart back to the dilapidated temple. But just now, he had casually swung his knife and instantly split the hard cedar wood in two. The change was so drastic that it surprised Wen Xiaoxing. Looking at the cedar wood split in two on the ground, Wen Xiaoxing, somewhat unconvinced, picked up another piece of wood and tried to do the same. Crack! The blade of the woodcutter's knife struck the hard wood. This time, he couldn't easily split the hard wood. Fragments flew everywhere, scattering haphazardly around Wen Xiaoxing. The workmanship of this wood-chopping knife was extremely shoddy. Because it lacked a wooden handle, the vibration transmitted through the blade was significant, causing Wen Xiaoxing's hand to go numb. He had almost dropped it. He frowned and made a sound of surprise. Was the previous wood more brittle? No. Wen Xiaoxing discovered a problem. The feel of his strike this time was vastly different from the previous one. He tried several more times, attempting to replicate his first strike in the woodshed that day, but without success. Wen Xiaoxing seemed somewhat addicted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, ignoring the soreness in his arm and hand, and continued trying. In the courtyard outside the woodshed, Lu Ximing straightened his clothes, picked up the watering can, and began watering the flowers and plants. The plants in this courtyard were indeed more lush than those in other places. They grew wildly because of Lu Ximing's daily watering and care, ensuring they never lacked nutrients, even in the scorching summer or the biting winter. But after watering the flowers and plants in the courtyard, Lu Ximing inexplicably forgot about the loquat tree in the center. Instead of watering it, he sat on a stone bench nearby, brewed himself a pot of tea and rested. Crack! Crack! The sound of Wen Xiaoxing chopping wood still echoed from the woodshed behind him. Lu Ximing, legs crossed, stared blankly at the loquat tree, seemingly lost in distant memories. How long had this loquat tree been here? 15 years or 20? Going back further in time, he remembered the promise he made casually when he first left Jiangu Mountain, a promise that had already taken away 30 years of his life. Admittedly, cultivators live longer than ordinary people, but 30 years is a long time for both. With time, many things are easily forgotten. But if they are not forgotten, they become the source of suffering. For example, there was the young man next door who kept a big black dog. Lu Ximing often played chess with him. The black dog used to frequently visit, and it loved to lie under the loquat tree to cool off or enjoy the breeze. After a game of chess, the young man would take the black dog back to his own courtyard to cook some porridge and medicine for his elderly mother. Later, after the young man left, Lu Ximing had no one to play chess with, and he became much lonelier. The black dog was no longer seen under the loquat tree. Lost in his memories for an unknown amount of time, Lu Ximing was suddenly interrupted by a peculiar sound from the woodshed. Crack! After the sound, there was the sound of chopped firewood rolling on the ground. Lu Ximing in the courtyard lowered his head and took a small sip of hot tea, muttering to himself, "The tea isn't cold yet." When Xiaoxing walked out of the woodshed, carrying a knife, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Lu Ximing poured him a cup of tea and invited him to sit down and rest. When Xiaoxing gulped down 2 cups of hot tea, Lu Ximing asked, "Do you know how to play chess?" When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, "Tell me the rules?" Lu Ximing was patient. He went inside and brought out a cloth containing chess pieces. Seeing that they were black and white, Wen Xiaoxing immediately guessed that it was probably related to Go, Gamoku or similar games. As Lu Ximing explained the rules, Wen Xiaoxing laughed. "Gold corners, silver edges, grass belly. Isn't that Go?" He said that when he was with Si Xiaohong, he was musically challenged and could only hum tunes. But he truly knew how to play Go, Chinese chess, and Gamoku. "I can play. Let's play a game, then I'll go chop wood," Wen Xiaoxing said. Lu Ximing didn't say anything more. He let Wen Xiaoxing choose black or white, and the latter chose white without hesitation. Lu Ximing asked, "Aren't you going first?" Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. "I prefer white." Lu Ximing laughed upon hearing this, took out a black piece and placed it on the board. The two took turns placing pieces, beginning their battle on the small board. Unlike Lu Ximing, Wen Xiaoxing placed his pieces very quickly, requiring almost no thought. Lu Ximing, though not at a disadvantage halfway through his game, pondered each move for a long time. After 150 moves, while Lu Ximing pondered, Wen Xiaoxing, feeling bored, stared blankly at the loquat tree. A gust of wind blew, the leaves rustling, the swaying branches seeming to reflect glints of swords. When Wen Xiaoxing awoke with a start, he felt something incredibly sharp pressed against his throat. He instinctively stood up and retreated, scattering his white pieces on the ground in his panic. The white pieces tumbled and scattered throughout the courtyard like a defeated army. When he came to his senses, when Xiaoxing was drenched in sweat, still shaken, he touched his throat to make sure there were no wounds before asking Lu Zhizhi, "Mr. Lu, what kind of tree was that?" Lu Zhizhi smiled and said, "A loquat tree. There are loquat trees in the south too. You should have seen them." When Xiaoxing shook his head, "No, that's not right. That wasn't a loquat tree." Lu Zhizhi took a sip of tea and asked, "Then what do you think it was?" Recalling everything that had just happened, when Xiaoxing stared at Lu Zixi's face and slowly uttered two words, "A sword." In the courtyard, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a corner of his blue robe. The chill of winter brushed past Lu Zixi's brows, but didn't penetrate his skin. He stared at the teacup in his hand and said, "Different people see different things. The same person at different times may see the same thing differently. For me, when I first met it, it was a loquat tree, and it still is. If what you see now is a sword, it may not be in the future." When Xiaoxing stood in the garden, amidst the chaotic white pieces, silently gazing at the tree before him, the flashing swords he had witnessed earlier seemed like a fleeting illusion born from his position within the game. The cold sweat on his back dried with time, but the swaying loquat tree had lost its murderous aura. It could still immediately attract Xiaoxing's attention, but when he tried to see something within it, he saw nothing at all. When Xiaoxing looked up, his gaze piercing through the branches and leaves of the loquat tree, and asked Lu Zhiming, "Mr. Lu, has this loquat tree ever borne fruit?" Lu Zhiming answered confidently, "Yes, back in the Yen kingdom, it bore fruit every year." When Xiaoxing asked in surprise, "In this world, people are divided into north and south, and trees are also divided into north and south." Lu Zhiming smiled and took a small sip of tea. Whether trees are divided into north and south is another matter, but how can people be divided into north and south? Are the people of Yen and the people of Qi really that different? When Xiaoxing bent down and picked up the white chess pieces from the ground, putting them back into his cloth bag one by one, "Though I've been outside the county for 3 years, I've witnessed many things happening within its borders. Many people spend their entire lives trying to earn that one gold leaf you casually toss out, and even their glory is fleeting, their lives imprisoned by the small patch of land they stand on. For them, what separates north and south isn't just people." Lu Zhiming pondered for a moment before saying, "I came from the north before, and I heard a Confucian scholar from Qi say 4 words. Poverty breeds change. He said that when people are impoverished, they should strive to change their situation and not let their circumstances hold them back. I think he makes sense." When Xiaoxing paused slightly as he picked up the chess piece, then said, "Mr. Lu, many people know countless great principles, yet they still can't live their lives well. I pride myself on my intelligence, even believing that most people in this world are inferior to me. But Lu Jinqi's words, my status as a refugee, and 10 taels of silver blocked my path outside the county for 3 years. In those 3 years, I tried everything to survive, but if I hadn't met Master Go, hadn't met you, hadn't met Hunter Zhang, I would have died countless times. Some stand atop the clouds, looking down upon the mortal world with a single glance. Some are trapped like frogs at the bottom of a well, yearning for 100 years yet still confined to their small world. The principle that poverty breeds change is true, but people are different. Whether they can change or not depends on both themselves and their environment. Compared to people, trees are much simpler. If a tree from the north can survive in the south, it should theoretically be able to flower and bear fruit." Lu Zhiming didn't refute Xiaoxing's point of view because of his age and seniority. He pondered for a while, a thoughtful expression appearing between his brows. "To me, people and trees are actually quite similar," he said. "This loquat tree stopped flowering and bearing fruit a long, long time ago. It has probably forgotten that it is a tree." When Xiaoxing picked up another chess piece, looked at Lu Zhiming, and asked curiously, "Mr. Lu, why do you carry a tree with you when you travel the world?" Lu Zhiming gently tapped the lid of his teacup, making a crisp sound. "A tree cannot live without roots. Of course, I didn't bring a tree down the mountain with me. It's just that the journey is long and I was afraid of forgetting the taste of my hometown, so I broke off a loquat branch when I left. Later, I started a family and bought a house here, so I buried the loquat branch in the ground. Who knew that after a cold snow, it would grow roots, and with the spring breeze, it became a tree again." After saying this, Lu Zhiming smiled at Xiaoxing. "Xiaoxing, I have been here for more than 30 years, and the dust of the world has long since settled. How do you know that I have traveled the world?" Xiaoxing did not shy away from the question. "My eyes can see things that ordinary people cannot." Lu Zhiming, "Oh, for example?" Xiaoxing finally picked up all the white pieces from the ground and handed the cloth bag to Lu Zhiming. For example, when we played chess, you were always thinking about other things. I can see that you have many things troubling you. After saying that, when Xiaoxing turned and walked towards the woodshed, Lu Jiming stared blankly at Wen Sheng's back for a moment, until the sound of chopping would came from the woodshed again. He then came back to his senses, casually poured the now-cold tea from his cup under the loquat tree. The morning market. The white-haired woman bought the vegetables and meat she needed for the day, put them all in a stone basket, covered them with a black cloth, and turned to walk towards the market entrance. There was a gate at the market entrance with a plaque that read, Fish and Rice Forest. This gate had stood there for many years, built 27 years ago, the year before Lu Jinshi came to take office in Kuhai County. Since Lu Jinshi took office, the archway in Kuhai County has hardly been replaced. But every year he applies to the capital for funding. The people of Kuhai County have no idea where that money ultimately goes. As she passed through the archway, the white-haired woman suddenly stopped. Standing before her was an elderly man dressed in brown cloth, slightly hunched over, with a kind face and a smile. Madam Lu, would you mind catching up with an old friend? The wind was strong today, and the streets were bustling with people. No one wanted to linger outside, and the passers-by wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes, unnoticed by anyone. When Madame Lu saw the old man, a cold glint appeared between her brows. She ignored him and turned to leave, but after taking only 2 or 3 steps, the old man said again, "The people of Wangchuan have come to Kuhai County not to see you. Seeing you is my personal decision. A secret I've kept for you for 30 years, without uttering a single word. Now, I'd like to ask you for a favor." The Mandarin Duck Tower. Passing through the lively front hall, a delicate garden came into view. Snow clung to some of the treetops, adding a unique touch to the garden. Deeper within the garden were several exquisite courtyards and wooden buildings. This was the quietest part of the Mandarin Duck Tower, reserved for special guests. On the east side, along the wall of a small building, Lu Chuan had prepared a large table of fine food, awaiting Chun Qiong's arrival. The black-clad man carrying the sword still stood in the corner of the room. He looked more like a stone than a person. Lu Chuan waited a short while before Chun Qiong knocked on the door. As soon as he entered, Lu Chuan, sitting at the table, bowed and said, "Greetings, magistrate." Looking at Lu Chuan's exaggerated performance, Chun Qiong's face was cold. He said indifferently, "Why bother with these formalities between us here?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Formalities? For hundreds of years, the state of Qi has governed the world with literature and written its history with Confucianism. Magistrate, please don't say such things again. If word gets back to the Langong Pavilion, the opportunity you've worked so hard for will likely be lost." Chun Qiong narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Lu Chuan, and said nothing more. He sat down opposite Lu Chuan, poured himself a cup of wine, and drank it down in one gulp. "What exactly happened the night before?" Lu Chuan asked. "I've already informed the guards sent by the magistrate of the details, but some things are better said in person. That day, I gave Lu Jinshi a bottle of poison, thinking it would be dignified for him. Nothing would have happened, but I never expected him to cause such a commotion." Before Lu Chuan could finish speaking, Chun Qiong interrupted him, his voice icy and sarcastic. "There are many ways to kill Lu Jinshi without leaving a trace. You could have waited until he finished handing over his business to me, and until Lu Jinshi left the county town before making your move. The snow came early this year. One snowfall would have wiped away every trace. But you insisted on using this little bit of time, and you didn't even do it properly. Now I have to clean up this mess for you. Lu Chuan, do you know who we're working for right now? Do you know how big a mess your mistake could cause? Do you know what will happen to us if we anger that lord?" Faced with Chun Qiong's reproach, Lu Chuan's originally smiling expression gradually cooled down, and he retorted in a dangerous voice. "Then do you know that the White Dragon Guards have appeared outside the county, and every one of them is a top-notch expert? Bitter Sea County is desolate. Compared to the richness of other places, it is no exaggeration to describe it as desolate. Can you guess why the White Dragon Guards would come here?" Chun Qiong's expression changed slightly. Lu Chuan continued, "You let Lu Jinshi out of the city? Do you expect me to snatch him from the White Dragon Guards?" Mentioning the White Dragon Guards, Chun Qiong's fingers trembled slightly as he held his wine cup, gently rubbing the smooth bottom. He said, "So, the one from Panlong Palace has already figured something out?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, more composed than Chun Qiong. "Whether he's figured something out or not is irrelevant. What's important is that he can't have evidence. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to obtain a bottle of poison and shift the blame onto Wangchuan? Don't I know that killing Lu Jinshi would be far more satisfying?" It's just that I didn't expect Lu Jinshi to be so ruthless, even going so far as to betray us and harm his own wife and children. Listening to Lu Chuan's somber narration, Chun Qiong suddenly looked up in shock. Wait, you mean that night Lu Jinshi let his wife and children escape under the cover of darkness? Lu Chuan said coldly, do you think Lu Jinshi is really a fool? Do you think he wouldn't know that the people of Wangchuan are watching and guarding him? He's just using his own wife and children as bait. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. So for a man to go this far is truly ruthless. I was actually on guard. That night, I gave the people of Wangchuan warnings to be careful of Lu Jinshi's diversionary tactic of escaping secretly. But I didn't expect things to go wrong. Qiong understood what had happened and knew that a master from outside the county had launched a massacre against the Wangchuan assassins near Liu's residence. Could it be the White Dragon Guard? Lu Chuan shook his head. The White Dragon Guard is very well hidden. They haven't actually been exposed. I only know they're here because I have special informants. Those guys are all outside the county. They haven't come in. If I hadn't leaked the information, the people of Wangchuan would never have discovered them. Qiong fell silent for a moment. The assassins who came to Wangchuan this time mostly belonged to the Lin, Hua, and Shan banners. Those who could infiltrate the Lin banner were definitely not low in martial arts. They all had their own resounding names in the martial arts world of the Four Kingdoms. Among the assassins who guarded Lu Jinshi earlier was one from the Lin banner. This man, named Li Shan, was the 47th in the Linzi banner. In his 7 years in the trade, he had killed 433 people. The night before, he attacked Lu Jinshi's residence, but after one move, his weapon broke, the broken blade piercing his throat, killing him instantly. Chun Qiong's understanding of Wangchuan was not as thorough as Lu Chuan's, but because they had exchanged information beforehand, he knew some of Wangchuan's experts would come to Kuhai County. In this godforsaken place, even if there are truly experts, they would likely be reclusive. It's unlikely they have personal grudges against Wangchuan, let alone engage in a major fight. Lu Chuan stated his thoughts, then changed the subject. However, I heard that the top spot on Wangchuan's recent bounty list has changed. Someone is offering 100,000 taels of gold for someone's life. And that person happens to be in Kuhai County. Chun Qiong picked up his chopsticks, chose a piece of emerald green phoenix tail, and slowly put it in his mouth. 10,000 taels of gold for a life? Lu Chuan lightly rubbed the jade ring on his finger and chuckled. Hard to understand, isn't it? I don't know which lord orchestrated this. All I know for now is that the person came to Bitter Sea County. She had many wounds, was 8 feet tall, and was a woman. As for the other clues, I don't know. I don't know if the people of Wangchuan are deliberately concealing it, or if they genuinely don't know. Chun Qiong stared at Lu Chuan's smile, his eyes shifting uncertainly. You suspect that the person who stormed into the county town the night before last was the one with the highest bounty on Wangchuan? Lu Chuan. Exactly. I'm not interested in the 100,000 taels of gold, but am very curious, and I really want to know the secret behind it. How so, magistrate? How about a hand? P.S. Arrived home. Will resume normal updates tomorrow. North of Kuhai County, Xianxia River. This river is the only one in Kuhai County that doesn't freeze in winter. Even in the harshest winter, the murky yellow water still splashes up when it hits the rocks. Thickly dressed fishermen, carrying their tools, have already rowed to some calmer river mouths to secure advantageous positions and begin their day's work. On a stone platform near the dense forest on the west side of the river, an old man in brown cloth and a white-haired woman stand facing the river. The old man's face is calm. Only the river flowing in his eyes tells the story of his past hardships. 30 years have passed since you left, your fate unknown. The river of oblivion lost its Mengpa, and the 10 kings of hell flew into a rage, mobilizing many forces in the martial world to search for you. Many died within the river. Madame Lu said calmly, without a trace of remorse. Our hands are all filthy. There are no innocents in the river of oblivion. Their deaths because of me are considered an absolution for the karmic debts I incurred in my youth. She paused, then asked the old man, And you? What brings you here? The old man exhaled. I risked my life to keep your secret for 30 years. Protecting your carefree life for 30 years now. I wish to take 10 years from you. Madame Lu stared at the flowing river for a long time before saying, I've been out of the martial world for 30 years, unable to wield a weapon, unable to kill anyone. The old man in brown laughed. Then I haven't come to the wrong person. Madame Lu looked at him curiously, wondering what this familiar face, whom she hadn't seen for 30 years, this living Yama of the Wind Banner who had entered the profession at 17 and had killed thousands, truly wanted. You came looking for me not to kill someone. But for what? The old man in brown slowly pulled an old rattle drum from his sleeve, gently turned it, and the small ball on it struck the drumhead, producing a muffled sound. However, this sound did not travel far in the wind before being swallowed up by the sound of the waves on the river. 2 years ago, I found a 7-year-old girl in Chun State. She was unconscious in a haystack outside the wall, with 2 arrows piercing her chest, one in the front and one in the back, and she was covered in blood. I, Ma Huan, have killed people my whole life without ever blinking, but at that moment, I felt compassion. Later, I removed the arrows from her body, used my internal energy to stop the bleeding, and used strong liquor to exorcise evil from her wounds. Just when she was about to recover, she contracted a terrible plague, with a persistent high fever. I searched everywhere for a doctor to no avail, and even prepared a coffin for her. But in the end, she miraculously survived on her own. When she woke up, she looked at me and called me Grandpa. From that moment on, I treated her as my own granddaughter. After hearing this brief, disjointed story, Madame Lu's previous indifference softened somewhat. She tilted her head and carefully examined the old man, saying, "When a person has something to care about, their murderous intent will fade. You also want to leave the river of oblivion? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Ma Wan sighed. The waters of the river of oblivion are for ghosts to drink, but not for humans. Once you enter the river of oblivion, is there any possibility of leaving? I've killed countless people for the river of oblivion my whole life. I'm no longer human or ghost. Now, riddled with injuries and illnesses, I only wish to steal a few years to raise my daughter to adulthood, and see if her future is secure, then I'll be content. Madame Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "How do you want me to help you?" Ma Huan put away the rattle drum in his hand, turned his head to her and said, "I want you to reappear in the martial world as Meng Pe, and pretend to kill me. When I was young, by chance, I learned a strange technique from the Taoist priest of the North Sea called whale dive. This technique can make my body appear dead for several days, but my consciousness will not dissipate. If you help me escape, then our 30 years of grudges and friendship will be wiped clean. How about it?" Madame Lu shook her head. 30 years ago, I promised him that I would never again get involved in the grudges of the martial world. Ma Huan, you're too late.
Ma Wan frowned slightly.
That young man? Madame Lu was taken aback, a look of surprise beyond her years appearing on her mature and beautiful face. After a moment, she murmured, "A young man. 30 years have passed already. Time flies." Ma Huan stared at Madame Lu, his curiosity, suppressed for 30 years, now gushing forth like a spring. He asked, "I really want to know, what did that young man say 30 years ago that could make the fearsome Meng Pu of the martial world lay down her butcher's knife and willingly withdraw from the martial world?" Recalling the events of that year, Madame Lu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle, spring-like smile, but she quickly regained her composure, turning away in a gust of wind, already several meters away. Ma Huan said to her retreating figure, "Suishian, only you can help me." Madame Lu stopped, but refused to turn back. "You've worked in Wangchuan for so many years, and there's not a single person you can trust?" Ma Huan, his back hunched, his white beard billowing in the wind, retorted, "Is it pathetic? That's how Wangchuan is. Everyone here has countless lives on their hands, dying for money, dying for fame. How can there be trust? I kept your secret for 30 years, allowing you to live a normal life for 30 years, but what about me? I only need 10 more years to watch my granddaughter grow up. That's enough. You helped me, but all you'll get is a change of scenery and a place to live in seclusion. Now that Wangchuan has a new big fish, there won't be much attention on you." Madame Lu remained silent for a long time, neither agreeing nor refusing, and left directly. Ma Huan watched Madame Lu's figure disappear into the distance on the riverbank. After a long while, he lowered his head, took out the rattle drum and gently turned it. The soft sound lingered in his ears, bringing a touch of kindness to his indifferent eyes.
Top, top. Top, top.
Evening, when Xiaoxing dragged a pile of firewood back to the dilapidated temple. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. After arriving at the temple, he unloaded the firewood and said to Ashui, who was sitting by the base of the stone statue, "Didn't you go to find Chuanxiong? You're back so soon?" Ashui ignored Wen Xiaoxing. He came to Ashui's side with some cold buns, but his gaze paused slightly. He saw that Ashu's chest was stained with a large patch of blood. Her head was drooping, her long hair obscuring her face, as if she had fainted. P.S. There will be another update after midnight, around 1 a.m. Everyone go to sleep first. Seeing Ashui like this, Wen Xiaoxing was truly stunned. When he first saw the blood on Ashu's chest, he even thought it belonged to someone else. But even though he didn't understand cultivation, he could tell from Ashu's breathing and other details that this woman, whose cultivation was unfathomable, was truly injured, and seriously so. After hesitating for a moment, Wen Xiaoxing still leaned forward and slowly reached towards Ashu's chest, wanting to lift her clothes to check the wound. This action was certainly erotic and dangerous for Wen Xiaoxing, but he did it anyway. However, just as his hand was about to reach Ashu's full breasts, another cold hand grabbed Wen Xiaoxing's wrist at the same instant. Immediately afterwards, Wen Xiaoxing saw a pair of extremely cold eyes. Under that gaze, even the flames burning in the dilapidated temple and the cold wind blowing through the cracks in the walls seemed tinged with a blood-red hue. Wen Xiaoxing was familiar with this look. Several days earlier, when he first came to the temple to check on Ashu's life, she had shown him the same look. The two stared at each other, and after a brief silence, the murderous intent in Ashu's eyes gradually faded. In a hoarse voice, she asked Wen Xiaoxing, "Can I see?" Wen Xiaoxing, of course, knew what Ashui meant and replied, "Can I live? If I can live, there's no need to see." Ashui released his hand and coughed twice. "I can live, I won't die." Hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing withdrew his hand, placed the now cooled buns beside her, and went to get a pot to boil some snow water for her. As the water boiled, Wen Xiaoxing ladled out a bowl and left it in the snow outside until it was cool enough to drink before bringing the hot water to Ashui. "Drink some hot water." Ashui took the water Wen Xiaoxing handed her and drank it all in one gulp. Hot water couldn't heal her wounds, of course, but it did make her feel a little better. "Thanks." Ashui returned the bowl to Wen Xiaoxing, who then filled another bowl for himself and placed it beside him. He sat cross-legged by the fire, adding firewood as he asked, "Did you encounter a master?" Ashui leaned against the base of the stone statue, her eyes half open, and said, "Not a master." Wen Xiaoxing looked at Ashu's weak appearance and shook his head slightly. "Even in this state, you're still so stubborn. Not a master, yet you were injured like this?" Ashui didn't retaliate, only saying calmly, "My old wounds just flared up again." Wen Xiaoxing, who was gathering firewood, paused. He then remembered that when he found Ashui earlier, she was covered in knife and weapon wounds, some of which were very deep and affected her internal organs. Even if she was a martial artist, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly. His gaze slowly rose, settling on Ashu's lowered face, half hidden by her disheveled hair. "Did you see Chun Qiong?" "Ashui, no. I wanted to see Lu Jinxi's body, but I encountered a bodyguard. That guy was Chun Qiong's guard. He seemed to have a congenital disability, one arm was longer than the other, and he wielded a knife with great skill." Wen Xiaoxing was curious about the situation. "Was he dead?" Ashui shook her head slightly. "No. My knife went astray, and I cut off his hand." She paused, licking her dry lips, and said, "Wen Xiaoxing, you're right. Lu Jinxi's death was indeed suspicious. And very suspicious. They did some simple embalming on Lu Jinxi's body. There were stitches on his stomach. They're probably looking for that vial of poison." Wen Xiaoxing scoffed. "Those guys are stupid. If they wanted to kill Lu Jinxi, why not just kill him with one blow? Either bury him silently, or choose a scapegoat to take the blow and join Lu Jinxi. After all that fuss, this is the end result." Wen Xiaoxing stared at the fireworks before him. As the flames flickered, the mockery on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. "Unless they have a compelling reason to do this." Just as he finished speaking, a small twig was tossed out, lightly striking the back of his hand. Wen Xiaoxing snapped back to reality and looked at Ashui, asking, "What?" Ashui raised her face slightly and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Wen Xiaoxing met her gaze, and both remained silent for a long time. Finally, Wen Xiaoxing shook the firewood in his hand, threw it into the fire, sending sparks flying, and said, "So, are you going to listen?" Ashui nodded. "Yes." Wen Xiaoxing changed his posture and sat cross-legged, explaining to her in detail, "These people are not ordinary desperados. Lu Jinxi's death was clearly organized and premeditated. I don't know their identities, but for this group to repeatedly do so many stupid things that even I, an outsider, find foolish, means that some external force must be forcing them. Think about it, why would they poison Lu Jinxi when it was just a matter of one stab?" Ashui closed her eyes and said softly, "Just tell me directly, don't ask questions. If you want me to think, I just want to sleep." Wen Xiaoxing shrugged and directly stated his thoughts. "Shift the blame. Disperse some trouble and attention to the martial arts world." Wen Xiaoxing was like a ruthless, calm thinking machine, constantly pondering those people's thoughts. These people are connected to assassin organizations in the martial arts world. Lu Jinxi is just a minor county magistrate in a remote area, with no one else to rely on. He shouldn't have much connection with the martial arts world, and his life or death is irrelevant to them. Therefore, the pressure Xianxia and his group face doesn't come from the martial arts world, but from the imperial court. The fact that they preserved Lu Jinxi's body indirectly confirms this. This body should eventually be handed over. As he spoke, his tone became more doubtful, and he glanced sideways beyond the snowstorm. Beyond the vast, chaotic expanse lay an invisible, deathly silence. What's truly interesting is that, to the Qi royal family, someone like Lu Jinxia is just a tiny speck of dust, no more noble than me. Logically, even if someone in Qi really wanted to get involved, they wouldn't put Xianxia and the others under so much pressure. It would simply be a normal process. Investigate, close the case, and report the case file. All this anomaly indicates that Lu Jinxia has something we don't know about, and this matter is very significant. Listening to Wen Qiasheng's description, Ashui weakly opened one eye. The more you talk, the more mysterious it becomes. Kuhai County is such a small place. Where would so many secrets come from? When Xiaoxing countered, "Want to bet?" In the firelight, Ashui's chest rose and fell gently, now relatively stable. She looked at Wen Xiaoxing for a long time, then said, "What's there to bet? What I want, you can't give me. What you want, I can't give you either." When Xiaoxing brought his hands close to the flames, feeling their intense heat. "You know what I want?"
Ashui looked.
People will want what they lack. Someone like you with a mind too deep, a vision too sharp, but a fate too unfortunate, will inevitably want to stand above everyone else, to soar to the heavens, and to look down upon your mortal world. But money and power, I can't give you either of those. Flames burned on Wen Qiasheng's face, his pupils flickering, his shadow sometimes real, sometimes illusory. He didn't refute Ashui, remaining silent like a stone. As the firewood burned down, Wen Xiaoxing got up and went to the pile of firewood in the dilapidated temple to gather more. However, just as he brought the firewood back, he encountered a white-clad man wearing a straw hat. The man's clothes blended with the heavy snow outside, looking more like the night clothes of spring or autumn. Such clothes weren't warm, yet the man stood at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, his back to the biting wind in the snow, his body not trembling at all. He carried a long sword with red tassels made of black iron, and his earlobes, slightly large, were red from the cold. Upon seeing this man, Wen Xiaoxing didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately throwing his knife beside Ashui. Although Ashui was seriously injured, he was still far stronger than Wen Xiaoxing. This man's appearance at this time in the dilapidated temple outside the county was likely ill-intentioned. If a conflict broke out, he would have to rely on Ashui to get through the ordeal. "I'm not here to cause trouble," the man said indifferently, his voice deep yet devoid of emotion. A pendant hung from his waist, a black rope connecting it to a miniature black iron ghost mask, swaying in the cold wind. He glanced at Wen Xiaoxing, his gaze seemingly scrutinizing him, then frowned, shook his head slightly, and walked past Wen Xiaoxing to the fire. "A smart move," the white-clad man said calmly, his back to Wen Xiaoxing. His words were clearly a compliment, yet his tone carried a strong sense of disdain, inadvertently revealing his extreme sarcasm. "But if I really came here to cause trouble, you wouldn't even have a chance to throw your knife." He didn't even glance at Wen Xiaoxing, walked to the fire, stared at Ashui sitting against the stone statue, and asked, "Are you from Fengqing?" Ashui lowered her head, didn't pick up the knife, and didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Get to the point. Get lost. Unlike the gentle tone she used when speaking to Wen Xiaoxing, Ashui had absolutely no patience for the man in white, even though he seemed to be the kind of person who was extremely difficult to deal with. She showed him no mercy whatsoever. The white-clad man tightened his grip on his sword, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. His voice was contemptuous. "I thought you were in the same boat as a drowning dog. I've already said I'm not here to cause trouble, which means I might be able to help you. If you want to survive, you should at least show me some respect." Ashui said calmly, "The word respect coming from your mouth is incredibly sarcastic. Besides, whether I'm a drowning dog or not is none of your business. Which eye of yours saw that I need your help?" Under Ashu's sharp and stubborn retort, a barely perceptible anger appeared on the white-clad man's face. He gripped his sword tightly, but ultimately restrained himself, and instead said in an extremely provocative tone, "Do you know? You and those people from Fengqing have ended up like this because of your stubbornness. How many people died in that fire? Have you counted?" His words had barely left his lips when a gust of cold wind blowing from the crack in the rocks was suddenly cut off. The wood-chopping knife that had been lying on the ground was now in Ashu's hand. The moonlight was obscured by the flying snow. In a flash, sword and knife clashed. Too fast. Wen Xiaoxing couldn't see it, and no one else could. As the sound of shattering metal rang out, crimson blood had already spread across the white-clad man's shoulder. Ashu's wood-chopping knife had cleaved diagonally down his neck, down to his spine, nearly severing the white-clad man in two. The sword in the latter's hand was completely broken. The white-clad man's eyes widened as he stared at Ashu, blood oozing from his mouth. He hadn't expected that a severely wounded man could wield such a fast and powerful blade. As the gleam in the white-clad man's eyes faded, Ashu spoke in an icy voice. If you weren't here to cause trouble, you shouldn't have provoked me. If you were here to cause trouble, you shouldn't have gotten so close. The corpse guard I met today at the county government office in Kuhai County is far smarter than you. P.S. One more chapter to be written at midnight. Standing to the side. When Xiaoxing knew this woman he had found in the snowstorm was not to be trifled with. The tattoo-like scars on her body testified to the fierce battles she had endured, further demonstrating her strength and terrifying nature. But he truly hadn't expected Ashu's strike to be so decisive, so ruthless, so merciless. In Wen Xiaoxing's past understanding, Ashu was definitely an easy person to get along with. She lacked the affectation of ordinary women, acted decisively and straightforwardly, and was by no means narrow-minded. She said what she thought and never got angry at his inappropriate words or actions. But now, this was the first time he had seen Ashu angry, the first time he had seen such terrifying killing intent emanating from her. The moment Ashu drew her sword, when Xiaoxing was completely paralyzed. He felt as if he were surrounded by a mountain of corpses, and had become one of them. Her killing intent was so overwhelming that it almost affected reality. Only then did Wen Xiaoxing truly realize the tip of the iceberg of Ashu's terrifying strength, and this was even while she was severely injured. He didn't know what Ashu had done before. Since that drinking day, he hadn't inquired about her past. In Wen Xiaoxing's eyes, Ashu was just a fleeting passerby in his life. There wasn't much interaction between them, and he didn't need to risk his life to understand her. However, his curiosity about Ashu remained. He truly couldn't understand what kind of past Ashu had that could hone such terrifying killing intent. What kind of tragic and horrific experiences could even make someone as resilient as her unable to bear it, unable to look directly at it? Swoosh! Ashu calmly pulled the woodcutter's knife from the white-clad man, turned, and with a casual flick of her wrist, all the blood on the blade flew off, not a drop spilled. Then, she limped outside the temple, squatted down, and used snow to wash away the remaining bloodstains from the blade. When Xiaoxing walked over and said to her, "Let me wash it," Ashu glanced at him sideways, and although she didn't speak, she handed him the knife. When Xiaoxing took the knife, cleaned the blade several times, and then placed the machete beside the fire. He then began to drag the increasingly cold body of the man in white, preparing to take it out to dispose of it. Just as he was about to drag the body out of the dilapidated temple, Ashu suddenly called out to Wen Xiaoxing, "Wen Xiaoxing, throw me that pendant at his waist." Wen Xiaoxing did as she said, then dragged the body out into the desolate wilderness, threw it into an inconspicuous grove of trees, and returned to the dilapidated temple. Fortunately, he had been chopping wood for Lu Jiming these past 2 days, which had been physically demanding, and he had also eaten and drunk his fill. Although his hands and feet were frozen when he returned, it wasn't a serious problem. He warmed himself by the fire for a while and recovered completely. "Thank you." When Xiaoxing added some firewood and suddenly thanked Ashu, startling her as she was examining the miniature ghost-faced waist ornament. A question lingered in her eyes as she asked slowly, "Thank? For what?" When Xiaoxing honestly replied, "That day while drinking, I brought up the past. I have to thank you for sparing my life." Ashu stared at Wen Xiaoxing's earnest expression, unable to suppress a smile. Her body trembled slightly as she laughed, seemingly aggravating a recurring old injury. She clutched the blood-stained area on her chest and said to Wen Xiaoxing, "I can see you're really afraid of death." Wen Xiaoxing corrected her, "It's not fear of death, it's treasuring life." "Ashu, is there a difference?" Wen Xiaoxing answered seriously, "Yes, and the difference is huge." At night, the two lay on opposite sides of the fire. Ashu, with her hands behind her head, stared at the cobweb-covered black tiles of the dilapidated temple roof, abruptly breaking the silence within. "The people who came tonight are the White Dragon Guards. These guys are very troublesome. Even if someone dies, the others won't give up easily. I suggest you don't come to the ruined temple again these days. Anyway, you already have the identity of a Qi citizen. There's always a place for you to stay in the county town. That's much safer than the ruined temple." When Xiaoxing asked with his eyes closed, "What kind of organization is the White Dragon Guards?" Ashu didn't find it troublesome and patiently explained to him, The White Dragon Guards are a force in the palace. They are extremely mysterious and rarely show their faces in the martial arts world, but they have a very high reputation. Even Wang Chuan and Zhouge are unwilling to easily clash with them. When Xiaoxing asked again, "What about Wang Chuan and Zhouge?" Ashui, Wang Chuan is the #1 assassin alliance in the world, which spans 4 kingdoms. Every year, they spend a lot of money to buy death row inmates from the royal families of the 4 kingdoms, and then train these inmates into human weapons that kill without blinking an eye through extremely cruel methods. These people, from high-ranking officials to commoners, can kill anyone as long as they are paid enough. The organization is divided into 4 banners: Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. Among them, the assassins of the Wind banner are the most terrifying. All 12 members are infamous figures in the martial arts world of the 4 kingdoms. Their martial arts skills unfathomable. And Zhouge, on the other hand, is a force originating from the Western Qin Kingdom. It is the largest merchant caravan in the world, its influence spreading to every corner of the 4 kingdoms. Wherever there is money to be made, there they are. When Xiaoxing asked curiously, "How big is the largest merchant caravan?" Ashui calmly uttered 8 words. "Wealth can move mountains, riches can rival a nation." Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing felt a growing sense of solemnity. In this world where martial arts are used to break the law, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If a person lacks the strength to match their wealth, then that wealth becomes the most dangerous and terrifying thing. Zhouge's strength as the #1 merchant caravan in the world is self-evident. I don't know them very well either, so I can only give you a brief overview. In short, given your current situation, you can't afford to offend anyone. Staying quietly in the county town is your best option. Faced with Ashu's kind reminder and advice, Wen Xiaoxing neither expressed his gratitude nor responded. His attention seemed to be focused on other more important matters. After a moment of silence, he asked Ashui tactfully but firmly, "I really can't learn your kung fu?" Ashu's shadow on the wall appeared silent. "You really want to train with me?" Wen Xiaoxing answered sincerely, "I really want to very much." Ashui tilted her head slightly, her gaze flowing from her narrow slits, passing through the flickering light, and landing on Wen Xiaoxing's face. "Why?" This time, her question seemed more serious than before. Wen Xiaoxing's answer was as simple as ever, "Because you're strong enough." Ashui, someone as powerful as you, could you even rank among the top in the martial arts world of the 4 kingdoms?
Ashui lazily replied.
"I don't know, I'm not a member of the martial arts world." When Xiaoxing opened his eyes, glancing sideways at Ashui, he initially thought Ashui was just giving him a perfunctory answer, but seeing those eyes, he couldn't help but believe her. She had no reason to deceive him. "So, can you teach me cultivation?" he asked again, only to receive the same cold reply from Ashui. "When Xiaoxing, I can't teach you." She looked at the young man beyond the fireworks, and in a slightly gentler tone, stated a fact that filled Wen Xiaoxing with despair. "Not only me, but most people in this world can't teach you, not even those from the legendary cultivation Holy Lands. The last time you asked me, I told you you couldn't learn my kung fu because you were too old, your skeletal structure was set, affecting your dantian. But that's not the case at all. The fundamental reason you can't cultivate is that you don't even have a dantian." Hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing sat up abruptly, all sleepiness gone. "Are you sure?" Ashui asked confidently.
"I'm sure."
"I can tell at a glance, but I wasn't sure at the time because there are very few people in the world without a dantian, maybe 1 in 100,000. So I deliberately examined you then, and finally found that you really didn't have a dantian. That's why I said you're the unluckiest person I've ever met." When Xiaoxing stared at Ashui for a long time, his lips tightly pressed together, unable to utter a single word. Ashui continued, "The reason that White Dragon Guard looked down on you so much was because he also saw that you were completely incapable of cultivation. The Dan Hai is the pathway for humans to connect with heaven and earth. The human body has 720 acupoints, each with its own unique function, but only the power of a condensed Dan Hai can activate these acupoints, unleash its potential, and make it move like a mysterious wind in the mountains, a surging tide on the sea, resounding through heaven and earth, and bursting forth like divine thunder. No matter how much ordinary people train their bodies, the strength of their muscles and bones can never contend with the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, ordinary people are as weak as infants in front of martial arts practitioners, utterly powerless to resist. You are born lacking in Dan Hai, and no matter how hard you try later in life, your potential will ultimately be limited. You are a good person. I didn't want to discourage you like this, but sooner or later you will come to this point. Hiding it for too long might actually be harmful to you." When Xiaoxing's eyes appeared particularly empty in the firelight, but soon returned to normal. He looked at Shui lying on the ground and earnestly asked, unwilling to give up, "Is there really no way at all?" Shui shook her head. "I have absolutely no way to help you. The probability of this happening is extremely low, and am not a grandmaster who founded a sect. I have no experience in teaching disciples. If you insist on learning from me, I can only teach you a Taoist health cultivation technique." When Chaoxing hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What technique?"
Shui replied.
The Taoist of Beihai traveled the world and carved 3 unique techniques on the Jeshur mountain in the far east of Zhao state: Whale Dive, False Words, and Fountain of Youth. The technique I know is the Fountain of Youth. This technique is quite special. It can be practiced without a dantian, but the effects vary from person to person. Moreover, it can only strengthen the body and prolong life. It cannot give you the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. When Chaoxing was undeterred and said, "Practicing it is better than not practicing it. You're right. I am the unluckiest person in the world. But even the unlucky have their way of living. If I didn't want to live, I should have died 3 years ago. At least I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. For the past 3 years, I've been constantly thinking about how to survive, how to live better. Compared to that, not having Danhai doesn't seem like such a serious matter." Shui gazed at Wen Chaoxing's face. Only now did she realize that she had underestimated Wen Chaoxing's belief in life. An indescribable feeling slowly spread through her chest, as if the pain of those old wounds was being gradually covered up. Shui turned her face, closed her eyes, and said, "Go to sleep. Tomorrow morning I will pass on the incantation to you and teach you the method of guidance." Bitter Sea County. County Government Office. The starlight and moonlight were obscured by the wind and snow. Chun Qiong stood in the room where Lu Jinxi's body was kept. Wu Xie was still holding his knife and guarding him. However, his shorter arm was stitched with dense stitches, and a white cloth strip was tied around his neck at the elbow. Lu Jinxi's body had only been turned over once. Other than that, there was nothing else unusual. After examining Lu Jinxi's body, Chun Qiong asked Wu Xie beside him incredulously, "You said that lame woman who came today was more powerful than you?" Wuxi's lips were slightly pale, and the scene of their fight flashed in his indifferent eyes. He replied, "Far superior to me." Chunkyong's expression became much more serious. His gaze swept over Wuxi's injured arm, and he asked, "Can you discern her fighting style?" Wu Xie shook his head. "No style. She used the guard's long swords, all horizontal and vertical strokes, but every move was an unstoppable killing blow. Fortunately, she was lame, which hampered her movement. I fought her for 10 moves, exchanging 1 blow, and lost an arm. Moreover, she was injured and quite badly. If her old injury hadn't flared up at the crucial moment, that 1 strike would have severed my head." Chun Qiong felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Wuxi's description. "Wu Xie, you entered the Dragon Roar realm 15 years ago. Yet you couldn't withstand a single move from this person? Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature, but there is no second in martial arts." Chun Qiong had come from the royal city, and his entourage consisted entirely of people he had personally selected. Wu Xie, in particular, was a long-serving retainer of the family for over 20 years, and Chun Qiong knew his strength very well. He couldn't understand why such a formidable expert existed in a remote border region like Kuhai County. For a moment, a ripple of unease arose in his mind, and he began to think in the worst possible direction. Perhaps a noble in the palace had discovered some clues and secretly dispatched the 3 instructors of the White Dragon Guard to investigate. Rumor had it that one of the 3 instructors of the White Dragon Guard was a woman with unfathomable martial arts skills, who had once single-handedly fought 1,800 bandits in the western frontier, ultimately killing the bandit leader and escaping unscathed. Could it be that the woman who came to examine Lu Jinxi's body was the female instructor of the White Dragon Guard? Chunkyong's mind was in turmoil, and many details were forgotten. At this moment, he felt as if his feet were covered in steel needles, and every step he took made his whole body go numb. Wu Xie, sensing Chun Qiong's disordered breathing, hoarsely comforted him. "My lord, do not panic. Concern only leads to confusion. Today, I observed that the woman was dressed in tattered clothes, like a refugee, with many shocking wounds on her body. She must have been in great trouble. Such people are usually unrelated to the palace. Once they enter the martial world, all big matters become small matters." Wu Xie's words gradually calmed Chun Qiong's disordered mind. He took a few deep breaths, turned to face Lu Jinxi's corpse, and said, "What you say makes sense. Today, when Lu Chuan and I were discussing the events of the previous night at the Yuanyang Tower, he told me a secret. He said that a huge bounty has recently appeared on the Wangchuan list, worth 100,000 gold coins. It is also a woman, 8 feet tall, covered in wounds. Now that I think about it, the person who came to the county office to examine the body today is most likely her. But why is she so concerned about Lu Jinxi's life or death? Chunkyong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He was still worried. Lu Jinxi's body must be handed over to the judicial authorities of Guanghan City, a major city, along with all the files. Only after they confirmed that everything was correct could all the procedures be sent back to the royal city. Only then would this matter be completely resolved. If he showed any obvious abnormality, it was possible that the White Dragon Guards who had accompanied him would notice him. Chun Qiong wasn't afraid of the White Dragon Guards. His purpose in coming to Bitter Sea County was twofold. Firstly, to seek an opportunity to help him pass this year's examination at Langong Pavilion. And secondly, to help a powerful figure in the Cloud Realm deal with some minor troubles. Lu Chuan would be ready to lend a hand whenever needed, mobilizing all available resources to assist him. What truly worried Chun Qiong was the power behind the White Dragon Guards, and the possibility of leaking even the slightest clue and bringing unnecessary trouble to that powerful figure in the Cloud Realm. If this matter wasn't handled well, it wouldn't just be him who suffered, but could even implicate his entire family. Although the state of Qi had revered Confucianism for centuries, those who rose to high positions did not rely on mere classical phrases to defend their status and power. Chun Qiong believed he understood this better than anyone else. 76 years ago, a coup d'etat occurred in the Qi royal court, causing unprecedented turmoil. At that time, the court was unstable, and his grandfather, because of his unwavering belief in Confucianism and Taoism, refusing to take sides, form factions, or engage in self-serving activities, was ultimately ostracized, lost his life and official position, and his family fell into decline, ending up in their current state. If Your Excellency wishes to know, perhaps you could cooperate with Lu Chuan in his investigation. Wu Xia also didn't understand how a minor county magistrate like Lu Jinshi could possibly know such powerful figures in the martial arts world. The other party's motive for examining Lu Jinxi's body today was too strange. Chuan Qiong stood with his hands behind his back, his fingertips rubbing together slightly, seemingly struggling with a decision. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. Today, I didn't agree to Lu Chuan's suggestion. The master he serves is far too dangerous. I can't afford to offend him. I don't want to do anything that might cause trouble. If I were to cause trouble with him, it wouldn't just be me who gets involved. But now it seems I have no choice. Wu Xia, I'll write a letter tomorrow. Please deliver it for me. When Chaoxing sat in the Loquat Garden, playing the second round of chess with Lu Jiming. This time, he became just like Lu Jiming, his mind unsettled and his attention wandering while playing chess. After 70 moves, Lu Jiming suddenly asked, Chaoxing, why are you like me today? When Chaoxing snapped out of his reverie, sighed, and said with a wry smile, Yes, I took a nap and now I have something on my mind. Lu Jiming looked at him with interest. What's bothering you? When Chaoxing took a sip of tea and countered, Shouldn't you know? Lu Jiming laughed. I'm not a mind reader. How could I know if you don't tell me? When Chaoxing sighed and shook his head, Mr. Lu, I don't have a dantian. Unable to cultivate, your future is destined to be an ordinary life. Lu Jiming also took a small sip of tea. Who says you can't cultivate without a dantian? I don't have a dantian. Lu Zixi's casual remark suddenly rekindled the light in Wen Chaoxing's eyes, which had been dim all night. He stared at the seemingly simple yet mysterious middle-aged man before him, and couldn't help but think of the reclusive master Ashui had mentioned. Coupled with the fact that Lu Zhizhi had casually produced a golden leaf earlier, he felt that Lu Zixi's figure was even more mysterious and imposing. Please, Mr. Lu, don't hesitate to enlighten me. When Chaoxing bowed to Lu Zhizhi, his words earnest. Lu Jiming didn't mince words, smiling as he asked, How much do you know about cultivation? When Chaoxing thought for a moment, then repeated what Ashui had told him. The human body has 720 acupoints. Cultivation is about connecting with the great Tao of heaven and earth, condensing power in the dantian lower abdomen, and then using the power of the dantian to activate the acupoints, releasing the true potential dormant within the body, causing it to burst forth with enormous power. By the way, Mr. Lu, what exactly is the dantian? Is it the dantian? Lu Jiming calmly poured himself a cup of tea and slowly said, The dantian is a description of a region of the human body, generally located 2 or 3 inches below the navel, while the dantian is the meridian connection point of the 720 acupoints in the human body. It can appear in any area of the body. Although the dantian truly exists, it doesn't manifest in the physical body. It's more of a mysterious and precise feeling. If you are a cultivator, you can have this magical experience. The power of the dantian can instantly penetrate the 8 extraordinary meridians, reach the acupoints, and stimulate potential. There are countless people in the world, each possessing different potentials. Some people have naturally blocked meridians, unable to bear the power of the dantian. Some have naturally withered acupoints. Only half of their 720 acupoints open. There are countless cultivators in this world, but only a handful can unlock the potential of over 600 acupoints. Of course, the concept of acupoints is merely a common cultivation method. It only represents potential for cultivation, not necessarily the more acupoints opened, the higher one's cultivation level. In the far north of the Yen Kingdom, there is a sacred cultivation ground called Sword Pavilion. Its master, Tu Shanbai, devoted his entire life to cultivating only one acupoint in his palm, yet he still roamed the world freely. Hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing felt a strange surge of excitement. He had heard in novels of people who practiced only one technique their entire lives, becoming invincible upon leaving the mountain. The two seemed to share a similar essence. All the heroes of the world were but a match for one blow. What exhilarating that would be. Mr. Liu, if one doesn't have a Dan High energy center, how can one cultivate and activate the potential of the acupoints? Liu Jiming smiled slightly. The great path of the world is interconnected. Wherever the mind is set, there is cultivation. Eating, sleeping, walking, chopping wood. Look, it's only been 2 or 3 days. Haven't you become much more adept at chopping wood? Wen Xiaoxing was silent for a moment, then said seriously, it is different from before, but the cultivation I want to learn is one that allows me to protect myself when facing true cultivators, instead of just becoming fish in their eyes. Liu Jiming said slowly, what about cultivators? Don't cultivators eat or sleep? They are all human. Everyone says they are different, but in reality, they are all the same. When Xiaoxing looked into Liu Ziming's eyes, those unfathomable eyes hiding a smile, he always felt that Liu Ziming's words had another meaning, but he couldn't quite grasp the point Liu Jiming was pointing him to. After thinking for a long time, he still looked up and asked, what should I do, Mr. Liu? Liu Zhizhi poured him a cup of tea and said with a smile, drink tea, play chess, eat, chop wood. As the saying goes, read a book 1,000 times, and its meaning will become clear. Doing anything is actually quite similar. Everyone in the world thinks about cultivation, but what is the essence of cultivation? How many people truly understand it? Having said that, he stood up, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked towards the courtyard. I'm going for a walk by the river. If you're tired from chopping wood, come and have some tea in the courtyard. After Liu Zhizhi left, Wen Xiaoxing sat there, staring at the teacup on the table for a long time. A single tea leaf floated on the green water, swaying precariously, like a drifting boat struggling on a vast ocean. For some reason, Wen Xiaoxing suddenly became interested in this unremarkable scene. He hunched his back slightly, leaning closer to the table, his face pressed against the cup, his gaze fixed on it, gradually forgetting everything around him. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through the courtyard. This breeze came from the far east of Mianhu Lake, disturbing the clear surface of the lake. The ripples that rose seemed to be blown into the cup. In an instant, Wen Xiaoxing felt as he were on a drifting boat in the cup, surrounded by rolling waves like dragons, threatening to swallow him whole. Wen Xiaoxing lost his balance and quickly squatted down, gripping the corner of the boat tightly, staring around in horror. Wasn't he in the courtyard? When did he enter this world within the cup? The thought of even experiencing time travel made shrinking seem unsurprising. Just as he was trying to calm himself, a wave crashed down. Wen Xiaoxing quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding it, but his grip on the floating boat slipped, and he plunged into the deep sea. A terrifying sense of weightlessness washed over him. Wen Xiaoxing stared at the surface above. The floating boat, formed from tea leaves, seemed to have been knocked down by the wave and was hurtling towards him. Although submerged, Wen Xiaoxing didn't suffocate, nor did he feel any buoyancy. The floating boat above him was falling faster and faster, its tip gradually breaking through the water. Then, flames erupted from the tip, growing larger and larger until the entire boat was engulfed. Wen Xiaoxing stared intently at the floating boat being consumed by flames. Suddenly, a sword's cry pierced the waves, creating a vacuum in the surrounding sea. Clang! The next moment, an incredibly sharp long sword pierced through the flames, striking Wen Xiaoxing squarely through the chest. Whoosh! That indescribable, absolutely pure sharpness, unadulterated by any impurity, chilled Wen Xiaoxing to the bone, jolting him awake. When he came to his senses, he was still slumped over the table, staring at the teacup before him, his body drenched in cold sweat. The single tea leaf that had been floating in the cup had already sunk to the bottom. In the evening, when Xiaoxing dragged a cartload of firewood he had chopped during the day along the deserted, flat road out of the city, the wind howled, carrying large amounts of snow. Just as he was about to leave the city, he encountered another man also dragging a cartload of firewood. The man was dressed very thickly, but even through the thick winter clothes, his thin frame could not be concealed. Wen Xiaoxing, suffering from malnutrition due to prolonged food shortages, was in much worse physical condition than a normal person. The thin, faceless man approaching him appeared even more wretched than Wen Xiaoxing. His cart was piled high with small branches and withered wood, less than half the amount on Wen Xiaoxing's cart, yet it seemed to be dragging with great difficulty. Wen Xiaoxing had actually seen this man yesterday when he left the city, and he never expected to encounter him again today. As they passed each other, Wen Xiaoxing noticed the layer of snow piled on the man's shoulders, suddenly stopped and called out to him. Hey, the man, his steps numb in the snow, seemed not to hear Wen Xiaoxing calling him. After a few steps, Wen Xiaoxing called again, and the man finally realized, turning around to look at Wen Xiaoxing with a puzzled expression. On the street, the two, buffeted by the swirling snow, looked like two unfortunate brothers. Wen Xiaoxing pointed to the firewood on his cart and said, "Do you need this?" The other man stood still, staring at Wen Xiaoxing for a while before putting down the rope from the cart and slowly walking over to Wen Xiaoxing's side. He asked, "How much?" Wen Xiaoxing noticed the man's thin hands were covered in frostbite cracks, but judging from his face, he was a young man in his 30s. He couldn't help but feel a little sentimental and said, "If you really need it, I can give you some for free." Lu Zhiming had plenty of firewood every day. He had told Wen Xiaoxing that Wen Xiaoxing chopped more firewood than he could ever burn, so he always sold some of it, and some of the money became Wen Xiaoxing's wages. The man before him showed no delight upon hearing Wen Xiaoxing's offer to give him firewood for free. He pondered for a moment, then reached into his sleeve pocket, rummaging around for a while without finding anything. Finally, he said to Wen Xiaoxing, "A gentleman does not accept charity. There are specialized places to buy and sell firewood in the city. I know the prices. If you're willing, I'll buy the firewood from you for half the market price and the other half." He thought carefully, then added seriously, "I'll exchange it for calligraphy." Wen Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow slightly. "Calligraphy? What calligraphy?" The thin man replied, "Written calligraphy. Want it?" Wen Xiaoxing smiled slightly upon hearing this, but after a moment, he agreed. "Deal." The thin man nodded, looked around, pointed to the south gate of the county town in the distance, and said, "I didn't bring any money today. Tomorrow evening at sunset, I'll bring the money and the calligraphy and wait for you there. How about that?" Wen Xiaoxing helped him carry the firewood. All right. The two men moved a third of the firewood from Wen Xiaoxing's cart to the thin man's cart. Then, he shook the snow off his clothes and said to the thin man, "That's enough. You don't seem very strong. You can't carry more and you might freeze to death on the street. Who knows? I might be blamed for that." The thin man kept his head down to keep the snow out of his eyes. He secured the firewood on his cart with a rope and said, "If I freeze to death, it's my bad luck. My surname is Cheng, and my given name is Feng. You must come tomorrow. They'll be waiting for you at the door." Wen Xiaoxing said, "No problem. My name is Wen Xiaoxing. We'll meet at the county gate tomorrow evening." The two went their separate ways. Wen Xiaoxing went out of the county, while Cheng Feng struggled to drag the heavy cart of firewood back to his home. When he arrived at the dilapidated temple, Wen Xiaoxing immediately saw Ah Shu's shadow reflected on the wall by the firelight. He dragged the cart back to the temple, unloaded the firewood, and took some to the fire. He saw Ah Shu cooking horse meat. Hearing footsteps, Ah Shu didn't look up, stirring the horse meat in the pot with a stick, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Wen Xiaoxing sat down by the fire, warming his frozen hands beside him, and said, "If I said I was worried about your safety, that's why I came back to check on you. Would you believe me?"
Ah Shui scoffed.
What a cliché excuse. She ladled out a bowl of not so good but warm horse meat soup and handed it to Wen Xiaoxing, who held the bowl through his clothes, blowing on it and sipping it slowly. The soup was a bit fishy, but Wen Xiaoxing even found it enjoyable. "You're too proud. If I were you, I would definitely stay in that nobleman's woodshed and refuse to come out no matter what. Being looked down upon is better than losing your life." Wen Xiaoxing slightly raised his eyes to meet Ah Shu's gaze, his frost-like eyebrows furrowing slightly. "You're like a mind reader," Ah Shu said. "We're eating, don't say such disgusting things." Wen Xiaoxing put down his bowl and asked Ah Shu, "Did anyone come looking for you today?" Ah Shu shook her head, stretched, and said wearily, "No one disturbed me today. I slept very well." Wen Xiaoxing thought for a moment and continued, "I've been thinking about what happened last night for a long time. Didn't I tell you before that Xianxia and the others might have been pressured by the imperial court? You think the people who pressured them might be the White Dragon guards?" Reminded by Wen Xiaoxing, Ah Shu's expression became subtle. She had been busy recovering from her injuries during the day and hadn't thought that much about it. When Xianxia picked up a piece of overcooked horse meat from his bowl and chewed it slowly. Kuhai County is too far from the capital. The palace's influence shouldn't be able to reach this place so quickly. So even if something happens, Xianxia and his group have more room to maneuver. But if it's the White Dragon Guard, things are different. Although they work for the Qi Kingdom's royal family, they are a Jianghu martial arts world force. They are well connected and their presence can be felt in many places. Such a powerful Jianghu force, backed by royal power, can pose a direct threat in any corner of Qi Kingdom. The only possibility I can think of that would make Xianxia and his group act foolishly is that they must not let the White Dragon Guard know what they are doing, and it would be best not to alert them. But from another perspective, both Xianxia and the White Dragon Guard work for important figures in the palace. If there is a conflict between them, does it mean that the capital of Qi Kingdom is now also turbulent? When Xianxia calmly explained, Ashui, sitting by the fire, fell into deep thought, the flames in her eyes seemingly revealing the shock in her heart. After a long silence, she looked at Wen Xiaoxing as if he were a freak and said, Wen Xiaoxing, what did you do before? Wen Xiaoxing was also silent for a while, then pointed to his head and said to her, I was injured here, and I've forgotten everything before I was 18. I only remember these 3 years outside the county. Don't ask me what I did before. I can't even remember who my parents are. But I think I don't have any strange background. Otherwise, I would either have been found by my family and become a member of a powerful family, or I would have been wiped out by my family's enemies. Only the unluckiest person in the world wouldn't be remembered. Don't you think? Of course, he couldn't really tell Ashui about his time travel. If people didn't believe him, they would think he was crazy. If they did believe him, it would probably bring endless trouble and disaster. So he simply kept it to himself. Ashui didn't know whether she believed Wen Xiaoxing's explanation or not. But she didn't ask any more questions and continued eating her horse meat. After a moment of silence, Wen Xiaoxing, seemingly satisfied with his meal, patted his belly and said to Ashui, who was still eating and drinking, You'll have to be extra careful in the days to come. No matter who you're with, if Xianxia finds out you touched Lu Jinxi's corpse, Hell definitely becomes suspicious. The worst-case scenario is that Hell collude with those forces in the martial arts world searching for you, and who knows what kind of trouble that will bring. Ashui said calmly, Just a bunch of rabble. When Xiaoxing patted his clothes and somehow produced a small flask of wine, tossing it to Ashui. She caught it easily, raising an eyebrow. You little rascal, got some money for wine? When Xiaoxing replied, You treated me last time, this time it's my treat. Not much money, just this small flask, drink it sparingly. Ashui smiled, opened the spout with one hand, tilted her head back, and took a swig. A burning sensation immediately surged from within, and she let out a low exclamation. Refreshing. When Xiaoxing, judging by this pot of wine, you do have some conscience. When Xiaoxing continued the previous topic, warning, Xianxia is no simple man. You'd better not underestimate him. Even if they are no match for you in your current state, you might flare up your old injuries one day when you fight someone. Ashui rinsed her mouth with the strong liquor, gurgled twice, and then spat into the fire in front of Wen Xiaoxing. The flames suddenly became much brighter, before gradually returning to normal after a moment. At worst, they'll just return to my hometown. What's there to worry about? She had long since become indifferent to her own life and death, and whenever it was mentioned, she didn't take it to heart at all. When Xiaoxing disagreed with her disregard for life, his tone mocking, If you're so eager to die, what's the point of investigating the truth? After death, a handful of yellow earth remains. All the past turns to bones. What difference does it make whether you know or not? If you really care about this, you should at least make sure you survive. Besides, he met Ashui's gaze, his eyes sharp as if trying to tear through flesh and bone, reaching the deepest recesses of her being. But when Xiaoxing stopped there, not continuing, they stared at each other for a while. Then Ashui suddenly glanced away, saying in an unpleasant tone, Your eyes are really annoying. They see too deeply. I hate it most when people pry into my secrets. When Xiaoxing tossed a piece of firewood into the fire, saying helplessly, I don't want to, but it's just how I am. I won't say anything, just pretend I didn't see it. Ashui sneered, I'm starting to regret being friends with someone like you. When Xiaoxing looked at her and smiled, How much do you regret it? Ashui thought for a moment, then raised her arm, extending a slender index finger. When Xiaoxing could vaguely see calluses on the knuckles, marks left from holding weapons for so long, as much as a horse regrets it. Hearing this, When Xiaoxing became inexplicably interested and pressed. Why a horse? Ashui said, When I first escaped, I was badly injured and delirious. Many people were looking for me. There was no reason I should have made it here alive. An old horse carried me across the wasteland, galloping for thousands of miles. Finally, a snowstorm hit, and it froze to death on the wasteland. I stumbled into the mountains and was found by you. So if it weren't for that horse, I wouldn't have met you. When Xiaoxing looked at the sideways glance in Shu's hair and smiled, I can tell you were really upset after meeting me. Shu sighed, shook his head slightly, and tossed the half-empty wine jug to him. Not drinking anymore? When Xiaoxing asked. Shu lay down, put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and lazily said, I'm sleepy, you drink it yourself. When Xiaoxing didn't stand on ceremony, tilting his head back and drinking the rest of the wine in one gulp, the terrifying spiciness instantly turned into a sharp pain that shot from his throat straight to his intestines. He let out a satisfied ah, closed the lid of the wine jug, put it aside and lay down as well. Closing his eyes, the effects of the wine quickly surged up, and when Xiaoxing felt dizzy and lightheaded, felt somewhat comfortable, this was the perfect time to sleep. But tonight was different from usual. Outside the temple, snow was falling heavily, and several dark shadows like crows appeared in the sky. In a place unseen by human eyes, there was the sharp sound of swords slicing through their sheaths, and several footprints were left on the snow. Inside the temple, flames flickered, when Xiaoxing had only been asleep for a short while when a hand suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him up from the ground. He realized something was wrong, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shu's face close to his. His heart tightened for a moment, thinking that this Tai Sui was still angry after drinking and wanted to gouge out his eyes. What's the story? He asked breathlessly. Shu squinted and said, someone's coming. North of the temple, a mile away, 36 people. When Xiaoxing was stunned. Although he was still drunk, his eyes immediately searched for his woodchopping knife. He didn't ask Shu how he knew about the situation a mile away. He knew it wasn't surprising that a cultivator like Shu had some special abilities. The most important thing right now was to find a way to save his life.
Shu whispered.
Don't look for it, the woodchopping knife is in my hand. When Xiaoxing said, aren't there so many weapons in the temple? Why do you have to take my woodchopping knife? Shu lightly waved the woodchopping knife. When he turned his wrist, the hand holding the knife was so steady that it didn't seem like he had been drinking at all. Your woodchopping knife is quite good. It suits my hand. When Xiaoxing was speechless, he pointed to himself and asked, if you use my woodchopping knife, what am I supposed to use for self-defense? Shu, there are so many weapons in the temple. Are you afraid you won't have any? When Xiaoxing shrugged, I don't know how. Shu released his grip on his collar and said calmly, then just grab any knife or sword. When Xiaoxing, didn't you want to learn Kung Fu from me? Tonight, they'll teach you how to kill. P.S. One update today. When Xiaoxing's drunkenness hadn't completely worn off, the traces of the strong liquor lingered in his internal organs. Although he didn't see double, he could clearly feel his feet were light on the ground when he walked. He sank one foot into the flying snow outside and nearly fell. I think in my current state, going out to fight is just suicide. Shu randomly pulled out a long sword from a corner of the dilapidated temple and threw it to Xiaoxing, who immediately lunged to the side, dodging what would have been a fatal blow. If you keep throwing things like that, I might not make it to the enemy alive. He scrambled to his feet and picked up the long sword stuck in the snow. He tried it out, but it didn't feel quite right. Shu stepped into the snow, her voice sounding particularly cold and sharp in the wind and snow. Whether on the battlefield or in the martial world, the enemy never gives you a chance to adjust your state. When swords clash, only life and death matter. Everything else is impure. When Xiaoxing, sword in hand, followed behind Shu, the biting snow wind blowing into his mouth. I don't know martial arts and my physical strength is poor. To them, I'm just a wild dog that can be kicked to death with a single kick. Following you tonight, I probably won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Shu said coldly, but it was your own choice. I told you not to come back. Did you listen? As soon as she finished speaking, a murderous aura came from the distant, vast white snow, carried by the snow wind, making their hair fly wildly. Shu's hand holding the woodchopping knife seemed to relax more. She turned back to look at the embarrassed Wen Xiaoxing and said, aren't you afraid? Do you regret it? When Xiaoxing's body trembled, whether from the murderous aura in the wind and snow or from the wind and snow itself, his breath rising into the air and obscuring his eyes. I'm a little nervous, Shu said. Nervousness is normal. I was nervous the first time I killed someone. Some of the people who came this time are not cultivators, just ordinary martial artists from the Jianghu. They don't even hide their footsteps. When Xiaoxing looked at Shu with some surprise and said, you can hear so clearly? Ashui said, I can hear clearly when the wind is strong, but I can only hear some ordinary sounds. If there are experts or someone lurking, my ears won't be so good. As soon as she finished speaking, a crossbow bolt suddenly pierced through the hazy curtain of the world in the vast wind and snow, heading straight for the two of them. A falling crystal snowflake was shattered from the very center by the arrow, which was filled with murderous intent and coldness. In an instant, the arrow had pierced through Tian and was only half a foot away from Xianxia's brow, but it was firmly caught by a slender hand. The next moment, Ashui flicked his wrist, and the crossbow bolt returned along its original path, disappearing into the indistinct, chaotic snow in the distance. After a muffled thud, a patch of crimson gradually stained the white snow. When Xianxia, hunched over, his back soaked with cold sweat, was instantly sobered by the biting east wind. This powerful crossbow might not pose much of a threat to Ashui under the cover of night, but for him it was a deadly weapon, completely unpredictable. By the time he noticed the bolt, it would likely already be piercing his body. The best course of action was to keep his body low to minimize the area exposed to the enemy's attack and prevent Ashui from getting distracted. After the owner of this crossbow bolt was killed, the surroundings fell completely silent again, and it was unknown whether other powerful crossbows were hidden in the snow. Ashui gazed into the distance, his eyelids covered with frost. Directly in front of her appeared a group of black-clad men, about 30 in number, all with their swords drawn. Their faces were covered, and their menacing aura overwhelmed the biting wind and snow. Their killing intent, like a spiderweb, completely enveloped the two of them. These people are all cultivators. My leg is crippled. Dealing with them will take time. When Xianxia, listen to me. Don't look at the crossbow bolts. Listen. Hearing Ashu's instructions, when Xianxia's hands and feet turned cold, he lowered his voice and said, I haven't trained my hearing either. I'm afraid my judgment won't be accurate. Ashui said, then let's be more accurate. She said, limping towards the distant shadows, knife in hand, leaving Xianxia behind. He didn't call for help from Ashui, but instead struggled to calm himself amidst heavy breathing, trying to rely on his ears to judge the possible crossbow bolts. For an untrained novice like Xianxia, this was no easy task, especially since it concerned his life with almost no second chance. The pressure of life and death was immense. Whoosh! A biting wind howled as Ashui, carrying her wood-chopping knife, approached the dozens of men in black, asking them, who will die first? These men in black all wore tokens of the River of Oblivion at their waists, their strength varying greatly. Most were young, but there was also a middle-aged swordsman in a black robe, his hair already gray. Whether from years of age or snow, it was hard to tell. They stood in the snow like statues, coldly staring at the woman before them. That guy surnamed Lu said your head is worth a lot of money. Kill you and you can join the Wind Banner. The middle-aged swordsman's tone was provocative. He hadn't listened to what Ashui was saying, nor was he interested. Joining the Wind Banner in Wangchuan was extremely difficult. No matter how many powerful figures were below, there were only 12 positions. To join, besides sufficient strength, one had to have made significant contributions to Wangchuan. Only those who entered the Wind Banner possessed their own power within Wangchuan, and might eventually enter the 10 palaces. The 10 palaces were the core power and authority of Wangchuan, the ultimate goal of countless assassins. The Wind Banner was the crucial step in realizing their ambitions. Ashui raised her eyes, glancing at him sideways. Why don't you try and see? The middle-aged swordsman smiled slightly, gently waving his hand. The overwhelming killing intent could no longer be concealed. The sounds of countless weapons being drawn echoed around them, the killing aura blooming like a lotus, scattering countless snowflakes. In the close combat, as the first man in black approached, Ashui swung his blade, drawing blood and cleaving him and his weapon in two. It was a simple, unadorned strike, yet an unstoppable one. Ashui swung his blade again and again, each strike incredibly slow, as if coming from a century ago. Yet, when the blade finally touched the enemy's neck, they realized this was no slow blade. It was a deadly, unstoppable strike. Cold sweat poured down their backs. By the time they finally realized something was wrong, over a dozen corpses lay scattered before Ashui. The middle-aged man, whose face had initially been etched with indifference and madness, now had a serious expression. His right thumb pressed against the scabbard, slightly lowering the blade. This was a habitual gesture he made when drawing his sword. A lower blade produced a pleasant scraping sound, which the middle-aged man interpreted as the sound of life ending, the prelude to his impending carnage. Whoosh! As Ashui raised her sword to slash at an assassin to her right, A crossbow bolt suddenly flew out from the snow in the distance behind her, aimed directly at her back. Ashu's sword swing froze. As if she had eyes in the back of her head, she dodged the bolt by a hair's breadth. The assassin in front of her wasn't so lucky. He had been preparing to defend against Ashu's attack, but his reaction was clearly not as quick. When Ashue suddenly sheathed her sword, he was still frozen in place for a moment, and in that instant, he lost any chance to defend himself against the crossbow bolt. The powerful crossbow bolt fired from the machine possessed a penetrating force that ordinary arrows lacked. His protective chi clearly couldn't withstand it. The sound of the bolt piercing flesh was dull and muffled in the air. The assassin looked down at the bolt embedded deep in his abdomen, frowned, rolled to the side, and reached out to try and pull the bolt out. For people like them, unless their heart, lungs, or head were injured, it was generally not fatal. The power of his inner energy could seal the wound, slowing the rate of blood loss. But the moment his hand touched the crossbow bolt, his expression changed drastically, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His body convulsed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Clearly, these crossbow bolts were coated with deadly poison. The crossbowman lying in ambush in the snow, seeing his first shot miss, was about to aim a second arrow at Ashue. But just as he aimed, he heard footsteps behind him. Alert! The crossbowman turned and fired an arrow directly in the direction of the footsteps. Whoosh! The first arrow missed completely. He was about to fire a second arrow at the shadowy figure that had darted to the side. But the opponents seemed to have unleashed their potential in this life-or-death situation. A long sword, which he had never held before, suddenly thrust straight at him. The fear of death enveloped the crossbowman. He instinctively tilted his head to dodge, but with most of his body buried in the snow, he couldn't make any large movements. Thud! The sword strike came more decisively than expected. Even though he wasn't buried in the snow, he couldn't dodge it. When Xiaoxing gripped the sword, plunging it into his throat, gushing blood splattered around him. In that moment, he seemed to return to the deep-sea boat, surrounded by surging waves, while the boat beneath his feet transformed into a long sword. When Xiaoxing indeed lost his footing, he plunged into the deep sea once more, saw the fireworks again, and was once again pierced by that incredibly sharp, pure flying sword. The coldness in his chest made Wen Qiaosheng's body numb. His survival instinct was aroused to its peak. He didn't even notice that his hand holding the longsword had already drawn. A rapier technique he had never practiced, never even learned, was thrust out in a perfectly honed way, clashing with the crossbow bolt that was attacking him. The next moment, the crossbow bolt wailed and shattered into pieces. The opponent seemed surprised that when Xiaoxing, who appeared to have no cultivation, could catch the arrow at such close range. Thinking Wen Qiaoxing was a wolf in sheep's clothing, they stood frozen for a long time. Finally, when Xiaoxing reacted first, taking a few steps forward, his long sword falling like firewood. Thud! P.S. No P.S. Good night, Merry Christmas. A head rolled to the ground, spinning a few times in the snow, its fresh blood cooling instantly. When Qiaosheng's heart pounded wildly, feeling the long sword in his hand, a sense of unprecedented control washing over him. Was he killing someone or chopping wood? He himself didn't know. In a daze, he heard his own voice. What should I do, Mr. Liu? Chopping wood, chopping wood. When Xiaoxing murmured softly, his thoughts drifting to the woodshed in Liu Ximing's house. For days, he had repeatedly raised and lowered his sword, chopping until his arm ached and his hand throbbed, all to find that wonderful feeling from that first strike. Although he later came close to achieving the same level of skill as the first strike, there was still a gap. Only that sword strike that pierced the crossbow just now allowed him to rediscover the feeling of replicating the first strike. Unintentional, spontaneous, and perfectly natural. It wasn't his own swordsmanship, but rather the Taoist essence inherent in the universe, which he had captured by chance and then incorporated into his swordsmanship. After this strike, when Xiaoxing stood motionless in the snow, seemingly having gained some insight, a second crossbow bolt came flying in the distance. When Xiaoxing heard the wind and, without hesitation, slashed his long sword at the flying snow. This most ordinary action he had practiced many times in Liu Ximing's woodshed. It was just chopping wood. The clumsy movement suddenly became familiar. Facing the sharp, powerful arrow, when Xiaoxing wasn't sure if his sword could truly cut it before it hit, nor was he sure if his judgment of the sound was accurate enough. Distracted thoughts were cast aside. He treated it as just another ordinary chopping of wood. In the instant he swung his sword, the immense pressure of life and death vanished. Crack! He struck. The arrow, having lost its momentum in midair, before the two severed bodies even hit the ground, was followed by a third, deafening explosion that ripped through the air, assaulting Wen Xianxia's ears. Without a second thought, he swung his sword again. The moonlight clinging to the blade sparked a brilliant flash against the arrow's edge, and when Xianxia's hand went numb, the sword nearly slipped from his grasp. This strike was clearly far inferior to the previous, perfectly executed one, but he knew this was a matter of life and death. Despite the risk and pain of his hand splitting open, he gripped the sword tightly and rushed towards the direction of the sound. When Xianxia's ability to pinpoint sound was far inferior to Ashu's, but he knew his opponent intended to kill him and would strike again. Whether he could catch the next arrow at close range was uncertain, but he remembered Ashu's earlier words in close combat, only life and death matter. Everything else is secondary. The only way to survive was to eliminate all threats. In the distance, corpses littered the ground around Ashu. A thick layer of blood, mud, and frost covered her wood-chopping knife. The remaining few men in black surrounded her, none daring to approach. Though desperate criminals, they were now terrified by Ashu's ruthlessness and power, realizing the vast difference in strength between them that numbers couldn't overcome. One of them hesitated, wanting to retreat, but after only 2 steps, a fishbone-shaped long sword pierced through his back. The assassin's eyes widened, and he turned his head slightly, seeing the cold-faced, middle-aged man behind him. As a member of the River of Oblivion, to be cowardly in the face of battle is truly unacceptable. He slowly withdrew his sword, staining a large patch of snow red with blood. The man stared at Ashu. Her body trembled slightly, and her breathing was labored. You've suffered such severe injuries, your very life force has been damaged. Yet you've managed to hold on until now. It's truly remarkable. But this also proves that your head is indeed worth the price. I, Baiyoyu, have spent most of my life wandering the martial world, my favorite pastimes being gambling and romance. I've squandered countless sums of money, but I've never encountered such incredible luck. I never understood it before, but now I see, all my luck has been left to me by fate. In Xianxia, some old fogies are beyond old age, and some have mysteriously disappeared, their remains never found. Several positions should have been vacated long ago. I've always wanted to get in, but I lack a crucial stepping stone. Please help me today. Baiyoyu, sword in hand, walked step by step towards Ashui. Snowflakes fell on his shoulders, making him appear even more imposing. Ashu's lips were pale, still holding his wood-chopping knife, standing there, panting heavily. The other black-clad assassins around him, seeing Baiyoyu preparing to join the battle, lost all will to retreat and prepared to swarm him. They certainly wouldn't dare compete with Baiyoyu for credit, but if they helped him, their status would likely rise along with him once he became a high-ranking official in the Feng banner. Is that so? Ashu's gaze pierced through the gaps in her snow-covered hair, a faint sneer playing on her lips. Based on my years of experience, people don't always have good luck, but they always have bad luck. Gamblers also have a very interesting characteristic. After each loss, they always believe they can win back next time. However, for you, this might be the last gamble of your life. Baiyoyu seemed to have been hit where it hurt by Ashu. His already somewhat gloomy face became even more sinister and sinister. Once the fishbone in my palm pierces your heart, you'll know how foolish you've been. As his words fell, the surrounding snowflakes stopped abruptly. The wind ceased, and when Xiaoxing, who was about to kill the last crossbowman, also froze. The world seemed to fall into absolute silence. Time, of course, couldn't stand still. Someone was simply too fast, so fast that even the wind and snow couldn't react. Clang! A fishbone pierced through the void, the cold light of the moonlight preceding it, carrying the chill of winter, blooming first at Ashu's heart. The cold light had arrived. This sword came too far off course, too accurately, too abruptly. Before the other assassins could even draw their swords, Baiyuyu's blade had already reached Ashu's heart. Just as he had said before, he wanted to pierce Ashu's heart with one strike. A person doesn't die immediately when their heart is pierced. So Baiyoyu could see the look of terror and despair in Ashu's eyes. He enjoyed seeing such an expression on his prey's face before death. The sharp tip of the sword had already pierced Ashu's chest. Looking at the embedded sword tip, Baiyuyu's lips curled into a smile. His acupoints were all in his hands and feet. His speed was so great that even many powerful figures at the Tongyu realm might not be able to match it. If he were to strike first, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill a Tongyu realm martial artist with a single close-range strike, let alone the woman before him who was already exhausted and severely injured. Thud! The sword pierced her chest, drawing out a large amount of blood. Baiyoyu stared at the woman before him and sneered. Now what should we do? Ashu stared coldly at him, her pupils unwavering. In the brief moment, Baiyoyu sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw, A woodcutter's knife was already held against his neck, the terrifying killing intent sealing off any possibility of retreat. Bai Yuyu's face froze. He was certain that his sword had pierced Ashu's heart, but why did the other party appear completely unharmed? Are you sure you really hit him? She asked coldly. Bai Yuyu's gaze froze, and his hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. He felt the beating of a heart on the blade. This sword hadn't pierced Ashu's heart. Thud! Ashue swung his blade, and Bai Yuyu's head flew off, blood raining down amidst the swirling snowflakes. With Bai Yoyu dead, the other men in black should have considered retreating. But one of them, bold and astute, noticed Ashu's extremely poor condition and stepped forward, ready to fight to the death. The blade sliced through the snow, aimed directly at Ashu's neck. Without dodging or defending, Ashue turned and swung his own blade at the man in black, determined to exchange his life for his own. In this battle, although Bai Yuyu's sword didn't inflict a fatal wound on Ashue, she was already severely injured. Now, with her wounds compounded, her sword had lost its previous speed. Just as the black-clad man's longsword was about to strike Ashu's neck, a crossbow bolt pierced through the snowstorm at the crucial moment, accurately piercing the black-clad man's abdomen. He groaned, his long sword losing its grip, and the next instant, his chest was cleaved open by the woodcutter's knife held by Ashui, splattering blood everywhere. With his death, the remaining 3 black-clad men were terrified and dared not linger, turning and fleeing into the depths of the snowstorm. Ashui coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked back to see when Chaoxing holding a powerful crossbow aimed at her. Her vision blurred, and after a moment of struggle, she finally collapsed in the vast snow, unconscious. P.S. First update. The battle ended, and within a quarter of an hour, the wind and snow had almost completely covered all traces. The corpses were first covered with a layer of frost, then became part of the snow. Only the weapons stuck in the ground still told of the ferocity of the battle. Not long after, footsteps were heard again, one after another, 4 in total. Leading them were Lu Chuan and Chun Qiong, who were wearing woolen robes. TSK, no wonder it's worth 100,000 gold. No one from the martial arts world or the government is left. They were ruthless. Lu Chuan's tone was fearless. He turned to the thin, black-clad man beside him who always carried a single-edged broadsword and said, "Qianlu, dig out the corpses and see what's going on." Upon hearing this, the thin man drew the single-edged broadsword with one hand, using it as a shovel. With a flick of his wrist, he easily dug out all the corpses from the snow. Qianlu's strength was completely disproportionate to his size. Despite his seemingly frail physique, he easily wielded the 100-pound Xian iron giant blade. After dozens of corpses lay before him, he said to Lu Chuan, "Mr. Lu, all of these people were killed in a single move." Lu Chuan shook the snow off his shoulders, his tone becoming more serious. "All in one move?" Qianlu said confidently, "One move. The same person. These assassins from Wangchuan were killed by the same person." Lu Chuan glanced at Chuanqiong and said, "This time we've really found a big one." Wangchuan dispatched a total of 42 people this time. 35 of them were young assassins from the Fire Banner, and 7 were from the Forest Banner. The assassin who used the fishbone sword, Bai Yoyu, was a renowned master with 1 foot already in the Tongyu realm. He was originally from the state of Chun, but later became famous in the state of Qi. He was a gambler and a womanizer, but his skills were indeed considerable. He once attacked and killed 3 martial artists at the Tongyu realm. His fishbone sword was ranked 66th on the Tianji Tower's list of famous swords, and many people believed that he had a high chance of being promoted to the Fengzi banner in the future. I never thought that such a person would end up in such a tragic and hasty way in Kuhai County. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned and asked Qianlu, "Did you find the fishbone?" Qianlu shook his head. "We've searched the surrounding area, but we didn't find it." Lu Chuan stroked his chin, his brows furrowed, deep in thought. Chuanqiong glanced at the corpses on the ground and said calmly, "Qi values literature but not martial arts. Even in a remote border region like this, they have well-trained crossbowmen at their disposal. Ordinary martial artists at the Light Cloud realm level would find it difficult to withstand Qi's specially made repeating crossbows in the dark. Yet tonight 50 or 60 men were mobilized, but they failed to capture that one person. We might need to reassess their strength." Lu Chuan smiled, patted Chunqiong's shoulder lightly, and then squeezed it. "Although I am now the magistrate of Kuhai County, and the officials in the capital aren't particularly concerned about the actual situation there, if too many people die, I won't be able to explain myself properly." "Relax, magistrate. If she didn't have some problems, she wouldn't have checked Lu Jinxi's body. We're here for the same purpose, and I wouldn't harm you." Besides, tonight's battle was fierce, but we didn't come away empty-handed. Did we? A fishbone is easy to get in but hard to get out. I don't think that woman will escape unscathed. Xianxia ignored him and turned to lead Wuxia toward the county town. Go if you're not afraid of death. Snow is heavy, I want to accompany you. Watching Chunkyong's figure disappear into the distance, Lu Chuan's smile remained. Then he turned to Qianlu, whose body was covered in a layer of white, and said, if it were you tonight, could you kill these 42 people from Wangchuan? Qianlu's thin figure, standing in the cold wind, seemed as if he could be blown over at any moment. He calmly replied, yes. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. So, that person's strength is about the same as yours. Qianlu shook his head. He slowly slung his Xiantai longsword behind his back and said, stronger than me. Judging from the injuries on these corpses, the wanted woman should be injured, and not lightly. When a martial artist is injured, the impact may not be so great in an unknown situation, but once faced with a situation of one against many, the disadvantage will immediately become apparent. If I were seriously injured, I would probably only be able to kill less than half of the people present. That's with Bai Yoyu standing by and watching. That woman is not only stronger than me, but she is also extremely skilled in fighting multiple opponents. These are the areas where I am inferior to her. Lu Chuan stared blankly at the snow-covered landscape, remaining silent for a long while before shaking off the snow and saying to Qianlu, let's go. It's so cold. Let's go back and have some snake soup. Old Yang has been working on it for so long. It should be ready by now. Qianlu nodded slightly and followed Lu Chuan. Not long after they left, the corpses on the ground were completely buried by the falling snow. In the dilapidated temple, when Xiaoxing lit a fire, boiled a pot of water, fed some to the unconscious Ashui, and then pinched her philtrum. The weak Ashui woke up groggily, her eyes unfocused. When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, then patted her cheek. Ashui gently shook her drowsy head and heard when Xiaoxing say, what should we do with the sword in her chest? I don't know medicine, so I dare not pull it out. Ashui coughed twice. The sharp pain in her chest made her frown, and some blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The blade on this fishbone sword is barbed, so you can't pull it out directly. You need to find a weapon over there to hook onto the exposed barbs on my back, so that the sword can completely pierce me and save my life. With a life at stake, when Xiaoxing couldn't care less about anything else. He went to the corner of the dilapidated temple and picked up a long knife that Ashui had thrown there earlier. The blade was thicker than the sword, making it less likely to break. He used the curved back of the knife to hook onto the barbs of the fishbone sword and said to Ashui, should I just pull it back?
Ashui brettait d'Evili.
Pull it out, you won't die. When Xiaoxing said upon seeing this, just bear with it. With that, he adjusted his angle and pulled the fishbone sword directly from Ashu's body. She let out a muffled groan, her body went limp, and she fainted again. At noon, a ray of warm, dazzling sunlight stung Ashu's eyelids. She frowned and opened her eyes. Crack, crack, the sound of chopping would reach her ears. Ashui was startled and immediately sat up, finding herself lying on a soft bed. Her body had been washed, her clothes changed, and the wound on her chest had been stitched up. A surge of internal energy within her acupoints helped stabilize her injuries. Due to blood loss, her head ached with the slightest movement. After adjusting for a while, she groped to get out of bed, but the door opened at that moment. Madame Lu came in carrying a bowl of brewed medicine, placed it on the table, and said to her, awake? Ashui stared at her. Where is this? Madame Lu smiled slightly and said, go ask that young man who chopped wood yourself. He carried you here in the snow last night. After speaking, she turned and walked towards the door. As she pushed the door open, she said, I'm going to buy some groceries. Drink your medicine yourself. Your injuries are too severe. My medical skills are limited, and I can only help you temporarily alleviate them. If the injuries flare up in the future, whether you live or die depends on your own fate. P.S. 1 chapter. Ashui glanced at the medicine on the table, and without hesitation, drank it down in large gulps. Whether the medicine would work or not was another matter. But she was indeed thirsty. She had lost too much blood, and her throat was as dry as if it were on fire. After the medicine entered her stomach, a warm and cool sensation spread from her lower abdomen, making Ashui feel a little better. The sound of chopping wood outside the door rang out again. Ashui staggered out, leaning against the door, and it took her a while to adjust to her weakness. The courtyard was empty, except for a loquat tree, a stone table, and 4 stone benches. She went to the woodshed and saw Wen Xiaoxing chopping wood. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He looked up at her, exclaimed, I always thought I was the toughest person in the world. Last night, I carried you to see Mr. Liu. My cotton coat was almost soaked with blood. I never thought you'd survive. A cultivator's physique is extraordinary. Shui shook her head, leaning against the door. It's not directly related to a cultivator's physique. Last night, that sword should have pierced his heart. A cultivator below the celestial realm would have no chance of survival if pierced through the heart. But I have practiced the fountain of youth. I told you before that the effects of this magical technique vary from person to person. I can use this technique to adjust the positions of my 5 internal organs to a certain extent, which is the fundamental reason why I have been able to live until now. Upon hearing this, when Xianxia's gaze fell on Shui, he remembered the first time he found Shui in the snow. The other person was covered with hideous wounds from weapons, many of which were very deep and clearly had spread to his internal organs. But Shui did not die and survived the night of wind and snow. Moreover, the fountain of youth itself is beneficial for repairing bodily injuries. I can heal many injuries that ordinary martial artists cannot. When Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow, stopping his woodchopping, and asked in surprise, a single extraordinary technique has such wonderful uses. In that case, what level of cultivation did the Beihai Taoist, who created these 3 extraordinary techniques, reach? Shui pursed her dry lips and patiently explained. Li Lianxiu, the master of the Tianji Tower, once personally visited heroes across the land. After searching for 21 years, he finally met the Beihai Taoist by chance at the burial immortal abyss. The two discussed the Tao for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Li Lianxiu said that his cultivation was unfathomable, and among the thousands of cultivators in the 4 kingdoms, there were only 7 or 8 who could rival him. However, the Beihai Taoist is known for his laziness. He only loves mountains and rivers and dislikes human strife. He has spent most of his life traveling the world, without a fixed abode. If one is not destined, it is difficult to find him in the human world. When Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said, This is the reclusive master you were talking about, right? Shui hummed in agreement, leaning against the door and glancing sideways at Wen Xiaoxing for a moment before saying thank you. When Xiaoxing looked at Shu's earnest face and smiled, It's rare to hear you thank me, but it really doesn't seem necessary. You took an arrow for me, and I returned the favor. We're even. Shui slowly walked up to Wen Xiaoxing and extended her hand. Wen Xiaoxing put down his wood-chopping knife and shook her hand. Shu's hand was small and a little cold. They looked at each other for a moment, and the atmosphere became strange in the silence. Shui rolled her eyes helplessly and slapped Wen Xiaoxing's hand away. No chemistry, I asked you for some money. When Xiaoxing coughed, rummaged in his pocket, tossed a string of copper coins to Shui, and asked, What do you need the money for? Shui, to buy wine. When Xiaoxing frowned, In your current condition, can you even drink? Shui turned and limped towards the outside of the woodshed. When Xiaoxing called out to her back, Hey, give me back my money. Shui ignored him. When Xiaoxing chased after her helplessly, saying, There are so many people in the county town in broad daylight. Do you think it's appropriate to go out now? Can't you just calm down for a bit? Shu's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. She slowly turned around, patted the string of copper coins on Wen Xiaoxing's chest, and raised an eyebrow at him, saying, Then go buy it for me. Go out, turn right, there's a wine shop within a mile. When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, turning right after going out was the gallery bridge, and he had never actually been to the other side of the bridge. How did you know? Shui looked directly at his face. I smelled it. That wine shop smells the best. I'm thirsty, go quickly, he'll treat you next time. Seeing her like this, Wen Xiaoxing knew he couldn't refuse. He sighed helplessly and told her not to go out and cause trouble. Otherwise it would bring trouble to Mr. Liu, which would be repaying kindness with enmity. Then he went out to buy wine. When he returned with a pot of wine, he saw Shui sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard. When Xiaoxing placed the wine on the table, and she eagerly poured herself a bowl. The wine had the fragrance of peach blossoms. Although it wasn't strong, it had a sweet taste, and it tasted quite good when savored carefully. Shui drank 3 bowls of wine in a row. When a blush appeared on her pale cheeks, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's refreshing. When Xiaoxing shook his head helplessly, I don't know how a woman like you can be so fond of drinking. Shui tapped her wine bowl with her fingers and said lazily, After drinking, the pain stops. That's why wine is the best thing in the world. When Xiaoxing was taken aback, he looked at Shu's bright eyes and nodded after a long while. You're right. Then he'll have a drink with you. He poured wine, and then the two of them drank one bowl after another without chatting, until the intoxication in their stomachs rose to their heads along with the alcohol. when Xiaoxing couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not drinking anymore. I still have to chop wood. You drink by yourself. Go to sleep after you finish." He got up, leaning on the table, and was about to go to the woodshed when a warm, soft hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. When Xiaoxing turned his head, looking at Shui with drunken eyes, and shook his head and said, "I really can't drink anymore. I can't drink anymore. If you want to drink, they'll finish my work and we'll drink again tonight." Shui was panting heavily, and her fingers gripping when Xiaoxing's wrist were a little tighter. When Xiaoxing, my surname is Feng. When Xiaoxing looked at her blankly, mumbling, "What did you say? You're treating?" Shui paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm treating." When Xiaoxing looked at Shui and laughed too. "Hey, I was just teasing you. I heard you say your surname is..." He didn't finish the sentence before Shui waved him off. "All right, go get back to work. I'll drink some more by myself." When Xiaoxing shrugged and sighed, "I'm going now." He turned and took a few steps, when Shui suddenly said, "When Xiaoxing, remember, don't tell anyone about what happened, just know if you don't want to die. P.S. 1 chapter Beast Evolution still 1 chapter Beast." Hearing Shui's instructions, when Xiaoxing turned back and muttered, "It's so dangerous. Why did you tell me?" Shui glanced at him sideways and said, "Didn't you ask me about my past last time? Now that you know, you regret it?" When Xiaoxing stood there for a moment, then shook his head, "Regret my ass, I'm gonna work." He went to the woodshed, and soon the sound of chopping wood came from inside again. Shui sat on the stone bench, no longer drinking. She propped her face up and stared blankly at the woodshed, lost in thought. Her other hand idly played with the wine bowl until weariness and drunkenness washed over her, and she finally slumped onto the table and fell asleep. On the banks of the Xianxia River, colorful snowflakes fell, and Madame Lu, standing on the riverbank, had her silver hair fluttering. Her purple velvet skirt danced in the wind, and the fine snow falling from above was blocked by an invisible barrier. The old man Ma Huan, dressed in brown cloth, came to the same large rock again, leaning on a cane, his gaze fixed on the turbid river. In the distance, many fishermen could be vaguely seen fishing. Madame Lu thanked Ma Huan, her tone softening slightly, no longer as cold as before. "Thank you for last night." Ma Huan sighed. "No need to thank me. I've done this my whole life. Ask me to do something else, I might not be so good at it." He paused, recalling the events of last night, his pale eyebrows twitching slightly as he asked, "That young man, what's his background?" Madame Lu was taken aback by his question. "Who?" Ma Huan said, "The one you took in." Madame Lu knew he was referring to Wen Xiaoxing, shook her head and said, "I don't know anything about his past. This young man suddenly appeared in Kuhai County 3 years ago. My husband and I have been living here for so many years, and we've never seen him before." Ma Huan was somewhat surprised to hear this. "Didn't you ask?" Madame Lu said calmly. "Everyone has their own secrets, why bother digging so deep? What good will it do to find out anyway?" Ma Huan chuckled, gently rubbing his stick with his palm, seemingly recalling the past. He sighed, 30 years have passed, you've really changed a lot. Seeing you again, I feel like I'm talking to a complete stranger." Then he changed the subject. "That kid last night was quite ruthless. He must have seen the crows on the eaves and the insects in the alley. He had no cultivation whatsoever, yet he carried a woodcutter's knife, carried someone on his back, and wouldn't give an inch, determined to fight. I'm old, and I can't stand this kind of youthful righteousness. I don't know if it's envy or a pity for his talent, but if you hadn't taken him in, I would have taken him as my disciple." Madame Lu glanced at him. "That young man doesn't have a dantian. Can you teach him?" "Ma Wan. Teaching him some killing techniques is no problem. It will be good for self-defense when he travels the martial world in the future." Madame Lu shook her head, her words carrying a warning. "Old Ma, although this young man doesn't have a dantian, he is an extraordinary talent. Your husband has given him some pointers. If he awakens to enlightenment in the future, his future will be extraordinary. Don't ruin his future with worldly techniques." Ma Huan smiled and lowered his head. "I know what you're worried about. I don't even want to stay in the river of oblivion anymore. Why would I drag others into it? This old man has roamed the martial world of the 4 kingdoms for most of his life and has some skills. Whether I can pass them on or not depends on fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something, looked up at the opposite bank of the river in the distance, and his gaze pierced through the vast snow mist, seeing a man in a blue robe strolling along the bank. The man's figure appeared and disappeared intermittently, and after a long time, he completely disappeared into the distance. "Is that the young man?" Ma Huan asked. Madame Lu gazed in the direction where the man in blue had disappeared and softly said, "Yes." He often strolls along the banks of the Xianxia River and the shores of Mian Lake, looking at the water and enjoying the breeze. He's done this for over a decade. Ma Huan thought for a moment, then asked, "How many years has it been since he last practiced his sword?" Madame Lu replied, 30 years. Ma Huan's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this. After meeting you, he stopped practicing his sword? Madame Lu, perhaps he no longer needed to practice. Ma Huan shook his head, clicking his tongue a few times. Every 30 years, the Sword Pavilion sends out a swordsman to travel the world, challenging renowned experts from the 4 sacred lands and the martial arts world, regardless of age or experience, to hone their skills and reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, vying for the title of the world's best. Looking back at the past generations of Sword Pavilion swordsmen who have traveled the world, those who survived are basically among the strongest in the world. In the past 300 years, only the swordsman sent by the previous Sword Pavilion, Lu Jiming, is such a young man. I heard that he defeated Xianxia, Bailu, and Wuji, who were on a mission with you at the time, using only a loquat branch. Such talent is unprecedented. If he had not fallen into the mortal world and honed his swordsmanship for another 30 years, perhaps he could have truly defeated the old man Xianyuan who could cut a river with a single finger and changed the title of the world's best. But 30 years ago, a single word from Chunfeng made the most terrifying assassin of Wangchuan lay down his sword and willingly retire, and a promising young swordsman lay down his sword and return to his field's fate. Indeed, is truly wondrous. Madame Lu sighed and said slowly, "Perhaps I never wanted to be an assassin, and he never wanted to be the number 1 in the world. In the 30 years we've known each other, my husband has never mentioned this matter. He truly has no interest. Whoever wants to be the number 1 in the world, let them be. That old man Shenyuan has guarded the withered monument for 180 years, isn't he lonely?" After saying this, she looked at the sky and said, "It's almost time. I need to go back and cook. Have you really cleaned up last night's affairs? At such an old age, don't get yourself into trouble." Ma Wan laughed. "For us, is there anything more convenient than killing? Not many people saw the young man last night, and they weren't on guard against this old man. Killing him is killing him. Who cares about losing a few insignificant outlaws?" Madame Lu was silent for a moment, then turned and carried her vegetable basket back along the riverbank. "Regarding your matter, I want to go back and discuss it with my husband. He'll reply to you later. Anyway, you've already waited so long. There's no rush. P.S. Soon, almost evolving into a second watch beast. Powerful, vibrate, Bitter Sea County, magistrate's residence. After Lu Jinxi's death, the mansion he had spent a fortune building was occupied by Chun Qiong. The plaque outside was changed to Chun Mansion, but Chun Qiong didn't seem to have much demand or possessiveness about his residence. There were no renovations inside, and not even the servants who had served Lu Jinshi were replaced. He dragged his feet on Lu Jinxi's case because the missing bottle of poison made him uneasy. He always felt that the unfounded bottle of poison would eventually cause big trouble. As the afterglow of the setting sun spread across the earth, Chun Qiong was still sitting in his study. The dim light fell on the desk in front of him, making the ink stains on the paper shine. This was his copy of On Governance, written by the Qi scholar Wang Shanghai, who had devoted 60 years of his life to it. For the land of Qi, Wang Shanghai was an extremely special figure. As a scholar from Langange, the predecessor of Qi's sacred cultivation grounds, he never engaged in any cultivation, devoting all his energy to governing the country and caring for its people. 6 years ago, after Wang Shanghai's death, even the usually decadent king of Qi abstained from alcohol and music for 3 days in his memory. He was posthumously granted a noble title and buried at the foot of the former king's mausoleum. In recent years, Langange has become increasingly strict in its admissions process. For outsiders wishing to enter Langange, memorizing the treatise on governance is the bare minimum. As the highest Confucian sacred ground in Qi, Langange is a fast track to the Qi bureaucracy and almost the only opportunity for those from humble backgrounds to rise rapidly in rank. Chun Qiong so desperately wanted a chance to enter Langange because he wanted to reclaim what his family had lost through his own abilities. Entering Langange was undoubtedly the fastest, safest, and most likely path. He stared blankly at the writing on the desk before him, lost in thought, until night fell and the last rays of the setting sun vanished, and the dark study door was finally pushed open. Chun Qiong pulled his gaze from his distant memories, glanced back, and confirmed that the person at the door was Wu Xie. Of all the guards he had brought, Wu Xie was the only one he had tacitly allowed to push open his door. "Did you find out?" Chun Qiong asked. Wu Xie entered the room, closed the door, and nodded, saying, "I distributed 500 taels of silver today, but there's still no news. If there is, we should have a result within 3 days." He paused, a hint of doubt in his voice, In a remote place like Kuhai County, it's no small matter for a student to pass the imperial examination at Langong Pavilion. Moreover, he was dismissed and sent back to his hometown last year for violating regulations at Langong Pavilion, making him the first person in decades to do so. Logically, there should have been a great commotion. But when I questioned people in Kuhai County today, not a single person knew about this. It's truly strange. As he spoke, he took out a tinderbox and lit the candles and oil lamp in the room. Chun Cheong pondered for a moment before recounting his thoughts. Anyone who can enter Langong Pavilion couldn't possibly be ignorant of the rules. Things are definitely not that simple. Besides, if he really committed a serious offense, the people of Langong Pavilion wouldn't just let him return home so easily. The pavilion holds countless secrets. How could they let him just leave like that? Furthermore, I asked the elders in my clan to use some of the connections left by my grandfather to investigate, and we found almost no information related to the student who was sent back from Langong Pavilion. This is too unusual. But regardless, he's back. Kuhai County isn't large. With a slow and careful investigation, we'll definitely find him. Then he'll know last year's exam questions and the relevant assessment procedures for Langong Pavilion. Once I successfully enter Langong Pavilion. As he spoke, a barely perceptible smile flickered across his lips, but it quickly vanished along with the flickering candlelight in the room. County Town, South Gate. With the money head saved for a few days, Wen Chao bought a roast goose and dragged some firewood toward the gate. The guards responsible for watching the gate had already skipped work. Although the snow wasn't heavy, the biting cold was everywhere, making it truly unbearable. However, it wasn't just the fierce snow there. A thin, frail figure stood by the city gate, carrying a worn-out mahogany book box on his back. He held a lamp in his hand, swaying precariously in the snow. This man was Chung Feng, who had agreed with Wen Chao yesterday to pay for the firewood here. He hadn't left, waiting patiently, even with the bone-chilling cold of the blade. When Xiaoxing arrived, pulling a cart of firewood, his breath steaming in the cold air. "I'm so sorry. I drank with someone during the day and got distracted. Here, let me compensate you with some firewood. I can't let you wait so long for nothing." Chung Feng shivered in the cold wind, his already sallow face turning deathly pale. He looked at the firewood Wen Xiaoxing had brought and didn't refuse. First, he took out his money pouch and handed it to Wen Xiaoxing. Then, he untied the rope from his book box, took out a rolled-up piece of paper, and handed it to Wen Xiaoxing. 8 characters, worth 32 coins. Wen Xiaoxing shielded himself from the wind, turned around, and unfolded the paper. It read, "Forgetting home, 1 character 100 years in the human world." Beautiful calligraphy. He raised an eyebrow and sincerely praised it. The writing in this world was exactly the same as in his previous life. Wen Xiaoxing thought he was already a person with excellent handwriting. But when he saw Chung Feng's brushstrokes, sharp and hooked like a sword being drawn from its sheath, flowing smoothly like clouds, the whole thing completed in one breath. Observing the charm between the characters, they were quite different. The former's brushstrokes were firm and decisive, yet every stroke was confined to a square or circle, as if the mind was trapped and unable to break free. The latter was like a dam bursting open, flowing freely, yet naturally formed. The ink flowing like a dragon, unrestrained and free. Your handwriting has truly reached a state of perfection. If you went to the capital to make your way in the world, you would at least be a great calligrapher. Why are you living in such a poor place? Chung Feng silently tied the firewood that Wen Xiaoxing had given him with rope, and said self-deprecatingly, "I would rather not write this well." Wen Xiaoxing was stunned when he heard this, and he heard a story from Chung Feng's words. "Why do you say that?" Chung Feng tilted his head, his chapped lips moving. "You want to know why?" Wen Xiaoxing nodded. "Yes." Chung Feng's tone was initially sarcastic and resentful, but seeing Wen Xiaoxing's sincere eyes, he suddenly lost interest. Pointing to the paper, he said, "What you want to know is all in these 8 words. Thank you for the firewood." With that, he dragged the cart of firewood, struggling towards the county town. When Xiaoxing watched Chung Feng's disappearing figure, finally sighing helplessly, and carried the roast goose out of the county. P.S. Cough. If it weren't for the old man from last night, Wen Xiaoxing probably wouldn't have chosen to leave the county town at this time. The county town has its own rules. What Lu Jinshi couldn't do openly, and dared not do, Chun Cheong might not dare to do either. If a county magistrate could really disregard human life so easily, he wouldn't spend so much money privately to raise gangsters to do his dirty work. But the county town's safety during the day didn't guarantee its safety at night. Many people had seen Wen Xiaoxing's face last night, and that he was carrying the critically wounded and dying Ashui. For Wen Xiaoxing, this was a terrible thing. After all, the land of Qi was vast, but Kuhai County was very small. However, the bodies of those who saw Wen Chaoxing last night should have been disposed of by now. As long as he wasn't carrying Ashui, it shouldn't be a big problem. He had even carefully wiped away his fingerprints from the crossbow he used last night. No matter how they investigated, they couldn't find him on his person. At this moment, there were still 2 hours before curfew, enough time for Wen Chaoxing to make a round trip. Carrying the already cold and stiff roast goose, Wen Chaoxing arrived at Zhang the hunter's cabin. He knocked on the door and heard rustling sounds from inside. After a short while, an old woman opened the door. Wen Chaoxing asked in surprise, "Aunt me, hasn't old Zhang returned yet?" Aunt me, seeing it was Wen Chaoxing, cheerfully opened the door and invited him into the room. Although the cabin was covered in snow, the room was still warm thanks to the stove. Wen Chaoxing turned around to shut out the biting wind and snow, and helped Mi Fong, who was leaning on a wooden cane, to the bed. "Chaoxing, you've been..." Mi Fong was too excited to speak. Her face flushed, the words stuck in her throat, stammering and unable to come out. Seeing Mi Fong like this, Wen Chaoxing went to the stove to gather firewood, smiling at her as he said, "I'm doing well lately, Aunt Me. With the new magistrate in office, I obtained my Qi citizenship and found a good job." Mi Fong patted her chest lightly and nodded. That's good, that's good. I heard old Zhang talking about this before. I was so worried. Fortunately, the new magistrate seems like a good person. You must live well in the county town from now on, and don't make friends with any bad influences. Chaoxing, let me just say, you're still young. As long as you work hard, I believe you'll soon see the light at the end of the tunnel. Wen Chaoxing just smiled and didn't respond. Mi Fong stared at him, somewhat lost in thought, murmuring, "It's just a pity that if my son hadn't joined the army, he'd be about your age now. It's been 7 years since he's been home." Wen Chaoxing paused, throwing firewood, and turned to look at Mi Fong. "Aunt Me, is military control in Qi so strict? Can't even go home for the new year?" Mi Fong shook her head. "It's thousands of miles away. How can I just come back whenever I want? Old Zhang and I are old, we don't have that many hopes anymore. As long as he's alive, that's better than anything." Wen Chaoxing chimed in, "No problem, Aunt Me. The world has been peaceful for 500 years, without war. The borders are only disturbed by some nomads or bandits. They can't cause any big trouble, so the soldiers aren't in that much danger." He said this purely to comfort Mi Fong. Judging from the crossbowmen in Kuhai County, he knew that even if there was no war between the great powers, the world was far from as peaceful as imagined. Besides the 4 states of Yan, Chan, Zhao, and Qi, there were also some small states and duchies scattered around the great powers. These states had complex networks of interests, leading to the collusion of various Jianghu forces. Nomads and bandits formed groups, and this force of desperate people often harassed the borders of the countries, burning, killing, and looting. Fortunately, the thousands of miles of desolate land in the south of Kuhai County were not suitable for living people. Otherwise, Wen Chaoxing would have had no chance of survival for the past 3 years.
糜芳听到文朝生的安慰，皱纹舒展，他笑眯眯地说道：“这倒是，长工那娃小时候有股子蛮力，最是喜欢打架。老张揍了他几次，怎么也不听。没想到去了军队里啊，几经打磨，居然练出了一手漂亮的好字。这几年给我们寄信，字真是越写越漂亮了。”他说着，手伸到了枕头下面摸摸索索，真的摸出了几封信。虽然表面有些褶皱，但总体能看出保存得非常好。我啊，每过1个月就要把这些信拿出来放在火炉子旁烤，免得生霉了。他将整整齐齐的信放在怀里，语气中是掩饰不住的骄傲。
Let old Zhang see for himself too. Our Chonggong has finally made something of himself, so he won't look so disdainful every time his son is mentioned. Humph, that old man, do you think I don't know him? If the kid really comes back, he'll be happier than anyone else. Hey Chaoxing, you can read. Come and see the letter Chonggong wrote. When Chaoxing responded, taking the envelope from Mi Fang's hand, he unfolded the letter, and after scanning it, his expression stiffened slightly. Perhaps because the room wasn't very bright, Mi Fang didn't notice the subtle change in Wen Chaoxing's expression, continuing to talk to him about the trivial things her son, who had joined the army, had done. He was indeed quite skilled in calligraphy, and with his naturally sharp eyes, Wen Chaoxing immediately saw the scholarly elegance in the letter. It wasn't the kind of writing a soldier should produce. It lacked any sharpness, any murderous intent, any ferocity. Yes, but it's just a pampered, perfunctory response, just line after line of cold, emotionless writing. In other words, this wasn't a letter from Mi Fang's son, Zhang Chonggong, at all. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. wishing all the little ones a happy and loving new year. When Xiaoxing was almost 100% certain of this, because Qi was different from the other three kingdoms. Even a wanderer like Wen Xiaoxing knew that those who joined the Qi army weren't sent to the battlefield first. Such recruits, even if they didn't encounter war, would only be cannon fodder dealing with nomadic bandits on the frontier. Less than 1 in 10 would survive. The first thing these selected recruits did was receive general education. The Langong Pavilion would send scholars to teach them the simplest 1,000-character classic for future use in war and daily life. Therefore, any soldier who had served in Qi for more than a year was literate. If they really needed to write to their families, there was no need to find someone to write for them. That's why when Xiaoxing was so certain that the letter Mi Fang received wasn't written by his son, Zhang Chonggong. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. When Xiaoxing immediately thought of Shui. Shui had also received fake letters from her parents for several years, only to return home to find out they had been dead for years. This revelation became a deep-seated fear for her. For some reason, when Xiaoxing sensed danger in these fake letters, Shui possessed extraordinary strength. Although when Xiaoxing wasn't deeply involved in the martial world, he could tell that if Shui hadn't been injured, she would have been an extremely formidable figure in the martial world of the Four Kingdoms. For someone like her, it was perfectly normal for someone to use her parents to keep her in check, but what about Zhang the Hunter and his companion? They were just ordinary people, penniless and powerless. Even if they suffered injustice, they would simply endure it. Why would they bother with such deception? Did Zhang the Hunter and his companion have some unknown identity? When Xiaoxing felt that the possibility was extremely small. The early winter snow in Kuhai County had almost killed him and nearly driven Zhang the Hunter and his wife Mi Fang to despair. If Zhang the Hunter was truly a reclusive master, he could certainly live a life of quiet seclusion in the city, but seclusion was only for a simple life, not for a miserable one. If all the reclusive masters in the world had to live like stray dogs on the street, probably no one would want to live in seclusion. After all, masters are simply weary of conflict, not masochists. As when Xiaoxing stared blankly at the letter in his hand, the wooden door suddenly opened. Both of them stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door. Zhang the Hunter was holding a snakeskin bag, which probably contained frogs or something else, but the bag was empty. Judging from the numbness on Zhang the Hunter's face, when Xiaoxing roughly knew that Zhang the Hunter hadn't had much of a catch today, he wasn't surprised. After digging for frogs for 3 years, he knew better than anyone how easy or difficult those creatures were to find. Upon seeing Wen Xiaoxing, Zhang the Hunter was somewhat surprised, but then he noticed the letter in Wen Xiaoxing's hand. After hesitating for a moment, he went inside, sat down by the stove, took out 2 frogs from the snakeskin bag, and began preparing porridge without resting. What's the point of staring at these useless things all day? What's the use of writing so many letters? It's been so many years, and we haven't even seen a trace of him. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. Zhang the Hunter muttered impatiently, while Mi Fang held the letters in front of her as if they were priceless treasures, glaring at him and saying, "You gossipy old man, you never say anything nice. If Chonggong were in trouble, would we receive his letters every year? If Chonggong performs meritorious service and gets an official position in the future, wouldn't that bring glory to your family, you old man? Besides, Chonggong hasn't come home for so long on the frontier. What does that mean? It means our Chonggong has made something of himself, he's capable, and that the frontier can't do without him." Faced with Mi Fang's fierce rebuttal, Zhang the Hunter hung his head, washing rice with melted snow water, and remained silent. Seeing Mi Fang's unwavering expression, Wen Xiaoxing's lips moved, and he finally echoed, "Brother Chonggong's handwriting is indeed getting better and better. Old Zhang, I brought you some roast goose. Although it's cold, can still be eaten after steaming." Zhang the Hunter glanced at the roast goose Wen Xiaoxing had placed aside and suddenly asked, "Do you have a house?" Wen Xiaoxing replied, "I have a place to stay." The two exchanged a glance, and Zhang the Hunter put down his work, went to the bedside, took out an iron key hidden at the foot of the bed, and handed it to Wen Xiaoxing. "No one lives there. The house isn't big, but it has everything you need. If you can't find a place, go to the vegetable market in the west of the county town. The butchers there all know me. Just tell them, and they'll tell you where I live." Looking at the key handed to him, Wen Xiaoxing didn't refuse. He put the key away, thanked Zhang the Hunter, and got up to leave. He didn't actually need the key, but Wen Xiaoxing knew Zhang the Hunter well. If he didn't accept the key, the other man would find the roast goose he brought unpleasant to eat. For someone like Zhang the Hunter, the word charity was the greatest insult. "Aren't you going to eat something?" Zhang the Hunter asked Wen Xiaoxing, who was about to leave. The latter opened the wooden door, half his body already submerged in the flying snow. "I'm not eating anymore. I already ate something when I came this afternoon. The snow might snow even harder tonight, so I need to go back early. You all should get some rest. Oh, by the way, Aunt Me, could I borrow this letter for a few days? Brother Chong Gong's handwriting is really beautiful. I'd like to practice by copying it. He'll return it to you another day. Hearing her son being praised, Mi Fang's mouth almost couldn't close her mouth as she smiled happily. No problem, Chao Shang, you can take it and practice. I have other ones here. If you need them, just come and ask your aunt any time. After saying that, she glanced sideways at the silent Zhang the hunter and snorted. See? I remember Chao Shang's handwriting is also beautiful. He said it's good, so it must really be good. Zhang the hunter seemed to be exhausted by the wind and snow today and didn't have the energy to argue, so he didn't retort. After hearing Chao Shang thank her, he closed the door, turned around, and disappeared into the wind and snow. After he left, Zhang the hunter stood blankly by the stove, the firelight reflecting on his face, seemingly revealing his complex emotions. Hearing his wife's voice behind him as she gathered letters and mumbled, a sorrow almost spilled from his weathered eyes. Clang! He threw in another piece of firewood, instantly brightening the fire and burning away all the emotions in his eyes. We can't finish the goose in one meal, he'll cut it in half, he said to his wife. After leaving Zhang the hunter's house, when Chaoxing trudged alone through the ankle-deep snow, his hands trembling as he held the letter. He wasn't cold. The first time he went to Lu Ximing's residence, Madame Lu had given him some thick clothes. They weren't a perfect fit, but they were more than enough to keep him warm. His hands trembled because of fear. Observing the leaves, one can know autumn is coming. When Chaoxing had a vague feeling that the letter in his hand was probably related to a major event with far-reaching implications. These events were relevant to everyone from the imperial court to the common people. In the cold wind and snow, two memories kept flashing back and forth in Wen Chaoxing's mind, namely those of Shui and Cheng Feng. What I want to know is, even though my parents died 5 years ago, why have I been receiving letters from them for the past 5 years, always saying that they are all well? Your calligraphy is truly masterful. If you went to the capital, you would at least be a great calligrapher. Why are you living in such a poor and destitute place? I would rather not write this well. You want to know why? It's all in these 8 words. These conversations kept lingering in Wen Chaoxing's mind. He didn't even wait until he returned to the county town. He took out the calligraphy that Cheng Feng had given him at the south gate. Forgetting hometown, 100 years in the human world, 100 years in a single word. What secret is hidden within? In the snow, when Chaoxing stared at these 8 characters for a long time, lost in thought. Later, as dusk completely obscured the snow, his entire body was frozen stiff. Finally, he snapped out of his daze, put away the letter, and plunged into the county town, heading to the small courtyard next to Lu Ximing's. Lu Ximing told Wen Chaoxing that the courtyard next door belonged to Fan Yue, the owner of Dogmaster. After Fan Yue passed away, Lu Ximing continued to help him pay the corresponding land taxes every year, so the house had not yet been taken back by the government. If Wen Chaoxing wished, he could find an empty room there to live in. As for Fan Yue's mother, she had passed away the year he disappeared, and Lu Ximing had helped with the funeral and burial. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Wen Chaoxing immediately saw Dogmaster lying in the velvet hut under the eaves. After Fan Yue went into the mountains and never returned, the black dog stopped coming into his house. One winter morning, Lu Ximing noticed the dog hadn't come to his door for food, so he went next door and found the black dog nearly frozen to death under the eaves. Fortunately, it was saved, but large patches of its fur had been frostbitten, leaving bald spots that looked like a skin disease. Later, Lu Ximing simply built a warm, fuzzy doghouse for the black dog and placed it near Fan Yue's door. When someone came in, the dog looked up, and only after recognizing Wen Chaoxing did it peacefully bury its head in the fuzzy doghouse and close its eyes to rest. Wen Chaoxing closed the courtyard gate and went to an empty side room. A lamp was lit inside, its light dimly obscured by the paper window. Wen Chaoxing assumed Lu Ximing had left it for him, so he pushed open the door and went in. Unexpectedly, he saw Shui sitting by the bed, poking at the firewood in the brazier with tongs, radiating warmth. The warmth filled the corners of the room, finally easing Wen Chaoxing's frozen hands and feet. "Where have you been?" Shui asked casually. Wen Chaoxing glanced at her, turned and closed the door, pacing back and forth in the room twice, his voice trembling slightly. "Shui, I'm asking you, were you a soldier before?" Shui paused, her eyes slightly raised. A pebble thrown into the still water of her eyes, creating ripples that spread like wildfire. But the moment Shui met Wen Chaoxing's gaze, she looked away and asked lazily, "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" When Chaoxing reached into his sleeve and handed Ashui the letter he had obtained from Mifang. The latter shifted slightly and examined the contents of the letter by the light of the brazier. After a moment, she said, "It's a letter from a soldier to his parents. Just simple greetings, nothing unusual. What does this have to do with your question?" When Chaoxing stared intently at Ashui. "You really didn't see anything wrong?" The latter rolled her eyes. "Are you going to tell me or not? If not, go to sleep." When Chaoxing helplessly came to Ashui's side, pointing to the handwriting. "The owner of this letter should have been a soldier. This handwriting doesn't look like a soldier's at all. Even if some people are naturally more elegant in their handwriting, this air of privilege and unique scholarly air is absolutely impossible to imitate. So, this letter, like those letters supposedly from your parents, is fake." Mentioning her parents, Ashui's expression subtly changed. She examined the letter carefully again, and with Wen Chaoxing's guidance, she indeed saw some clues. "Anything else?" she asked. When Chaoxing continued, "I don't know, I met someone before who was incredibly skilled in calligraphy, but remained unknown and didn't make money from it. He even sold me a single character for 4 coins. He paused, then added, "I know that for ordinary people, 4 coins per character is outrageous, considering how much effort and energy it takes to write, but you have to trust my judgment. I myself am quite knowledgeable about calligraphy. Although that person seemed down on his luck, he was definitely a master calligrapher. If he went to any wealthy capital in Qi, he would surely make a name for himself. 1,000 pieces of gold per character, in a country that reveres Confucianism, is no joke." Ashui glanced at him. "Aren't you a refugee? How do you know so much about this?" When Chaoxing shook his head. "I am a refugee, but am not deaf or blind." Back to that person, he seemed troubled by something. He even said before that he would rather not write so well. "To be honest, before I came back, my mind was filled with conversations with this person, and I don't even know why. I always feel that many strange things that have happened recently are somehow connected." Beside the brazier, Ashu's face seemed to be burning as well. The gaze from the depths of her eyes was carried by the flames to a distant past, to the city of the Feng family, to that raging fire that could never be extinguished. Turning her head, she wanted to share that unbearable memory with Wen Chaoxing, but the gazes of countless dead people in the fire, the swords buried under corpses and ruins, made Ashui swallow those words. Enough had died in that city. There was no need for another. So be it. She lowered her head, her tone complex, and said softly, "Perhaps you're just overthinking it. Kuhai County is full of insignificant people. Any connections are probably just coincidences. The world is so small. Where do all these conspiracy theories come from?" When Chaoxing laughed, Ashui glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "What are you laughing at?" When Chaoxing rested one hand on his knee and replied, "Do you know that you had fire in your eyes just now?" Ashu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, revealing a Feinchan character between her delicate brows. "What fire?" When Chaoxing, "A huge fire. You want to tell me, but you won't. Then I'll tell you and you listen. I was thinking about it just now. Whether it's the fake letter you received or the fake letter Zhang the hunter and the others received, they should have similarities. To determine whether there's a powerful force controlling everything behind the scenes, the method is quite simple. We just need to find the families of some other soldiers, or when you left Kuhai County, did you have any friends with you? Their families should also be in Kuhai County. As long as we find these people, we can confirm my conjecture." Ashui stared at Wen Chaoxing, her eyes seemingly trying to pierce him. After a long while, she said calmly, "Think it through. Maybe you'll uncover something, find some embers that haven't been completely burned, and the fire will burn you." Wen Chaoxing replied without any politeness, "So you should take good care of your injuries. Once you're healed, you can protect me." Ashu's right eyebrow raised slightly, her tone tinged with sarcasm. "You're a grown man, and you want a woman like me to protect you? Isn't it shameful?" When Chaoxing sighed, "You've seen my pathetic state. It's better to be shameful than to lose your life. Besides, you're different from Mr. Liu. He's been incredibly kind to me and doesn't owe me anything. Of course, I want to live with some dignity in front of him. As for you, you owe me your life and a pot of wine, so it's only right that you protect me. If you ever stand in my way, I won't feel ashamed at all." Upon hearing this, Ashui scrutinized Wen Chaoxing carefully from head to toe, her surprise undisguised. "I thought that you must have some extraordinary abilities to survive for 3 years as a refugee outside Kuhai County. At least some strange and skillful tricks. But now it seems that your extraordinary ability is simply your shamelessness." When Chaoxing helplessly spread his hands and said, "You finally realized my shamelessness? I thought you had already realized it. After all, this kind of trait is hard to hide." Ashui looked at him speechlessly, and finally said, Tomorrow I will give you 3 addresses, go and take a look. Many years have passed, and I am not sure if anyone still lives in those places, or if the people living there are the same people from back then. When you come back, remember to bring 2 jugs of wine, no, 3 jugs, I'll drink 2 jugs by myself. The same place. When Xianxia took out the copper coins on his body, counted them carefully, and frowned and said, "Shouldn't you be treating me to drinks?" Xianxia lazily said, "Okay, you give me the money, I'll treat you to drinks." When Xianxia counted the money in his hand twice, stuffed it into his pocket without hesitation, and shook his head and said, "Spending my money to treat me to drinks, you are too shameless." Xianxia said smugly, "If I'm dealing with a shameless person, then I should become shameless too, otherwise I won't get any advantage." When Xianxia stared at Xianxia, racking his brains for words, and began to lecture her, trying to persuade her. As the saying goes, wine is poison that burns through the intestines, and lust is a steel knife that scrapes the bones. You're injured now, and drinking too much wine is not good for the wound to heal. Xianxia interrupted him. "It's all right, I'll drink poison that burns through the intestines." When Xianxia was speechless, he suddenly remembered that in the dilapidated temple, this fierce woman, Xianxia, had actually drunk half a bottle of poison that burned through the intestines. After a long silence, when Xianxia's voice carried a hint of resentment, "Buy 2 bottles. I won't drink them, you can have them all. At this rate, when will I ever be able to afford a house?" Xianxia patted when Xianxia's shoulder, squinting her eyes, and said, "Buy a house? Are you that desperate? I'll save this money for drinking and eating meat. Wouldn't that be better?" When Xianxia ignored her, muttering to himself, 50 coins a day definitely won't be enough. Luckily, I chopped so much firewood. Mr. Lu can't take it all. I can find someone to sell some and earn some extra income. Now that I'm in better shape than before, once I'm more skilled at chopping firewood, I can save half the time each day and go to the county town to find something else to do. Xianxia, feeling a headache coming on from his rambling, gave him a wicked idea. "Didn't you say you were quite knowledgeable about calligraphy? You could sell your calligraphy at brothels. Many wealthy people like to show off their literary talent. If your calligraphy is truly good, maybe one of them will take a liking to you, and the money will come your way." When Xianxia paused upon hearing this, first glancing at Xianxia, then shaking his head and saying, "No, I do have some knowledge of calligraphy, but am not good enough for the halls of learning. My calligraphy is merely aesthetically pleasing, but I can't express my own spirit and charm between the lines. Those who truly appreciate calligraphy and painting often appreciate the inner spirit. Someone like me, a half-baked amateur." Xianxia scoffed. "Kuhai County is a poor, remote place. How many people there truly appreciate calligraphy and painting? You're just overthinking it. Why don't you give it a try tomorrow when you're free? If you make money, I won't take a penny. Just treat me to some more drinks." That night, when Xianxia slept in bed, while Xianxia rested by the bedside and the brazier, she told when Xianxia that she wasn't used to sleeping in a bed. It was a habit she had developed over many years. The two had known each other for some time, and when Xianxia had a general understanding of Xiu's character, he didn't try to persuade her, and lay down comfortably. Although the bed was hard, it was still more comfortable than the floor of the dilapidated temple, and he soon fell asleep. In the neighboring courtyard, Madame Lu stood in the moonlight, gazing at the loquat tree, her gaze distant. "Why are you so sentimental late at night?" Lu Jiming appeared behind her unnoticed, the hem of his thin clothes fluttering in the cold wind. Madame Lu turned around with a start, seeing a sliver of white at Lu Ximing's temple. Thinking it was new gray hair, she reached out and gently brushed it away, only to find it was just a speck of snow. "I'm a little reluctant to leave," she sighed softly, hesitating for a long time before finally telling him about Ma Huan finding her. Madame Lu looked ashamed. The vows she made 30 years ago on her wedding night still echoed in her ears. She had promised Lu Jiming that she would never again be involved in any affairs of the martial world after their marriage. And now, she was about to break her own vow. Having said this, she had prepared herself for her husband's accusations. But to her surprise, Lu Jiming merely gently squeezed her shoulder and said softly, "Since an old friend has asked you, then help him. It's just a simple debt of gratitude. It should be repaid. What's so difficult about it?" Madame Lu looked up, her expression complex as she gazed at Lu Jiming, a bitter taste in her mouth. "I once promised you," she uttered, each word filled with apology. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lu Ximing's gentle voice. "I forgot." Su Yixian paused, then heard Lu Jiming say, "I'm not a god. 30 years is a very long time. How could I possibly remember everything? The world is vast. If you feel weary, it's good to go out for a walk." Staying in one place all the time will be boring. In the wind and snow, she suddenly hugged the person in front of her tightly. After a long while, he gently blew a breath, and the snowflakes on her head lightly scattered. Go back to the room and rest, my wife. The snow is getting heavier. North of the county town, Xinguang Mountain. A man in a white nightclothes and a straw hat moved like a ghost, carrying a corpse swiftly through the night. He was faster than a bird in flight, almost invisible, until he reached the depths of a snow-covered mountain, where a makeshift inn appeared. Inside, lights shone brightly, and the faint sounds of clinking glasses and boisterous drinking could be heard. The man in the straw hat slowed his pace. Once outside, the drinking sounds ceased instantly, leaving only a deathly silence. He gently knocked on the door and said, Boss Zhu, we found 15's body. He was killed with a single blow. A lazy voice came from inside. Did you bring the body back? The man in the straw hat replied, Yes. The person who buried the body wasn't very professional, and the snow hasn't been as heavy these past few days, so it wasn't hard to find. The door creaked open, and a handsome young man with a ruddy complexion emerged, seemingly having drunk quite a bit. His attire differed from the white-clad men both inside and outside the house. He wore a wide-sleeved white brocade robe embroidered with the dragon pattern unique to the Qi royal family, exuding an aura of authority. This man was Zhu Baiyu, one of the 3 instructors of the White Dragon Guard. He was the most mysterious instructor of the White Dragon Guard, rarely appearing in the martial world. Many only knew his name but never his face. Few knew what he looked like or how profound his martial arts were. The world only knew that he was a master of hidden weapons and poisons, whose 3-inch immortal sword had slain no fewer than 100 villains. These villains were renowned figures who, relying on their superior martial arts, acted with impunity after entering the martial world, only to have their lives taken by this grim reaper in an inconspicuous place and at an inconspicuous time. Zhu Baiyu shook his sleeves, his right thumbnail lightly scraping his brow, barely managing to rouse himself. His voice was still tinged with drunkenness. 13, come look at the corpse. The man in the straw hat, called 13, straightened the already frozen corpse and placed it in front of Zhu Baiyu. The latter squatted down, carefully examining the body, running his fingers over the wound that slashed down from the neck. Another masked woman in white appeared behind him at some point. She was petite with an Adam's apple, but her voice was a seductive woman's voice. TSK, to be hacked to the state, what a deep resentment that must be. 13 said, 15's martial arts are higher than mine, ranking mediocre even in the Dragon Roar realm. She's skilled with a sword, and to be hacked to the state with a single blow. Boss Zhu, what exactly is the background of that woman from Fengqing? Zhu Baiyu stroked his chin, his tone unusually cold. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Her affairs are troublesome, extremely troublesome. As for resentment, how could she not be resentful after surviving that city? News from Fengqing is still being blocked. This is the first time the emperor has taken this so seriously. Even General Long Bufei has been alarmed. It's said that the Fengqing matter involves a powerful figure within the royal family. Until the matter is clarified, we can only keep stalling with Prince Zhao. 15 is sharp-tongued and impatient. I told him not to go before, but he didn't listen. She's not a bloodthirsty person, but she slashed 15 like this. She must have said something she shouldn't have. The white-clad person behind Zhu Baiyu reached out and massaged his shoulders with her fair and delicate hands, saying softly, how about I go and talk to her?
Sweetheart King, I won't offend her.
Zhu Baiyu smiled and said, Little 7, even if you're sweet-talking, you can't withstand her sharp blade. Don't bother her for now. The main purpose of our trip is to find out about Lu Jinshi. I received a secret report that 2 months ago, a letter was sent from Kuhai County to Zhao State. To enter the Zhao State border, one needs an official seal and document from an official of at least the county magistrate level in Qi State. I originally planned to ask Lu Jinshi about this, but I didn't expect him to die before I even arrived. I don't believe there's nothing fishy going on here. Xiao Qi's charming eyes narrowed, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in her gentle voice. Kuhai County is such a poor and remote border place that even desperate criminals would not want to come here under normal circumstances. Now so many experts from Wangchuan have appeared here, and that Chun Qiong. I checked him out a few days ago. This guy has no past political achievements and has never passed the imperial examinations. Suddenly he was issued an official document appointing him as the county magistrate. It's really too interesting. Those who can serve as officials in Qi State are either scholars who have successfully passed the selection examination of Language and were recommended by Language after further study, or they have a family history of politics that has never been interrupted. They were recommended by their elders and eventually rose through the ranks from a minor official position. This made official positions in Qi exceptionally difficult for some to obtain. Many might have made a name for themselves in the world, even achieving great fame and wealth, but without connections, they remained unappreciated, unable even to attain a position like a county magistrate. While the county magistrate's post was lowly, it represented a rare path to advancement. Once they achieved some success and caught the eye of the powerful figures in the capital, they were transferred to a prosperous city, gradually accumulating more power. Official positions were symbols of the Qi royal family's influence. Because of this, the powerful figures in the capital might not even care about or even remember who Lu Jinshi was. Even if Lu Jinshi engaged in corruption and petty misconduct on the frontier, and word reached the capital, as long as it wasn't too egregious, no one would bother to investigate. However, if Lu Jinshi died, the matter would be far more serious. Those who didn't care about Lu Jinshi's life might not be indifferent to their own reputation. After Xiao Qi recounted the unusual circumstances surrounding Chun Qiong's ascension to the position, Zhu Baiyu lightly flicked his sleeve, producing a flask of wine from Waknoshire. He gently poured the wine onto the faces of the 15 corpses, his lips still tinged with intoxication. That's why I said this matter was difficult, to be able to so easily place an outsider into the Qi Kingdom's officialdom, without even posting a record at the Langan Pavilion. One can imagine the power wielded by the person who appointed Chun Qiong as the magistrate of Kuhai County. It must be none other than those 3 generals and 5 officials. General Long Bufei is confirmed to be unrelated to this matter, and the rest. Zhu Baiyu's demeanor grew increasingly drunk as he spoke, pinching his brow, his expression tightly furrowed. Xiao Qi, behind him, gently massaged his shoulders, whispering, "The White Dragon Guard can't investigate everything, especially when it comes to the royal family. 6 years ago, Instructor D was so powerful, his skills were almost divine. He was just 1 step away from ascending to heaven. Yet he still ended up like that boss Zhu. If you can't handle it, just dump the mess after your investigation on the higher-ups. Besides, if we force our way into the city, I'm afraid we'll have a significant clash with Wangchuan." After a long while, a faint sigh came from the wind and snow. Zhu Baiyu stood up, hooking one arm around Xiao Qi's neck, and the latter helped him into the inn.
"I'm sleepy, 15, Gobure 15.
He's been with me for so long, and although he's disobedient, he hasn't done anything to wrong me. It's not good to leave his body exposed in the wilderness." After spending several days, when Keisheng's woodchopping speed increased by almost half, to investigate the truth behind the fake letter as quickly as possible, he had been single-mindedly chopping wood for the past 2 days, constantly searching for the feeling of that first strike and the sword strike in the snowy night. Cedar wood is hard, but if he could split it accurately with a single stroke each time, he could save a lot of time. This search proved effective. As he focused, each swing of the axe brought him closer to that profound feeling. Thousands of swings made when Keisheng's breathing increasingly rapid, yet his mind grew calmer. The calmer the mind, the less he saw, and the more he perceived. When Xiaoxing was tired, he would go to the courtyard to drink tea, play chess with Lu Jiming, and also look at the loquat tree. Lost in thought, Lu Jiming asked him what he saw in the tree. "Is it still a sword?" When Xiaoxing replied, "It doesn't seem like one anymore. Besides the flashing swords, I think I also saw a young man sitting cross-legged under the tree." Lu Jiming laughed heartily upon hearing this, and after laughing, he said that when Xiaoxing was hallucinating from drinking tea, or perhaps he had a talent for cultivation. "I've heard that 1,000 years ago, during the spring and autumn period, a Taoist ancestor dreamt of butterflies. Whenever he entered meditation, strange phenomena would appear around him, with countless colorful butterflies fluttering and transforming into a rainbow bridge. Those who crossed the rainbow bridge would be free from all illnesses and enjoy abundant blessings. The rumors are mystical, and now there are countless versions, so I really don't know if they're true or not." When Xiaoxing glanced at him and said sincerely, "Mr. Lu, I have something I'd like to ask you." Lu Zhizhi took a sip of tea and clicked his tongue. "About cultivation?" When Keisheng's eyes lit up, "Mr. Lu, you can also read minds?" Lu Zhizhi waved his hand. "Mind reading? What kind of magic is that? To be able to penetrate someone's mind and see what they're thinking? If such a magic truly existed, those high-ranking officials of Qi would be trembling with fear. Heaven knows how many shady things they've done in their lives. You're used to having plenty to eat and drink, and your mind isn't on that. You've come to me, of course, for matters of cultivation." When Xiaoxing coughed and said, "Mr. Lu, your insight is remarkable. Although I'm much better at chopping wood now, I haven't truly entered the realm of cultivation. There are many things I don't understand in cultivation, such as realms, or how to discern the strength of an enemy, etc. Lu Jiming carefully recalled for a moment, then said with some regret, I haven't practiced swordsmanship for 30 years, and I haven't been involved in the affairs of the martial world during that time. I just drink tea, take walks, and tend to my flowers every day. Being suddenly asked about these things by you has left me quite confused. Let me think. If I remember correctly, martial artists in the world divide their cultivation into 5 realms. At the beginning of cultivation, through external and internal martial arts training, the body is tempered, allowing the consciousness to mobilize the blood and qi throughout the body like a dragon. This is called blood transport. After blood transport, a martial artist can skillfully control the blood and qi throughout the body, and then begins to refine essence into qi, radiating the strength of the blood and qi to the limbs. Punches are like thunder, movements are like the wind, and with proper footwork, the body can be as light as a bird. A martial artist who reaches this level is fundamentally different from ordinary people and is called light swan. After light swan comes dragon's roar. After the limbs become strong, the power of the blood and qi spreads inward, nourishing the lungs and internal organs, strengthening the body, activating acupoints, making it a vessel for the Tao of heaven and earth, awakening powerful strength and abilities that ordinary people do not possess. When the power of the acupoints is refined to perfection, the Tao essence of heaven and earth will nourish one's physical body and soul. From this moment on, the potential within the acupoints begins to be gradually stored away and refined, returning to its original simplicity. These people no longer have the outward arrogance of a dragon roar realm warrior, appearing almost exactly like ordinary people. However, in reality, their bodies already possess Tao essence, as hard as iron and stone. Even flying flowers and soft leaves in their hands can become rare divine weapons. This realm is called Tongyu. After Tongyu comes the 5th realm of cultivation, known as celestial being. These cultivators have almost transcended the realm of mortals. Every move they make reflects the Tao essence of heaven and earth. They can shrink the earth to an inch, create a mustard seed of Mount Sumeru, summon wind and rain, and roar like thunder. All kinds of divine arts that only exist in legends can become reality for them. Mr. Lu, are there any other cultivation realms after celestial being? Faced with Wen Keisheng's curious question, Lu Jiming joked, Anyway, we can't come into contact with them, so why ask so many questions? When Xiaoxing scratched his head, somewhat unwilling, his curiosity completely piqued. I hope Mr. Lu can enlighten me. Although, as you say, these are things that a mortal like me can never come into contact with in this lifetime, I'll just consider it as something to amuse myself. Lu Zhizhi took a sip of tea, spat the tea leaves into the loquat tree beside him, and said slowly, There are very few experts at the celestial realm in the world. 99% of them are in the sacred cultivation grounds of the 4 kingdoms. For these people, worldly affairs can hardly move their hearts anymore. They all lie dormant in places with profound Taoist cultivation, carefully appreciating the magnificence of nature and the universe, attempting to further their cultivation. The old celestials in the Sword Pavilion have vaguely mentioned some things. After the celestial realm, there are bewitching self and freedom. Some people from the Buddhist kingdom of Chun dynasty call freedom Tathagata. However, those people all practice martial arts in a mystical way, and their words may not be taken seriously. As for how to sense the other person's realm, that depends entirely on experience and intuition. As you gain more experience, you won't need to fight to be able to roughly gauge someone's level relative to your own. When Xiaoxing silently memorized everything they had discussed that day, he downed his cup of hot tea in one gulp and prepared to continue chopping wood. He had made good progress today, and he should have plenty of time this afternoon to finally use the address Ashui had given him to verify the letter. After walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of another question and turned to Lu Jiming, asking, Mr. Lu, I have another question. What level are you at now? This question was indeed very important to Wen Xiaoxing. Neither of them had a dantian, so if Lu Jiming could reach a certain level, Wen Xiaoxing should be able to as well. Faced with his question, Lu Jiming, who was sitting in place, shook his head slightly. I don't know myself. When Xiaoxing opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but ultimately didn't. He knew that whether Lu Jiming was deliberately hiding it or genuinely didn't know, he wouldn't get the answer he wanted. After chopping the remaining firewood, when Xiaoxing was soaked in sweat, he went to the backyard to boil a basin of hot water, took a hot bath, changed into new clothes, and left Lu Ziming's house with the address Ashui had given him, heading towards Baisang Street in the west of the county town. He asked for directions as he walked, eventually arriving at the first address Ashui had given him. Upon reaching the door, he saw that the gate was covered in damp, rotten marks, and the snow piled on the walls hadn't been cleared. He knocked and called out several times, but there was no response. Frustrated, Wen Chaoxing went to the second address Ashui had given him. This time, although someone lived there, the occupant was no longer the Chui family Ashui had mentioned. According to the owner, the house had changed hands twice. The previous owner's surname was Ye, and he didn't know anyone named Chui. Wen Chaoxing was disappointed there, still finding nothing. Gazing at the fading sunset in the distance, he hesitated for a moment, then decided to check out the third address. Anyway, the third house wasn't too far from here, so he decided to check it out as well. A light snow began to fall, the wind was light, and Wen Chaoxing, his arms wrapped tightly, quickly arrived at his destination. Too lazy to check if anyone lived there, he simply grasped the door knocker and knocked. Knock knock, knock knock knock. Wen Chaoxing knocked several times, but no one answered. He figured this house was probably unoccupied, so he turned to go back to buy wine. Unexpectedly, after taking only 2 steps, the door of the house across the street opened. A middle-aged woman in an apron, carrying a basin of water, ignored Wen Chaoxing standing not far away and with a flick of her arm, scattered the water like a shower of petals into the alleyway in front of her. Wen Chaoxing quickly dodged, then said to the middle-aged woman, "You should watch where you're going." The middle-aged woman gave him a mean look and sneered, "Don't you have eyes? I've never seen you in this alley before." "What? Which idle good-for-nothing are you? Sneaking around here at night, trying to steal something? If you don't leave, I'll call the police." Wen Chaoxing was bombarded with insults, but he didn't argue back. He took out the piece of paper Ashui had given him and said to the woman, "Don't call the police yet. I want to ask you something. Is the family across from you surnamed Wang, and named Wang Kuan?" The middle-aged woman had initially thought Wen Chaoxing was some idle rich kid who was planning to steal. But hearing Wen Chaoxing's words, she let out a huh, and the disdain in her eyes gradually turned into curiosity. She looked Wen Chaoxing up and down and asked, "And who are you?" Wen Chaoxing's eyes flashed, and he replied, "You don't recognize me. I wasn't from Kuhai County before. I only moved here recently. I'm here to see Wang Kuan because someone asked me to pass on a message to him." The middle-aged woman's expression was wary as she continued, "Who asked you to?" Wen Chaoxing hesitated for a moment before answering, "A young man. I took his money, and the details have to be kept confidential. It's just a little extra work. Please be understanding." Seeing him say this, the previously harsh middle-aged woman softened, no longer as aggressive as before. "He hasn't lived there for a long time." Wen Chaoxing pressed, "Then where did he go?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Wen Chaoxing and turned to go back into her room. "Wait here." She left with those words, and not long after, a woman's voice could be faintly heard from the courtyard. "Old Wang, there's a young man outside looking for you." Soon, a man who was still tidying his clothes ran out. His face was pockmarked with acne scars, and a large patch of white hair stained his temples. His face showed surprise and a hint of nervousness. "Are you Wang Kuan?" Wen Chaoxing asked him uncertainly. The latter nodded. "Yes. I am Wang Kuan, the owner of this house. What do you want with me?" Wen Chaoxing stared into his eyes and went straight to the point. "Didn't your son, Wang Yi, join the army 17 years ago?" Upon hearing about his son, Wang Kuan was stunned for a moment. Then he stepped forward and grabbed Wen Chaoxing, asking with slightly agitated emotions, "How did you know?" "Wang Yi he." Wen Chaoxing was dizzy from being shaken and quickly broke free, keeping his distance from him. "Wang Kuan, don't be anxious, your son is fine." To reassure Wang Kuan, he began to lie through his teeth, although he felt a little guilty. His eyes and tone were very firm. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan calmed down slightly, patting his chest and panting. It's all right. You scared me half to death, God." Wen Chaoxing tilted his head slightly, carefully observing Wang Kun's facial expression, and said, "Over the years, you must have received letters from your son, Wang Yi, right? P.S. First update Beast evolves, second update Beast." This seemingly casual probing was the question Wen Chaoxing truly wanted to ask. To him, the important thing wasn't the person but the letters. Prompted by this, Wang Kuan didn't doubt it at all, nodding vigorously to say yes. Or perhaps he was too concerned about his son's life and safety, because before Wen Chaoxing even asked, he hurriedly rummaged in his pocket for his keys, opened the door, and led Wen Chaoxing into the mansion. Like Mi Fang, Wang Kuan had also kept the letters his child sent back extremely well preserved. Wen Chaoxing took out 3 or 5 of the letters. When Wang Kuan eagerly inquired, he vaguely recounted seeing his son, saying that when he did, the boy only bore the marks of time, was darker-skinned, but had become stronger and more robust. Wang Kuan unleashed his imagination, envisioning his son, whom he hadn't seen for over 10 years, grown into a tall tree, his face, scarred by acne, overflowing with longing and pride, beaming from ear to ear. When Xiaoxing quickly glanced at the letters. He wasn't familiar with Wang Kuan and didn't have children himself, so his empathy was probably weak. However, the fatherly smile on Wang Kun's face intensified when Xiaoxing's guilt. He discussed it with Wang Kuan, took one of the letters with him, and instructed Wang Kuan not to tell anyone about his visit that day. Wang Kuan agreed. He'll return in a couple of days and write back. As he left, when Xiaoxing noticed the thin layer of white hair covering Wang Kun's head and asked, "Has he sent you any money? Or have you sent him any?" Wang Kuan nodded. "Yes, I've sent both. Years ago, he said the border war was tense, and those nomadic bandits kept causing trouble, so he asked me for some money for emergencies. Later, when the war eased, he sent some money back. Though it was little. But as parents, knowing our child is alive and well is enough." As soon as he finished speaking, when Xiaoxing clenched his fist slightly, his hand not holding the letter tightening, and turned away decisively. He didn't want to stay any longer. "I'm leaving now. He'll return the letter in a few days." Wang Kuan replied, watching when Xiaoxing leave, his smile gradually fading into the wind carrying the fine snow. When Xiaoxing hurried back, his mind preoccupied, his face somewhat cold. As he passed a narrow alley, he suddenly stopped. His gaze swept forward, and in the night outside the snow stood a splash of red. It was a man dressed in red. The two were about 100 paces apart. Although when Xiaoxing couldn't see the man's face clearly, he had a clear intuition that the man was smiling at him. The moment he saw this man, he felt something was wrong. Could it be that what happened that night had been exposed? It shouldn't be. That old man was ruthless. When Xiaoxing could tell at a glance that he was a seasoned veteran, it was unlikely that such a person would leave any loopholes. Besides, even if there were loopholes, no one should be coming to him. After a moment's hesitation, when Xiaoxing turned away, the red-clad man gave him too much of a chill. He didn't want to go near him. However, things weren't as simple as when Xiaoxing thought. As he turned, he saw a thin man dressed in black, carrying a single-edged black iron broadsword. The man was very close, so close that if the man made a move, that single-edged giant sword would instantly sever his head. A sense of impending death spread through him. From the black-clad man's eyes, when Xiaoxing sensed a strong threat. "Go back," the thin black-clad man said calmly. When Xiaoxing reached for the woodcutter's knife hidden at his waist, but the moment his hand moved, the sound of the blade tearing through the snow made his ears ring and his vision blur. A chill ran down his neck, and in an instant, he regained his senses to find the black-clad man's single-edged giant sword already pressed against his neck. His pupils constricted. He now understood just how vast the difference in strength between himself and the black-clad man truly was. That massive black iron blade weighed at least 100 pounds, and the opponent, who appeared to be only about 120 or 130 pounds tall, could wield it with one hand and control it with absolute precision. Such strength was far beyond his reach. "They'll say it one last time, go back." The black-clad man's icy words carried a hint of killing intent. When Xiaoxing lowered his gaze, carefully moving his neck away from the massive black iron blade in the black-clad man's hand. Then, he slowly exhaled a puff of white mist and turned to walk towards the red-clad man in the distance. A chill ran through him, when Xiaoxing frantically searched his stomach, trying to figure out how to escape this predicament. But in this desperate situation, no matter how calm or composed he was, his mind was blank. Shui wasn't there, Mr. Lu wasn't there, and the old man from that night wasn't there either. There was no possibility of resistance. Right now, he could only speak to people as they were, and to ghosts as they were. He walked step by step to the red-clad man, whose arms were crossed in front of him, a peaceful smile on his face, seemingly harmless. "Donkey, put your knife away. Why are you scaring people like this?" He reprimanded the man in black behind Wen Xiaoxing, who obediently slung the massive black iron blade back behind his back. The man in red beckoned to Wen Xiaoxing. "Young man, come closer. Don't be afraid. I want to eat you." Wen Xiaoxing silently took a few steps towards him. The man in red gently placed his hand on Wen Xiaoxing's shoulder. His palm was warm, yet it sent chills down Wen Xiaoxing's spine. "Have you eaten?" Faced with his warm greeting, Wen Xiaoxing blinked and tentatively asked, "Have you eaten?" The man in red shook his head. "I haven't." Wen Xiaoxing nodded. "Then I haven't eaten either." The man in red paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, pinching Wen Xiaoxing's shoulder. The latter winced in pain, cold sweat beating on his forehead, but he still laughed along with him. "You're quite interesting, he repeated meaningfully, releasing Wen Xiaoxing's hand. "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Yuanyang Tower. Have you been there before?" Upon hearing the name, Wen Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Recalling his earlier chat with Si Xiaohong outside the county town, he immediately shook his head. Never been, no money. The man in red praised. I like your honesty, although you don't seem like an honest person. My name is Lu Chuan, what's yours? Wen Xiaoxing. Wen Xiaoxing. Lu Chuan. Who do you work for? Faced with this question, Wen Xiaoxing naturally hesitated. Considering his current situation, he had no reason not to respond to Lu Chuan. This kind of smiling tiger was the most troublesome. Seemingly amiable, but capable of taking lives at the slightest disagreement. Especially someone as insignificant as him. His hesitation wasn't about whether to lie, but about not wanting to cause any trouble for Lu Zhizhi. Just as when Xiaoxing had told Ashui, he valued his life, not fear of death. Back then, to avoid being looked down upon by Lu Zhizhi, when Xiaoxing risked his life to insist on living in the dilapidated temple. Now, facing the guillotine that could fall on his neck at any moment, when Xiaoxing himself was surprised that he could actually hold back his words. After a moment of silence, Lu Chuan looked at Wen Xiaoxing with concern and asked, Why aren't you saying anything? Is it too cold? When Xiaoxing snapped out of his reverie, his thoughts racing. He spoke in a slightly hesitant tone. Lord Lu, you see, here comes the drowning dilemma. Lu Chuan's eyes flashed, and he asked with interest, What drowning dilemma? When Xiaoxing explained, It's roughly this, your wife and your mother both fall into the water at the same time, but neither of them can swim. You can only save one of them. Who would you save? Lu Chuan thought for a moment, and just as he was about to answer, when Xiaoxing added, Your wife is pregnant with your child. Lu Chuan's mouth stopped abruptly. He was silent for a while, then asked in a strange tone, What does this have to do with my question? When Xiaoxing patiently explained, I'm just an ordinary person. No, perhaps to someone like you, I'm not even human, just a stray dog that you could kick to death on the street. But I can tell that you and the person next to you are not simple people, not people I can afford to offend. I'm also not sure if the person who gave me this job has any grudge against you. If they do, then I would be the one who killed my savior. But if you ask me and I don't tell you, he'll definitely die. So, I'm currently considering whether to save myself or my savior. Lu Chuan sighed, Your frankness is making me very awkward. Well, I'll be frank too, perhaps you can't save anyone today. When Xiaoxing frowned, tilted his head, and asked sincerely, Lord Lu, I really don't understand how a bug like me could offend someone as high and mighty as you. Lu Chuan pointed to the brightly lit high-rise buildings across the river and smiled. Hey, don't rush, it's just a short walk. Let's go over and order some food. Then we can talk while we eat. Upon arriving at the Yuanyang Tower, the girls, all alluring and chattering, rushed towards Lu Chuan as if he were their beloved. The air was thick with the scent of butterflies, but Lu Chuan, unperturbed, cheerfully took out some silver from his pocket and distributed it before leading Wen Xiaoxing on a difficult escape to the main hall of the high-rise. Of course, some of the girls noticed the grave look on Wen Xiaoxing's face. But this was a place of pleasure, and they never inquired about matters outside of the pleasure quartersa warning song Mama had always given them. The Yuanyang Tower received a large number of guests daily, all sorts of strange and unsavory characters. The less they knew, the safer they were, coming from humble backgrounds with no powerful connections. If they were to cause any serious trouble, no one could protect them. In the main hall of the Yuanyang Tower, guests were scattered about, some reciting poetry and drinking merrily, others chatting about business and boasting. A young woman should have been seated in the position of the musician on the stage, but when Wen Xiaoxing entered the hall, he saw no one there. His heart sank. Tonight seemed exceptionally unlucky. Not only was he trapped, but everything that might have helped him escape his predicament had been wiped out. Was there really no way out? Wen Xiaoxing didn't know Lu Chuan and was certain he had never met him before, but he was certain of one thing. A man like Lu Chuan, knowing what he needed to know, would surely kill to silence him, leaving no evidence. Lu Chuan went to a secluded corner of the hall, where no one was around. He ordered some food and drinks, and the girls served him some wine and melon seeds first. As for the black-clad man named Chen Lu, he had vanished some time earlier, when Xiaoxing picked up the wine pot and poured Lu Chuan a cup first. He wasn't trying to gain Lu Chuan's favor through such details. He simply didn't dare let Lu Chuan touch the wine pot. Speak, Lord Lu. What brings you here tonight? Lu Chuan raised his cup, lightly clinked it with Wen Xiaoxing's, drank it in one gulp, and clapped his hands, saying, Let me correct you, Wen Xiaoxing. I didn't come here for you, and I don't really know you. The reason I suddenly came to you tonight is because of what you took. Wen Xiaoxing's eyes flickered slightly, and he silently took out the letter he had previously obtained from Wang Kuan from his sleeve, placing it on the table. This, Lu Chuan took the letter, glanced at it casually, and said indifferently, "This is just an ordinary family letter. What do you want it for?" When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, his expression becoming much more serious, and said to Lu Chuan, "Does Lord Lu really want to know?" Lu Chuan picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. "Stop beating around the bush. It's just the two of us here. Just say what you want to say." When Xiaoxing took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and lowered his voice to say, "White Dragon Guard." Lu Chuan's hand holding the chopsticks paused, his brows furrowed, and his gentle, even loving gaze immediately turned cold. "Say it again." When Xiaoxing said helplessly, "You don't believe me, but why would I need to lie to you? If you don't care about someone like me, the White Dragon Guards certainly won't care either. There was an important person inside who saved my life and gave me some money, just asking me to investigate some minor matters for him. This year, the snow in Kuhai County came heavily and suddenly, and I need this money to survive. I have no reason to refuse him, neither morally nor logically." Lu Chuan gently rubbed his chopsticks, questioning, "Tell me what that person looked like." When Xiaoxing, "I didn't see his true face. My benefactor wore a veil and a bamboo hat, was all white, and had a long sword about this long, and seemed to have a special pendant at his waist." He described in detail what he had seen and heard in the dilapidated temple that night. This was, of course, a desperate measure, but after thinking it over, when Xiaoxing still felt that Mr. Lu should not be betrayed. Regardless of whether the trouble he encountered was trouble for Lu Zhizhi, diverting trouble to his benefactor was something when Xiaoxing considered unacceptable. Since the truth couldn't be spoken, then let's talk nonsense. Just so happens that the man who came that night had a very sharp tongue, which when Xiaoxing disliked. After when Xiaoxing's detailed description, Lu Chuan's initial suspicions lessened considerably, and he believed him to a large extent. A maidservant brought in steaming food, the table full of dishes when Xiaoxing rarely encountered, the aroma filling the air, but neither of them touched their chopsticks, their eyes fixed on each other. "So, this letter is what the White Dragon Guard wanted?" Lu Chuan said slowly, his face filled with unprecedented seriousness. When Xiaoxing nodded, "Yes, I know nothing else. They wouldn't tell a nobody like me. Yes, good night." When Xiaoxing shifted the blame to the White Dragon Guard, making the man in red before him believe that he truly knew them. Among the famous forces in the martial arts world, the White Dragon Guard was the most mysterious, the one most inaccessible to ordinary people. Their clients were the royal family of Qi. Jianghu forces like Tianji Tower, Zhuge, and Wangchuan were able to establish connections with the royal families of the Four Kingdoms because they were large enough and valuable enough to be of use. But these connections were never very deep. The White Dragon Guard, on the other hand, was created because of the needs of the Qi royal family. Those who associated with them were mostly people of high status. Ordinary people like Wen Xiaoxing, who had never cultivated and dressed simply, would never have come into contact with someone like the White Dragon Guard without a stroke of luck. This is why Lu Chuan chose to believe Wen Xiaoxing after he described the White Dragon Guard's physical characteristics in detail. He pondered the letter Wen Xiaoxing had given him for a while when Qianlu appeared. The latter had already removed his long sword and was only wearing a simple black cloth robe. He walked straight to Lu Chuan, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to him. Lu Chuan glanced at the contents of the paper. "When Xiaoxing, well, you only recently became a citizen of Qi. What were you from before? You were doing just fine at home, so what are you doing in Qi, and in such a poor place as Kuhai County?" When Xiaoxing took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over the zither stand. Seeing it was still empty, he pondered how to stall for time. "This is a long story. I wonder if you have time to listen?" Lu Chuan tapped his plate with his chopsticks and smiled. "Tell me. I have time until we finish eating. If you find it amusing, it might even save your life." When Xiaoxing, of course, didn't believe the absurd claim of saving your life, but he still subtly revealed a smug expression and began to weave a story for him. He was very good at making up stories. Compared to Lu Chuan, Wen Xiaoxing had seen far more and learned far more. Wen Xiaoxing fabricated a non-existent small country called Ming, and then spent half an hour convincing Lu Chuan of its existence. The other person wasn't initially that interested in the story he was telling, but when he learned that the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty was a beggar, his appetite was piqued. Once someone has an appetite, they also have patience. "The reason I came to Kuhai County is because I had no choice. Ming is on the other side of the wilderness, tens of thousands of miles away. Our group of over 100 people escaped beforehand due to the royal rebellion, and I was the only one who survived. The former magistrate, Lu Jinshi, wouldn't let me into the county town because I couldn't come up with 10 taels of silver. He locked me up outside for 3 years. Fortunately, I have extensive experience in surviving in the wilderness, Otherwise, I would never have survived those 3 years. Lu Chuan looked at the black-clad man, Qian Lu, who said calmly, "It's not written down, but when I went to check earlier, the clerk in charge of Kuhai County's cultural information mentioned it to me. When Xiaoxing was indeed locked up outside the county for 3 years. It was only after Chuanxiong took office that he was granted the identity of a Qi citizen." Lu Chuan clicked his tongue and said, "Chuanxiong is so kind. Allowing a refugee to enter the country at such a sensitive time. Isn't he afraid of causing some big trouble? I thought he was so cautious, but I didn't expect I would have to clean up his mess." Hearing the words "clean up his mess," when Xiaoxing's heart tightened. He looked at Lu Chuan, wanting to ask if he was destined to die today, when his gaze suddenly fell on the zither platform. He suddenly shouted, "Hey, the zither player is here." Startled by his voice, everyone instinctively looked towards the zither platform. Si Xiaohong, who had just returned, looked at Wen Xiaoxing with a bewildered expression. The instant their eyes met, when Xiaoxing's fingers traced a vertical line in the air, Si Xiaohong's eyes flickered, her bewildered face gradually returning to normal. She suddenly stood up, clutching her stomach, her brows slightly furrowed, and bowed to everyone present, saying crisply, "Gentlemen, I am truly sorry for tonight. I am unwell, probably from an upset stomach. If I have disturbed your enjoyment, I hope you will understand." Having said that, Si Xiaohong ignored the guests' attempts to persuade her to stay or their shouts, and hurriedly left through the back door. Strange. When Xiaoxing picked up a peanut with his chopsticks, popped it into his mouth, and asked Lu Chuan, "Lord Lu used to frequent Yuanyang Tower, didn't you? I heard that the musician there is the only one in the county who is knowledgeable in music. Now that I see you, you seem to be unwell? But that doesn't make sense. A few days ago, it was Lu Jinxi's 50th birthday. She helped Yuanyang Tower entertain that gentleman. Such a rare cash cow. The madam of Yuanyang Tower must care more about her health than she does herself. However, I think she's blind. Lord Lu, such a person of high status, is sitting here, and she just glanced over here before getting up and leaving. I don't know if she's really unwell, or if she's taken on some private work. Lord Lu, should you investigate?" His words made Lu Chuan frown. Si Xiaohong's behavior was indeed somewhat unusual. She returned and then left again immediately. He felt something was amiss and had originally planned to send Qianlu along, but when Xiaoxing's words had precisely struck a nerve, subtly putting him in a difficult position. If he were to actually do that, it would seem as if he were fighting over a lowly courtesan from a remote border region. His status and pride prevented him from doing so. Silently picking up a few slices of nearly cold meat from the table and putting them in his mouth, Lu Chuan chewed and said casually, "You really haven't seen the world. Have you heard the story of the frog in the well? You look up, and the sky is just a small patch. You think that's your whole world. Back in the capital, countless beauties would pay anything to see me. It was as difficult as climbing to heaven. Besides, I don't like girls who are too young. They're not interesting." When Xiaoxing's eyes flickered, as if recalling a wise saying from some internet guru from his past life, and he continued, following Lu Chuan's lead, "That's true, women are like wine. If they haven't been brewed long enough, they won't have enough flavor. They'll taste bland, no different from drinking water. But if they've been brewed for too long, the flavor becomes strong, and most people can't handle it." Lu Chuan's eyes flashed at this, and his hand, which was about to reach into his pocket, stopped. He glanced at Wen Xiaoxing, clicking his tongue in amazement. "You greenhorn, you're talentless and powerless. No woman would even look at you, would she? All that talk and no action. Where did you get all that experience?" Wen Xiaoxing lowered his head and smiled mysteriously. "Wrong. Lord Lu, I am indeed talentless and powerless, but not long ago I found an injured woman outside the county town. To repay my life-saving grace, she gave me a night of pleasure." Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly as he recalled the corpse he found outside the county town on a snowy night not long ago. "Oh, you got such a great deal, kid? What's the woman's appearance and figure like?" Wen Xiaoxing gave a thumbs up. One word: stunning. Lu Chuan was amused by Wen Xiaoxing's smug expression. He drank a cup of wine, remained silent for a short while, and said in an almost promise-like tone, "How about this? You tell me in detail about the woman's appearance and physical characteristics, and I'll let you leave the Mandarin Duck Tower alive today. How about it?" When Xiaoxing's eyes lit up at first, then he tentatively asked, "Does Lord Lu also like this type?" Lu Chuan raised his cup, his eyes filled with deep meaning. "Very. I like it." When Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, biting his lip and said with distress, "Well, although I can read, I didn't have much knowledge because I was playful when I was young. Plus, it was dark that day and there was no fire outside, so I really couldn't see very clearly. I don't know how to describe it, So, Lord Lu, do you have any way to get paper and pen? They'll draw it for you. Lu Chuan nodded, beckoned a young woman, gave her some money, and asked her to fetch paper and brushes. The Yuanyang Tower was often frequented by self-proclaimed literati who dabbled in calligraphy and painting, so paper and brushes were always readily available. The young woman returned with the items shortly afterward, when Xiaoxing, without hesitation, searched his mind for some strange images and began to copy them. Since ancient times, calligraphy and painting have been intertwined, testing both the strength of the brush and the imagination, essentially a pursuit of beauty. Therefore, most people who are skilled in calligraphy often have some talent in painting as well. A suggestive image? Piece of cake. When Xiaoxing didn't draw any facial features, his brush moved with varying pressure and lightness, and soon a sensual erotic picture appeared on the paper. The young woman serving him glanced at it, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She bit her lip, thinking, how could this guest actually draw such a thing in public? After finishing, when Xiaoxing was about to hand the erotic picture to Lu Chuan, when a lame woman suddenly walked in from outside the lobby. She was dressed in a light blue cloth dress like an ordinary woman, with the sleeves rolled up at the wrists. The surrounding guests occasionally glanced at her, assuming she was a servant working in the Yuanyang Tower, and ignored her. But this woman went straight to Wen Xiaoxing's side, glanced at the erotic picture, grabbed Wen Xiaoxing by the back of the neck, and lifted him up like a chicken. Instead of going home at night, you're out here fooling around? Ashu's cold voice rang in Wen Xiaoxing's ears. At that moment, Wen Xiaoxing's tense heart finally relaxed. His face flushed with embarrassment as he introduced her to Lu Chuan, who wore a faint look of surprise. This is my sister. Ashu's sudden appearance disrupted Wen Xiaoxing's logic and train of thought. On instinct, Wen Xiaoxing had initially wanted to say this is my wife to cover up Ashu's identity, but recalling the cold glint in Ashu's eyes when she killed, he abruptly changed the last word to sister. Although he and Ashue had shared life-or-death experiences and even drunk together, Wen Xiaoxing always felt a distance from this ruthless woman with a secret. A moment of carelessness could lead to a lifetime of silence. Go back now. If you come here to fool around again, you'll tell your parents, and they'll break your legs. Ashue wasn't rigid and played along with Wen Xiaoxing's act. She pulled Wen Xiaoxing towards the door, and he turned to look at Lu Chuan, who had a furrowed brow, waving the erotic picture in his hand. Lord Lu, the picture. Lu Chuan looked at her like that and didn't take it. Only after the two disappeared outside the hall did he say to the donkey beside him, why didn't you stop them? The donkey shook its head. My knife isn't with me, and that woman is an unparalleled master. If I act rashly, I might injure you, sir. Lu Chuan squinted. This guy is a liar. He's been a vagrant outside the county for 3 years. Where did he get a sister? This woman's identity is hard not to be suspicious. Qian Lu hesitated for a moment, then said, although that woman is hiding her inner energy, she is a dragon hidden in the spirit. Her aura is like a vast abyss, and her cultivation is no less than mine. My master gave me instructions for this trip south. My main task is to protect Mr. Lu's personal safety. I hope Mr. Lu understands. Lu Chuan waved his hand, looked at the dishes on the table, touched the poison in his sleeve, and after a long while shook his head slightly, seemingly losing interest. He got up, paid and left. On the way, Ashue and Wen Xiaoxing braved the wind and snow to return. The latter said to her, I guessed right. There was indeed something wrong behind those fake letters. This man named Lu Chuan came today because of the letters. Ashue stared at the erotic picture in Wen Xiaoxing's hand without responding. Wen Xiaoxing continued talking to himself. The person you asked me to investigate is named Wang Kuan. He has a son named Wang Yi, who joined the army 17 years ago and hasn't returned home once since. He only receives letters, one every year, and these letters aren't written by the same person. Although the handwriting is similar, you can see the differences. As he spoke, he and Ashui walked into a small alley. Suddenly, the latter grabbed Wen Xiaoxing by the collar, turned him around, and pressed him against the wall. With her other hand, she pulled a hidden machete from Wen Xiaoxing's waist and held it against his neck. Wen Xiaoxing was startled by this sudden action. His back against the cold wall, motionless. What do you mean? He asked. Ashu's tone was icy cold. When did you see it? Wen Xiaoxing was stunned by her question. He quickly and carefully recalled in his mind that he hadn't done anything to betray Ashue before he felt a little more confident. See what? Seeing his expression, Ashue moved closer. The mole on your chest. When did you see it? Wen Xiaoxing was dumbfounded by her question. After a few breaths, he understood what Ashue meant. His lips twitched unnaturally. Grandma, I just drew it casually. He wanted the drawing, so I had to stall for time for someone to come and rescue me, adding some details to the drawing to make him believe it. Besides, even if I wanted to peek, I would have to have a suitable time. Normally, let alone peek, even if I were only a few inches away from you, you would notice. The only possibility was that night when you were unconscious, but that day you were about to die. Your chest was covered in blood. If I had the leisure to do that, do you think you would have survived? The two stared at each other, when Xianxia's eyes unwavering. He really hadn't seen it. After a long while, Ashu's cold gaze softened. She released her grip on when Xianxia's collar, tucked the woodcutter's knife back into his waistband, and turned to walk ahead. He'll trust you this once. P.S. Good night. Seeing that Ashu's murderous intent had subsided, when Xiaoxing breathed a slight sigh of relief. He crumpled the erotic picture in his hand into a ball and stuffed it into his clothes, hurriedly catching up with Ashu. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, Ashu's pace was always faster than his, preventing him from seeing her face clearly. There's something else. When Xiaoxing sighed helplessly, slowing his pace and following behind Ashu. That guy named Lu Chuan should know of your existence. But he doesn't recognize you. A cold wind blew in, bringing Ashu's confusion. How did you figure that out? When Xiaoxing didn't mince words, recounting the details of how he had previously rambled on to stall for time. When they talked about the injured woman outside the dilapidated temple, Lu Chuan's subtle expression hadn't escaped his notice. Ashu stopped and turned to stare at Wen Xiaoxing. You're saying that the injured woman gave you a night of passion? Tell me more, I want to hear it. When Xianxia's expression froze, then he spread his hands, saying, shouldn't the point be that Lu Chuan, after learning what seemed to be news about you, anxiously asked me about you? Ashu, I don't care about that. When Xiaoxing rolled his eyes, I didn't mention any characteristics of you. There are plenty of injured women in the world. Who knows who I'm talking about? He just casually mentioned this topic, and to buy time and survive, I made up something that didn't even exist to distract him. Otherwise, I would already be a corpse by the time you come here tonight. Besides, the woman in my drawing is plump and obese, deliberately avoiding your physical features. It's not offensive at all.
Dont Believ me?
Want to take another look? He said, pulling out the crumpled erotic picture from his clothes. But before he could unfold it, Ashu snatched it away. She held the crumpled paper in one hand, glanced at Wen Xiaoxing, and said in a softening tone, if it's really about saving your life, you can expose me next time, it's fine. Wen Xiaoxing sighed upon hearing this. It's not that simple. That person tonight came from the capital, and he seems to be of high status. Such a person must be here in Kuhai County to handle something very important. The more I say, the more I know, and he'll die no matter what. Unfortunately, this time he remembered my face. I don't dare to wander around the county town after dark. Ashu looked at the somewhat dejected Wen Xiaoxing and said calmly, next time we go to investigate something, I'll go with you. They act secretly, they must be hiding something, maybe the White Dragon Guard. So they're basically safe in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of everyone. If things get out of hand, they won't be able to handle it. We can't let a small problem lead to a big one, she said, leaning closer to Wen Xiaoxing's ear and speaking in a light but serious tone. There's one more thing. Next time you draw a woman, don't draw a mole on her left breast, understand? Wen Xiaoxing's eyes glanced down subconsciously, then quickly returned to their normal position. You really have one? Ashu raised an eyebrow. Want to see? Wen Xiaoxing took a half step back, refusing this deadly question. No, I won't see it. And I won't draw it. The matter was dropped. Ashu took the painting and didn't pursue the matter further. As she walked back, Wen Xiaoxing watched her limping figure and asked, are you feeling better? Should I get you some medicine? Ashu's voice was faintly heard in the wind.
Yvonne T.
Back at Fan Yui's house, Wen Xiaoxing gathered some firewood and threw it into the brazier. Then he boiled a pot of water for himself to wash his feet. Afterward, he took a large wooden basin, put some snow in it and poured in the hot water. Steam rose, and Wen Xiaoxing soaked his feet while warming himself by the fire, his body immediately warming up. A little while later, another pair of small, fair feet were also put in. When the hot water reached above Ashu's ankles, her brows relaxed. After soaking for a while, fine beads of sweat appeared on her face, masking her fierce aura and making her appear much gentler in the firelight. Thinking of what happened tonight, Wen Xiaoxing suddenly asked her, your injuries haven't healed yet, and you went to the county government office again tonight? Ashu took the initiative and emphasized, if I hadn't gone, you would be dead tonight. Did you expect that guy Chuanxiong to save you? Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. Of course I know. What I mean is, what did you go to Chuanxiong for? Ashu, to investigate Lu Jinxi's death. When Xiaoxing was taken aback, then said, "Just like that? You held a knife to his throat?" Shui. More or less. A barefoot person isn't afraid of someone wearing shoes. He had his reservations, but I didn't. This guy didn't want to fight to the death with me, he wanted to make a deal. Later, that girl banged on the drum at the entrance of the county government office, saying something had happened at the Yuanyang Tower. When I asked her what happened, she wouldn't say. I felt something was wrong, so I came first. Hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing couldn't help but chuckle. He thought of those people who thought they were superior just because they had some power, and how they were completely helpless against a straightforward female bandit like Shui. They weren't incapable of dealing with Shui, but it would come at a huge cost and cause a huge uproar. When Xiaoxing knew that the White Dragon Guards had arrived in Kuhai County, and judging from Lu Chuan's reaction, their purpose in coming this time was most likely related to Lu Chuan and his group. The two sides had conflicting interests, which could easily breed resentment. After soaking his feet, Wen Xiaoxing went out to pour water. When he returned, he saw Shui staring at him, so he put down the foot basin and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Shui asked curiously, "If I remember correctly, there were two people watching you at the time. The skinny guy in black was quite powerful. How did you manage to communicate with that girl right under their noses, telling her to go to the county government to ask for help?" She might not have thought things through as deeply as Wen Xiaoxing, but having survived this long, Shui was no fool. She had pondered this question for a long time but still couldn't understand it. When Xiaoxing smiled, got into bed, wrapped the quilt around himself, sat cross-legged and said, "It was fate that I met her. On Lu Jinxi's 50th birthday, the piece she played was the one I taught her. At that time, I chatted with her for a long time outside the county. One of the tunes was the sound that police cars make when they are dispatched in a certain country. At that time, I hummed the tune to her while making a gesture. As he spoke, his finger moved vertically and undulated in the air." Shui seemed thoughtful, then asked again, "Wait, Wen Xiaoxing, what does going out on a mission mean? And why is there a sound coming from the carriage?" Seeing her so earnest question, Wen Xiaoxing tilted his head and thought for a moment before explaining with difficulty. "Going out on a mission means that the country sends government officials to arrest criminals. As for why there's that sound coming from the carriage, well, because there's usually a musician on board playing the suona making a wero-ero sound." Shui squinted, leaning back slightly, clearly taken aback by the bizarre scene. The government arresting people in a carriage with a musician? Wen Xiaoxing coughed. "It'll have a deterrent effect, I guess. Mainly because that country is bustling with traffic. When people hear that noise, they'll know the government officials are out on a case. And they'll have to make way." Wen Xiaoxing described to Shui a country where the government arrests people in horse-drawn carriages with musicians. The latter listened with great interest, but after listening, she looked at Wen Xiaoxing with the eyes of someone interrogating a criminal. "Wait a minute, I remember you said before that you forgot your past, only remembering these 3 years outside of Kuhai County." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, Wen Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly rolled back, and he fell asleep. His eyes weren't even fully closed, and he was already snoring. But the next moment, Shui dragged him out of bed. "Sleeping so early? How's your practice of the Fountain of Youth going?" Wen Xiaoxing reluctantly opened one eye and replied, "I've practiced for a few days, but I haven't felt any innate qi." Shui frowned slightly. "Not even a little bit? Did you remember the guidance method? Did you press your tongue against the roof of your mouth? Did you feel any blockage in your meridians when you breathed?" Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. "No. Everything was done according to your teachings. However, although I haven't sensed any innate qi, my body has indeed undergone obvious changes." Shui blinked. She knew that the Fountain of Youth technique varied from person to person, so she was also very curious about what changes had occurred in Wen Xiaoxing's body. "What has changed?" "Wen Xiaoxing, my appetite has improved." The two looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Shui reluctantly let go of his hand and sighed. Practicing with the mental cultivation method for so many days and still not being able to sense the existence of qi, Wen Xiaoxing, you are truly one in a million. An ordinary person. Wen Xiaoxing scratched his head. Of course, he could sense that Shui's words were not malicious, but rather a lament for his mediocre talent. If Shui didn't genuinely care about him, she wouldn't have spoken with such a tone of disappointment and frustration. But Wen Xiaoxing showed no discouragement or slackening regarding his talent and circumstances. Heaven had granted him this 1 in a billion chance, allowing him a second chance at life. No matter what hardships he faced, he would not give up easily, determined to make his hard-won life as vibrant and colorful as possible. He had already endured enough suffering and hardship. A little more wouldn't make a difference. So, Wen Xiaoxing smiled at Shui in a relaxed tone. Perhaps it's because you're too talented. The other day I asked Mr. Liu about cultivation. He told me that the human body has 720 acupoints. These represent a cultivator's potential. There are very few martial artists in the world who can discover more than 600 acupoints. Ashui, you are so young and you have such profound martial arts skills. You must have many acupoints that can stimulate your potential, right? Ashui glanced at him. She was worried that her words might have been a blow to him, but seeing Wen Qiaosheng's attitude, she knew that she had overthought things. She shook her head and sat down with her back against the edge of the bed. I thought your life was tough enough, but now it seems your will is even tougher than your life. With such a spirit, if you were in someone with even a little talent, your future achievements would be limitless. She sighed, though she felt it wouldn't be very meaningful to tell Wen Qiaosheng about cultivation. She still said, I've opened 717 acupoints. Except for 3 at my right knee, all the others are open. Ashu's words froze the smile on Wen Qiaosheng's face. He sat on the bed, looking down at the woman by the brazier with a strangely unsettling gaze. How many have you opened? 717. Are you even human? Ashui tossed a piece of firewood into the brazier and said calmly, You have to ask yourself. Wen Qiaosheng stared at her for a long time, finally letting out a long breath, his body slumping onto the bed as if all his strength had been drained. Then he turned away from Ashui, pulled the blanket over his head, and mumbled, I'm going to sleep. The atmosphere in the room became exceptionally deathly still in the dim firelight. After a while, Wen Qiaosheng seemed to remember something and turned to Ashui, asking, By the way, Ashui, you just said that even with the cultivation method you couldn't sense qi, so when you were practicing you didn't actually have the cultivation method. Ashui gave a soft hum. The cultivation method is a summary of the qi operation rules that I developed after achieving some success in my practice. Can help you avoid many pitfalls. If you can't learn it even with the cultivation method, I don't know what to do. A rare hint of apprehension appeared in her voice. After all, she had never taught students before and had no experience in teaching cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wen Qiaosheng sat up abruptly, his tone surprisingly excited. The problem might lie here. You mentioned before that the Fountain of Youth's miraculous effects vary from person to person. Is it possible that the pitfalls you mentioned are the correct path for others? Ashui was taken aback by his words. She initially wanted to say that Wen Qiaosheng's idea was somewhat far-fetched, but after careful consideration, she became uncertain. The Hokkaido man rose to fame over 200 years ago. Born in the Yen kingdom, he later traveled to the Chan, Qi, and Zhao kingdoms, seeking out renowned scholars throughout the land. His cultivation, medicine, and divination were all world-class, especially his cultivation, which reached a level of profound understanding. Among countless scholars, only a handful could rival him. The 3 extraordinary arts whale dive, false words, and the Fountain of Youth were treasures he discovered a century ago at Jieshe, recorded and passed down through generations. Even she herself had not fully grasped the mysteries of the Fountain of Youth. Then I'll tell you the original method of cultivating the Fountain of Youth. Ashui stood up, having Wen Qiaosheng sit cross-legged on the bed, hands on his knees, eyes closed, focusing his mind. She then began to recount the initial mental cultivation method of the Fountain of Youth. It wasn't even a mental cultivation method. As Ashui calmly narrated, Wen Qiaosheng's consciousness gradually drifted into the distance, seemingly passing through the vast, swirling snow outside and reaching the deep, starry sky. He had never experienced anything so profound. His consciousness left his body, sometimes like water, sometimes like the wind, drifting freely, moving as he pleased. This wonderful feeling of being able to roam freely through all the heavens captivated Wen Qiaosheng. So much so that the next day, when he returned from buying breakfast and chatted with Ashui, he excitedly said that he had finally found the right path, and that while his constitution was different from ordinary people, his comprehension was extraordinary. He believed that if things continued this way, he might achieve great things in the future. Ashui listened to his description without saying a word, burying her head in her soy milk and eating a steamed bun. As Wen Qiaosheng's enthusiasm gradually subsided, he noticed Ashui's silence and asked her somewhat awkwardly, Hey Ashui, was my state last night called meditation? Ashui pursed her lips, looking at the flush on Wen Qiaosheng's face from excitement, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't bear to lie to him. She exhaled a puff of white mist. No, you were just asleep. After a pause, she added, sleeping like a pig. P.S. Good night. Hee hee. Ha ho. The county town's morning market was packed with people. The snow, which had been relentlessly pelting the county residents these past few days, had temporarily subsided. The sun, a rare sight these days, shone warmly. Even the elderly, rarely seen, were bundled up in thick clothes and out in the streets, chatting amongst themselves. Some were engaged in lively debates, gesturing about whose children and grandchildren, while others embellished gossip they'd heard from Waknoshir, giving their mouths a good workout after the snow had dulled their tongues. In this bustling and cheerful day, the county government office felt unusually lifeless, the wind seeming to chill the air as it blew through the doors. Chun Cheong, dressed in his official robes, stood before Lu Jinxi's body, which had gradually turned a waxy yellow from the embalming agents, his expression grave. He clutched a roll of paper in his hand, slightly wrinkled, yet he still gently held it, his vacant eyes suggesting he was struggling with something. Beside Lu Jinshi lay a corpse. It was Wu Xie. His neck was stitched shut with dense, tight thread, erasing the smooth wound and leaving behind the pallor unique to the dead. Last night, Wu Xie and a Shui clashed for the second time. Everything was almost identical to before. The difference was that this time his luck wasn't good. A Shu's old wound hadn't flared up again. The mistake she made before had now struck Wu Xie's neck accurately, and unsurprisingly, severed his head. The entire process was swift and decisive. Chun Cheong had no time for grief or anger. The blood-soaked blade was already at his neck. At that moment, Chun Cheong clearly realized the difference between himself and a Shui, and understood that he couldn't afford to offend this woman before him. Those who watched a Shui fight often had an unrealistic illusion. Every swing of her sword, every kill, was so ordinary, so uninteresting. She always seemed a little faster than her enemies, but only a little faster. Therefore, many onlookers felt that if they were just a little faster, they could easily defeat her. Those who harbored such thoughts ultimately paid a heavy price. When they truly faced a Shui and her sword, they finally realized that this slight difference was an insurmountable mountain, an unfillable ocean. Chun Cheong certainly had feelings for Wu Xie, the old gatekeeper who had served their family for so many years, but not to the point of fighting to the death against someone he couldn't possibly defeat. This hatred was buried deep in his heart, left to take root and sprout. Chun Cheong had already begun to consider how to cooperate with Lu Chuan and Wang Chuan to deal with this woman who had twice caused trouble in his county office and killed his guards. Just as he was lost in thought, a dark figure suddenly appeared at the door. The sound of footsteps brought Chun Cheong back to his senses. Remembering what happened last night, he gripped the soft sword he carried close to his body like a frightened bird. "Who is it?" Chun Cheong asked. The voice of a yamen runner came from outside the door. "Reporting to your honor, a commoner dressed in plain clothes has come to the door and wants to enter the county office to see your honor." Chun Cheong was agitated and said, "I am not receiving guests today. If it is not important, do not bother me." The yamen runner at the door hesitated for a moment, then said, "The man said that he knows the woman who came here last night." Upon hearing this, Chunkyong's grip on the soft sword tightened, and his gaze subconsciously swept over Wu Xie's cold corpse. He remained silent for a moment before changing his mind. "Is he alone?" "Reporting to your honor, he is alone." "In that case, bring him here." The yamen runner turned and hurriedly left. Not long after, he appeared outside the door with a young man. After he left, the man pushed open the door and entered. The moment their eyes met, Chunkyong's pupils suddenly constricted. "It's you," he murmured, his memory returning, and he suddenly remembered something. "Yes, that day I had just arrived at the county office to take office. After dispersing the other people, only you and she remained. These days I've been troubled by too many things, and I didn't think about it at all last night. The person who came was none other than Wen Chaoxing." He glanced at Chun Cheong, then quickly turned his gaze to the corpses of Lu Jinshi and Wu Xie, pointing there and saying, "Lord Chun, have you decided when to close the case?" Chun Cheong stood with his hands behind his back, and when facing Wen Chaoxing, he held his head high and his demeanor seemed to become more imposing. Last night, when facing a Shui, he was still concerned about his life and dared not speak loudly. Today, seeing Wen Chaoxing, who had no cultivation and had once been a vagrant outside the county, standing in front of him, Chun Cheong's anger and fear, which had been suppressed all night, finally had a place to be vented. "When I close this case is none of your business," a vagrant urging me to. Wen Chaoxing crossed his arms in front of him, bowed slightly to Chun Cheong, and said calmly, "Thanks to you, sir, I am now a true citizen of Qi." Chun Cheong took a few steps forward, stood in front of Wen Chaoxing, leaned forward, but raised his chin and said slowly, "Remember, what I can give you, I can also take back." "What, you came to see me? Weren't you here to talk about that woman from last night?" Wen Chaoxing lowered his eyes, staring at the soft sword at Chunkyong's waist and the hand holding it, and said softly, "If I remember correctly, When you first came to Kuhai County, you didn't have a sword at your waist. Overnight, you suddenly have a sword in your hand. You've become much more cautious. Xianxia followed when Xianxia's words and lowered his gaze, also seeing his own hand holding the sword. His eyes narrowed into a dangerous line, and he lost his patience. If I can't kill her, can't I at least kill you? Are you tired of living talking to me like that? When Xianxia smiled, without the slightest fear. On the surface, it's about that woman from last night, but in essence, it's still your business, sir. As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Jinqi's corpse for the second time, his gaze never leaving Chun Xiong's face. It's also his business. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered, and a murderous aura wafted out along with the sound of a soft sword being drawn. Faced with Chun Xiong's impatience and murderous intent, when Xiaoxing not only didn't back down, but instead moved closer, speaking softly. Lord Chun, you'd better think this through. My life is worthless. Killing me is a small matter. But if the missing vial of poison and the secret left by Lu Jinshi get out, things will be much worse. When Xiaoxing dared to speak to Chun Xiong like this simply to confirm two things. First, as the county magistrate, even if Chun Xiong were to disregard human life, he wouldn't easily take action himself. If his official robes were stained with blood, it would damage the royal family's reputation. Of course, he wouldn't pay for the life of an ordinary citizen, but who could say for sure if it wouldn't affect his career? Such things were not without precedent. Over the years, Confucianism has somewhat taken root in people's hearts. Compared to other states, Qi was indeed far superior in both morality and law. There was once a marquis in a major city who, relying on his inherited title, acted arrogantly and cruelly, oppressing the people. Many young and beautiful girls died in his backyard, their bodies thrown into a well. When the truth came out and the local officials came to investigate, the marquis obstructed them in every way, resorting to threats. News reached the capital, and soon the man's title was forcibly revoked. His so-called honor, passed down through generations, was nothing more than a word from the officials in the palace, without even being consulted with the marquis. This incident served as a shock and warning to all officials in Qi. At least on the surface, Qi's emphasis on the people was unmatched by other states. Secondly, after his discussion with Ashui that morning, when Xiaoxing cleared his chaotic thoughts and confirmed that a huge secret lay behind Lu Jinqi's death, a secret inevitably connected to Xianxia. Otherwise, his appointment in Kuhai County wouldn't have been so timely, and Lu Jinqi's case wouldn't have dragged on indefinitely. It was originally a simple suicide, whether by poison or hanging. It wouldn't have made much difference. Chunkyong's repeated delays clearly indicated his fear that Lu Jinqi's death would be investigated by others, proving that Lu Jinshi not only had something to hide, but also had an inextricable connection to him. Having grasped these 2 points, when Xiaoxing persuaded Ashui to come and see Xianxia alone. To him, Xianxia was far safer than Lu Chuan, whom he had met the previous night. After all, Xianxia held an official position, his behavior was more restrained, and he was more concerned with gains and losses. As it turned out, when Xiaoxing's speculation was correct, that one sentence had completely captivated Xianxia. He released his grip on the soft sword, turned, and walked to the door, slowly pushing it open so that sunlight streamed in. Xianxia turned to look at Wen Xiaoxing, half his face still hidden in shadow. Let's talk somewhere else. There are 2 corpses in this room. Bad luck. Wen Xiaoxing didn't refuse and followed behind Xianxia. The 2 walked through the pavilion, and Xianxia stopped, looking at the spacious artificial hill and clear pond beside him, and asked, "How is Lu Jinqi's courtyard?" When Xiaoxing glanced at it and gave a very perfunctory compliment. Mountains and water complement each other, elegant and refined, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Xianxia shook his head. What a load of rubbish. It's all the blood and sweat of the common people and the ill-gotten gains. When Xiaoxing smiled slowly. Don't put it so harshly, as if you're some kind of incorruptible official. We're all in the same boat. Whether it's dirty or not, harmony is the only way to make money. Chun Xiong said calmly, do you think I'm the same as Lu Jinshi? When Xiaoxing remembered very clearly and sighed, you accepted a gold leaf on your first day in office. Lu Jinshi probably didn't have your achievements. So, you're definitely better than him. His words were full of sarcasm and ridicule, but unexpectedly, Chun Xiong wasn't angry at this moment. Instead, he sighed in the same way. Lu Jinshi, that guy, he's been the local tyrant of Kuhai County for so many years. He's squeezed so much money out of the people that his mansion can't hold it all. He has to bury it on Xinguang Mountain to the north. TSK. You know, he hasn't actually committed any major crimes here. If he had just bribed the city magistrate or the censor of Guanghan City a little gold, he would have been promoted long ago. But he hasn't left. Why? Because Kuhai County is remote and mountainous, there's little trouble. There's money to be made here, no fighting, and even the most desperate outlaws rarely come here. If I were him, I wouldn't want to leave either. But this local tyrant, overnight, his family was destroyed, and he didn't even receive a word. When Xiaoxing stared at the red koi carp in the still frozen pond and said, Lord Chun, are you saying that you, like Lu Jinshi, are just a pawn, unable to decide your own fate? Chun Xiong shook his head slightly. Not me, but us. You like me. Everyone in Kuhai County, including that woman you know, are all the same. When Xiaoxing tilted his body slightly, glanced at Chun Xiong, and smiled. No, I'm different. Lord Chun, am not a pawn. Whether it's you, Lu Chuan, or those high-ranking figures in the clouds, I, a speck of dust and weeds, am nothing to you. Chun Xiong's expression froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, and he squinted, saying, You know Lu Chuan? When Xiaoxing turned his head, a tiny smile curving his lips, which vanished in an instant, and he returned to his usual expression, saying, Yes, I do. Everything is predestined. For example, if I hadn't met Lu Chuan last night, the woman who came looking for you wouldn't have come to save me, and you would most likely have died at her hands. Lord Chun, your survival last night was the will of heaven. Chun Xiong paused for a moment, then asked, What does Lu Chuan want with you? When Xiaoxing smiled and lowered his head. As I just said, you big shots wouldn't treat me like a human being. Of course, he didn't come to see me, he came to see something else. Chun Xiong frowned, seemingly tired of this riddle-like way of chatting. He said to Wen Xiaoxing, Can we be frank? This guessing game is pointless. Since you're here and I've seen you, just say what you can. Wen Xiaoxing thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Lord Chun, to be frank, I came to see you alone today because I want to cooperate with you. That woman is too arrogant. I didn't bring her with me. She's quick with her knife. I'm afraid I can't keep up with her words. Chun Xiong glanced at Wen Xiaoxing sideways, his tone somewhat incredulous. Cooperate with me? I don't think there's anything we can cooperate on. Wen Xiaoxing didn't mind Chun Xiong's wariness and hostility. He walked to one side of the pavilion, sat down, leaned against a stone pillar, and smiled. First of all, let me make one thing clear. Lord Chun, we are not your enemies. Strictly speaking, we are even comrades in the same boat. I know you probably think I'm talking nonsense, but you'll understand after you hear me out. The reason you've been so slow to resolve the Lu Jinshi case is related to two things. One is that the poison Wang Chuan gave Lu Jinshi has disappeared, and he chose an extremely troublesome method of suicide, which makes you uneasy. The second, of course, is the white dragon guards outside the county town. Am I right, Lord Chun? Looking at Wen Xiaoxing's smiling face, Chun Xiong tried his best to hide the shock in his eyes, but it eventually spilled out little by little. His hand unconsciously gripped the soft sword at his waist again, his palms sweating profusely. In that instant, Chun Xiong suddenly realized that this commoner, whom he had always looked down upon and even ignored, was actually so mysterious, so terrifying. Were those secrets hidden deep within his heart? Unearthed? P.S. Just a heads up, this is my first time writing a wuxia novel, so it's a bit of a hodgepodge. It's definitely a niche genre, even smaller than guixi, so not many people will read it. Everyone who comes here is a matter of fate. I'll try my best to keep everyone here with the later plot, so we can all stay and have a blast in this little corner. Good night. Some secrets are greater than many people's lives, including Chun Xiong himself. Therefore, whether he truly knew or merely guessed, he buried these secrets deep within his heart, daring not to let them bask in even the slightest sunlight. If the secrets were exposed, many in Qi would die. When Xiaoxing uttered the words White Dragon Guard, Chun Xiong's body trembled almost imperceptibly. This might have been just a shiver in the winter air, but it didn't escape Wen Xiaoxing's notice. Many of Chun Xiong's unintentional subtle expressions confirmed Wen Xiaoxing's earlier suspicions. The White Dragon Guard who came to find them that day was indeed not with Chun Xiong and his group, a piece of incredibly good news for Wen Xiaoxing. Chun Xiong held an official position, which imposed many restrictions, leaving him with little control over his actions. Coupled with pressure from other forces, his survival in the cracks meant he was more likely to need external help. Wen Xiaoxing didn't have many leverage to argue with Chun Xiong, but coincidentally, he now had a female demon in his camp. A person with unfathomable martial arts skills and no fear of death could secretly shield Chun Xiong from many troubles. Her value was immense. Chun Xiong would not only be tempted, but might even become dependent on her in the future. Wen Xiaoxing, when did you meet the White Dragon Guards? Only a quarter of an hour had passed since their meeting in the room with Lu Jinshi's corpse, but Chun Xiong's attitude towards Wen Xiaoxing had already undergone a complete transformation. He was no longer arrogant or condescending. His tone was filled with surprise, uncertainty, fear, and even murderous intent. Clearly, Wen Xiaoxing had now completely taken control of the conversation. Facing Chun Qiong's question, Wen Xiaoxing smiled slightly. Lord Chun is so clever, think again. Upon hearing this, the former pondered seriously for a moment, his eyes flashing, and immediately corrected himself. The White Dragon Guards came looking for you. You're just a commoner, why would they come looking for you? Wen Xiaoxing had already lied to Lu Chuan once, and that lie had been very successful. Now he decided to continue this lie. Why did you come to me? My lord, didn't I already tell you the answer? Wen Xiaoxing pointed to his nose, a smile on his face, but his tone was cold. You might notice any cheap person in the county town, or a street vendor making a living, or a fisherman chatting on a boat under the bridge, or even a middle-aged woman arguing over trivial matters in an alley. But no one would give me a second glance, neither you nor Lu Chuan. Chun Qiong said, but last night Lu Chuan clearly came to see you. Wen Xiaoxing said, that's because I found something that sent chills down his spine. Chun Qiong glanced at him, his brows furrowing. What is it? Wen Xiaoxing lowered his voice. This secret, my lord, you may not even know. What will you give in exchange? Chun Qiong's eyelids drooped, his gaze towards Wen Xiaoxing becoming particularly complicated. Wen Xiaoxing continued, I questioned the woman who came to see you last night. You know Lu Chuan, and you both arrived in Kuhai County around the same time and from the same place. So, Lu Jinqi's death is not only related to you but also to him. Wang Chuan is the largest assassin organization in the martial world, with countless dirty lives on their hands. You're wearing the official robes of Qi, so you can't openly associate with them. Therefore, I guess the vial of poison on Lu Jinshi was given to him by Lu Chuan. He came here with the same purpose as you. As you said, Lu Jinshi, a man who has been a local tyrant in Kuhai County for so many years, shouldn't have any karmic ties unless he did something he shouldn't have done. And that thing is connected to a certain important figure in the capital. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Qiong suddenly drew his sword. The soft blade swayed in the cold air, sword waves rising from the blade to the tip before settling back to stillness. The blade was placed against Wen Xiaoxing's neck. Chunqiang's hand trembled, and blood was drawn. A stinging pain spread across Wen Xiaoxing's neck, raising goosebumps and making his skin bristle. He dared not move, his body taut, yet his expression remained unchanged. Wen Xiaoxing, Chun Qiong held a sword to Wen Xiaoxing's neck, his bloodshot eyes like those of a wild beast, a surging killing intent crashing down like waves, sealing off the surrounding space. Take my advice, your life is hard one. Don't court death. I've heard your story, 3 years outside the county, you've survived until now, which proves you value your life. Some things, if you can't say them, are best left unsaid. Faced with Chun Qiong's terrifying threat, almost an ultimatum, Wen Xiaoxing didn't retreat but stepped forward, standing before him, staring directly into those wild beast-like eyes. Lord Chun, Lu Jinqi's body hasn't even been buried yet. Why don't you ask a spirit medium to ask him a few questions about how he died? How old are you? Still so naive. How have you survived this long? Can the mouth of a living person be as reliable as that of a dead one? Chun Qiong stared, his teeth clenched tightly. This outburst wasn't from anger, but from fear. Chun Qiong was afraid of Wen Xiaoxing, afraid of the secrets he had discovered, afraid of that powerful figure in the capital. Seeing his state, Wen Xiaoxing grinned, a grin like a madman. Lord Chun, be honest. If I brought that intestinal-piercing poison today and confessed everything to you, could I leave this county office alive? Chun Qiong's lips trembled, and after a long pause, he laboriously sheathed his sword. No. The smile on Wen Xiaoxing's face vanished as Chun Qiong sheathed his sword, his gaze sharper and more dangerous than ever before. So, do you think you can leave alive if you obediently do what that lord in the capital ordered for Lu Chuan? His words fell, and Chun Qiong's body trembled, his breath seemingly stopping. It was a very simple truth. Did Chun Qiong not know it? How could he not know? But he would rather choose to obey that lord's every whim, hoping to eventually earn a sliver of trust through merit and hard work, than show the slightest rebellion or resistance. He dared not. The courage of a calf is temporary, but the ferocity of a tiger is ever present. When you mock me, do you know how naive you are? How narrow-minded you are? Do you know who this lord you speak of is, what methods and power he possesses? You know nothing? You're just spouting nonsense. Although Chun Qiong sheathed his sword, he suddenly grabbed Wen Xiaoxing's collar. At this moment, he no longer considered himself the magistrate of Kuhai County, but merely a passerby arguing with someone. Wen Xiaoxing grabbed Chun Qiong's arms with both hands, calmly pressing him down, and coldly said to the agitated Chun Qiong, "Boasting? Let me tell you, Chun Xiong, your life is the most important thing to you. No matter what you want to do, what your ambitions are, or who you want to protect, if you lose your life, then you have nothing. Lu Jinxi's body is right there. Look at him, do you want to become like him? Chun Xiong said indignantly. I'm not like him. When Xiaoxing was also getting worked up, disregarding the offense and didn't back down an inch. Not like him. Let me tell you, if you continue like this, not only will you become Lu Jinshi, but there will be a third, a fourth. He only said one sentence. Lu Jinxi's whole family died, and you all were driven to this godforsaken place. Are you not different? To him, you're nothing. Chun Xiong was stunned by when Xiaoxing's insults. The veins on his neck and face turned red. He used his arms to lift when Xiaoxing up and slammed him against the wall pillar, gritting his teeth and saying, I am nothing, but it's still better than you. A worthless, childish vagrant who doesn't even have parents. Even if you really dug up some secrets, so what? Do you think you can contend with someone with immense power with just this little bit of knowledge? Is your brain filled with sand or water? I've never seen such a stupid donkey in my life. When Xiaoxing forced out the words from his throat and retorted, Chun Xiong, you're the stupid donkey. If he really didn't care, Lu Jinshi wouldn't have died. When a powerful figure in the clouds has to descend to earth just to crush an ant, it proves that he has compromised. What can make such a person compromise is either an overwhelming amount of profit or an even more terrifying threat. The internal power structure of Qi must have checks and balances. If he were the only one in power, would he have the leisure to care about Lu Jinshi? The more insignificant Lu Jinshi's status is, the more it proves that the secrets he possesses pose a great threat to that person. Do you understand? He had never used such a low and intense tone to argue with anyone. But this victory was crucial for both Wen Xiaoxing and Ashui. From those fake letters, when Xiaoxing sensed an unspeakable danger, he knew it would be difficult to completely extricate himself from Ashui's side. However, both Lu Chuan and the White Dragon Guard were two complex, unrestrained forces of the martial world, a mixed bag moving freely between them. When Xiaoxing couldn't control them, whether negotiating or cooperating, Ashui was undoubtedly a sharp and intimidating sword, but only when Xiaoxing knew she carried very serious injuries, some from weapons, others from masters. Even though she had cultivated the fountain of youth, these injuries wouldn't heal in a day or two. They required a long period of rest. If she were to be surrounded by masters, she wouldn't survive. Therefore, when Xiaoxing needed Qiong to continue his investigation, the last few low, hoarse curses seemed to jolt Qiong, who had lost his mind, back down. He stumbled, his strength failing, and plopped down on a bench at the edge of the corridor, staring blankly at the ground. The breeze had grown cold. Both were panting heavily, remaining silent. After an unknown amount of time, Chun Xiong, supporting himself on his knees, leaned against a stone pillar and asked Wen Xiaoxing, how did you find that bottle of poison? His question, his gaze, already revealed his compromise with Wen Xiaoxing. The latter smiled. This I have to thank Lu Jinshi. That guy is a ruthless man in the truest sense, willing to sacrifice his own family to bite back. He recounted how Lu Jinshi hid the poison that day, but omitted any trace of Ashui. After hearing this, Chun Xiong vaguely guessed why Ashui had come to investigate Lu Jinshi's body earlier. This guess made his heart tremble violently, almost leaping out of his throat. Judging from your expression, you understand, Wen Xiaoxing said calmly. Lu Jinshi knew that his inexplicable suicide would arouse suspicion from above, and he was determined to retaliate. Therefore, what that official in the capital wanted to destroy may have been preserved by him in some form. That night, he was watched by the people of Wangchuan. Although they were later lured away, Lu Jinshi didn't have much time. He was completely ignorant of martial arts and had no cultivation whatsoever. He couldn't have gone very far. So this secret is either in his residence or in his corpse. Lord Chun, I must say, your intuition is really accurate, and it saved your life. If you had simply closed the case and handed over the files and Lu Jinshi's body, who knows what kind of mess you would have made now. Chun Xiong slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with surprise. How did you know I was going to hand over Lu Jinshi's body? Wen Xiaoxing asked in return. Otherwise, why would you put preservatives on him? To keep him to sleep with you? A hidden fear flashed deep in Chun Xiong's eyes. But this fear, unseen by anyone, disappeared in an instant. In the empty pavilion, he spoke through the winter wind, his voice trembling slightly, asking the same question Ashui had asked him before. Wen Xiaoxing, what did you do before? Wen Xiaoxing calmly replied, me? I used to be a scholar. What kind of books? All kinds of books. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then Chun Xiong slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. The Lu Jinshi case has dragged on for too long. The city magistrate of Guanghan City is urging me. The case file and his body must be delivered together by noon tomorrow. You brought that woman to see me today. You can do one last examination of his body. As he spoke, he gave Wen Chaoxing a sharp look. As for other things, I can consider what you just said. But I need to make sure you're someone I can trust. Wen Chaoxing smiled. I'm like you. I want to live, and I have no other choice. If I had a choice, I probably wouldn't be looking for you today, but for Lu Chuan or the White Dragon Guard. I came to you not to help you, but to help myself. Chun Qiong turned and left, his back and hair looking somewhat disheveled. There will be many eyes in the county town after dusk. She is highly skilled in martial arts. Be quick when you come over, don't bring trouble with you. P.S. Good night. After leaving the county government office, Wen Chaoxing immediately saw a woman standing with her arms crossed and her back against the wall not far away. He walked towards her and said, "Have you heard everything?" Shui glanced at him. "Do you really think I have super hearing? That I can hear everything?" Wen Chaoxing walked back with her and recounted the murder on the snowy night. "But you really heard it that night, and you heard it so clearly," Shui said lazily. "It's less about hearing and more about sensing killing intent. Besides, I'm in the bustling city now. But back then there was only the sound of wind and snow. How can it be the same?" Wen Chaoxing coughed, feeling a little disillusioned with the martial arts system of this world. He really thought that cultivators in this world could fly and escape like in the novels of his previous life, but he didn't expect that even a strong person like Shu's hearing wasn't much sharper than that of ordinary people. By the way, Wen Chaoxing, how did your chat with Chun Qiong go? Ashua's question brought Wen Chaoxing back to his senses. He smiled and said, "I can only say we hit it off immediately." Ashua's eyes flickered. "Really? I think I heard you two arguing?" Wen Chaoxing pointed at her. "Hey, you said you couldn't hear me? That's too much." Ashui coughed and gently slapped his hand away. "I didn't hear exactly what you were saying. It was too noisy outside. Tell me. It's too noisy outside. He'll tell you when we get back." Wen Chaoxing and Ashui returned to Osmanthus Alley, to Lu Ziming's courtyard, and he told Ashui about what had happened that day. After listening to the details of Wen Chaoxing and Chunkyong's conversation, Ashua's gaze towards Wen Chaoxing subtly changed. Her tone seemed to reveal surprise and astonishment for the first time. "Wen Chaoxing, your eloquence and thoughtfulness are among the top 3 I know. You are more than qualified to be an envoy. In the future, you will be sent to other countries and achieve great things. Even if you cannot cultivate, you will still be remembered in history." Wen Chaoxing scoffed at this and laughed. "But what about connections? A check of my past reveals I'm a refugee. Who would dare to appoint someone of unknown origin as an official?" Ashui leaned against the loquat tree, her flowing hair rustling with the leaves. She said earnestly, "This official position is different from those in the royal city or the palace. For most people, not a good job. Therefore, as long as you're willing to bribe someone and pass the assessment, you can take the position." Wen Chaoxing poured himself a cup of tea that had gone cold, drank it down, and got up to walk towards the woodshed. "I'd rather use this money to buy you drinks." Then he added, "I need to finish my work quickly, have lunch, and then take advantage of the girls' lunch break at the Mandarin Duck Tower to thank Xiaohong. Thanks to her, I was able to save my life last night. In the afternoon or evening, let's go to the county office to have Chun Qiong examine the body properly. I have a feeling that there should still be some clues on Lu Jinshi's body." Ashui stared at Wen Chaoxing's disappearing figure in the woodshed, her gaze gradually drifting off into a daze, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. At lunchtime, Madame Lu prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Since Wen Chaoxing arrived, she had intentionally changed the diet to help him make up for the losses of the past 3 years. After the whirlwind meal ended, Wen Chaoxing washed the dishes and then left Osmanthus Alley, heading towards the Mandarin Duck Tower. To prevent any accidents, Ashui followed him. On the way, Wen Chaoxing asked Ashui if her injuries had improved. She replied, "Flesh wounds heal quickly. They'll be mostly healed in half a month at most, and the scars will be invisible in a few months. But it's hard to say about the hidden injuries left by some experts. Perhaps they can be washed away when I break through my martial arts realm in the future." After saying this, she seemed to know what Wen Chaoxing was worried about and said slowly, "Although my injuries are quite serious, they don't affect my normal activities much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill Chunkyong's guard with one strike. As long as I don't leave the city, the encounter outside the county that night won't happen again. If it weren't for the previous exertion, Bai Yuyu's sword wouldn't have been able to pierce me that night." Wen Chaoxing turned his head to look at Ashui, nodded, and said nothing more. When they were almost at the Mandarin Duck Tower, Ashui told Wen Chaoxing to go in by himself, and she would wait for him outside. Once inside, when Xiaoxing went through several twists and turns, finally managing to slip some copper coins to a young-looking girl to inform Si Xiaohong. After obtaining Si Xiaohong's consent, the young girl, named Dewdrop, looked at Wen Xiaoxing with surprise, wondering why Si Xiaohong, who never readily met guests in private, had suddenly changed her ways. However, she didn't ask many questions, simply leading Wen Xiaoxing to Si Xiaohong's private residence. The most endearing quality of the girls at Yuanyang Tower was that they never asked questions they shouldn't. This was a residence specially prepared for Si Xiaohong by Song Chennan, the madam of Yuanyang Tower. Normally, it was quiet and secluded, so others wouldn't disturb her practicing the zither, and she wouldn't disturb others while practicing. Brother Xiaoxing, were you alright last night? Upon seeing Wen Xiaoxing, Si Xiaohong, who was playing the zither in the courtyard, breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry on her brow seemed to dissipate somewhat. Of course it's nothing, Xiaohong. I really owe you a lot last night. I don't have much money on me, so I can't repay you. Now that I've obtained my Qi citizenship, I'm staying in the 7th courtyard in Osmanthus Alley. If you need any new tunes or other help, feel free to come find me anytime. Si Xiaohong nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then asked somewhat awkwardly, Brother Xiaosheng, what exactly happened on your end last night? Of course, Madame Song had also warned Si Xiaohong not to easily ask any of the guests at the Mandarin Duck Tower about anything other than matters of pleasure. Don't pry, don't ask questions, just focus on making money. However, for Si Xiaohong, Wen Xiaosheng was clearly not among the guests. The two were friends. Although they hadn't spent much time together, their relationship was alright. Especially for a girl like Si Xiaohong, who was rather socially awkward, a friend she could chat with was even more precious. Everything about Lu Chuan seemed extremely dangerous, and Wen Xiaoxing certainly wouldn't drag a girl like Si Xiaohong, who was also suffering a similar fate, into a pit of fire. He didn't answer Si Xiaohong's question, but instead gave her a perfunctory answer, telling her that his problem had been completely resolved. Perhaps when Xiaosheng's acting skills were too superb, he deceived not only Lu Chuan but also Si Xiaohong, who finally felt relieved. Just as when Xiaoxing was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, called out to him, and ran to her room to retrieve a small box, handing it to him with a slightly embarrassed expression, saying, Brother Xiaoxing, could you do me a small favor? Seeing Si Xiaohong's unusually flushed face and her fidgeting fingers conveying her unease, Wen Xiaoxing understood immediately and asked with a smile, Tell me, who do you want it for? I promise I'll deliver it for you. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaohong's youthful face flushed even more, and she hurriedly waved her hands, explaining, It's not what you think, Brother Xiaoxing. 3 months ago, some dignitaries hosted a banquet at Yuanyang Tower, poetry and prose gathering. Some of them got drunk and caused a scene at the banquet, making everyone very embarrassed. I heard that those people have some status in the county and are on good terms with Lu Jinshi. Mama has been trying to apologize and offer gifts, but they won't listen. Relying on their literary skills, they think gifts from brothels are dirty and insist that Mama Song find someone who can surpass them in literature. Otherwise, they won't give up tonight. That night, everyone drank quite a bit, and there were a lot of people cheering and watching. Both the noblewoman and the mother were restrained, and things were getting out of control. Then a drunken guest stepped forward to help, writing a poem on a pillar in the Yuanyang Tower, which finally calmed the dispute. When Xiaoxing said thoughtfully, smiling, That was a talented man. Si Xiaohong's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but she still said with a flushed, slightly tingling face, Brother Xiaoxing, please don't tease Xiaohong. 3 months have passed, and Xiaohong hasn't had a chance to thank him yet. I was planning to thank him in person when he came to the Yuanyang Tower again, but I haven't seen him since. Hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Wen Xiaosheng's eyes. He composed himself and nodded. Alright, I'll help you deliver the things to him. Do you have his address and name? Si Xiaohong. I also asked the sisters in the building. The man's name is Cheng Feng. Cheng as in future prospects and Feng as in mountain peak. He lives at number 10, by Wanshui Lane in the county town. If Brother Xiaoxing has time, please help Xiaohong give this gift to Brother Cheng. When Xiaoxing really didn't expect to hear the name Cheng Feng from Si Xiaohong's mouth. He stood there for a while, and only came back to his senses after Xiaohong reminded him. He left the Yuanyang Tower. Outside, Shui glanced at the box in Wen Xiaosheng's hand and said, You're quite the hidden talent, aren't you? In a brothel like this, other men go in with money and come out empty-handed. But you went in empty-handed and came out with something. You've only met that girl a few times, yet you managed to make her so smitten? After she finished speaking, Wen Xiaoxing sighed, placed the exquisite little box in front of Shui, and said, This is for someone else. Me? I'm just running an errand. Shui was taken aback. For someone else? Who? Wen Xiaoxing. Cheng Feng.
Shui.
Cheng Feng. Isn't that the one you mentioned? Wen Xiaoxing nodded. Yes, it's him. Shui glanced at him and sighed. Kuhai County is really small. It seems like everyone knows each other. Wen Xiaoxing strode quickly towards the address Si Xiaohong had given him. When he met Cheng Feng earlier, he was curious about why Cheng Feng was living such a miserable life, but now he vaguely had the answer in his heart. On the way, he told Shui how Cheng Feng and Si Xiaohong met. When they arrived at number 10 Wanshui Lane, the walls along the road were covered in peeling paint, and green mold and moss grew along the base of the walls. Especially today, with the intense sunlight and the melting snow, the smell was particularly unpleasant. As they approached Cheng Feng's house, a stench of decay assaulted their nostrils. Wen Xiaoxing sensed something was wrong and rushed to the door, only to find that Cheng Feng's house had no door at all, as if it had been violently demolished. Moreover, many dead rats were piled up at the entrance. Normally, these corpses wouldn't smell after being frozen, but today the sun was shining brightly, melting the snow covering them and exposing the rat carcasses. Ignoring the pungent, nauseating smell, Wen Xiaoxing squatted down beside the rat carcass. After examining it closely, he said, "It's so cold in Kuhai County in winter. Even if the sun shone for a couple more days today, the rat carcass wouldn't have rotted like this. Moreover, the rat fur on the ground is matted, clearly soaked in water. Someone probably soaked the rat carcass in hot water to rot it first, and then dumped it all at Cheng Feng's doorstep." Hearing Wen Xiaoxing's analysis, Shui frowned slightly, looking towards the interior of the house. Ordinary people wouldn't do something so disgusting, even tearing down someone's front door. It's probably a grudge that started 3 months ago at the Yuanyang Tower. No wonder Cheng Feng is in such a miserable state now. Petty theft is not uncommon in Kuhai County, mainly because the punishment for theft is not severe. In addition, the front door of Cheng Feng's house was smashed open, which meant that thieves could enter his house anytime and take things away. Wen Xiaoxing and Shui stepped over the rats and arrived at Cheng Feng's house. After calling a few times, the door of the dilapidated and drafty house finally opened. A wary face was hidden in the darkness behind the door. When he saw clearly that the person coming was Wen Xiaoxing, the hostility in his eyes finally slowly faded away. Creak. The door was completely opened, and he limped out with some bruises on his face. What caught their attention was that Cheng Feng was holding a kitchen knife in his hand. How did you find me? Cheng Feng was not at all happy about Wen Xiaoxing's visit, but his tone was urging. Wen Xiaoxing looked at Cheng Feng's embarrassment and said with a smile, "Why are you being beaten?" Cheng Feng looked at him, ignored him, did not respond, turned around and walked towards the house again, until Wen Xiaoxing behind him said the second sentence. "I'm not looking for you. It's a girl from Yuanyanglu." Cheng Feng stopped immediately. When he turned around, Wen Xiaoxing was already in front of him. He flipped his wrist and the delicate box immediately appeared in his palm. "The girl was planning to thank you in person when you went to Yuanyang Tower again, but you disappeared after the poetry gathering that day. She asked the other girls in the tower for a long time before finding your address. This is a gift from her, accept it." Cheng Feng stared at the box in Wen Xiaoxing's hand, hesitating for a long time before finally parting his dry lips and saying, "I appreciate her sentiment, but the gift, could you please return it to me?" Wen Xiaoxing looked at Cheng Feng's disheveled hair, where scabs were faintly visible on the sparse sides of his head. Approaching him, Wen Xiaoxing shoved Si Xiaohong's gift into his hand and asked seriously for the second time, "Who beat you up?" Before Cheng Feng could even answer, footsteps and extremely arrogant shouts echoed from the alley outside. "Cheng Feng, ha 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 ha, have you prepared enough money for our meals today? Brothers, let's collect the debt. P.S. Good night." 7 thugs walked in unimpeded through the gate, stepping over the dead rats with practiced ease. In Bittersea County, idlers often shared a common trait. They dressed more lightly than normal in winter, rolling up their sleeves to appear physically robust, like martial artists who had entered the path of cultivation, thus gaining more intimidation. Indeed, if one had truly reached the blood transformation realm, a martial artist's resistance to heat and cold would be far greater than that of a normal person. Of course, if they had the means, they would still wear thick clothes in winter, as being resistant to the cold didn't mean they couldn't feel it. As they entered, they saw Wen Xiaoxing and Shui. Their brazen gazes swept over the two, and the tall, thin man at the head walked towards Wen Xiaoxing, patted his chest and grinned. "You two are here on errands too." Though he used polite language, his tone was utterly disrespectful, and a threatening glint flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he felt that Wen Xiaoxing and his companion had stolen their job. This was certainly not a good thing for them. These men idled away their days, unwilling to work hard like their parents, struggling to make ends meet, yet disdaining to learn a trade. They dreamt of becoming Jianghuren's or Jianghu figures, people of the martial arts world, with beauties and money readily available. The 6 thugs following the leader pulled out knives and clubs, took a step forward, and began to intimidate. In the county town, there weren't many restrictions on civilians carrying weapons. However, some inns and restaurants didn't allow them, requiring them to be stored and managed centrally. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chang Feng immediately limped over, his hand trembling, and pointed a kitchen knife at the leader, saying,
Su Shayo.
"This is our business, it has nothing to do with them." His hysterical outburst was barely formed when, before the thug called Su Xiaojie could speak, when Xiaoxing retorted, "None of your business." Chang Feng was taken aback. Su Xiaojie froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, strode up to Xiaoxing, poked him in the chest with his index finger, and said, "Whoever you are, listen up, we've been scouting this place for 2 months now. If you know what's good for you, get lost. If you don't leave, my brothers behind me will take care of you too. Understand?" Shui stood aside without speaking. When Xiaoxing glanced at him, pointed at Chang Feng's courtyard gate and asked, "Did you take down the gate?" Su Xiaojie didn't turn his head and lazily replied, "Yes, I did." When Xiaoxing, "Did you also throw away those rotten dead rats soaked in hot water?" Su Xiaojie's expression froze slightly upon hearing this. This was a clever idea he had spent the whole night coming up with, but when Xiaoxing hadn't seen through it at a glance. "Oh ho! I didn't realize you had such good eyesight." Before he could finish speaking, when Xiaoxing suddenly moved, before the passing wind could even brush past his ears, his hand had already drawn the hidden machete from his waist and brought it down vertically. The entire movement was swift and fluid, so smooth that even Shui, standing nearby, cast a surprised glance. Su Xiaojie's body reacted instinctively. After all, he had been a thug for some time, fighting since childhood, and his reflexes and skills were better than the average person. However, this reaction was of no use to Xiaoxing. So the knife, which was meant to cut his finger, still struck his finger. The first sensation was a chilling coldness, clinging to the space between his fingers, followed by pain that spread from his finger throughout his body, until it tore his heart apart. Su Xiaojie watched as his index finger, which had previously stabbed when Xiaoxing in the chest, flew off, gushing bright red blood. He immediately clutched his right hand, screaming as he crouched down. Both the thugs behind him and Chang Feng were stunned by this scene. They did fight often, but strictly speaking, they weren't exactly Jianghuren Jianghu people from all walks of life. They weren't the type to pull out knives and cut off fingers and toes so easily. They mostly used wooden sticks and knife handles. After all, if someone died, their families couldn't afford the extortion from the jailers. A few dozen blows and a lifelong disability would be a blessing. Su Xiaojie's screams echoed through Chang Feng's courtyard. Few people lived around Wanshui Lane. Most were out farming during the day, so no one heard them. But the cacophony of agonizing cries terrified the thugs. When Xiaoxing, holding a machete, pointed it at them, for every step he took closer, they retreated, until he stood beside Su Xiaojie, grabbed Su Xiaojie's hair with his left hand, and said to him, "What did you just say? Tell me. To get out?" Su Xiaojie saw that when Xiaoxing's blood-stained woodcutter's knife was already at his neck, the ruthlessness on his face was gone, and the sinister look in his eyes was hidden deep inside. He begged for mercy. I didn't recognize you. Please let me go. Let me go. I swear. It'll never come again." When Xiaoxing asked, "Really not coming?" Su Xiaojie grinned and said decisively, "Really not coming." When Xiaoxing raised his eyes and asked the other thugs, "What about you?" The thugs glanced at Su Xiaojie and his bleeding fingers, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. 5 of them hesitated for a moment, and then stammered that they would not come again, while one thug seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. He first took a few steps back, and then gritted his teeth and shouted at Wen Xiaoxing, "Don't think you're so powerful just because you have some skills. Let me tell you, we have 7th Master above us. If you mess with us, you'll be making an enemy of 7th Master." Wen Xiaoxing was no stranger to the name 7th Master. Back in the dilapidated temple outside the county, the wine and horse meat that Shui had treated him to were all generously paid for by 7th Master. He glanced at the thug, then lowered his head, gripping Su Xiaojie's hair tightly, forcing him to look at the thugs he had brought. He whispered in his ear with a smile, "Remember their faces. Your second finger was broken because of the person who spoke. He threatened me, but I couldn't catch him. He was brought by you, so this debt, you'll have to take the fall for him for now." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaojie felt a sense of foreboding. He cried out in terror. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, he was too late. When Xiaoxing flipped his woodcutter's knife and slammed the back of the blade hard and precisely into one of Su Xiaojie's fingers. When Xiaoxing used considerable force in this blow, amidst the sound of the blade striking flesh, a crisp cracking sound of bone could even be faintly heard. Ah! Su Xiaojie screamed in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. Under Wen Xiaoxing's forceful intimidation, the thugs finally fled in a panic. While doing this, Wen Xiaoxing remained calm as if nothing had happened. Cheng Feng, who had been silent, was deeply shocked. Only Shui looked at Wen Xiaoxing with a rare hint of admiration. Of course, besides that, she was also curious. She wondered how Wen Xiaoxing, someone who had never practiced martial arts or trained in martial arts, could suddenly draw his sword with such speed and precision. After the thugs left, Wen Xiaoxing went to a bucket of water, washed the blood off the blade, wiped the sword clean on his clothes and put it away. After he finished, Cheng Feng's trembling voice came from the side. You shouldn't have interfered in my affairs. That man wasn't joking. These people suddenly approached me. They must have been instructed by some local gangsters. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to go so far. These local gangsters are entangled with the government. If you act impulsively, you'll likely bring endless trouble in the future. When Xiaoxing glanced at him and said, Do you think I saved you out of momentary impulse? Cheng Feng was taken aback. When Xiaoxing pointed to the small box in his hand and said, The girl who gave you this box also brought me a bowl of braised pork during the New Year, braving the heavy snow. She's such a kind person. If you don't accept her gift, she'll be heartbroken. Cheng Feng looked down at the box in his hand, his emotions a mix of feelings. Why did you help her that day? When Xiaoxing asked again. Such a young girl, bullied by so many people. Everyone there just wanted to laugh at her. No one spoke up for her. How pitiful. I was drunk, my head wasn't clear, I was ignorant, so I took the blame for her. Cheng Feng said, throwing away the kitchen knife and slowly opening the box. Inside was a sachet sewn by Si Xiaohong herself, with a picture of a person's back as they inscribed a poem on a pillar in the Yuanyang Tower. The person's back was straight, their posture unrestrained, and the blurry stitches exuded youthful spirit. Staring at the painting, Cheng Feng was stunned for a long time. When Xiaoxing sat on a wooden bench in his courtyard, his gaze shifting. Is it really that simple? Cheng Feng stared at the sachet, lost in thought. I was like that before. I committed a crime in a faraway place, and some officials wanted to kill me. Nobody spoke up for me. I asked them if I had done anything wrong, if I had made a mistake. There were so many people there, but nobody answered me. Nobody dared to answer me. Later, it was a noble person from the academy who stepped in and saved me, sending me back to my hometown. Shui, who had been silent for a long time, keenly caught the two words and looked up. Academy? You mean Language? Wait a minute. Are you the student who was expelled from Language? Cheng Feng seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing and immediately turned his head to the side. You flatter me, young lady. There are so many academies in the world. How could a poor, incompetent student like me be qualified to enter Langan Pavilion? Shui and Wen Xiaoxing exchanged a glance. The latter's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know the specifics, he still smiled and said, Seems you are the one. Cheng Feng said to them very sincerely, You really have mistaken me for someone else. Wen Xiaoxing looked directly into his eyes. Cheng Feng, do you know that people have a characteristic? The more they try to hide something, the more it proves itself. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng's heart tightened, and he blurted out, All right, then I am. When Xiaoxing nodded, came up to him, and patted him on the shoulder. You admitted it yourself. You're not allowed to go back on your word. Cheng Feng? His small eyes were filled with big question marks. He seemed to want to explain something more, but when Xiaoxing had already changed the subject. By the way, Cheng Feng, I've had a question in my mind these past few days. It's related to you and another matter. Could you help me answer it? Faced with Wen Xiaoxing's question, Cheng Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Ask away, and if I know the answer, I will try my best to tell you. When Xiaoxing nodded, took out several letters, and laid them out in front of Cheng Feng. He said to Cheng Feng, Look, are these handwritings familiar? As he spoke, Wen Xiaoxing's gaze never left Cheng Feng's face. There were some things Wen Xiaoxing believed Cheng Feng would never easily tell him. He needed to use subtle details to judge and obtain the answers he needed. Wen Xiaoxing was very good at this, because his eyes were naturally different. Shui was similar to Wen Xiaoxing, his attention always on Cheng Feng. The latter looked at the letters Wen Xiaoxing had laid out, his expression solemn, barely daring to breathe. After a short pause, he shook his head and said, I don't recognize these handwritings. Wen Xiaoxing put an arm around his shoulder. Oh, this is so pointless. I came to deliver something and even saved your life, so I guess I'm your benefactor, right? Or are you just a coward who needs 2 jugs of wine before you dare to tell the truth? If that's the case, I'll go buy some wine right now. Cheng Feng's expression was uncertain. After a long while, he loosened his knuckles, which had been clenched until they were white, and sighed. I'm sorry. I promised that nobleman that the secret must never be taken out of the academy. At worst, I'll give my life for you. I'll go find 7th master myself later and settle today's score. How about that? When Xiaoxing shook his head. What would I do with your life? You can't say and I won't force you. Cheng Feng, you're a master calligrapher. I'll just confirm one thing with you. The handwriting on these letters wasn't written by soldiers, was it? Cheng Feng thought carefully for a moment. This question didn't seem to directly touch on the core issue. Besides, Wen Xiaoxing had indeed helped him a great deal today, and had even gotten into trouble for it. He really couldn't refuse any longer and said, no. Most soldiers' handwriting has a certain murderous and violent quality, and the strokes aren't very coherent. Even though Qi values literature and Confucianism, soldiers fighting on the border don't have the time or inclination to hone their calligraphy. The handwriting on these letters is coherent, all written using the 8 interpretations of the character Yong, clearly not the handwriting of ordinary soldiers. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to dart away, and he asked Wen Xiaoxing and Cheng Feng, where did you get these letters? Wen Xiaoxing got the answer he wanted and began to collect the letters, putting them back in their original places one by one. He calmly and slowly replied, from the parents of some children who hadn't seen their children who went to the army for several years, even more than 10 years. These letters, sent from the border, are from a child's perspective, greeting their parents back home, one every year. Just a few strokes, but the letters are full of longing. He said, thinking of me Feng, and actually laughed, but the laugh on his face was full of sarcasm. As for Ah Shui beside him, his eyes were already as cold as ice. P.S. Good night. The second update beast is evolving. After writing tens of thousands of words, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Cheng Feng asked Wen Xiaoxing where he got these letters. After receiving the answer, he plopped down on the cold ground, staring blankly at the wide-open courtyard gate for a long time, as if all his strength had been drained. Seeing his expression, Wen Xiaoxing asked him again about the letters. Cheng Feng remained silent for a long time before sighing. In principle, I cannot reveal anything about the academy. After all, this is not just my business. But if Brother Xiaoxing really wants to know, there is a way, but this method is too dangerous. Wen Xiaoxing asked curiously, oh, what method? Tell me? Cheng Feng, enter language and find the answer you seek in the academy. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing smiled. I go to the academy? Leaving aside the tedious academic theories of the examination, I haven't even read Mr. Wang Shanghai's governing the country. If I were to take the exam, I would be eliminated in the first round. The warm sunlight shone on Cheng Feng, making him feel hot. He seemed to be caught in some kind of choice, his tone complicated and conflicted. Perhaps I can write a letter of recommendation to that noble person. Wen Xiaoxing gradually lost his smile and looked at him with some surprise. With a letter of recommendation, you can avoid the exam? Cheng Feng, of course you still have to take the test. Wen Xiaoxing scoffed, turning and waving his hand. What a waste of time. Cheng Feng's voice rang out louder behind him. But the test won't be on those classics anymore, nor on Master Wang's on governance. Wen Xiaoxing stopped and turned to meet his gaze. Then what will the test be on? Cheng Feng looked up, his tone mysterious. Whatever they need, that's what we'll test on. Brother Xiaoxing, the academy is a place of intrigue, quite different from what's rumored outside. It's a place where fire and water cannot coexist. If you enter, I'm afraid you won't be able to control your own destiny, and getting out won't be easy. If you've thought it through, come find me tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to pass the test. After a moment's thought, Wen Xiaoxing agreed. Okay. He and Ashui left Cheng Feng's courtyard and came to the bustling street. Ashui, who had been silent for a long time, asked him, when did you become so good with a knife? She had figured it out. The strike Wen Xiaoxing just delivered was something even a typical light cloud realm martial artist might not be able to execute, let alone an ordinary person. In Ashu's opinion, this was something that absolutely shouldn't have happened. Regardless of whether Wen Xiaoxing himself had a dantian and couldn't cultivate, even if he could cultivate, his progress could never be so rapid. Faced with Ashu's question, Wen Xiaoxing smiled and said, you taught me, didn't you? Have you forgotten? Shui was taken aback. I taught you? When? Wen Xiaoxing. That night, Shui, you said you'd teach me how to kill, and I learned it. I first killed a few crossbowmen, took their crossbows, and then killed an assassin from Wangchuan. No, strictly speaking, you killed that assassin, but I did shoot him. Ashu's tone wavered slightly, and she shook her head, saying,
Impossible.
The sword technique I taught you, even if you could learn it just by looking at it, would require a lot of practice and training. Just because your eyes learned it doesn't mean your body learned it too. When Xiaoxing tilted his head, seeing the rare look of doubt and confusion on Ashu's face, and explained, I practiced it. Isn't chopping wood every day a form of sword and knife practice? Ashui listened thoughtfully. Practicing swordsmanship by chopping wood, that's interesting. I've never heard of that before. As she pondered, when Xiaoxing led her into a less crowded alley and asked Ashui a strange question. Ashui, have you noticed anything unusual about Mr. Lu's yard? Startled by when Xiaoxing's question, Ashui immediately snapped out of her reverie. After a moment's thought, she shook her head and said, No. Is there anything unusual? When Xiaoxing stroked his chin and changed the subject. When you looked at that loquat tree in Mr. Lu's yard, did you notice anything else inside? Ashui answered decisively, No, it's just a tree. Besides loquats, what else could it have? Hearing Ashu's answer, when Xiaoxing seemed to understand. Not everyone can see anything else in that loquat tree. It has nothing to do with one's level of cultivation. To see something else in that loquat tree requires fate, and certain qualities that are difficult for ordinary people to acquire. Did you see something in the loquat tree? Ashui asked casually. When Xiaoxing shook his head and said, Maybe it was a dream, or maybe I was seeing things. I used to see strange things all the time and I still do now. Ashui didn't dwell on it. She reached out and slashed at Wen Xiaoxing's waist, and the not-so-sharp woodcutter's knife was in her hand. Wen Xiaoxing's waist loosened, and he immediately asked, What are you doing with my knife? Ashui skillfully played with the woodcutter's knife for a moment and lazily said, Going to ask 7th Master for some wine. You crippled 2 of that thug's fingers today. They did a lot of bad things with Cheng Feng before, so they definitely wouldn't dare to report it to the authorities, but they can't swallow their anger, so in the end they can only shove the blame onto 7th Master, the local tyrant. Instead of waiting for 7th Master to go to Cheng Feng, why don't we go to 7th Master first and settle this score? When Xiaoxing sighed and took the knife back from Ashui, the martial world isn't all about fighting and killing. There's also human relationships and social interactions. He'll handle 7th Master's matter. Ashui glanced at Wen Xiaoxing, then crossed her arms. Wen Xiaoxing, you have some rudimentary knife skills now, but you're probably not good enough to deal with 7th Master. Be careful you don't get beaten to a pulp. When Xiaoxing put the knife away, patted his waist, and said seriously, I said I won't fight him. I'm keeping 7th Master as a pawn to test Chun Qiong's sincerity. Also, regarding the letter, we can't investigate it for now. To dig deeper, we'd have to head towards the royal city. I don't know if you can go to the royal city, but I need a suitable identity to go there, and for now, I can only get that from Cheng Feng. Ashui followed him a few steps forward and suddenly said, Actually, you don't need to continue investigating. This matter didn't really concern you much. Anything becomes extremely complicated once you enter the royal city. Any person or any connection involved could lead to your family's ruin. When Xiaoxing laughed, even if your family is ruined, you still need a home, right? Me? I'm not very capable. Now, of my 9 clans, only I remain. Ashui pursed her lips, glancing at Wen Xiaoxing with a complicated look in her eyes. Aren't you afraid of death? Wen Xiaoxing, let me correct you again. I'm not afraid of death. I cherish my life. I certainly don't want to investigate this matter myself, but I have a debt of gratitude to Aunt Me that I must repay at the very least. I need to find out whether her son Zhang Chonggong is alive or dead, and where he is. As he spoke, he took 2 steps closer to Ashui and whispered, Aunt Me is such a good person. She has saved my life twice. She's 63 this year. Her legs are bad, and her health is failing. Who knows how many more years she'll live. She spends her days relying on those few letters from her son and the view from her window. Now even those letters are fake. What is real for the rest of her life? I don't necessarily have to tell her the truth, but I can't just stand by and watch her be deceived. If possible, at least I have to find her son for her. In the afternoon, when Xiaoxing went back and played chess with Lu Zhizhi again, the 2 exchanged moves, with Wen Xiaoxing still playing white and moving second, much like before. Lu Ximing's chess skills were superb. Even though Lu wasn't focused on the game, Wen Xiaoxing found it difficult to gain an advantage. Later, Lu Ximing would ponder each move for a long time. Wen Xiaoxing wasn't in a hurry. When Lu Ximing's brow furrowed, he would exchange glances with the loquat tree beside him. Even if it was a one-sided exchange, Wen Xiaoxing still found it fascinating. He discovered that he could always see something new in that tree. Mr. Lu, it's your turn. Wen Xiaoxing reminded Lu Ximing after a long pause. The latter snapped out of his reverie, then chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, it's an old habit of mine. Whenever I play chess, I always think of things from the past. When Xiaoxing poured him a cup of hot tea, the steam immediately swirling around the table. I thought that someone like Mr. Lu, who has achieved such attainments in cultivation, must be free from worldly troubles. Lu Zhiming said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Human affairs are the most troublesome. If all things in the world were as simple as cultivation, that would be wonderful. When Xiaoxing choked on his tea upon hearing Lu Zhiming's words. Cultivation is it simple? Lu Zhiming looked at Wen Xiaoxing with a smile, remaining silent. Wen Xiaoxing was startled by his gaze, then remembered the question Ashui had asked him on the street not long ago, and his body trembled. Up until now, he had only chopped wood, looked at trees, and drunk tea every day. Yet suddenly he could unleash a strike that even a martial artist in the light cloud realm might not be able to achieve. So, it seems that cultivation is really that simple? While he was lost in thought, Lu Zhiji took a sip of tea and spoke again. Cultivation is certainly not simple. Some people skip and jump, some walk and stop. Xiaoxing, you have a long road ahead of you, and you will understand. When Xiaoxing seemed to vaguely understand something as well, and he refrained from asking some questions, letting them remain unclear. After a moment, he looked at Lu Zhiji and asked with a smile. So what exactly is it that can trap you, Mr. Lu? Lu Zhiji did not deliberately avoid the question and said, Sometimes, I feel that this courtyard, this small county has trapped my wife and me. We have lived here for 30 years, and like this tree in the courtyard, we have slowly taken root. When Xiaoxing looked at the loquat tree and said, Is Mr. Lu unhappy living here? Lu Zhiji said, Happy, but living too comfortably. Life is inevitably a bit boring. When Xiaoxing was somewhat puzzled. Someone like you, if you wanted, couldn't you go anywhere in the world? Lu Zhiji laughed. It's not that simple, Xiaoxing. When I was young, I went down the mountain, full of youthful vigor, carrying a loquat branch ID brought down from the mountain, determined to become the best in the world. But after I came down, I met a woman, and in that moment of spring breeze, I forgot my ambitions. We made a pact to retire from the martial world, to live ordinary lives, and never participate in any more conflicts. 30 years have passed. Later, I tried to rekindle the pact we made when we came down the mountain, but no matter what I did, I couldn't. The boy in my dreams is gone. He occasionally scolds me, blaming me for not keeping my promise to him. I also lamented to him that I'm old now, and even though my cultivation is greater than before, I no longer have that spirit. 2 years ago, on the Double Ninth Festival, I sent a letter to my master, asking if he remembered the vow I made when I left the mountain, saying I would bring back the title of the greatest in the world. But it was my master's wife who replied. She told me that my master had passed away 6 years ago in the winter. Before he died, he was still thinking of me, and he kept the snow-capped peak where I often meditated, not giving it to anyone else. I don't know when it started, but I no longer know what I really want. I don't want to be the greatest in the world. I don't want the martial world to remember me as an insignificant person, but I also don't want to break the promise I made in my youth. He told Wen Xiaoxing a long story. After listening, the latter, based on his experience from 2 lifetimes, rambled on. Like Mr. Lu, whom I told you about before, most people know countless great principles in their lives, yet they still can't live a good life. Besides the difficulty of achieving unity of knowledge and action, they also face countless choices. With choices, there will naturally be regrets. Lu Zhiji laughed a few times after listening and patted Wen Xiaoxing on the shoulder. You lad, you're not even 20 yet, but you talk like an old man. But I like it. I like it, ha ha ha. Hey, I'm going out for a walk to clear my head. It looks like it's going to snow tonight, so I shouldn't go too far. After sharing his inner turmoil with Wen Xiaoxing, Lu Zhiming seemed to feel a little lighter and swayed as he left his courtyard. Wen Xiaoxing looked at the loquat tree beside him, thoughtfully dipped his finger in water, and wrote a large character for trapped on the table. In the evening, Wen Xiaoxing and Ashui arrived at the county government office. Xianxia had already given instructions to the guards at the gate, so they didn't cause any trouble and led the two to the room where Lu Jinxi's body was kept. Wu Xie's body, whose head had been severed by Ashui, had already been buried by Xianxia. 100 candles were lit in the room, some placed in the lamp holders on the walls, illuminating the entire room as brightly as day. Chun Qiong stood beside Lu Jinxi's corpse and said to the 2 men, I've arranged for a professional mortician. Tonight you can operate on Lu Jinxi as you please, but you can't remove any of his tissues. Ashui glanced at Wen Xiaoxing and asked, Do you need a scalpel? Wen Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, you do it. Ashui took a sharp knife from the tools Chun Qiong had prepared and asked, Where to cut? Wen Xiaoxing carefully examined the corpse. The chest and abdomen had been cut open. He approached and ran his hands over Lu Jinxi's body, feeling every part from head to toe. There aren't many places on a person's body where secrets can be hidden. Lu Jinxia knew he would be autopsied after his death, so the secrets he wanted to hide couldn't leave any marks. Shui opened his buttocks first, then his nose, throat. P.S. Good night. Upon hearing this, Shui didn't stand on ceremony. The two of them helped pull down Lu Jinxi's underwear, and she immediately made a precise cut, hitting the target precisely. With a couple of slashes, Lu Jinxi's buttocks were split open. Because the body had been cleaned beforehand, there was no filth. After searching for a while without finding what they wanted, when Chaoxing had Shui continue to wield the knife and begin dissecting Lu Jinxi's throat and nose, the knife danced like a butterfly in Shu's hands. She seemed to have an exceptional understanding of human anatomy, and her cuts were incredibly smooth, like a master butcher carving up an ox. Soon Shui made a huh sound. There's something. Seeing this, when Chaoxing immediately took action, carefully digging around and removing a sealed wooden tube and a protruding stone from below Lu Jinxi's throat. Before it went into his abdomen, there was a long, scratched mark on the upper part of Lu Jinxi's esophagus. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxia was stunned and speechless. When Chaoxing also exclaimed, "What a ruthless man! He had no goodwill towards Lu Jinxia. If he could, he would even want to kill this bastard with his own hands." But at this moment, seeing what Lu Jinxia had done, when Chaoxing knew that he had underestimated Lu Jinxi's determination to take revenge on that important figure in the royal city. Swallowing this thing down his throat and getting it stuck in his esophagus would inevitably cause severe pain and discomfort. There's something in the nasal cavity too. Shui examined it carefully, then took a small knife from the side. Using the two knives as tweezers, she gently pinched and pulled out another waterproof leather pouch. You can hide things in the nasopharynx? Chunkyong's mouth opened slightly, and his right eyelid twitched incessantly. He had examined the body before, but only searched the abdominal cavity, hair, and armpits. Seeing that Lu Jinxi's body had no external injuries, he didn't think much of it. He never expected that Lu Jinxia would hide the items in such an unexpected place. When Chaoxing searched carefully again, and after confirming that nothing was missed, he said to Chun Xiong, "Lord Chun, am I right?" Chun Xiong was silent for a while. Then, ignoring his nausea, he spread out what he had found. What Lu Jinxia had left behind were two slips of paper of different sizes. The larger slip of paper was written with Xingwang Mountain and included a drawing, which seemed to depict a place somewhere on Xingwang Mountain in the north, with the words rainy and foggy day marked next to it. The smaller slip of paper was written with the words Langong Pavilion, Su Iji. In the brightly lit room, the three of them looked at the two slips of paper in silence. After a long time, when Chaoxing put away the larger slip of paper and left the smaller one with Chun Xiong. As he put away the note, he looked at Chun Xiong with a serious expression and asked, "Lord Chun, can the case of Lu Jinxia be delayed any longer?" Chun Xiong also put away the note and shook his head, saying, "It's already been delayed for too long. The city magistrate of Guanghan City keeps urging us. I've delayed it for too long, which may have aroused their suspicion, or perhaps the White Dragon Guard is interfering. In any case, their people will arrive tomorrow. By then, whether or not to hand over the person will be out of my hands." After saying that, he looked at Wen Kaosheng's solemn expression and asked curiously, "Haven't all the items been found? Why continue to delay? Are you worried that something might have been missed?" When Chaoxing shook his head, "There's nothing to miss. But once this case is closed, Lord Chun, your situation will be dangerous." Chun Xiong was stunned, remembering what Wen Chaoxing had told him during the day. The latter's face was grim, the candlelight casting flickering shadows on his features. He continued, "If I were that lord in the capital, the first thing I would do after Lu Jinxi's case is settled is to silence you." Chun Xiong waved his hand. "Impossible," he sneered. "When Chaoxing, I admit you have some eloquence, but stop with the alarmist talk. Lu Jinxia has only been dead for a short time, and now another county magistrate has died. Do you really think the Qi Kingdom's judicial system is useless? If I were to die suddenly in a short time, it would immediately alarm many people. At that time, many troublesome eyes would be cast upon Kuhai County." When Chaoxing turned to look at him, saying each word clearly, "That's the problem. Lu Jinxia possessed a great secret that could directly threaten that lord in the capital, but you don't. Investigating Lu Jinxia might uncover some troublesome matters, but investigating you, what could you possibly find?" Chunkyong's expression froze. When Chaoxing continued to coax him, "Even if it turns out that the matter was eventually investigated and that the lord really did send someone to kill you, then what? Would it affect him? I believe you know better than I do how little impact a simple, ordinary human life incident would have on the Lord in the capital, Lord Chun. To that Lord, your mouth is a greater threat than your life. If you want to live, you can't be a dog. You have to show your value. This value doesn't necessarily have to be tied to that official's interests. It can also be a threat to him. If you learn from Lu Jinshi, you will surely get what you want and become the next Lu Jinshi. That's all I have to say, Lord Chun. Tonight is long. Think carefully about what I've said. When Xiaoxing said, exchanging a glance with Ashui, she threw the knife in her hand next to Lu Jinshi's corpse and left the room with Wen Xiaoxing, leaving Chun Xiong standing alone in the candlelight, lost in thought. He didn't know how much time had passed when it was completely dark outside the window. A dark figure appeared outside the door, knocked and said, "Sir, there's a man named Lu Chuan outside the county office requesting an audience." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong's heart clenched instinctively. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Let him in." A moment later, Lu Chuan pushed open the door and entered, his red brocade robe particularly conspicuous. He was still carrying the donkey, the massive black iron blade on its back reflecting a cold light in the candlelight. As soon as Lu Chuan entered, he saw Lu Jinshi's dissected body, but the surrounding area was very clean, with only 2 knives used for the autopsy. So late, is Lord Chun still examining the body? Lu Chuan's eyes flashed, and he approached Chun Xiong with a smile, briefly examining the body. "Did you find anything, sir?" Faced with Lu Chuan's question, Chun Xiong deliberately paused for a moment and did not answer, but instead asked, "What brings you here so late?" Lu Chuan smiled and said slowly, "Didn't Lord Chun grant an identity to a Qi State refugee from outside the county a few days ago?" Chun Xiong stared at Lu Jinshi's body, hands behind his back, lost in thought. "When Xiaoxing?" Lu Chuan nodded. Yes, that's him. "Lord Chun, there's something I'm not sure I should say. The Fengqing incident has just passed, and now the Zhao and Qi kingdoms are at loggerheads. The situation is extremely tense. At this critical juncture, it's not very good for you to rashly let a refugee into the Qi kingdom," Chun Xiong said calmly. "I've investigated this person. He has no past, and he's been living outside the county for the past 3 years. He has no cultivation whatsoever. He's not even a Jianghu person. This year, the snow in the Qi kingdom came too suddenly and too heavily, and I took pity on him, so I gave him an identity." Lu Chuan strolled past him, tilted his head back and twisted his neck and sighed. "You do have a compassionate heart, but I wonder if this person might accidentally ruin your plans, or cause you any trouble. Can you bear that responsibility?" Chun Xiong squinted and asked, "What trouble could a refugee cause you, sir?" Lu Chuan took out a letter he had obtained from Wen Xiaoxing and waved it. "Whether you believe it or not, the trouble has already begun. This person's identity was given to him by the Lord, so it'll trouble you to handle it yourself. After all, neither of our lives are cheap. It would be too much of a waste to die with someone like this." Chun Xiong glanced at Lu Chuan, wanting to take the letter, but Lu Chuan took it back. "Hey, I can't show this to you. Anyway, I meant well. I originally wanted to help you erase the stain last night, but I didn't expect this guy to know a particularly powerful woman. I don't know if it's the one we were looking for outside the county. In the end, this matter didn't work out. I hope you can hurry, Lord, lest things get complicated." When Lu Chuan said the last 4 words, his tone was particularly meaningful, but he didn't know that it was precisely these 4 words that provoked Chun Xiong. When Xiaoxing's words from not long ago rang in his ears again. "If I were that Lord, I would silence you immediately." The memory flashed back for a moment, and Chun Xiong calmly put down the small knife in his hand. "I understand. Is there anything else? If not, could you please give me some private space? I still need to perform an autopsy. Guanghan City is coming to collect the body tomorrow, and Lu Jinshi's case should be closed." Lu Chuan, you don't want anything that shouldn't have been left behind in Lu Jinshi's case, do you? Lu Chuan met his gaze, then smiled and said slowly, "Then Lord Chun, you must examine it carefully." Chun Xiong, I want joke with my own life. Lu Chuan was very satisfied with his answer and quickly left with the donkey. After they left, Chun Xiong stood in front of Lu Jinshi's body, staring at the yellowed face of the dead man due to the preservative, seemingly lost in thought. The next morning, when Xiaoxing chopped half a piece of firewood, seeing that it was about time, he went out to buy steamed buns and soy milk. After eating with Ashui, he said to her, "Well, go find 7th Master later. They'll go in and talk to him. You'd better hide first. You met 7th Master last time, and he's a local tyrant, so he'll definitely have people from Wangchuan looking for him. Although Wangchuan wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the county during the day, we're already in trouble, so it's better to avoid trouble." Ashui chewed on a steamed bun and sipped a couple of mouthfuls of soy milk, then asked Wen Chaoxing indistinctly, "Where did you buy the steamed buns and soy milk?" Wen Chaoxing was a little confused by her sudden, irrelevant question. Go through the gallery bridge, walk a mile ahead. There's a Ren steamed bun shop. What, are you still hungry? Shui said, "The tofu steamed buns they make are pretty good. I'm asking so I can find out if 7th Master rips you off later, and I can buy some myself." Wen Chaoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Can't you wish me well?" Shui finished her steamed bun, licked her index finger, and stared at Wen Chaoxing, saying, "If you don't take me, I won't be able to help you if something goes wrong. Think it through." Wen Chaoxing said, "I know, but 7th Master is definitely terrified of you. If you go, it'll be difficult for me to discuss business. After all, what I need isn't intimidation, but cooperation. If this matter succeeds today, I can use Cheng Feng to test Chen Qiong, and he'll also have a bond of interest with 7th Master. He won't act with resentment. Otherwise, if it's just simple intimidation, he might hold a grudge and hold Cheng Feng accountable in the future." Shui sized up Wen Chaoxing and clicked her tongue, saying, "You always seem to have some strange ideas in your head. I'll wait for you outside for half an hour. Is that enough?" Wen Chaoxing nodded. "That's enough." Finding 7th Master's headquarters wasn't difficult. Shui had already been there once. She pointed out the direction to Wen Chaoxing, who then slipped some copper coins to the guards at the headquarters. Although it wasn't much, it was still a small bonus. They led Wen Chaoxing inside the headquarters, where burly men were drinking and playing dice, making a ruckus. The interior, besides being filled with the strong smell of alcohol, resembled a private gambling den. A man wielding a knife led Wen Chaoxing in and loudly proclaimed to a thin, elderly man in a black robe in the distance, "7th Master, this kid wants to see you." The previously noisy scene quickly quieted down. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards Wen Chaoxing. 7th Master turned his head. His once-grown goatee was gone, leaving only a thick patch of gray stubble. His eyes gleamed with shrewdness. He glanced at Wen Chaoxing, confirming he was a stranger, and gently waved his hand, gesturing for Wen Chaoxing to come forward. The latter approached 7th Master and said, "My name is Wen Chaoxing. I've brought you a business opportunity, 7th Master. I wonder if you'd be interested?" Wen Chaoxing didn't bow to 7th Master, nor did he exchange any pleasantries. He went straight to the point. Shui wasn't around. He was now facing genuine Jianghu Jianghu, the martial arts world figures, not the petty thug's head seen yesterday. His life was in danger at any moment. Therefore, the important thing wasn't trivial formalities, but to demonstrate his value immediately. 7th Master leaned on his deer-head cane, looking down at Wen Chaoxing, his fingers lightly tapping. "What business? Speak." Wen Chaoxing crossed his arms in front of him and slowly said, "Since 7th Master has honored me with his presence, then I shall have a word. I am a straightforward person, so if I offend you in any way, I hope you will bear with me. Then, let's start with the recent situation of the 7 Killings Hall. These days, you all must not be having a good time. When Lu Jinshi was alive, the 7 Killings Hall helped him oppress the villagers, exploit the people, and do dirty and hard work, from which they could also gain a lot of benefits. At that time, the government officials often turned a blind eye to your behavior. As long as you didn't go too far, no one would care. But now that Lu Jinshi is dead, you have gone from being government bandits to being wild bandits. Not only has your source of income been cut off, but more troublesome is that if you don't restrain yourselves, the new magistrate may use you to create his own political achievements." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp long sword was suddenly drawn and held against Wen Chaoxing's neck. The next moment, angry shouts erupted from all around. "Bastard! Where did this stray dog come from? Daring to act so arrogantly in the 7-Kill Hall. White Wolf, chop this brat up, mince him, and drag him out to feed the dogs. P.S. Good night." Faced with Wen Chaoxing's account, the members of the 7-Kill Hall reacted like dogs whose tails had been stepped on, their shouts and curses rising and falling incessantly. Many drew their weapons, taking a step forward, waiting for 7th Master's order to chop Wen Chaoxing into mincemeat. However, seeing this scene of public outrage, Wen Chaoxing's lips curled into a slight smile. Rumors have limited power. Only the truth is the sharpest blade. The other party's reaction proved that he was right. As for these people clamoring to kill him, what a joke. Would they dare to draw their knives if 7th Master didn't speak? Facing the weapon at his neck, Wen Chaoxing felt the chill of death and knew that if the other party's hand trembled even slightly, he might be dead. But at this moment he felt no fear, only excitement. He realized one thing: the fates of these self-proclaimed extraordinary martial artists were firmly in his own hands. 7th Master, leaning on his cane, met Wen Xianxia's gaze. He saw the sharp eyes that didn't belong to a young man, the slight furrow in his brow, and the deep lines etched on his face. White wolf, sheath your sword. Even if it's empty talk, let him finish. He spoke calmly, his voice, though not loud, clearly reaching everyone in the hall. The previously noisy and menacing inner hall immediately fell silent. To these martial artists, anyone who could ride roughshod over them must hold an extremely high position of authority in their hearts. Seventh Master was such a person. The cold long sword that had been held against Wen Xianxia's neck was reluctantly withdrawn. Wen Xiaoxing shrugged his shoulders, a smile on his face, and said to Seventh Master, "Thank you for your patience, Seventh Master. It seems that the Seven Killings Hall's ability to survive in Bitter Sea County to this day is no accident. They do indeed have a reliable leader." Facing Wen Xiaoxing's praise, Seventh Master showed no emotion, tapping his cane and saying slowly, "All right, let's get down to business. You said you brought business to the Seven Killings Hall. What kind of business?" Wen Xiaoxing raised his chin slightly. "Big business. I can help the Seven Killings Hall establish a bond of mutual benefit with the newly arrived magistrate." As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd immediately began to whisper. Most people, having seen Wen Xiaoxing's attire, disregarded his words, their words filled with sarcasm. Seventh Master stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping up and down, his tone equally dismissive. Help the Seven Kill Hall establish a bond of interest with the new magistrate? On what grounds? Just because of your words? He had cooperated with Lu Jinshi for many years and knew the vast difference between bandits and officials. To put it nicely, when Lu Jinshi needed them, they were partners. But if he no longer needed them, they were just roadside animals, easily wiped out by the government's army. Although Kuhai County was more remote and impoverished than most parts of Qi Kingdom, it was precisely because of its remoteness that the city magistrate of Guanghan City specially allocated several hundred soldiers to the magistrate. These men were no ordinary people. They had undergone professional training, were capable of using various weapons, and most had reached the blood transformation realm, or even the light cloud realm. If a fight broke out, the Seven Kill Hall's rabble would be no match. Because of this, the government looked down on organizations like the Seven Kill Hall. If it weren't for Lu Jinshi needing them to do dirty work, they wouldn't even have the chance to sit down for a meal. Wanting to get involved with the government depended on whether the government wanted to. For someone like Wen Xiaoxing, dressed plainly and not even considered wealthy, to utter such words was truly laughable. Faced with the doubts and ridicule from Seventh Master and the others, Wen Xiaoxing smiled faintly and said, "I know you all don't believe I have such abilities, but that's all right. I can prove it to you. Once you all believe me, I'll come back to Seventh Master to discuss business matters." Seventh Master's fingers, gripping the deerhead cane, began to tap lightly again. He nodded slightly, scrutinizing Wen Xiaoxing intently, and asked curiously, "How do you intend to prove yourself?" Wen Xiaoxing smiled and lowered his head, taking a deep breath before bringing up another matter. "Seventh Master, do you remember a name, Cheng Feng?" Upon hearing this name, Seventh Master pondered for a moment, then frowned. "Cheng Feng, what does this have to do with him?" Wen Xiaoxing said calmly, "The person who's trying to mess with Cheng Feng should have some status in Kuhai County. I guess he's related to Lu Jinshi, or maybe he has a lot of spare money. Seventh Master, give me that person's name and details. They'll take care of him for you." Hearing this, Seventh Master understood something and chuckled. "So, this is what you're after. After all this trouble, it turns out you're here to help Cheng Feng get ahead." Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. "No, one thing at a time. Helping Cheng Feng get ahead is between me and Cheng Feng, but what I'm talking about now is between me and the Seven Kill Hall. Seventh Master, don't confuse the two." The old man in black stared at Wen Xiaoxing, his contemptuous smile gradually fading. "Even if you can really deal with that guy, it doesn't seem to prove you can help the Seven Kill Hall establish a mutually beneficial relationship with the new magistrate, right?" Wen Xiaoxing said seriously. "That depends on how I deal with him. If I started the trouble first and it escalated, and the new magistrate stood up for me, wouldn't that prove I have the ability to help the Seven Kill Hall?" Seventh Master was silent for a while, then his voice softened. "Actually, if you really have the ability to bring this big business to the Seven Kill Hall, this matter can be resolved in a more amicable way. That guy hired us to cause trouble for Cheng Feng. If the Seven Kill Hall gets a new, bigger business, we can forego earning Cheng Feng's share. There's no need to make things so tense." Wen Xiaoxing smiled and said, "Even without the Seven Kill Hall, he'll go after other people. There are so many scoundrels in the underworld. He can throw out some money, and plenty of thugs will want it. Anyway, it's just doing some disgusting things. Not directly killing Cheng Feng. It's unlikely the blame will fall on them. but I really want to get involved in Cheng Feng's matter. It has nothing to do with business. And after thinking it over, I don't think this matter would be harmful to you, seventh master. By now, those around Wen Chaoxing who had previously been prejudiced against him had quieted down, their gazes towards him becoming suspicious. They all knew who the person who had approached the Seven Killings Hall to ask for help in making trouble for Cheng Feng was. For most people in Kuhai County, this person was absolutely not to be offended. Not only was his family wealthy and powerful, but he also had an elder in his family who served as a clerk in Guanghan City and was acquainted with Ku Yun, the city magistrate of Guanghan City. Even Lu Jinshi usually treated them with courtesy and never dared to put on airs like a county magistrate. After hesitating for a moment, seventh master turned around, took 2 steps and said to Wen Chaoxing with his back to him, "The person who hired Seven Kill Hall to do this is named Qiu Ziheng. His second uncle, Qiu Yuefeng, is a clerk in Guanghan City, responsible for coordinating many things in the city. He has done this for over 20 years without a single mistake and has a good relationship with the city magistrate, Ku Yun. If you want to mess with Qiu Ziheng, I advise you to think twice. If you really cause trouble, a county magistrate of Kuhai County might not be willing to offend such a person for your sake. Be careful not to end up getting burned instead of helping your friend." Of course, he wasn't really concerned about Wen Chaoxing, but judging from the aura and speech Wen Chaoxing exuded, he might actually have a way to help Seven Kill Hall establish a business relationship with the new county magistrate. Such a person was indeed very important to Seven Kill Hall at present. Therefore, he advised Wen Chaoxing to downplay the matter. Upon hearing this, Wen Chaoxing smiled slightly, cupped his hands in greeting to seventh master, and said, "I understand. Thank you for the information, seventh master. Qiu Ziheng's matter won't take me too much time, at most 3 to 5 days. In the next few days, I hope seventh master will be lenient with brother Cheng Feng." Seventh master remained silent for a long while, then finally waved his hand lightly. "White Wolf, see the guest out." Upon hearing this, White Wolf turned to look at Wen Chaoxing and said, "Young brother, let's go." Wen Chaoxing smiled and didn't linger in the Seven Kill Hall any longer. He followed White Wolf out of the inner hall. After they reached a riverbank, White Wolf suddenly called out to Wen Chaoxing, then reached into his pocket and returned the 2 strings of cash that Wen Chaoxing had given him earlier. The latter's eyes flashed. "Brother White Wolf, what do you mean by this?" White Wolf raised his hand, signaling him to stop. "No, I dare not take your money, much less call you brother, lest you cause trouble in the future and the fire spreads to me." Saying this, he sneered at Wen Chaoxing and turned back. Wen Chaoxing didn't say anything more, put the money back into his sleeve, and went to the place he had agreed to meet Shui. But he didn't see Shui. He looked around and called out a few times, but there was still no response. Wen Chaoxing felt something was wrong. He waited in the same spot for a full half-hour, and finally picked up a piece of dead wood, wrote the words "Go home" on the ground, and left. He knew that Shui must have encountered someone or something outside. But now that the other party hadn't left any message, he could only go back first. Even if Shui really encountered a big problem, he couldn't help. If even Shui couldn't handle the enemy, going there would only be a waste of his time. Back in Lu Ziming's courtyard, he continued chopping wood, but he was somewhat absent-minded. After finishing lunch, Wen Chaoxing washed the dishes and returned to Fan Yuwei's courtyard next door. He replaced the porridge in Gui's bowl with fresh porridge. Just as he finished, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Wen Chaoxing looked up and saw Shui limping in. "Where did you go this morning?" Shui glanced at him and said casually, "To find someone to fight." Wen Chaoxing was stunned, then realized, was it someone from Wangchuan? Shui hummed in agreement. "They led me to a rather secluded place in the county town, but then chickened out and didn't fight. I searched the area thoroughly but didn't find them, so I came back on my own." Listening to Shui's description, Wen Chaoxing frowned, feeling that something was amiss. "Led them over, but no one's there?" Shui pulled out a steamed bun from somewhere, ate half of it in one bite, sat down in the courtyard and said to Wen Chaoxing, "Next time you go to Ren's steamed bun shop, remember to give them extra money for a basket of tofu buns." Wen Chaoxing, who was thinking, exclaimed "Ah," and asked in confusion, "Why?" Shui swallowed a bite of her bun and said, "Because I didn't pay the owner when I bought the tofu buns, and I gave your name." "Wen Chaoxing," he said speechlessly, "you'll have something to eat when you get back, it's just a little extra walking." Shui looked up at him and said very seriously, "But the tofu buns are really delicious." Wen Chaoxing placed the kettle of boiled water he had boiled that morning on the table in front of Shui. Shui looked at the kettle of cold water, her eyebrows furrowed, but quickly relaxed, and she said to Wen Chaoxing, "Wen Chaoxing, it seems you still owe me 2 jugs of wine." Wen Chaoxing laughed at her words. I owe you 2 jugs of wine. Shui took a bite of her bun and brought up what happened that morning. If you take me to 7th Master's place today, he'll have to give me a horse and 2 jugs of wine when he sees me. Can't be worse than last time, or I won't accept his offer. But you didn't take me, so I haven't had any horse meat or wine yet. I won't make things difficult for you with that horse. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself. But the wine isn't expensive. Give me these 2 jugs, and it'll protect you next time something happens. When Xiaoxing was getting a headache, he didn't want to argue with this female bandit about the wine. He took out the 2 strings of cash that Bai Lang had given him and adjusted them. He asked Shui, peach blossom wine again? Shui thought for a moment, stood up, stuffed the last half of the bun into her mouth, and crumpled the oil paper into a small ball. It'll go with you. Last time I passed by, I thought I smelled a different kind of wine. I've had too much peach blossom wine. I want to try something different. When Xiaoxing said speechlessly, you make a fuss over a drink, Shui raised an eyebrow and said, you don't understand wine at all. As she spoke, she followed Wen Xiaoxing out of the courtyard. When she stepped onto the bluestone slab half buried in the ground, Shui suddenly stopped, her eyes narrowing. She lifted her right foot, took off the white cloth shoe with embroidered patterns on the right side, looked at the mud and sand stuck to the sole, and sniffed it, her expression subtle. When Xiaoxing heard the footsteps behind him disappear, turned around and looked at Shui, asking, what is it now? Shui shook the shoe, slipped it on, and with a flick of her finger, put the shoe on properly. Nothing, I just got sandy, she said, walking past Wen Xiaoxing and out of the courtyard. Wen Xiaoxing followed her, saying, something's wrong with you. Did you find something? After hesitating for a moment, Shui still said, I was lured away this morning, right? I thought the people from Wangshuan wanted to lure me to a secluded place to ambush me, but I didn't see anyone afterward. Just now, when I stepped on the bluestone slabs, I felt something was wrong with my feet. I took off my shoes and looked closely, and found that the soles of my shoes were covered with a lot of mud and sand. The roads outside are all dirt roads, so there's always a lot of gravel and mud. That's why I didn't pay attention before. When Xiaoxing's eyes flickered slightly, sensing danger. So what's on the soles of your shoes? Shui, honey. P.S. Good night, honey. When Xiaoxing's mind raced, although he didn't know much about this world, he knew that honey couldn't possibly seep from the ground. Shui had gone to a sparsely populated area. Someone carrying a box of honey happened to pass by and accidentally spilled it on the ground. Then, coincidentally, it wasn't wiped away by ants or insects, and finally, Shui just happened to step on it. These 3 coincidences directly ruled out the possibility that it was an accident. Someone deliberately left honey on the sole of your shoe? Shui hummed in agreement. The amount of honey is small. If there's too much, it will attract more dirt and sand, making it easy to spot even on muddy ground. When Xiaoxing thought carefully, what can you do with honey on your shoes? Location. Shui didn't seem to care much, and didn't even bother to rub the honey off the soles. She said to Wen Xiaoxing, a dark and windy night is perfect for murder. You'd better sleep next door tonight. Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. Don't go to Mr. Lu's courtyard today. Wash the honey off your shoes later. I won't go either, to avoid causing trouble. Shui gazed at the distant gallery bridge, her words carrying a deeper meaning. Actually, for the Mr. Lu you speak of, our trouble might not even be considered trouble. When Xiaoxing's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, he glanced at Shui and said, is Mr. Lu's cultivation higher than yours? Shui said, Mrs. Lu's cultivation is probably higher than mine. As for Mr. Lu, I don't know. Sometimes I see him as ethereal as clouds and mist, and sometimes I feel he's just an ordinary person without any cultivation. If you're so curious, why don't you ask him yourself? When Xiaoxing replied, I did ask, but Mr. Lu didn't say.
Shui nodded.
That's normal. Some reclusive cultivators don't like to talk about cultivation matters. The 2 chatted casually as they crossed the gallery bridge and plunged into the hotel that Wen Xiaoxing frequented. The proprietress was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, who was plump and chattering, but always had a smile on her face. Oh, you're that Xiaoxing. Upon seeing Wen Xiaoxing, the proprietress greeted him cheerfully, asking, 2 jars of peach blossom wine again. Wen Xiaoxing gestured slightly towards her, then turned to Shui and asked, can you smell it? What would you like to drink? Shui sniffed the air, her eyes suddenly lighting up, and whispered, Shadaozi, a type of strong liquor. This hotel is quite good. The liquor is brewed very well. Wen Xiaoxing immediately said loudly to the proprietress, 2 jars of Shadaozi. The proprietress went to fetch the liquor. She hadn't heard their earlier conversation, which had been quiet, and as she handed the liquor to Wen Chaoxing, she smiled and nodded at Ashui, saying, Chaoxing, young man, don't always think about drinking. Spend more time with your daughters. You're out shopping and you're still buying liquor. Don't blame me for saying this. Next time you bring a girl out, go to the washing pool in the north of the county more often. It's much more fun there. When Chaoxing's face stiffened at her words, although he didn't turn around, he could feel the gaze from behind. His lips twitched involuntarily. He remembered the way Ashui killed people with a swift stroke of her knife. He coughed and said, Boss lady, you've got it wrong. This is my sister. My sister. He hurriedly paid, then awkwardly carried the wine back home. He hadn't gone far when he could still faintly hear the proprietress muttering, Young people these days, why are they getting more and more shy? When Chaoxing quickened his pace, returning to the courtyard. He placed the 2 jars of wine on the table and said to the impatient Ashui, Go wash your shoes first, then you can drink. Ashui ignored his warning, already sitting at the table. With a flick of her seemingly slender fingers, the lid of the wine jar opened, releasing a rich aroma of wine mixed with a murderous aura that permeated the air. Wash my ass. Are you going to drink or not? She had already poured out her tea and was pouring wine into her cup. When Chaoxing said to her seriously, You're covered in injuries right now. You could easily hide and recuperate, so why can't you just stay put? You yourself said you've cultivated the fountain of youth. Many injuries that others can't heal, you can. At least in 10 days or half a month, your condition will definitely be much better than it is now. Ashui took a swig of wine, feeling refreshed, and said, You simply don't understand the cunning and ruthlessness of the martial world. If you keep running away, they'll think you're easy to bully and will become even more aggressive. Only when they see blood during a test will these people be wary and afraid. Precisely because I'm injured, I need to bluff even more, she said, then seemed to realize her wording was inappropriate and corrected herself. I'm not bluffing. Whoever comes to kill me, they'll kill them. What's that saying again? A good start prevents 100 blows? When Chaoxing countered, And what if you can't win? Ashui took a swig of wine, thought for a moment, and replied very straightforwardly and confidently, Then die. Faced with Ashu's answer, when Chaoxing silently sat down opposite her, poured himself a cup of strong liquor, and, imitating Ashui, tilted his head back and drank it down. The next moment, under Ashu's slightly surprised gaze, his face suddenly turned red, and he opened his mouth and coughed violently. Cough, cough. Unlike the liquor he usually drank, this strong liquor carried a strong murderous aura, like a sharp sword piercing his lungs, then turning into flames, threatening to burn his internal organs to ashes. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Ashui clicked her tongue. You thought you were drinking peach blossom wine? This liquor is very murderous. If you can't handle it, drink it slowly. Don't burn your stomach open or you'll be the one to feed it. When Chaoxing didn't continue to talk about the honey on Ashu's shoe sole, he compromised, because he had no better choice. He was too weak now, and the vortex he was in was too terrifying. Being in it, when Chaoxing felt like a drifting duckweed. Life in the martial world is truly unbearable. It always feels like every day is my last.
Ashui looked.
Do you really think everyone in the martial world is as carefree as the storytellers portray? Always riding through the world on horseback, drunk on the ends of the earth, or perhaps wielding power while asleep, and resting on the lap of a beautiful woman? This martial world is a real mess. Perhaps those who appear incredibly glamorous on the surface are secretly burdened with a mountain of debt. And some people, to maintain their ranking in the heavenly mystery pavilion, hide everywhere, afraid to challenge newcomers. Lest they be disgraced after a battle. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Those who live for fame and fortune are rarely carefree. She raised her cup to clink with when Chaoxing's, drank it, and asked, What are you planning to do about Chun Qiong's matter? The case is closed today. According to you, Lu Chuan and the people of Wangchuan are probably going to take action against him. When Chaoxing's eyes were somewhat unfocused, but his logic remained perfectly clear. Chun Qiong is very important to us. If we protect him, we can do much more in Kuhai County. We can then expand our influence to other Jianghu forces, and even gather intelligence on some of the Wangchuan assassins. Being constantly targeted by them isn't a sustainable solution. Ashui vaguely guessed some of Wen Chaoxing's thoughts, and her heart skipped a beat. Gather intelligence on the Wangchuan assassins. What are you going to do? Perhaps because of the strong liquor he had drunk, Wen Chaoxing's words carried a chilling murderous intent. 1. Ashui had never seen before. With the intelligence, we can actively seek them out. You'll be responsible for gathering intelligence, you'll be responsible for killing, and Chun Qiong will be responsible for disposing of the bodies. There are too many Wangchuan people in Kuhai County. They'll hinder our investigation. Let's kill half of them first. As when Xiaoxing finished speaking, Ashu's fingers holding the wine glass twitched slightly involuntarily. Those who knew her well knew this was a small gesture she made when drawing her sword or knife. After a moment of silence, she swirled her wine glass, her beautiful eyebrows arching, and exclaimed, "Well done, kill half first." She downed a glass of wine, her shoulders swaying slightly, as if she were eager to try. When Xiaoxing's few words had stirred her blood, Ashui hadn't felt this way in a long time. However, protecting Chun Qiong won't be easy. We can't keep an eye on him forever, and you even killed his powerful guard. Hearing Wen Xiaoxing's words, Ashui shook her head. Amazing, my foot. The man in black standing next to Lu Chuan at the Mandarin Duck Tower was the real expert. Even if I were unharmed, he could still hold his own against me. The guard next to Chun Qiong is far inferior to this man. Chun Qiong has no one to rely on now. If someone is determined to kill him, it will be difficult to protect him. When Xiaoxing stopped drinking, he didn't seem worried about this matter and said calmly, "The people of Wangchuan are like a thorn in our side. It's very difficult to protect Chun Qiong directly, to ensure that Chun Qiong is not assassinated. We need to make the people of Wangchuan hesitant to act. The best way is to let Lu Jinxi's secret ferment a bit and reveal some to Lu Chuan. But Chun Qiong is more stupid than I expected. He's too young. He'll be played to death by Lu Chuan's mind games in no time. Before he releases the information, I need to meet him and teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Ashui looked Wen Xiaoxing up and down with a strange look in her eyes. It's no wonder she looked at Wen Xiaoxing that way. He was indeed younger than Chun Qiong, but he spoke with an air of maturity beyond his years, creating a striking contrast. "That's enough. You can drink the rest of the wine. I need to go see Cheng Feng." When Xiaoxing remembered his agreement with Cheng Feng from the previous day, Ashui glanced at the remaining jar of wine. Her slightly tipsy eyes filled with reluctance, but she still followed Wen Xiaoxing to see Cheng Feng. The matter between Wen Xiaoxing and Lu Chuan was clearly not over. If Lu Chuan caught them again, he might just take action. The agreement between Wen Xiaoxing and Seventh Master seemed to have taken effect that morning, or perhaps because of Wen Xiaoxing's intimidation yesterday, the thugs didn't bother Cheng Feng again. Seeing Wen Xiaoxing in the overgrown courtyard, Cheng Feng wasn't surprised. He poured tea for the two and said, "You've been drinking?" Wen Xiaoxing replied, "A little." The swelling on Cheng Feng's face had subsided somewhat, and his attitude wasn't as cold and heavy as yesterday. He sniffed the air and asked, "Was it the strong liquor brewed by Guan Jinyang east of the Gallery Bridge?" The two looked at him in surprise. When Xiaoxing said, "You've had it too?" Cheng Feng scratched his head dejectedly. "Yes. She's been drinking every day since she came back from the academy. Her family's strong liquor is perfect for drinking before bed. After drinking, you can sleep soundly until the sun shines on your bed the next day." When Xiaoxing laughed, "You've even learned a trick to drinking. Tell me, how do you get into language?" Cheng Feng, "Practice calligraphy." When Xiaoxing found it somewhat unbelievable. "Just that simple?" Cheng Feng shook his head. "Simple? Not simple at all. The practice calligraphy I'm talking about isn't the traditional kind. It's not enough for you to be able to write an essay with fluent and divine strokes. If you want to get into language through your calligraphy, you need to have a more basic and deeper understanding of characters, like a butcher carving up an ox, able to write from any angle at any time and write different characters, good or bad, depending on different needs." When Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, "Wait a minute," you said. "What do you mean by writing different characters, good or bad, according to different needs?" Cheng Feng pursed his lips, feeling a dryness in his throat. It seemed that these few words had stirred up some unpleasant memories, but he quickly overcame them and said slowly, "Brother Xiaoxing, I've already told you before that if this truth is really important to you, I can help you enter the academy. There, you'll find all the answers you're looking for. But if you want to ask me directly about this, forgive me for not revealing a single detail. This is an agreement I made with that noble person in the academy. I hope Brother Xiaoxing won't make things difficult for me." A glint flashed deep in Wen Xiaoxing's eyes. He nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Cheng Feng continued, "Ordinary people practice calligraphy to develop aesthetics and brushwork, mostly using the 8 interpretations of the characterium. But if you practice normally, you'll never be able to achieve what the academy requires." When Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow, "Then how should I practice?" Cheng Feng, "Practice forwards first, then backwards. The strokes, the order, the movement of the brush. Everything must be completely reversed." Hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing stroked his chin. "Why?" Cheng Feng took out paper and pen, and first applied ink to the scrap paper. His pen tip was light, and his wrist was as steady as a rock, with almost no tremor regardless of the pressure. Soon, although the strokes were forwards and backwards, the two young characters appeared on the paper almost identically. This miraculous brushwork even drew a look of amazement from Shui beside him. Doing this will help Brother Xiaoxing develop unprecedented pen control and power. At that time, your mind will move as you wish, and your pen will move as you wish. No matter how good or bad, Brother Xiaoxing will be able to imitate the handwriting with just one glance. When Brother Xiaoxing can achieve this, he can then write a 100-character essay using this penmanship, requiring that every character be different in the same order and stroke order. This 100-character essay, with every character different, will help Brother Xiaoxing successfully enter the Langon Pavilion. P.S. Good night. Chang Feng explained to the two that as long as one's handwriting is good enough, one can enter the Langon Pavilion without having to memorize those so-called cumbersome academic books. Hearing this for the first time, the two felt a strong sense of contrast with the Langon Pavilion, the sacred place of learning that countless Qi scholars yearned for and admired. When Xiaoxing stared at the two young characters that Chang Feng had just written, and couldn't help but feel a little irritated, he still asked, Chang Feng, if it's really as you say, then aren't all the millions of students in the world wasting their time? Chang Feng laughed, but his laughter was extremely awkward. The first thing I did after returning from the academy was to burn all those books and classics. Those exquisite and vast poems and prose, when burned, were no more intense than firewood. Later, all that was left in the house was a copy of On Governing the State. Brother Xiaoxing, you just said you were wasting your time. Your words are so sharp, so precise. Which scholar who entered the academy wasn't brimming with literary talent and refined elegance? But as time passed, their enthusiasm was gradually worn down by reality. These scholars discovered that they were utterly incapable of governing the country. The classic of poetry, the book of mountains and seas, the book of state, the book of people, all of it was useless. All that hard study, covering their entire youth, was piled up in a dusty corner the moment they entered the Imperial Academy. The only thing they could do was confine themselves to that small space, endlessly practicing calligraphy, practicing calligraphy, practicing calligraphy. Faced with Chang Feng's self-deprecating recounting, when Xiaoxing's mind stirred, and he steered the conversation to another topic. From what you've told me, the situation among the students is still appalling. But what I learned from another friend in Language is a completely different story. Chang Feng was taken aback, looking at Wen Xiaoxing suspiciously. You know other people in Language? He genuinely hadn't expected this, and didn't even believe Wen Xiaoxing's words. His suspicion stemmed from Chang Feng's long experience in Language. He knew how tightly controlled the students were, and how difficult it was to communicate with the outside world. They either obtained official positions and left Language, but that required signing confidentiality agreements. Once the news leaked, the consequences were dire, either unexplained deaths or mysterious disappearances. Everyone kept this a closely guarded secret, thus always obeying the law. Who would risk their life without sufficient benefit? When Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, then crafted a lie, saying, I did have a friend I was quite close to before, named Su Yiji. The details of how we met are rather complicated, so I won't go into them. I originally wanted to ask him about the things mentioned in the letter, but something happened to Su Yiji. I haven't been able to contact him for months. It's like he's disappeared. By the way, Brother Chang Feng, do you know Su Yiji? Mentioning this name, Chang Feng's expression became somewhat strange. After hesitating for a moment, he only said, No, but I know there is indeed such a name in the academy. When Xiaoxing confirmed Su Yizi's existence from him and didn't delve any further. When saying goodbye to Chang Feng, the other man stared at Wen Xiaoxing's departing figure and suddenly called out to him. When Xiaoxing turned around, he said, Brother Xiaoxing, what you're investigating is no small matter. It could very well backfire. A living person doesn't disappear without a reason. I suggest you don't contact Su Yiji again for the time being. It's better for both of you. When Xiaoxing smiled and nodded, understood. On the way, Shui paid particular attention to Chang Feng's words and said, You're quite clever using Chang Feng to test Su Yiji. Now we know there really is such a person in the academy, and that Su Yiji even knows Lu Jinshi. When Xiaoxing interrupted her thoughts, That's not the point. Shui. The point is the almost instinctive skepticism on Chang Feng's face when I mentioned that I knew the other people in Language. Can you understand? People from that academy would almost never have any connection with nobody from a remote place. To the people of the capital, I'm nobody, and so is Lu Jinshi. Moreover, the matters related to Lu Jinshi are of great importance. To avoid leaving any evidence, it's highly unlikely that the officials in the capital would contact him by letter. They would most likely have someone of high status deliver the message orally. The fact that Lu Jinshi knew the name Su Yiji indirectly proves that they might have met. If we deduce it this way, the whole process is there was a powerful figure in the capital who wanted to do something, so he sent Suiji to find Lu Jinshi, and together they accomplished the task, and finally they erased those who knew about or participated in the matter. As he spoke, his tone became increasingly strange, his expression grave and puzzled, as if the matter was shrouded in mystery. But I really don't understand. What could a mere county magistrate possibly do that leaves traces that could threaten such a powerful figure in the capital? When Chaoxing was talking to himself when something suddenly flashed before his eyes. He stopped and looked up, only to find that the snow, which had stopped for only 2 days, had started falling again. The shapes of the crystalline snowflakes were exceptionally clear in his eyes. For some reason, this light snowfall reminded him of Aunt Me outside Tian. He was certain that she was sitting by her bedside, gazing at the snow outside the window, longing for her child who had gone to war and hadn't returned for years. In her mind, her child must have had countless wonderful experiences, perhaps achieving great merit, studying more, or meeting a girl he loved. But after so long, could this old woman still remember what her child looked like when he left, based on just a few perfunctory words on the letter? I think I should go return the letter, he sighed. At dusk, Chun Xiong hosted a banquet at Yuanyang Tower, inviting Lu Chuan and some dignitaries from the county. The transport official from Guanghan City was also among them. This banquet was originally prepared for him. After the dinner, he would set off to transport Lu Jinxi's body and the case files back to Guanghan City for a second autopsy. The sound of the zither drifted softly. Xi Xiaohong had changed into a plain white brocade dress today. Although she was dressed lightly, the main hall was brightly lit, and there were many guests, so she didn't feel cold. Among them, Chuan Xiong, Lu Chuan, and the transport official Sun Chang sat alone at a table, their quietness contrasting sharply with the surrounding noise. After a few rounds of drinks, they became more familiar with each other, and Chuan Xiong took the initiative to toast the transport official, asking with a smile, "May I ask, Lord Sun, how many days will it take to settle Lu Jinxi's case in Guanghan City?" The transport official Sun Chang pondered for a moment and didn't hide anything. The city lord has been quite busy lately. Although Lu Jinxi's case is not insignificant, it will be delayed a bit. I estimate it will take at least 3 days, and at most 7 days to settle it. As Sun Chang spoke, Chunkyang's eyes kept drifting towards Lu Chuan, his raised wine cup remaining untouched as he mentally calculated his remaining few days of safety. Regardless of whether Wen Kaiasheng's earlier words were accurate or not, they had left a shadow in his heart, and Chuan Xiong felt he needed to be more cautious. The reason he had invited Lu Chuan here today was deliberately for him to hear. Seeing that Lu Chuan was also looking over, Chun Xiong concealed the secret in her eyes, raised her glass and smiled at him, then drank the wine in her glass. Because they still had to travel, the banquet did not last long. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, before they could even enjoy the songs and dances prepared by the girls, Sun Chang had already stood up. He patted his bulging belly, rolled his eyes, walked to the side, and waved to Chun Xiong. The latter obediently walked over. Sun Chang made a subtle hand gesture to him, and Chun Xiong's eyes flickered slightly, his face plastered with a fake smile, and he took out a money pouch from his sleeve, stuffing it into Sun Cheng's hand. The latter weighed it in his hand, then immediately beamed with joy, putting it into his sleeve as he whispered to Chun Xiong, "Has Lu Jinxi's matter been dealt with?" Chun Xiong's body trembled slightly. He met Sun Cheng's gaze and immediately realized that the transport official in front of him was also one of the officials in the capital. A chill ran through him as he realized that the official had connections everywhere. And although he was high in the clouds, the martial world and the remote wilderness were all his henchmen. It has been searched very thoroughly. If you are not at ease, you can check it again on the way. Sun Chang took out a string of green Buddhist beads with his left hand and gently turned them, his slightly tipsy face becoming much more serious. "We can't investigate. There are white dragon guards outside. Once we enter Guanghan City, there'll be even less of a chance." The official who promoted Ku Changwei back then used to work in the Ministry of Personnel. Later, the Ministry of Personnel was dismantled, but his status didn't decline. Instead, it increased. He went to the Jade Dragon Mansion and became the Emperor's sword. He doesn't get along well with our superior. If he finds out anything, it might cause a big commotion. If you haven't completely finished on your end, I can find a reason to stay in the city for another day. Chun Xiong thought for a moment and refused Sun Cheng's suggestion. "Don't worry, Lord Sun, there shouldn't be a problem." Sun Chang looked at him deeply, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "All right, you're from the capital, I trust you." As the sun set, the falling snow intertwined into a light mist, covering the starry sky with a veil, blocking the light of the stars and moon from the other side of the heavens. Ah Shui sat in the courtyard, placing the strong liquor she hadn't drunk all day in front of her. She addressed Wen Chaoxing, who was just finishing his practice of the Fountain of Youth, asking, "How was your day? Did you feel anything?" Wen Chaoxing carefully observed her, his tone hesitant. "I'm not sure, Ashui. Did I really fall asleep that night when I was practicing the Fountain of Youth?" Ashui answered with absolute certainty, snoring like thunder. Hearing this, Wen Chaoxing scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "And what about me just now?" Ashui opened the lid of the wine jar, and the pungent smell of alcohol made her raise an eyebrow. "I couldn't fall asleep just now." When Kaosheng's expression of doubt deepened, and he said to Ashui, "But actually, my feelings were no different from that night." Ashui stared at the wine jar in front of her, then suddenly changed the subject, looking at Wen Chaoxing very seriously and asking, "Wen Chaoxing, after you started practicing calligraphy, did you stop having money to buy wine?" Seeing her so serious, Wen Chaoxing couldn't help but chuckle. Even during that fierce battle in the snow that night, he had never seen such a serious expression on Ashu's face. "It's not that bad, just buy a pen." Ashui raised her chin slightly, asking curiously, "Then what about ink and paper?" Wen Chaoxing replied, "Water is easier to get than ink, and besides, paper costs money, but that bluestone slab in the yard is free. I'll wet it and use the bluestone slab to practice calligraphy later. I'll find some more thin, flat slabs and spread a layer in the yard. That should be enough. Otherwise, with my little spare money, even if you don't buy wine, it won't be enough for me to make. Speaking of which, actually, charcoal can be used to make pens." He seemed to become interested, pulling a half-burnt branch from the stove under the eaves, and went to the bluestone slab, beginning to write the character Yong seriously. For him, using a hard pen was much easier than using a soft one. Even though he hadn't written in a long time, he quickly got used to it after just a few crooked characters, and many black Yong characters appeared on the flat bluestone slab that Ashui had stepped on earlier. First practice forward, then backward. When Chaoxing tried writing the character Yong using completely reversed strokes, it was not only crooked and uneven, but also written extremely slowly, making him look like a complete beginner in calligraphy. The difficulty was considerable. Only those who tried it themselves would understand. Meanwhile, when Ashui heard that Wen Chaoxing only needed one brush to practice calligraphy, her furrowed brow immediately relaxed, and she began to enjoy the jar of wine without any worries. As she drank, she recalled her earlier discovery on Lu Jinshi and asked, "Wen Chaoxing, let me see the other clue I found on Lu Jinshi." Wen Chaoxing took out the paper from his chest, wrapped it around a small pebble on the ground, and tossed it to her. She caught it steadily, spread the clue out on the table, and examined it carefully. "We can't go looking for them now. We have more important things to do, and there are too many spies in Wangchuan. If we rashly leave the city and get surrounded, the consequences will be quite serious. Later, I'll teach Chuanxiong how to do the next step. I'll have him spread the news, and once the news spreads, our situation will change. As long as we have the clues, we will always be the ones in control. We can decide how to weave this lie." After he finished speaking, he practiced his calligraphy for a while, then thought of something and turned to look at Ashui, saying, "Ashui, you are so good at wielding weapons, you must have a strong control over the strength of your fingers and wrists. You must be very good at writing, right?" Ashui shook her head. "Not bad. Not great. I haven't practiced calligraphy much. Although it's essentially about controlling the strength of the fingers and wrists, and theoretically they should be the same, they're actually different. The saying master one method, master all methods is mostly just talk. In reality, different fields are like different mountains. It's not that easy. I've seen many people who are exceptionally skilled with weapons, but their handwriting is like scribbles." When Chaoxing chuckled as he listened to her story. Coming back to his senses, he suddenly saw a bee gently land on the bluestone slab in front of him. This bee was pure black, even its wings were black. It only stayed for a short time before flapping its wings again, almost too fast to be seen with the naked eye, and flew away into the air. Whoosh! When Chaoxing sensed something was wrong and subconsciously swung the wooden branch in his hand. This casual strike actually intercepted the flying bee. Looking at the dead bee on the ground, he was about to touch it when he heard Ashui say from not far away, "Don't touch it, it might be poisonous. P.S. Good night, my darlings." When Chaoxing shot down a black bee that shouldn't be here at this time of year. He was about to examine it when Ashui stopped him. She walked closer, picked up the dead bee, examined it carefully, and said, "It is indeed poisonous. I've never seen a black bee or wasp before. This must have been deliberately bred. It seems I found the reason why they tried so hard to leave honey on me." As Ashui spoke, she looked up at the night sky with falling snowflakes, her gaze becoming deep. In these translucent snowflakes, Something else seemed to be hidden. Wen Chaoxing, give me the knife. Shui asked Wen Chaoxing for a wood-chopping knife. He took it out from his waist and handed it to her. Shui got up to fetch a bucket of water, then went to another corner of the yard and sharpened the knife with the half of the whetstone stained with brown rust. The sizzling sound of the blade against the whetstone sent chills down Wen Chaos' spine. He seemed to smell blood in the snow, the scent of life fading away. Shui sharpened the knife slowly. Once the blade was no longer so dull, she took 2 cups of strong liquor, poured it onto the blade, and continued sharpening. The aroma of the liquor spread like unseen ripples in the snow, brewing an indescribable murderous intent. When Chao stayed in the courtyard for a while, his body frozen stiff. He shook off the snow piled on his clothes and tossed the firewood aside. It's a pity I can't help you. That night, Shui, I should have retrieved a crossbow. Perhaps that could have been helpful. Shui, sharpening her knife, continued her work, saying calmly, for martial artists at the Dragon Roar realm and above, crossbows aren't very useful. Bows and arrows are still usable, but you don't know how. The black bee is the location. Once the bee arrives, the person shouldn't be far off. Wen Chaoxing, are you really not going to the neighbor's place to avoid disaster? Don't blame me for not warning you. The person coming tonight is probably not simple. I might not be able to protect you. Wen Chaoxing shook his head. If I didn't know Mr. Liu, I would have brought this disaster upon myself. I'm not exactly a good person either. When it comes to survival, my own life is definitely more important than a stranger's. But Mr. Liu saved my life. Even if I die here today, I can't bring trouble to him. As the two looked at each other, Shui saw the determination in Wen Chaoxing's eyes. She took a strip of cloth from the side and slowly wiped the strong liquor off the blade. Gazing at the gleaming blade, she seemed finally satisfied and tossed the strip of cloth to Wen Chaoxing. Go back to your room. Don't come out unless I call you. The latter caught the cloth, then picked up the clue slip he had previously thrown to Shui. Before entering the room, he turned to Shui, who was drinking, and said, Want a drink more? I can't see people clearly when I'm drunk. Shui frowned upon hearing this and said, Every person killed is one less. Every sip of wine is one less. What do you know? Hurry up and go in. Wen Chaoxing shook his head slightly, pushed open the door, and closed it. Creak. The moment the door closed completely, footsteps came from the courtyard entrance almost simultaneously. A young woman with large, dark, bruised scars on her face, tall and wearing a black long dress, coldly stared at Shui in the courtyard. Click. Another footstep, seemingly deliberately made. Shui turned around and saw more than a dozen black figures standing on the eaves, some with knives or swords at their waists, staring at her through the biting wind and snow. Rustling. Outside the courtyard, footsteps grew louder.
Shui ear twitched.
He addressed the woman before him. It snowed that night. Looks like I haven't killed enough. You still dare to come? The scarred woman chuckled, her voice like wind chimes echoing in the snow. The people of Wangchuan are endless. 100 taels of gold is enough to drive people mad. But your head is worth 100,000 taels. Everyone wants it. This time we've brought quite a few experts. They shouldn't disappoint you. Shui picked up some pebbles from the ground and held them in his hand. My head. Have you decided how to divide it? The scarred woman smiled slightly. First come, first served. With that, she raised her hand, and the pale snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly turned pitch black. These densely packed black dots seemed to emerge from the shimmering, scattered snowflakes, quickly coalescing into a black sphere, and then suddenly lunged at Shui. These black dots were all poisonous bees. Each beetle carried a deadly venom, and when densely packed together, they seemed to possess immense power, rendering any protective aura of a martial artist utterly ineffective. The numerous men in black standing nearby, witnessing this scene, instinctively became wary. They knew better than anyone the terrifying nature of these poisonous bees. This scarred woman, ranked 33rd in the Wangchuan sect, was known as the Black Bee Queen. Few knew her past, but among the rising masters of the martial world this year, she was considered a top expert. Her terrifying poison skills were of unknown origin, and those unfortunate enough to be assassinated by her all died gruesome deaths. Most terrifyingly, these poisonous bees she created not only possessed exceptional location capabilities, but were also completely obedient to her commands, posing a formidable threat even to experts at the Dragon Roar realm, making them virtually impossible to defend against in battle. It was rumored that at least 3 Dragon Roar realm experts in the martial world had never even seen the Black Bee Queen before being stung to death by her poisonous bees, dying with blood flowing from all 7 orifices and their internal organs almost melted away. Seeing the swarm of black bees attacking, Shui raised his sword, unleashing a terrifying blade of energy that rippled through the air before slashing at the dark swarm. However, the bees were more formidable than expected. They actually separated the moment the blade struck, dodging the fatal blow thanks to their innate sensitivity to air vibrations. Bees are actually least afraid of swords and blades. I've heard you're a very skilled fighter, but tonight, with just a woodcutter's knife, it seems you can't get past them. If I didn't intervene and get this 100,000 taels of gold, I'd feel like the money came too easily. The Black Bee Queen smiled lightly, crossed her arms, leaned against the courtyard wall, and leisurely watched Shui. The latter remained indifferent, his left hand gently rubbing something. If you want to raise bees, raise bees. If you want to learn martial arts, learn martial arts. Trying to do both makes you a mess. If you encounter a true master, you won't even have a chance to escape. Shui's words gradually chilled the Black Bee Queen's smile. She raised her hand, her fingertips flicking, and the black bees attacked Shui as if they had gone mad. However, just as they approached, Shui didn't choose to use her sword to repel them this time. Instead, she raised her left hand and scattered a large cloud of gray mist. This was a stone she had just picked up from the ground, which she had crushed into powder. The lime, which was originally harmless, suddenly became the most terrifying hidden weapon in the world, densely packed like a rain of pear blossoms, completely melting away the deadly black swarm of bees in a short moment. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with the corpses of black bees. Not a single one was missing. Seeing this, the Black Bee Queen's contempt first turned to astonishment, and then, gradually, a flush of anger rose from her pale face. Each of these poisonous bees contained her painstaking efforts, years of refinement, all destroyed by a handful of lime. Today, I will kill you, she roared, drawing her ame dagger from her waist. Her figure flashed forward like a ghost, covering 10 steps in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the ame dagger was already at her throat. Thud, a seemingly ordinary slash. It was unclear where the blade came from or where it went. With the sound of a wisp of snow in the wind, the Black Bee Queen only saw her headless corpse fall to the ground. Then the world spun, and darkness descended. In the pale courtyard, the first splash of red of the night bloomed. Shui flicked the blood off her woodcutter's knife, took a step into the courtyard, and her calm voice carried far by the wind. She said, "Many experts have come tonight. Will you attack one by one, or all at once?" As Han Yu was consumed by killing intent, Shui heard countless sounds of swords being drawn. Clearly, that seemingly ordinary slash had made these men realize that the woman wielding the woodcutter's knife was not to be trifled with. The assassin's goal was to kill. Whether it was an unknown fight or a group brawl was irrelevant. Killing their target was enough. It was unclear whose sword was the fastest, but it pierced through the falling, crystalline snowflakes, clashing with Shui's woodcutter's knife amidst the shattered beauty. Clang! This person was actually a master hidden among the crowd. In the duels of the martial world, the difficulty of unknown combat was vastly different from that of Wanyanmani. He was extremely confident in his swordsmanship, intending to use the other assassin's attacks as cover to take Shui's life with a single strike, but he clearly underestimated Shui's honed instincts. At the moment their blades clashed, he saw his own reflection in Shui's gleaming blade, saw the blood gushing from his own throat as it was slit. But how could this be? The moment the swords clashed, his sword momentum had already ended. This sure-kill sword should have obliterated the sword momentum in Shui's hand. So how could she deliver a second strike while blocking his sword? He died unable to understand it. In fact, it wasn't Shui who blocked his sword, but rather he who failed to block Shui's blade. He thought he was the one attacking, unaware that Shui hadn't defended at all. She had simply used a stronger and faster blade strike, shifting the balance of power. Surrounded and attacked by assassins, Shui's movements were clearly not particularly agile, perhaps due to her lame right leg, or perhaps due to her injuries, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the woodcutter's knife in her hand. It was too sharp, too terrifying. Each strike was devoid of any fancy moves, precisely the most suitable strike for killing among hundreds of others. This swordsmanship had no set moves, only the chill of snow and moonlight, the coldness of blood and life. Even many seasoned assassins who had roamed the martial world for years watched with trepidation, their backs tingling with cold. They observed Shui's strikes, mentally rehearsing their defenses and counterattacks countless times, but when actually facing that slashing blade, everything in their minds vanished into nothingness. As the assassins painstakingly inflicted shallow wounds on Shui, the courtyard was already littered with corpses. Each corpse bore only one wound. Shui hadn't used a second strike to kill them. The fierce battle temporarily abruptly ended when the assassins were stunned. Shui, wielding the knife, was slightly out of breath, white mist constantly billowing from her mouth and nose. Her old wounds began to flare up under the intense impact of the internal energy, the pain from her internal organs assaulting her nerves, although her expression remained unchanged. The bulging veins at her temples revealed that she was not as well as she appeared. Ignoring the assassins standing on the courtyard wall or in the corners, Ashue limped to the stone table, picked up the jar of wine with one hand, and tilted her head back to gulp it down. The murderous, strong liquor poured into her abdomen, mouthful after mouthful, the burning and stinging sensation numbing her old wounds, giving her a rare moment of respite amidst the intense pain. An elderly, masked assassin with graying hair stood on a tree extending from the corner of the courtyard wall in the distance, silently watching Ashue drink. Behind him were two long swords. One was slender, wrapped in a tattered scabbard and scraps of cloth, unremarkable. The other was thick and wide, more like a mace than a sword. This man had been standing on the tree branch since the beginning, neither attacking nor speaking, coldly observing everything like a detached bystander. Ashue was drinking very close to him, but he remained silent. While Ashue drank, some assassins adjusted their mindset and tactics, slowly closing in, eager to attack. Suddenly, the dual-sword assassin on the tree jumped down. Seeing him enter the fray, the surrounding assassins immediately scattered to the side. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Jiu, 7th in the Wangchuan Lin banner. I have a small reputation in the martial arts world. You should have heard of me. I'm different from others. I'm not here for the 100,000 taels of gold. I want a chance to join the Feng banner. Ashue ignored the man and continued drinking. After Wu Jiu finished his introduction, he didn't attack Ashue but turned to look at Wen Keisheng's room. There's another person inside. I heard his heartbeat. Is he your friend? Wu Jiu asked. Ashue stopped drinking and slowly put down the wine jar. Not really. I'm ready. Are you gonna fight or not? If not, get lost. Wu Jiu slowly drew his slender sword from behind him, twirled it beautifully, and held it in his hand. I want to see if you're lying to me. Ashue frowned at Wu Jiu's words. What do you mean? Wu Jiu laughed, his calm words overflowing with terrifying madness. This sword will fly from my hand into the room in a moment. If you're fast enough, you can kill me before I draw my sword. But if you can't, the person in the room will die. I might not be able to beat you, but before I die, I'll take someone down with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Ashue raised her knife, ready to strike. But this time, Wu Jiu seemed to have caught up with her speed. His long sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Wen Chaoxing in the room. Ashue frowned, took a step to the side, and her woodcutter's knife also flew out. Her strike was indeed stronger and faster than Wu Jiu's sword, arriving first despite being slower, knocking the long sword down in front of the door, and being carried into the room by the force of the remaining shock. At that very moment, Wu Jiu drew his second sword. A blunt sword. This sword was even faster than the previous one. Ashu's honed instincts reacted the instant she sensed the killing intent, but the old wounds she had forcibly suppressed suddenly flared up, slowing her evasive movements by even a fraction of an inch. Thus, Wu Jiu's blunt sword successfully struck Ashu's waist. What seemed like a mere skim of water carried immense force, even creating ripples in the air. Ashu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the stone steps in front of Wen Keisheng's room. Cough. Strong liquor mixed with blood gushed from her mouth and nose, staining her chest crimson. Although she wasn't dead after this blow, her lower body was completely numb, her internal organs severely damaged, and her mind clouded. She was now a lamb to the slaughter. So, in the martial world, one cannot be arrogant in the slightest. You think you can protect everyone, but in the end, you can't protect anyone. Wu Jiu, sword in hand, walked step by step towards the heavily wounded Ashue. However, your old injury has flared up so badly that even with a knife, you can't beat me. Even if I back down today, you're still going to die. Ashu's vision was blurry, her ears were ringing, and her heart was pounding. She couldn't hear what he was saying anymore, and blood kept spilling from her mouth and nose. Your life is mine. Without any hesitation, Wu Jiu walked up to Ashue and raised his hand, pointing the tip of his bladeless sword at her heart. P.S. Good night. Wu Jiu was right about one thing. If Ashue hadn't thrown away the knife, she would still have fallen to Wu Jiu the moment her old injury flared up. But her fate wouldn't have been so passive. With an iron weapon in hand, Wu Jiu's light, fleeting sword strike couldn't seriously injure her. Wu Jiu stood before Ashue, his bladeless sword in hand, amidst the swirling snowflakes, effortlessly bringing the sword down, once again using the light, fleeting strike. The falling, Crystalline snowflakes seemed to deliberately avoid the heavy sword strike, slowly and resolutely blown away by the killing intent. 1,000 pounds of divine power flowed from the soles of his feet to the tip of the sword, silently brewing a deadly strike aimed at Ashu's heart. If this attack landed, he would be as wealthy as a king, his merit worthy of being ennobled, his future boundless and limitless. But in that split second, another terrifying killing intent exploded like thunder from within the door. The woodcutter's knife smashed through the door, and the candlelight in the room went out at the same time. In the darkness, something flickered, its sharpness tinged with moonlight, becoming a cold glint that pierced through the snow. In this extreme darkness, Wu Jiu saw flames. Flames piercing through water. Even he hadn't expected this attack. He instinctively thought it was a sword, but upon closer inspection, it had become a knife. Wu Jiu remained calm, sheathing his sword to block. At the moment the woodcutter's knife clashed with the bladeless sword, the knife transformed back into a sword. A look of surprise crossed his face. The next moment, the woodcutter's axe let out a mournful cry, shattering completely into pieces of iron that fell to the ground with the snowflakes. A tinkling sound rang out as blood slowly seeped from Wu Jiu's shoulder, the sword in front of Wen Chaoxing. His shoulder slumped, his hand gripping the blade trembling. What a powerful sword, Wu Jiu praised, switching the blade to his left hand. Unfortunately, the weapon is lacking. You are not like her. Ordinary weapons are ineffective in your hands. Otherwise, after that attack, even if I survive, I would be unable to fight again. When Chaoxing breathed in the cold wind and snow, his mind blank. In that attack, he had only thought of saving people. In that instant, he seemed to have rediscovered that exquisite feeling, the feeling of being pierced by a sword flying from the flames when he fell from the boat into the deep sea. But after that attack, his weapon shattered, while his enemy remained standing. Wu Jiu was right. His sword was not sharp enough, and his weapon was not good enough. The opponent, capable of injuring Ashu so badly, must be at least a Dragon Roar Realm expert or even stronger. Normally, such a person could kill him with a single finger, yet here he nearly slew him with a single sword strike. Even when Chaoxing himself hadn't expected that Wu Jiu could cripple one of his arms. This illogical event occurred at the most inopportune moment. Wu Jiu stared at Wen Chaoxing and said, "That sword on the ground is also mine, forged by a master craftsman. It's a fine sword. Pick it up and we'll fight again." Wen Chaoxing, who had already resigned himself to death, heard Wu Jiu's words and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Although he knew he likely wouldn't be able to unleash that stunning sword strike again, how could he easily give up this last chance of survival? Without hesitation, Wen Chaoxing picked up the sharp, long sword from the ground. The coldness of it seeped into his internal organs from his palm. Such a heavy killing intent. How many people has this sword killed? Wen Chaoxing asked. Wu Jiu was straightforward enough not to ambush Wen Chaoxing when he bent down to pick up his sword. He could tell at a glance that Wen Chaoxing was an ordinary person without a dantian, but he couldn't understand how such a person could wield such a terrifying sword strike. "I can't remember. Before I became famous, I killed many people to make a living. Most of them were low-level people in the martial arts world. I don't remember their names or their lives. But if you ask me how many masters this sword has killed, I can remember. 37 people above the Dragon Roar realm." Unlike most cold-blooded assassins, Wu Jiu seemed to enjoy chatting with people, even if the other person was about to die. Seeing Wen Chaoxing standing in front of him with his sword, Wu Jiu asked, "Can you still use that sword strike from before?" Wen Chaoxing took a deep breath, forcing himself to clear his mind, and gripped the cold long sword tightly, replying, "Try." Wu Jiu nodded, his left hand holding the bladeless sword lightly raised. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps crushing dry branches. A creak. In such a silent environment, this sudden sound was jarring. Wu Jiu frowned, glancing sideways towards the courtyard entrance. He saw a woman in a light blue velvet dress standing there, her gaze coldly fixed on him. "Why are you all gathered here in the middle of the night, performing some kind of shamanistic ritual? My husband just fell asleep recently. Get out of here, don't disturb his peaceful sleep." Wu Jiu exchanged a glance with her, then suddenly noticed that the assassins outside the courtyard had been silently eliminated. "I'm sorry, madam. It won't take too long. We'll clean this place up after tonight's events." He didn't want any further trouble. The woman before him exuded an aura as deep as an abyss. Her cultivation was unfathomable, and she was not someone to be trifled with. However, Madame Lu seemed unwilling to let the matter rest. She didn't back down an inch and even wanted to take another step. "Enough with the nonsense. Since you're not leaving, then none of you are leaving." With that, she waved her sleeve, unleashing a large swath of snowflakes. The terrifying power of her Tian surged like a true dragon, turning the snowflakes and strong winds into a deadly torrent. Poof! Some of the closest assassins didn't even have time to react before their bodies were washed away by the torrent, reduced to a bloody mess of bones. Their protective chi was destroyed in an instant, and even the weapons in their hands were quickly broken and damaged under the scouring of the snowstorm. This scene was extremely horrifying, not only when Xianxia, but even many assassins who had been traveling the martial world for years had never seen such a method. They were instantly terrified and quickly fled away, avoiding the area covered by the snowstorm. Wu Jiu frowned, watching the approaching torrent. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his sword, Wu Feng, gently drew a circle in the air. The powerful sword energy barely dispersed the flying snowstorm. With this attack, he roughly gauged his opponent's strength, but Wu Jiu didn't want to waste this golden opportunity. He turned and flashed to Ashu's side, intending to take her away. You can't take her away. You can't take anyone away. Madame Lu spoke again. This time, the voice came from a small space behind Wu Jiu. His pupils contracted sharply. When he turned again, Madame Lu's slender index fingertip was already touching his brow. It was a glacier that had crossed the harsh winter and the wasteland, nurturing the most primal cold. A simple touch and it was his life. Fluttering snowflakes fell in front of the two of them. A look of relief flashed across Wu Jiu's face. He knew he had lost and quietly awaited death. Like Ashuai, he wasn't entirely without options when facing Madame Lu, but when Xianxia's sword strike that shattered the darkness had severely wounded him, rendering him completely unable to withstand Madame Lu's superior strength. Madame Lu lightly touched Wu Jiu's forehead with her index finger, and an invisible ripple suddenly spread out. A heavy thud echoed from the eaves and courtyard walls. Everyone still in the courtyard, except for when Xianxia and Ashuai, perished from this terrifying finger strike of death. The other assassins who had fled earlier, witnessing this scene, dared not linger, knowing that tonight's ambush plan had encountered an irreversible variable, and fled without looking back. Wu Jiu's body slumped down, his bladeless sword lying discarded to the side, and the entire snowy night was filled with deathly silence. Madame Lu. Before when Xianxia could finish speaking, Madame Lu pointed at Ashuai and said, "Move her to the room first, I'll go prepare the medicine and acupuncture." Since Ashu's life was at stake, when Xianxia dared not delay, and immediately carried the delirious Ashuai from the ground to the bed in the room. Looking at Ashuai, whose mouth was constantly bleeding, when Xianxia's expression was grave, Madame Lu quickly returned with her medicine chest. When Xianxia, watching her busy work, didn't dare disturb her, only asking, "Can she live?" Madame Lu's answer was equally concise. Her internal energy is scattered, her spine is damaged, and her internal organs are in complete disarray. Whether she lives or dies depends on fate. As she spoke, she channeled her inner energy into inserting silver needles into Ashu's acupoints. Turning to Wen Xiaoxing, she said, "Xiaoxing, deal with the corpses outside. If it's really impossible, chop them up and spread them out in the courtyard. As long as the snow doesn't stop tonight and the sun doesn't shine tomorrow, it will cover them. If these corpses are seen by other county residents tomorrow, it will be very troublesome." When Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said, "There's a safer and simpler way, but I have to go to Chengqiang's residence." Madame Lu frowned upon hearing this. She looked out the window and said, "You can go, but don't take the side paths. Go south across the gallery bridge 50 paces from here, and wait under the archway of Fenglu Pavilion until you see an old man taking a walk on the road. You've seen him, let him take you there." When Xiaoxing promised, then went out. Standing outside the door, he hesitated for a moment before picking up the slender sword that belonged to Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu was right, he needed a good weapon. After when Xiaoxing left, Madame Lu began to use all her strength to help Ashuai stabilize her injuries with the power of her Dan High Energy Center. During the acupuncture, even she herself was somewhat dazed. She was originally an assassin, having killed most of her life, and now, in her later years, she had begun to play the role of a physician. After the acupuncture, a mysterious power suddenly appeared in Ashu's meridians, transforming into warm currents that flowed from her blood to all parts of her body, nourishing her injured body. Madame Lu felt this power when she withdrew the acupuncture needles and couldn't help but feel curious. This wasn't the power of her Dan Hai. She tried to find the source of this power, but ultimately failed. Relying on this mysterious power, Ashuai, who was originally seriously injured and on the verge of death, slowly opened her eyes, and her chaotic pupils gradually became clear. "Thank you," she said hoarsely to Madame Lu, who simply nodded slightly, heated the silver needles over the newly lit candle flame, and then put them back into her medicine box in order. You are such a nuisance. Madame Lu sighed, then asked, I've rarely seen anything like this. Is your feud with Wang Chuan not a personal matter? Shui gently shook her head. No. Madame Lu's silver hair was lifted by the wind blowing in from the window, causing the light and shadow in the room to flicker. This is the second time in Kuhai County alone. Why are they so determined to kill you? Shui stared quietly at the burning candle by the bedside, her gaze seemingly drifting into the distance. I'd like to know that question too. We did so much for him. Why did he choose to abandon us in the end? Madame Lu wisely shut her mouth after hearing this. Time had smoothed her out. She was no longer like her younger self, eager to get to the bottom of everything. Ma Huan had already given her enough trouble. She didn't want to get involved in Shu's mess. Shui stared blankly at the candlelight for a long time before finally returning to reality. She tried to circulate the power of her inner energy to nourish her injuries. Madam, did you teach Wen Chaoxing the sword technique? Lying in bed unable to move, Shui, having nothing to do, inquired about Wen Chaoxing from Madame Lu. Just now, her mind was hazy, sometimes clear and sometimes confused, but she had clearly seen Wen Chaoxing's sword strike as he burst out of the room. Even she was astonished. How could a mortal without an inner energy center who couldn't cultivate, possibly unleash such a sharp sword strike? Shui wasn't stupid. She didn't believe that Wen Chaoxing could develop such swordsmanship just by watching her kill someone that night through chopping wood. Faced with Shu's doubts, Madame Lu smiled and said, Earlier, my husband gave him a little pointer, just out of a desire to appreciate his talent. Who knew this little fellow's comprehension was so unexpectedly high? He only glanced at it and already learned some basics. Tonight, I was just trying to avert disaster for him, not saving you. Your death would actually be good for him. But I never expected that Chao Sheng, who had only been chopping wood at home for a few days, would be able to unleash a sword strike imbued with sword intent, injuring a martial artist who had entered the Tongyu realm. If this news reaches Yanhan, I'm afraid those old fogies from the sword pavilion will be restless and come to snatch her away. Shui didn't hold Madame Lu's desire for her death against her. Regardless of how much the other party wanted her dead, she had genuinely saved her twice. Sword intent, she murmured. That's not something from the celestial realm? Madame Lu laughed, speaking slowly. My husband did mention that this is something the sword pavilion just boasts about to scare outsiders. It's not actually that mysterious. The so-called sword intent, in essence, is simply the fusion of the Taoist wisdom comprehended from heaven and earth into swordsmanship. Upon closer examination, for most cultivators, this is indeed a skill only a celestial realm cultivator can possess. But the sword pavilion has a unique cultivation method, different from the mainstream of the world, so it can't be judged by the mainstream. Otherwise, if that sword strike just now truly was a celestial realm strike, how could the assassin who injured you have survived? Shui understood, nodding slightly in thanks to Madame Lu. Madame Lu gazed at her for a moment, her expression complex as she sighed. If I had known what would happen tonight, I should have left Chaoxing in our courtyard this afternoon. She felt a little regretful, but didn't overly criticize Shui for bringing trouble to Wen Chaoxing. Shui replied, That fellow is a stubborn mule. I told him to go earlier, but he wouldn't. He was afraid of bringing trouble to Mr. Lu. Madame Lu gave her a meaningful look. Is that all? Shui raised her eyelids slightly and asked. Otherwise, Madame Lu smiled, said nothing more, turned around, picked up her medicine box, and went out. Rest well, take good care of yourself. In a few days, when spring comes, perhaps my husband and I will have to leave. P.S. Good night. Under the cold snow and moon, Wen Chaoxing stood in front of the archway of Fenglu Pavilion, holding the slender sword, waiting as Madame Lu had instructed. The snow wind swept in, and his exposed hands quickly became icy cold. Wen Chaoxing lowered his head and tentatively moved his fingers, discovering that his woodchopping training these past few days hadn't been in vain. At least his Bodhi's cold resistance was far greater than before. He waited in place for about 15 minutes, the snow on his body shaking off and accumulating again, until finally he saw a dark figure in the blurry distance of the street. This was the second time Wen Chaoxing had met this old man. The man had his hands behind his back, like an ordinary old man taking a walk by the roadside. Upon seeing Wen Chaoxing carrying a sword, he was first surprised. Then his gaze shifted to the long sword in Wen Chaoxing's hand. Wu Jiu is dead. The old man asked with a smile. Wen Chaoxing asked in surprise, You also know Wu Jiu? The old man nodded. Yes, we're in the same profession. I told him not to come tonight, but he wouldn't listen. Sigh, he's dead. Faced with the old man's frankness, Wen Chaoxing felt a strange sense of absurdity. You are also from Wangchuan. The old man nodded with a smile. Yes, my name is Ma Huan. Young brother, you're not a member of the martial world, so you probably don't recognize me. When Xiaoxing recalled what happened that night a few days ago and asked, since Senior Ma is from Wangchuan, why did you? Ma Huan waved his hand. If you don't mention that night, I want. Let's pretend it never happened. Xiaoxing, you're waiting here tonight. Did Madame Lu send you? When Xiaoxing lowered his head, a glint in his eyes. Because of Madame Lu, even though he knew this old man was from Wangchuan, he still trusted him greatly. Yes, I'm going to see Xiong. Madame told me to wait for you under the archway. Ma Huan was very enthusiastic. The night road is difficult to walk on. I just happened to be out for a stroll. He'll accompany you for a while. When Xiaoxing, of course, didn't believe his nonsense. What kind of good person would be out for a stroll in the middle of the night? But he didn't ask. The two of them walked together, one old and one young, stepping on the shallow snow piled up on the road, heading towards the other end of the street. On the way, Ma Huan glanced at the long sword when Xiaoxing was carrying, breaking the silence between them. The sword in your hand is called Fine Snow, forged by the renowned swordsmith Murongqing of the Chun Kingdom. It has changed hands 7 or 8 times in the past 30 years, and 11 years ago it was in the hands of the swordsman Xianxia, entering the top 5 of the Tianji Tower's famous swords list. Listening to Ma Huan's explanation, when Xiaoxing asked curiously, Senior Ma, is the Tianji Tower's famous swords list related to the sword wielder? Ma Huan replied, it's called a swords list, but it's actually ranked by the people who wield the swords. Moreover, the Tianji Tower statistics aren't entirely accurate. They can only serve as a rough reference. After all, there are some truly skilled people in this world who don't easily reveal themselves. When Xiaoxing seemed thoughtful, then why did Shi Shui end up in Wu Jiu's hands? Ma Huan sighed. Although Yi Zhonghua was a swordsman who often performed chivalrous deeds, he was also a womanizer throughout his life, and in the end, he died at the hands of a woman. Ma Huan told Wen Xiaoxing that Yi Zhonghua had offended many people in his life because of his chivalrous deeds, and his head was very valuable in Wangchuan. Coincidentally, Yi Zhonghua fell in love with a female assassin from Wangchuan who came to assassinate him, and even willingly gave his life to her, which made her status in Wangchuan rise. Unfortunately, this self-indulgent story of Yi Zhonghua did not have a good ending. After killing Yi Zhonghua, the female assassin seemed to be particularly confident in her charm, so she took another job in Wangchuan, wanting to use seduction to kill him again. In the end, her body was found in a farmer's pigsty. She seemed to have suffered unspeakable torture before her death, and was no longer human. In this martial world, everyone has a story. When Xiaoxing sighed, a cold wind blew, and he noticed that Ma Huan's right arm was empty, his sleeve fluttering in the wind, a truly desolate sight. Senior Ma, your arm. For a one-armed man, this should have been a somewhat offensive question. But Ma Huan didn't seem to mind at all, saying calmly, I lost it a few months ago, when Xiaoxing was taken aback. Because of a conflict in the martial world. Ma Huan didn't answer directly, jokingly saying, being disrespectful to my elders, someone chopped off my hand. A hint of curiosity flashed in when Xiaoxing's eyes. He absolutely believed that Ma Huan was a master, and a very powerful one at that. Not because Ma Huan had saved him that night, but because of Madame Lu's entrustment. Someone trusted by someone like Madame Lu couldn't be of low cultivation. Therefore, whoever could injure Ma Huan must also be a peerless master. Oh, by the way, do you know that person? Ma Huan suddenly smiled and looked at Wen Xiaoxing, causing the latter to be startled and chuckle. I know him? Ma Huan nodded. Yes, the woman you carried that night. I met her briefly in Fengqing a few months ago. That's when you lost your right arm. When Xiaoxing's breath hitched, his eyes involuntarily glancing at Ma Huan. Although the other man's tone was calm, he didn't seem to be lying, which made Wen Xiaoxing even more surprised and puzzled. Why would Ma Huan have saved someone who had cut off his arm that night? Was she very skilled? Ma Huan didn't offer any explanation for this question. He turned his head to look at Wen Xiaoxing, as if chatting with an old friend. Wen Xiaoxing nodded, generously offering his praise. She is indeed very capable, Ma Huan said with a smile, his voice tinged with a touch of melancholy. She was even more capable before. After the Battle of Fengqing, she should have become famous throughout the land, but alas. Mentioning Fengqing, when Xiaoxing's ears perked up. He had always been curious about Ashu's past, but this question would touch upon Ashu's deepest emotions, plunging her into inescapable pain. Therefore, after that drunken night, when Xiaoxing hadn't asked again, Ma Huan seemed to deliberately avoid the matter of Fengqing. When Xiaoxing inquired, he didn't recount it, only warning Wen Chaoxing that the great fire that had raged in the city was not yet over, and that Wen Chaoxing should restrain his curiosity, lest he bring trouble upon himself in the future. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Wen Chaoxing asked another question related to Shui. Was she a soldier? Ma Huan neither answered nor denied it. He didn't know that his subtle attitude had already given Wen Chaoxing a lot of information. Before reaching Chunkyong's residence, Wen Chaoxing asked Ma Huan if there was any medicine that could help treat Shui's injuries. Ma Huan told him, "Don't waste your energy. Her injuries cannot be healed by ordinary medicines. These are not ordinary injuries, but injuries inflicted by a celestial realm cultivator, imbued with Tao essence. There are only a handful of people in the world who can heal such injuries. The only one I know is the Northern Sea Taoist, but unfortunately, he is elusive." When Chaoxing was shocked and said, "A celestial realm cultivator was involved in the Fengqing incident?" Ma Huan gazed into the distance, his white beard and hair, painted with an even colder sense of vicissitude by the snow, yet his tone carried a deep reverence. "There was one, but she killed him." When Chaoxing stopped in his tracks, and as the two looked at each other, the shock in his eyes was completely undisguised. "Shui is also a celestial realm cultivator?" Ma Huan shook his head. "No, she isn't. I've roamed the martial world for most of my life, heard countless tales of extraordinary people, and read countless unofficial histories. But this is the first time I've seen a living legend like this. The Shui you speak of is the only martial artist I know of who, at the Tongyu realm, has killed a Tianren realm cultivator. The difference between the two realms, though seemingly small, is like heaven and earth. It hasn't happened in the past 1,000 years. Anyone who dared to speak of it would be laughed at for their ignorance. Yet this legendary event has truly occurred. That's why I said earlier that she should have become famous throughout the world after the Battle of Fengqing. However, that battle also damaged her foundation, causing her realm to drop, nearly costing her her life. Her body is covered in hidden injuries from her Tao, and it's unknown how many years she has left to live." Seeing the Chuanfu plaque appear ahead on the street, Wen Chaoxing subconsciously slowed his pace and asked Ma Huan, "Can a fallen realm be restored?" Ma Huan remained silent for a long time, finally uttering only one word, "Difficult." Wen Chaoxing nodded, thanked the old man, and knocked on the door to see Chun Qiong. Although it was late, the old man was still awake, and Wen Chaoxing could see the worry in Chun Qiong's furrowed brows. His sudden visit in the middle of the night surprised Chun Qiong. "What brings you here so late?" Wen Chaoxing didn't mince words, immediately instructing Chun Qiong to use the pretext of investigating a case to seal off his courtyard, forbidding any other county residents from approaching, except for the black dog. Hearing this, Chun Qiong vaguely sensed that something might have happened that night and quickly inquired about the reason. When Chaoxing said, "Many people have come to Wangchuan tonight. I wonder if it has anything to do with Lu Chuan." Chun Qiong glanced at the snow outside the window, seemingly thinking of the dangers involved, his eyelids twitching incessantly. "They're all dead?" When Chaoxing nodded. "Yes, there are dozens of corpses lying in the courtyard now. If the passing villagers see them tomorrow, it will cause unnecessary panic." Chun Qiong clenched his fists, turned around and paced around the room, temporarily setting aside the corpses, and asked, "How is that woman now?" When Chaoxing knew perfectly well the real reason he was asking about Shui's condition. To reassure him, he said without batting an eye, "She was poisoned, but it's not a big problem. She has practiced a special technique that can remove poison. She'll be fine after 2 or 3 days of rest." Upon hearing this, Chun Qiong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The martial arts skills Shui had displayed were an important factor in his willingness to cooperate with Wen Chaoxing. Without Shui as a reassurance, Chun Qiong would have had to consider other options. The problem of the corpses is easily solved. Tonight, I'll send some of my personal guards from home to your courtyard. Before sunrise tomorrow, these corpses will disappear without a trace. When Chaoxing's face flickered in the candlelight, giving Chun Qiong a strangely eerie feeling. His words indeed sent chills down Chun Qiong's spine. "Lord Chun, so many people have died tonight, and the corpses are just being buried silently. Don't you think that's a waste?" Chun Qiong swallowed hard and asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" When Chaoxing glanced at him and said, "Lu Jinshi has cultivated so many local bullies in Kuhai County for so many years. Isn't it a pity not to use them?" He nudged Chun Qiong, who seemed to understand slightly, his pupils slightly contracting. When Chaoxing slowly walked to the window and pushed it open completely, letting the swirling snow and wind blow in. "Lord Chun, whether dealing with Wangchuan or Luchuan, you cannot personally intervene. This is the principle of this game in Kuhai County, and you must remember it. Your role is to subtly create threats and anxiety, not to confront them directly. 6 words. Play hard to get, but don't take sides. Otherwise, if the relationship becomes too strained and the other side is driven to a corner, be careful they don't act rashly. After all, you hold an official position. You can't escape even if you wanted to. When Xiaoxing continued calmly, Luchuan itself doesn't seem to have many henchmen in Kuhai County. But Wangchuan is a major problem. There must be some cooperation between the two to deal with Wangchuan. We can't attack directly. We have to stab them in the back. And to deal with Wangchuan covertly, we need the local bullies in Kuhai County to provide us with intelligence. The dozens of people who died in Wangchuan tonight are your best tool for establishing your authority. To subdue these local bullies, both kindness and force are indispensable. A single relationship of interest or coercion is not stable enough. You have to show them wealth and make them fear you before they will be loyal enough to work for you, understand? Listening to Xianxia's story, Chun Qiong's gaze gradually changed. He realized he had significantly underestimated this man who had once been a refugee. Could an ordinary refugee or county resident possess such shrewdness and composure? Recalling the decade-plus gap in when Xianxia's past investigations, his mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but ponder when Xianxia's identity. How should I talk to Luchuan? After a long silence, he asked Wen Xiaoxing again, this time with a hint of earnestness in his voice. Wen Xiaoxing turned to him. Do as I say, and Luchuan will soon come to you personally. He'll teach you then. He then began to describe his plan to Chun Qiong, who listened intently, his breathing becoming rapid. After recounting the story of the corpse, Chun Qiong actually poured 2 cups of tea himself, handing one to Wen Xiaoxing, who took it, tilted his head back, and drank it down. Then he said, there's one more thing. Seeing the flicker in Chun Qiong's eyes, Wen Xiaoxing asked, do you know Qiu Ziheng? Chun Qiong seemed to recognize him, lowered his head to think about the inscription on the nameplate, and nodded slightly. Not really. On my first day in office, this man wanted to invite me to dinner, but I refused. Later, I asked the clerk, and he said this man has some connections in Guanghan City. What, is this man useful? Wen Xiaoxing put down his cup and said, yes, he is. I'm going to deal with him in a couple of days, so I'll ask for your help. P.S. Good night. In an inconspicuous courtyard in the north of the county, 2 people sat on the ground, a blazing stove in front of them, on which a pot of snake soup was simmering. The boiling steam mingled with the color of the falling snow. Seeing that the soup was almost ready, a thin old man cheerfully picked up a ladle and ladled a bowl of hot soup for the man in red beside him. Mr. Lu, last time you said the soup wasn't flavorful enough, so I adjusted it again this time. Would you like to try it? Lu Chuan took the bowl of soup, took a small sip, and his slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. It's flavorful enough this time. Old Yang, your skills have improved. Receiving Lu Chuan's praise, Old Yang seemed particularly excited, rubbing his hands and smiling. If Mr. Lu likes it, he'll come again next time. Before he could finish speaking, his voice suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look at the main entrance. There, the donkey carrying a long black iron blade appeared, his face somewhat cold in the biting snow wind. As he approached, Lu Chuan waved to him warmly, smiling and saying, Chen Lu, you've come at the right time. Old Yang just finished making this soup. Here, have a taste. Chen Lu didn't drink the snake soup Old Yang offered, but instead said to Lu Chuan, Mr. Lu, Wangchuan's operation tonight failed. Lu Chuan, who was tasting the soup, paused. He pursed his lips, swallowed the previous mouthful of snake soup, handed the bowl to Old Yang, and clicked his tongue, saying, it doesn't make sense. She alone and injured killed so many people from Wangchuan, and that Wuzhou, wasn't he quite strong? He could even hold his own against you, and he's dead too? Chen Lu replied, dead. When I went there was only a pile of corpses in their courtyard, and Wujius was among them, lying in the very center of the courtyard, his face not yet completely covered by tonight's snow. Lu Chuan chuckled upon hearing this, his lips twitching slightly, his tone strange. This lame woman, is that powerful? Old Yang, holding the soup, remarked from the side. 10,000 taels of gold is enough to establish a small country. How could this money be so easy to earn? Lu Chuan scratched his chin and fell silent for a long time. Seeing the atmosphere in the courtyard turn cold, Old Yang, holding Lu Chuan's bowl in one hand and adding some firewood to the stove with the other, said, actually, Mr. Lu doesn't need to worry about this at all. In the end, this has nothing to do with the task assigned by the Lord. Now that Lu Jinxi's case is basically settled, in 2 days, as long as news comes from Guanghan City, we can prepare to deal with Chun Qiong as well. Once Chun Qiong is dead, I will immediately arrange for the Lord to return to the capital. Mentioning the matter of killing Chen Qiong, Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, thinking of Wen Chaoxing he had encountered before and the letter he had investigated, and immediately waved his hand, saying,
Don't rush.
Chen Qiong is still useful. Let's use him to get rid of Wen Chaoxing first, and then we'll make our move. That kid Wen Chaoxing seems to know some things he shouldn't know. Since we're already here, we might as well nip all the trouble in the bud. Old Yang's face showed a smile. Mr. Lu is very thoughtful. On a snowy morning, before the rooster crowed, many Yamen runners had already appeared outside Wen Keisheng's courtyard, completely sealing off the area. These runners were all loyal subordinates that Chen Qiong had brought from his own home, and they were extremely tight-lipped. Wen Chaoxing had just returned from Chen's residence that morning. When he arrived at the courtyard, he didn't see Ashui, so he pushed open the door and, sure enough, saw Ashui lying on the bed with her eyes closed, healing her injuries. The crisp sound of the door opening startled her. Ashui opened her eyes, and Wen Chaoxing, carrying steamed buns and soy milk, handed her a portion of breakfast. He glanced at Ashui's complexion, and after confirming that she was not in immediate danger, he said, I've already paid back the money you owed at the steamed bun shop. Ashui took a bite of the still-hot tofu bun, chewed slowly, and looked up at him with a hint of curiosity. Where did you go last night? I went to see Xianxia. When I came back this morning, I returned the letter I got from Aunt Mi, and also brought her and Zhang the hunter some pork. Wen Chaoxing sat on a wooden stool in front of the bed and threw 2 meat buns into Dog's bowl. The latter, who had been somewhat sleepy and listless, suddenly woke up after smelling the aroma of meat. Without any politeness, it gulped down the buns in 2 bites, then shook its fur and trotted out of the room, leaving a trail of plum blossom-like footprints in the snow in the yard, before heading out of the county town along the familiar road. After Fan Yue died, the black dog refused to enter his house. Last night, Wen Chaoxing had to carry it in, kennel and all. After the black dog left, Wen Chaoxing stared at Ashui, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, a calculating look in his eyes. He asked, Ashui, your injuries are so severe. When will you be able to get out of bed and walk?
Achshuyate astemed bun.
And it seemed like she felt pain in her chest and abdomen when she swallowed. Her brows were tightly furrowed, but she still replied, What's wrong? Is something the matter? Wen Chaoxing nodded. Don't worry. It's not about fighting or killing, just reassuring Xianxia if necessary. He recounted what he had told Xianxia last night. After a moment of silence, Ashui replied, A martial artist's body isn't as fragile as you think. He'll rest a bit more, and I should be able to get out of bed by this evening. She finished her soy milk, still feeling thirsty, and looked up at Wen Chaoxing, asking, Did you buy any wine? Wen Chaoxing gestured for her to wait, then went outside and returned with a pot of hot water, much to Ashui's anticipation. Ashui looked at the cup of hot water Wen Chaoxing handed her, taking it but not drinking it. I don't want this, I want wine. Wen Chaoxing glanced at her. This is all you have. Ashui frowned, about to speak when he added, They'll buy you wine in a couple of days when your injuries are better. If you want wine, then focus on healing. She stared at Wen Chaoxing, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and slowly drank the hot water from the cup. You rest well, I'm going next door to chop wood. It won't be long. Wen Chaoxing took off his outer garment to avoid getting too hot while working. As he was leaving, Ashu's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Wen Chaoxing, I asked you to go to Mr. Lu's place last night, why didn't you go? Wen Chaoxing thought for a moment and replied, If I remember correctly, you should have asked me this question once last night. Mr. and Mrs. Lu have been very kind to me. I can't bring trouble to them. Ashui added, Is that all? Wen Chaoxing turned to look at her. What else? The two looked at each other for a while, then Ashui looked away and said calmly, I understand, go ahead. When he arrived next door, Wen Chaoxing greeted Lu Zhizhi, who was having tea that morning. Before going to chop wood, he asked Lu Zhizhi the question that had puzzled him all night. Mr. Lu, after chopping wood for so long, I think I can use a sword now. Lu Zhiming, who was drinking tea, smiled upon hearing this and said slowly, That's a good thing, it proves that your cultivation has progressed. Wen Chaoxing, his attitude was sincere, but sometimes I can use a powerful sword, most of the time I can't. Lu Zhiming continued. Yes, why is that? Seeing Lu Zhiming's persuasive manner, Wen Chaoxing smiled wryly. Mr. Lu, if I knew why, I wouldn't be asking you. Lu Zhiming poured Wen Chaoxing a cup of tea and said with a smile, Chaoxing, questions about cultivation are the most interesting. What others tell you is useless. Just figure it out yourself. Listening to Lu Zhiming's explanation, Wen Chaoxing felt as if he had received a wise counsel. But he also understood what Lu Zhiming was trying to convey. If he could figure it out himself, the problem would be solved. But if someone else told him, no matter how clearly they explained it, it wouldn't work. Thank you, Mr. Lu. When Xiaoxing thanked him and turned to go into the woodshed to chop firewood. Inside the 7-kill hall, the crowd was noisy and gathered around a gambling table, watching the heated game. The participants were all quite envious, and the atmosphere was tense. 2 of them were good-for-nothing playboys from the county town, whose families had some ill-gotten gains. Having encountered such a group of unfortunate victims, the 7-kill hall, desperate for money, certainly wouldn't let them go, and conspired to rig the game. After Lu Jinxi's death, their biggest source of wealth was cut off. Every day when 7th Master opened his eyes, he had to feed, care for, and provide for his hundreds of men, which worried him greatly. This was something the 7-kill hall wouldn't have done before, but now he turned a blind eye. He couldn't let his brothers starve, could he? Just as the bet was about to be decided, the guard outside suddenly stumbled into the hall, panting, 7th Master, 7th Master. The magistrate is here. Those few words instantly silenced the noisy hall. You could hear a pin drop. After a brief silence, someone drew their sword, the piercing sound igniting tension and panic in the hall. The next moment, everyone drew their weapons, their killing intent palpable. 7th Master frowned, about to order his subordinates to put their weapons away, when a loud voice came from the doorway. Drawing your sword as soon as you enter? Are you all not welcoming me? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Chun Qiong had changed out of his official robes and into a long white brocade robe. Now a refined gentleman, without a trace of official arrogance. He walked in with his hands behind his back, and only then did everyone in the hall realize that Chun Qiong had come alone today, without any constables or guards. The tense atmosphere instantly eased. 7th Master waved his hand, and everyone immediately sheathed their weapons. He personally greeted Chun Qiong and gave his subordinates a look, signaling them to release the 2 unfortunate men who had set up the pig slaughter. Lord Chun, what brings you to this dilapidated place, 7-kill hall, as a guest today? The men quickly prepared a clean table, and as soon as Chun Qiong sat down, wine and meat were served. He picked up his chopsticks, took a slice of beef, put it in his mouth and took a sip of sake, saying, I originally planned to come yesterday, but I had to deal with some trouble in the county town, so I was delayed. Hearing this, 7th Master wisely refrained from asking further questions, instead personally filling Chun Qiong's cup with sake, saying, if there's anything 7-kill hall can do to help you, sir, just say the word. Chun Qiong smiled at 7th Master, tapping him with his chopsticks. 7th Master, you're on the right track. I do have something I'd like to trouble you with. You'll be rewarded after it's done. Upon hearing this, 7th Master was immediately excited. 2 days ago, after hearing when Xiaoxing say he wanted to establish a bond of interest between 7-kill hall and the newly arrived magistrate Chun Qiong, this idea had lingered in his mind. He couldn't imagine how when Xiaoxing could achieve this, but unexpectedly, Chun Qiong had come himself today. Please speak, sir. Chun Qiong took a sip of sake, twirling the cup in his hand, and said, dispose of the corpse. 7th Master's expression changed slightly. Dispose of the body? Dispose of whose body? Chun Qiong said with a smile. They're all scum from Wangchuan. I killed dozens yesterday, and there was even a master named Wujiu. I didn't have time to deal with these corpses. The Yamen runners are gossipy. If the news gets out, it might cause unnecessary panic and affect my performance record. Then I remembered my little brother when Xiaoxing talking to me about the 7 killings hall, so I thought I'd come and see 7th Master. If I remember correctly, before Lu Jinshi died, the 7 killings hall controlled the rivers and lakes inside and outside Kuhai County, right? You have boats and men. In winter, the tributaries leading to Xianxia River don't freeze. Help me transport the corpses out and sink them, how about it? As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 killings hall became deathly silent. Not only 7th Master, but also the deacons of the halls, all looked at Chun Qiong with a strange and shocked gaze. As the local bullies of Kuhai County, the 7 killings hall naturally had extensive connections in the martial arts world. How could they not know that people from Wangchuan had entered the county, and how could they not recognize Wujiu? This man, a prominent figure throughout the 4 kingdoms martial arts world, was described as trash by Chun Qiong? He recounted such a shocking event with such ease, killing the people of Wangchuan without a second thought, showing no mercy. Just who was this newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County? In a short time, Chun Qiong's image in the eyes of everyone in the 7 killings hall had become extremely mysterious and terrifying. Sensing the change in their gazes, Chun Qiong felt a secret satisfaction, but also gradually developed a sense of awe towards Wen Xiaoxing. He gradually realized that this man's thoughts and cunning had reached an extremely frightening level. The thoughtfulness Wen Xiaoxing displayed was completely inconsistent with his age. He seemed more like a shrewd old man who had lived for decades. Seventh Master sat opposite him, not immediately agreeing to Chun Qiong's request. His fox-like, cunning eyes were still flickering, as if he were weighing the pros and cons, or perhaps trying to discern the truth in Chun Qiong's words. Chun Qiong seemed to realize his words weren't entirely convincing. He gently set down his wine cup and spoke again calmly. I'm new here and don't have much money. As a token of gratitude for this cooperation, I'll gift Wufeng from Wujiu to Seventh Master. If this famous sword finds a good buyer, it should be enough for the 7-kill haul to squander for a long time. What do you say, Seventh Master? P.S. Good night. As the founder and leader of the 7-kill haul, and having led a small martial arts organization of only a dozen people to its current state, Seventh Master, even if not particularly cunning, is cautious enough. Most people in the martial arts world are somewhat wary of the name Wangchuan and wouldn't easily provoke it. After all, even the most powerful masters can't guarantee they don't sleep and can remain vigilant at all times. Even though Chun Qiong was the magistrate of Kuhai County, it didn't mean he wouldn't lie. When he casually recounted killing dozens of people from Wangchuan, including Wujiu, the 7th-ranked member of the Linzi banner, 7th Master's first reaction was naturally shock and disbelief. But after the shock, he began to doubt the veracity of Chun Qiong's words. It wasn't that he was suspicious, but rather that what Chun Qiong described was simply too unbelievable in a place like Kuhai County. However, when Chun Qiong said he would take Wujiu's Wufeng sword as a reward, 7th Master's expression completely changed. Words can be lied about, but a sword cannot. For an assassin like Wujiu, a weapon is almost equivalent to their life. If he hadn't died, this famous sword named Wufeng would never have fallen into the hands of others. Weapons listed by the Tianji Tower have detailed information about them and are widely circulated in the martial arts world. So anyone with a bit of information can easily identify famous swords and knives. Is Lord Chun's statement true? 7th Master quickly gathered his thoughts and asked. Chun Qiong tapped the table lightly with his fingers. 7th Master, I'm new to Kuhai County and have a lot to do. If I take off this official robe and leave my duties unattended, do you think I'm here to chat? A slightly embarrassed smile appeared on 7th Master's old face, but he quickly cleared his throat and said, Since it is your order, we will naturally comply. Chun Qiong was very satisfied with his attitude. After explaining some specific details, he didn't linger. 7th Master and the stewards of the 7 Killings Hall saw Chun Qiong off. Watching his departing figure, an elderly steward was somewhat excited. 7th Master, this is a great opportunity. The 7 Killings Hall is currently at a critical moment of dismantling. If we don't have the help of the officials, we will really be forced to our deaths by those Salt Gang bastards. As long as we can establish a relationship with the new magistrate, we can maintain our previous business operations, and the people behind the Salt Gang won't be able to control us anymore. 7th Master looked down at the snow pits he had trampled under his feet, moved his feet, and said in a somewhat muffled voice, We need Chun Qiong's connections to continue doing business, but don't be too happy yet. This Chun Qiong is very different from the previous Lu Jinshi. These days, large numbers of people from the River of Oblivion have poured into Bitter Sea County. And I've even heard that some people have come from the royal city. There must be something going on here. Lu Jinshi's death was suspicious, and Chun Qiong's appointment might not be any less so. What kind of behemoth is Wangchuan, and what kind of assassin is Wujiu? To put it bluntly, this guy could wipe out all the hundreds of people in the 7 Killings Hall in 2 hours with just 2 swords. Now he's died mysteriously at Chun Qiong's hands. I'm worried. After saying this, he looked up at the ripples on the lake in the distance, his aged tone full of emotion. I have a premonition that once they've made money from Chun Qiong, the 7 Killings Hall's future will probably be anything but peaceful. Also, put Chang Feng's matter aside for now, and don't contact Qiu Ziheng either. That Wen Xiaoxing seems to really have some connection with Chun Qiong. Let's wait until their feud is over before deciding who to help. After, when Xiaoxing finished chopping firewood, he took out some money from his pocket, counted it carefully, went to the market and bought half a blackbone chicken and some ginseng, Atractylodes macrocephala, Poria cocos, and other medicinal herbs. He then stewed a pot of blackbone chicken soup. The courtyard was filled with corpses covered in snow, while outside stood Chun Qiong's confidants. They watched Wen Xiaoxing expressionlessly cooking chicken soup, their expressions complex. Yes, the winter snow was heavy. The corpses didn't smell. But, could they really eat it? In fact, the aroma of the herbs and chicken soup wafting from the courtyard made them feel slightly nauseous. At noon, when Xiaoxing carried 2 bowls of the cooked chicken soup to Lu Ziming's courtyard, offering them to him and his wife. After tasting it, Lu's wife exclaimed in surprise and praised Wen Xiaoxing's cooking skills. "Xiaoxing, you can cook?" When Xiaoxing replied, "Cooking is easy to learn but difficult to master. I can make some food, but that's all I can do. I can't compare to your skillful hands, madam." Lu's wife couldn't suppress a smile and scolded, "You sure know how to talk. You've said all the nice things." When Xiaoxing smiled, took 2 bowls of porridge from Lu's wife, and returned to Fan Yuwei's courtyard. He carried the porridge and hot chicken soup into the room. Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened her eyes, her gaze falling on the chicken soup. Her tone was even more surprised than Madame Lu's. "When Xiaoxing, you can cook?" When Xiaoxing handed her a bowl of chicken soup. "Try it." Shui took a sip, her furrowed brows relaxing slightly. "Not bad," she praised. She drank 2 bowls of chicken soup in one go, and the two began to eat. Shui looked at the half-eaten black-bone chicken and the medicinal herbs in the pot, then suddenly turned to Wen Xiaoxing and asked, "How much did this pot of chicken soup cost?" Wen Xiaoxing didn't look up, continuing to eat heartily. "Not very expensive, just a few meals worth of drinks I overspent." Hearing this, Shu's eyes widened slightly, and she stared at Wen Xiaoxing with a very serious expression. "Taking advantage of my illness to kill me?" Wen Xiaoxing was taken aback by her reaction, turned his head to the side and coughed a few times, rolling his eyes. "They'll deduct the money from your account, okay? The money for the wine will be calculated separately." Shui nodded in satisfaction, lowered her head and shoveled a mouthful of rice soup, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively hinted to Wen Xiaoxing, "Actually, I'm almost fully recovered. And if nothing unexpected happens, I can..." Wen Xiaoxing knew exactly what she was talking about and refused her without hesitation. "Your injury is so serious this time, you must abstain from alcohol for at least 3 days. After 3 days, I'll see how it goes and buy you some wine." Hearing that she had to abstain from alcohol for 3 days, Shu's heart sank. She immediately put down her chopsticks, used her hands to support herself on the edge of the bed, and tried to stand up, wanting to prove to Wen Xiaoxing that she was already full of energy. But after trying, Shu's brows suddenly furrowed. She stiffened for a moment, and finally chose to give up, slowly adjusting her posture and obediently sitting back on the bed. Seeing Wen Xiaoxing's surprised gaze, she calmly replied, "My legs are numb. After dinner..." Wen Xiaoxing washed the dishes and then sat in the courtyard. He took out the calligraphy brush he had bought and placed the blue stone slab over the stove to heat it, then dipped it in water to practice calligraphy. Because the stone slab was very hot, the water on it dried quickly. As Cheng Feng had instructed, Wen Xiaoxing practiced the character Yong. It was a very tedious process. After trying for about an hour, Wen Xiaoxing felt his hand was sore, so he rested for a while. Then, he felt that practicing forwards was not interesting, so he started practicing backwards. Once any character is written backwards, it completely loses its charm. The hook becomes a dot, and the upward stroke becomes a downward stroke. How can he write it exactly the same? Wen Xiaoxing remembered that earlier in Cheng Feng's courtyard, the other party had written 2 almost identical characters Yong in a completely opposite way in an instant, and he was filled with emotion. He realized the difficulty involved. How could he write a dot as a hook? Was it a problem with his pen control? Although it was difficult, Wen Xiaoxing gradually gained confidence. He was good at breaking down a troublesome problem into several relatively simple ones. Practicing calligraphy was the same. He sat in the courtyard, dipped his pen in water, and practiced hooks and dots on the bluestone slabs. With his unremitting efforts, the two, which were initially unrelated, gradually became somewhat similar. Madame Lu, on the second floor of her room, observed Wen Xiaoxing practicing calligraphy over the courtyard wall. At some point, Lu Ziming also came to her side, looking at Wen Xiaoxing with admiration in his eyes. "This lad's comprehension is truly terrifying." Back then, atop the snowy peaks of Jiangu, I sat in meditation under the iron loquat tree for 3 years before finally figuring out how to reliably execute the sword intent I had grasped. And Xiaoxing only took half a day. Madame Lu tilted her head in surprise at her husband, saying, "Can practicing calligraphy solve this problem?" Lu Ziming shook his head. "Not necessarily. The essence of sword intent is the Tao of heaven and earth. Logically, only cultivators at the celestial realm can reliably capture and use it. For mortals, grasping that fleeting wisp of the Tao of heaven and earth is already incredibly difficult, let alone integrating it into swordsmanship and reliably executing it. One must know sumaru and mustard seed. But I've noticed Xiaoxing suddenly practicing calligraphy. The brushstrokes conceal clouds and rain at the tip, Dragons and snakes leap within the heart. Besides training the wrist and fingers, it also trains the mind. Logically, this should work. But whether it actually works depends on his future destiny. After practicing calligraphy all day, when Xiaoxing finally rested as the evening sun set, he heated up the leftover chicken soup from lunch, prepared a simple dinner, and ate with Ashui. Afterward, Ashui actually got out of bed and slowly walked around. Although her steps were unsteady, Ashui's right leg was already lame, so it wasn't very noticeable. Why don't you stay in bed for another day? When Xiaoxing asked, Ashui, supporting herself on the wall with one hand and her waist with the other, walked slowly, saying, walking around helps my blood flow, and the fountain of youth can work its best. If you stay in bed all the time, you'll rust. Seeing this, when Xiaoxing didn't try to persuade her further, he went to wash the dishes. As the sun set, people arrived outside the alley. After negotiating with the Xianxia guards who were blocking the courtyard, they were allowed into Wen Xiaoxing's yard. When Xiaoxing recognized the leader, it was Bai Lang from the 7 Killings Hall. He brought 5 men, each carrying 2 large burlap sacks, their purpose clear. Upon seeing Wen Xiaoxing again, Bai Lang's eyes showed much more respect, even a hint of fear. Judging from the 7th Master's conversation with Chen Qiong during the day, Wen Xiaoxing and Chen Qiong had a close relationship. Furthermore, all the people from Wangchuan had died in his courtyard, inevitably raising suspicions. Xiaoxing, brother, we're here to handle the bodies as instructed by Lord Chen. When Xiaoxing nodded, I know Chen Qiong already told me, please make yourselves at home. Also, remember to take this swordless back to the 7th Master. He finished speaking and tossed the swordless placed beside the door directly in front of Bai Lang. This sword was much heavier than ordinary swords. If Wen Xiaoxing's physical abilities hadn't improved significantly, he would have had difficulty wielding it. Looking at the swordless before him, Bai Lang picked it up, gently unsheathed it, and in the moonlight, a heavy killing intent surged forth, making his eyelids twitch and his back go cold. Regardless of whether this was truly the swordless, Bai Lang was certain that the sword in his hand was no ordinary weapon. The murderous aura above was too overwhelming. He quickly sheathed his sword and thanked Wen Xiaoxing. Then everyone put down their sacks and stuffed the corpses from the courtyard into them. Their sacks were large, each able to hold 2 bodies. White Wolf wasn't idle either. After a quick search, he asked Wen Xiaoxing, Brother Xiaoxing, where is Wujia's body? Wen Xiaoxing replied, I put it by the edge of the courtyard over there, but you can't put this body in yet. Wait until all the other corpses in the courtyard are dealt with. Then come alone, and I'll tell you how to dispose of this one. White Wolf was taken aback, filled with curiosity, but he didn't ask, casually stuffing 2 corpses into his sack. As he left, he said to Wen Xiaoxing, There's one more thing, Brother Xiaoxing 7th Master said that the 7 Killings Hall welcomes you anytime. He's prepared good wine for you. Wen Xiaoxing nodded, but before he could speak, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Creak. Ashui stood in the doorway, her skirt swaying in the wind, her eyes shining brightly under the starlight and moonlight. Then I want stand on ceremony, she said. When Xiaoxing turned to look at Ashui, momentarily silent. Why? Did she have to come out now and then? The moment she heard about drinking, she perked up immediately. When Bai Lang and the others saw Ashui, their reactions were similar to Wen Xiaoxing's, except their eyes were filled with intense fear. Only a few days had passed. How could they forget this female demon? Her actions in the 7 Killings Hall were still vivid in their minds. The terrifying scene of her shattering fine iron weapons with a flick of her finger, the spilled wine capable of piercing through people, still lingering before their eyes. But how could this person be with Wen Xiaoxing? Unconsciously swallowing, Bai Lang shifted his gaze to Wen Xiaoxing, who sighed, turned his head, and gave a forced smile, putting his index finger to his lips at Bai Lang and the others. Brother White Wolf, please tell 7th Master that Xiaoxing is going to a banquet with friends another day. Also, please don't say anything you shouldn't. Look at all these corpses in this courtyard. A few more or fewer, it's hard to tell, right? P.S. Good night. White Wolf, having been in the martial world for so many years, may not be highly skilled, but he has a keen eye. He naturally understood Wen Xiaoxing's unspoken meaning. On the way to dispose of the corpses, White Wolf solemnly warned his brothers, their lives at stake, and told them not to say a word. After Bai Lang and his group left, Ashui asked Wen Xiaoxing with curiosity, why was Wu Zhou's body disposed of last? When Xiaoxing went to boil water for soaking his feet, his voice slightly muffled by the snow. Wangchuan's power is too great. I can only control Lu Chuan, not them. After this night battle, so many people died in Wangchuan. Nobody knows if they will seek revenge. We are now fishing in troubled waters. The muddier the water, the more advantageous it is for us. So, if there is an opportunity, I want to bring the White Dragon Guard into this conflict in Kuhai County as well. Upon hearing this, a Shui pondered for a moment, her calm tone carrying a hint of surprise. When did you start planning all this? When Chaoxing replied, chess is played step by step. No one can predict everything in advance. For example, I didn't expect last night's night battle at all. This should have been a decisive move, but unfortunately, we are not a dead piece. We escaped from the killing spree, and naturally we will counterattack. When you meet your match, it's simply a matter of responding to each move. Chunkyong's men blocked when Xianxia's courtyard for 2 days, and word spread quickly. The county residents, accustomed to a long period of peace, naturally had no idea what was happening in when Xianxia's courtyard. In any case, Hohot Lane was off limits. Chunkyong's reason was that officials were investigating a case, and unauthorized personnel were not allowed to approach. So, what kind of case required sealing off a residence for 2 whole days? Could it be a murder? In an instant, all sorts of rumors swirled around. Chuanxiong sat in the county government office.
Drinking tea.
As the steaming tea flowed down his throat, he closed his eyes, savoring the fragrance of the tea and feeling the pounding of his heart. Chuanxiong felt that he was probably not far from death. Yesterday, when Chaoxing came again, explaining how to deal with Lu Chuan, the two rehearsed several times in the room, and Chuanxiong had never felt so tense before. When Chaoxing told him that Lu Chuan was an extremely shrewd person, and a direct confrontation with him would be dangerous, he not only had to control his emotions carefully, but he also couldn't show the slightest weakness. The consequence of being seen through by Lu Chuan was death. When Chaoxing didn't know who Lu Chuan was, but how could he not know? This man was a notorious ruthless strategist under the command of that high-ranking official in the capital. His ruthlessness was nothing short of monstrous. For 2 days, when Xianxia's residence was sealed off, but no accurate information was released. Initially, Lu Chuan thought Chunxiong might be about to make a move, but after 2 days of waiting without any action, he gradually became suspicious. However, he remained calm and didn't urge Chunxiong for 2 days, wanting to see how the situation would change. Chunxiong estimated that the time was about right, so he ordered his subordinates to withdraw from Hohot Alley, and then posted a sign at the entrance of the yamen, indicating that this case was actually a false alarm. The news quickly spread. This time, Lu Chuan couldn't sit still. He patiently waited for 2 days, hoping for a satisfactory result. But Chunxiong had been waiting outside when Xianxia's courtyard for 2 days, only to end up with a false alarm. After receiving the news from Qianlu, Lu Chuan fell into a long silence. Qianlu, sensing Lu Chuan's thoughts, asked, "Why don't you write a letter, Mr. Lu, and he'll go deliver it, and then arrange a meal with Chunxiong to give him a good talking to?" Lu Chuan rejected his suggestion, went back inside to put on a thick coat, and went straight out. No need for a meal. Qianlu, come with me to the county government office. The two walked one after the other through the snow to the county government office. The guard at the gate saw them but neither stopped them nor asked any questions. He simply glanced at them and then very respectfully made way for them, saying, "Please come in, gentlemen. The magistrate has been preparing tea for you in the guest garden for quite some time." Lu Chuan frowned upon hearing this and glanced at the man. "Chunxiong knew I was coming?" The guard at the gate nodded and said, "I was only following the magistrate's orders. I know nothing else. If you have any doubts, sir, you may ask the magistrate in person." Lu Chuan nodded, flicked his sleeve, and entered. Before even reaching Chunxiong garden, he smelled a rich aroma of tea. He slowed his pace, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Inside the garden, Chunxiong looked at him with a smile, a bowl of fragrant tea already laid out on the table before him. "Why did you take so long? Quick, this tea has been brewed long enough, it's time to drink it." Lu Chuan stared at Chunxiong, and for some reason he felt that the Chunxiong before him was different from the one before. He lifted a corner of his robe, sat opposite Chunxiong, picked up the teacup, brought it to his nose and gently sniffed it. He closed his eyes and said, "Xiangshan Taichun, produced in Hongtashao of Zhao State, is something officials in the East drink. Lord Chun, you have quite the means to obtain this at a time like this." Chunxiong interrupted him calmly. "I didn't obtain it. This was left behind by Lu Jinshi some time ago. I thought it would be a waste to throw away such good tea, so I took it out and brewed it to try." Hearing that the tea was a relic left by Lu Jinshi, Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly, and his hand holding the teacup felt slightly hot. He stared at Chunxiong, implying something. "Lord Chun, drinking something from a dead person is probably unlucky. In my opinion, Lu Jinshi's death was suspicious, and his resentment was probably quite great. it would be better to deal with anything related to him as soon as possible. Xianxia smiled, said nothing, raised his teacup, and focused on sipping the tea. Lu Chuan remained silent for a moment, then changed the subject. Also, has Lord Chun forgotten our previous agreement? Chun Xiong asked knowingly. Oh, what agreement? Lu Chuan met his gaze, his gentle eyes gradually sharpening. When Chaoxing, Chun Xiong smiled, refilling his half-full cup of tea, even overflowing it. Seeing Lu Chuan frown, he put away the teapot and sighed. Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to kill him, but I dare not. Lu Chuan scoffed. Dare not? He's just a refugee, what is there to be afraid of? No father, no mother, no relatives, when he dies it's just a matter of burning him. Chun Xiong sighed, his words carrying a profound meaning. Of course I know that, but I'm afraid that if he dies, I won't be far from death myself. Upon hearing Chun Xiong's words, Lu Chuan's pupils immediately contracted. Even though he was usually very good at controlling his behavior, the shock that struck deep into his soul broke through his defenses in an instant. What did Chun Xiong mean by this? Could it be that he had already seen through his plan? These words pierced him like a sharp sword, exposing all the secrets hidden deep within him, secrets that could never be revealed. However, Lu Chuan was no ordinary man. Even knowing his sordid thoughts might have been exposed, he immediately suppressed his overflowing emotions, calmly taking a sip of tea as a cover. What are you saying, Lord Chun? I don't understand. Chun Xiong smiled, bowing his head. Is it true that you don't understand, sir? Or are you pretending? Lu Chuan cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. I truly do not understand today. Please enlighten me, sir. Chun Xiong didn't elaborate. He took a sip of tea, clicking his tongue with a satisfied expression. Does Mr. Lu remember that Lu Jinshi had a bottle of the vanished intestinal poison? Mentioning this poison, which Lu Chuan had almost forgotten, caused a subtle change in his expression. Before Lu Chuan could speak, Chun Xiong suddenly took out a bottle of poison from his person and placed it in front of Lu Chuan. Mr. Lu, take a look. Is this the bottle? Upon seeing the poison, Lu Chuan first tilted his head back and took a sip of tea, concealing the shock in his eyes. Then, with a smile on his face, he said slowly, I thought something had gone wrong with this bottle of poison, but I didn't expect it to be found by you, sir. Speaking of which, it was my mistake. Now that you have helped me make up for it, I offer you 3 cups as a token of my gratitude. As he spoke, he actually drank 3 cups of hot tea. When he finished, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After he finished drinking, Chun Xiong smiled and refilled his 4th cup of tea, slowly uttering a sentence that sent a chill down Lu Chuan's spine. Mr. Lu, don't thank me yet. Do you think there's a possibility that this bottle of poison was never lost in the first place, but was secretly hidden by me? The smile on Lu Chuan's face gradually disappeared. His increasingly cold eyes told Chun Xiong that he was slowly tearing away his disguise. Chun Xiong, however, remained unfazed by Lu Chuan's death stare, calmly sipping his tea. Mr. Lu, do you know how I found this bottle of poison? Lu Chuan asked, narrowing his eyes. I'd like to hear the details. Chun Xiong replied, relaying the story when Chaoxing had told him about the origin of the poison. This time, however, the protagonist of the story had changed from Shui to Chun Xiong himself. Lu Jinshi is a vindictive man, and he was the biggest unexpected turn of events in your operation, Lu Chuan. From the moment you handed him this bottle of poison, he had already planned how to retaliate against you and that official. To be honest, you should have just killed him. Perhaps this wouldn't have left so much trouble. Lu Chuan toyed with his teacup, his face expressionless. Lord Chun, kicking someone when they're down isn't a good habit. Don't forget, we're all in the same boat. If things aren't handled well with Lu Jinshi, you'll also bear some responsibility. Chun Xiong shook his head. No, that's not right. Lu Chuan, we're not on the same side. He started calling Lu Chuan by his name, and Lu Chuan sensed a dangerous undertone in Chun Xiong's words. What exactly does Lord Chun mean? Why not just lay it all out? Anyway, there are only the 3 of us in this courtyard today. Hearing Lu Chuan's veiled threat, Chun Xiong showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he lowered his head and laughed, laughing until his body convulsed. He didn't want to laugh at all, but now he had to. When Chaoxing told Chun Xiong that to make Lu Chuan wary, he had to quickly brand himself as cunning and skilled at concealing his true intentions. He had to pretend to be a meticulous and fearless madman. All his performances in front of Lu Chuan were for one purposito: survive. Alright, since you want me to spell it out, then it'll be blunt. You all treat me like a fool, expecting me to cooperate with you to erase all traces of Lu Jinshi's existence, to let me replace him and continue as the magistrate of Kuhai County. Seriously, you don't actually believe me, do you? If people like you really obediently erased all traces of Lu Jinshi, would I still be alive? Lu Chuan smiled coldly. Lord Chun, you seem to have some misunderstanding about us. I thought we had no reason to harm you. Besides, before we came, you promised. Chun Xiong interrupted him with a cold smile. He also promised Lu Jinshi, didn't he? Lu Chuan, can the mouth of a living person be as reliable as that of a dead one? Killing Lu Jinshi, you still have some reservations. After his death, you have to take care of every detail, afraid that some secrets that shouldn't be revealed will be leaked. But killing me, you probably wouldn't even blink an eye. After all, Lu Jinshi has a secret that directly threatens that lord, but I don't. After I erased everything about Lu Jinshi, the only thing that might pose a threat to that person is my mouth, because I'm the only one who directly confronted Lu Jinshi's body in this case. I am also the last witness to this secret. Lu Chuan, am I right? Looking at the eloquent Chun Xiong, Lu Chuan felt a cold sweat involuntarily break out on his back. He realized he had somewhat underestimated this young man. The other party had hidden so deeply? His mask of pretense torn away. After a long silence, Lu Chuan suddenly asked, since you knew this was a path of no return, why did you agree to the person's request in the first place? Chun Xiong leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, offered a toast to Lu Chuan in the air, and then drank it down. Good question. Since ancient times, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. I dare to come here because I am not Lu Jinshi, and I will not become a second Lu Jinshi. He's so stupid, he deserves to die. As for me, I have a little ambition. That lord is incredibly powerful. He'll use this secret to exchange for some money to squander. He'll make some reasonable requests. He shouldn't refuse, right? Lu Chuan's eyes already held a cold killing intent. He sneered. Since you know that lord is incredibly powerful, then you shouldn't do something so suicidal. Chun Xiong laughed, pointing at the donkey carrying a giant blade beside him. Suicidal? Lu Chuan, if this man swings his blade, he'll die here today. But I also guarantee that as soon as I die, all the secrets about that lord and Lu Jinshi will immediately spread back to the capital at a speed and through channels you can't even imagine. Oh, and the white dragon guards outside the county will know too. So, will you be willing to die with me then? Clang. As soon as Chun Xiong finished speaking, Qian Lu drew his sword. Slicing through the snowflakes and simultaneously cleaving the hot tea, he was clutching tightly in his hand. The chill from the blade seeped through his fingers, spreading along his body to every corner. The teacup shattered in two. Chun Xiong's heart pounded, but he still struggled to suppress his fear, patting the tea off his clothes with slightly trembling hands and sighed. Tiske. What a waste of this tea. I know you're in a hurry, Lu Chuan, but don't rush. He'll show you something else, he said, smiling as he pulled out the note when Xiaoxing had left him. The one containing Lu Jinshi's secret contained only a few words.
Langang, su iri.
Upon seeing these 6 words, Lu Chuan finally couldn't hold back any longer, his expression changing drastically as he looked up and stared at Chun Xiong. The latter's gaze was calm, his tone even.
Idonli?
Lu Chuan, I know everything Lu Jinshi knows now. I also know my limits. Whether this secret is completely buried in Kuhai County, or scattered like snowflakes, is entirely in your hands. Now, Lu Chuan, tell me, do you still want to kill me? P.S. Good night. Gazing at Chun Xiong's seemingly calm yet subtly manic smile, Lu Chuan felt an indescribable rage. He was always the one scheming against others. Today he had never imagined being schemed against. And this time he had lost utterly, like a pitiful mouse being toyed with by a cat from beginning to end. In the past, Lu Chuan would have found it difficult to tolerate the frustration and humiliation of having his long-accumulated pride suddenly shattered. But now, he was acutely aware of the seriousness of the matter and the consequences if anything went wrong. Lu Chuan stood silently, his expression indescribably gloomy. After a long while, he slightly raised his finger. Seeing this, Qian Lu slowly slung the Shen Tai giant blade back behind his back. This tea is truly awful, he said with a faint sneer, rising and walking out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. This tea party, which had turned sour, ended badly for the two. After Lu Chuan walked away, Chun Xiong felt weak all over. He slumped into his chair, his gaze falling on the broken teacup beside him. When he reached out to pick it up, he realized his hands were trembling violently. He, a martial artist, was actually feeling weak without having fought anyone. Lu Chuan's performance just now confirmed one thing for Chun Xiong. What when Xiaoxing had told him earlier was not a fabrication to persuade him. Lu Chuan really intended to kill him. Now, Lu Chuan's departure meant that he had been conquered by his own performance, and had begun to hesitate and be wary. That night, when Xiaoxing boiled a pot of water and, by the bright starlight and moonlight after the snow stopped, practiced writing dots and hooks on the stone slab beside him. After 2 days of rest, Ashui could move around normally again. However, when Xiaoxing also noticed that Wujia's sword strike had seriously injured Ashui. Even now, Ashui's steps were still somewhat unsteady. During this time, she had asked Wen Xiaoxing for wine twice, but he had resolutely refused both times. Tonight, remembering 7th Master's previous invitation, she came up behind Wen Xiaoxing to ask him something, only to see him repeatedly writing hooks and dots on the stone slab. Ashui stood behind him with her hands behind her back, watching for a while. Her scrutinizing gaze made Wen Xiaoxing a little uncomfortable. He stopped writing, turned around, and asked, "What's wrong?" Ashui touched her smooth chin and said, "What are you doing?" Wen Xiaoxing, "Practice calligraphy." Ashui glanced at him. "I'm not blind. Speak plainly." Wen Xiaoxing coughed and told Ashui that he wanted to write the dot as a hook. After listening, the latter pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, "The difficulty is extraordinary. The way of exerting force for these two characters is completely different." Wen Xiaoxing exhaled. "Who says it isn't? I've tried many times. It's already extremely difficult to achieve a similar shape. To be like Cheng Feng, where both the upright and reverse characters are similar in form and spirit, is harder than ascending to heaven." Ashui pondered for a moment, then pulled a piece of wood from a pile of wood nearby. Standing in the courtyard, she moved her hand lightly, gesturing in the air. When Xiaoxing turned his head and watched Ashui, watching the starlight and moonlight flow freely through her hair, watching the unyielding sorrow in her slightly furrowed brows, and watching the piece of wood move nimbly in her hand like a sword, he relaxed and lost in thought for a while. It wasn't until Ashui appeared before him, tapping his head lightly with the wooden stick, that Wen Xiaoxing snapped out of his reverie. "Hey, Wen Xiaoxing, I have a method. It might not work. Do you want to hear it?" Wen Xiaoxing rubbed his eyes and nodded. "Go ahead." Ashui said, "I know nothing about calligraphy, but I'm somewhat skilled in swordsmanship. I just tried using a sword to replace the force used for writing, and it seems to work. Why don't you start by practicing with swords?" When Xiaoxing's eyes lit up slightly as he listened to Ashu's description. "How do I practice?" "Ashui, come here." When Xiaoxing walked over to Ashui, placed the wooden stick in her hand, and then went behind him, grasping his arm from behind. "Grip your fingers tightly, relax your wrist, and it will be natural." When Xiaoxing did as she said, and the next moment, Ashui swung his arm downwards. In that instant, when Xiaoxing seemed to have grasped Ashu's method of generating force. "Then it's the lift. The way you apply force is completely opposite to before. Feel it." Ashu's voice rang in when Xiaoxing's ear, and she grabbed his forearm and lifted him up again. After finishing, she released Wen Xiaoxing's hand and asked, "How was it? Can you feel the difference in the way you apply force?" When Xiaoxing carefully savored the feeling from before, nodded, then shook his head. "Can you do it again?" Ashui very honestly grabbed Wen Xiaoxing's forearm, but didn't swing it immediately. Instead, she said behind him, "2 jars of wine at a time." When Xiaoxing exclaimed, "Hey," and before he could react, Ashui had already swung the knife 3 times in a row with him. Cough. After the 3rd slash, Ashui suddenly stopped, coughed violently, and let go of his hand. When Xiaoxing turned around and saw a trace of blood on the corner of Ashu's mouth, he couldn't help but say, "You're willing to risk your life for drinking?" Ashui silently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, didn't answer Wen Xiaoxing's question, and asked, "Do you remember the feeling from before?" When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ashui glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to limp towards the room. "I'm going to rest." As she entered the room, Wen Xiaoxing was about to try swinging the wooden stick in his hand when the door creaked open. Half a face peeked out from the darkness, looking at Wen Xiaoxing earnestly. 6 jars of wine, no cheating. Wen Xiaoxing waved his hand. I know. With Ashu's help, Wen Xiaoxing indeed found a bit of a feel for it. He didn't rush to apply this feeling to his writing, but instead continued to strengthen it. As night deepened, Wen Xiaoxing washed up and sat cross-legged on the floor below the bed, continuing to practice the Fountain of Youth. Although he hadn't yet discovered any miraculous effects of this technique left by the Hokkaido people on his body, he still persisted in practicing every night before going to sleep. After practicing according to the original method left by the Hokkaido people, Wen Xiaoxing experienced a feeling of being in a cloud or mist every night during his practice, his consciousness drifting aimlessly. As for the bed in the room, it undoubtedly ended up belonging to Ashui. The two were quite familiar with each other, but not enough to sleep in the same bed. Besides, Ashui was injured, and when Xiaoxing wasn't so heartless as to let someone seriously injured while protecting him sleep on the floor. Tonight, as when Xiaoxing practiced, his consciousness once again became hazy. His consciousness gradually rose, as if something was carrying him, lifting him towards the clouds. This wasn't the first time when Xiaoxing had this feeling. Shui had told him that he slept like a pig while cultivating, and when Xiaoxing naturally believed Shui, so he naturally thought it must be a dream. But later, after experiencing this feeling again and again, he gradually became more alert. This seemed not a dream. Who dreams of the same scene repeatedly and is always fully conscious? Tonight, after experiencing this feeling again, when Xiaoxing simply emptied his mind, letting his body float upwards. The past 2 days, he had deliberately controlled his consciousness to explore everything around him, but to no avail. So today, he decided to try a different approach. At this moment, his thoughts were like clouds and mist, like the morning light, sometimes dissipating, sometimes coalescing. Each time he ascended a certain distance, when Xiaoxing would fall into chaos, losing all perception of his surroundings. The entire world seemed to consist only of himself. This continued 7 or 8 times until finally, when Xiaoxing found himself at the edge of the clouds and mist. Below was the vast ocean, boundless and endless. When Xiaoxing could hear the roar of the waves and feel the unfathomable azure. A thick fog shrouded the sea, covering its surface and obscuring something. Although extremely far away, when Xiaoxing felt something drawing him from the fog-covered area, he extended his consciousness slightly beyond the clouds. But the moment he did, he was plunged into weightlessness. He began to fall rapidly downwards, falling like a boulder crashing down from the sky, slamming into the fog. The violent impact made Wen Xiaoxing extremely uncomfortable, yet he felt no pain or injury. When Xiaoxing looked down, he was surprised to see that his consciousness had taken on a physical form. He fell onto a small island. The island was covered in blooming flowers, fragrant with orchids, and its branches were laden with rare and precious stones, a dazzling array of wonders. As Wen Xiaoxing surveyed his surroundings, filled with awe and curiosity, he walked forward. Suddenly, colorful butterflies fluttered down from the distant horizon, circling him several times before transforming into a rainbow bridge that stretched towards the center of the island. When Xiaoxing crossed the rainbow bridge and arrived there, in the center of the island lay a large lake, its surface crystal clear. On the small island in the lake, a tall peach tree bloomed. Petals fell all around the peach tree, carpeting the ground with a dense layer of beautiful pink and white petals. Beneath the peach tree, a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat and a raincoat was fishing by the lake. As when Xiaoxing landed on the rainbow bridge, the middle-aged man fishing was startled. He turned around and looked at Wen Xiaoxing with deep astonishment in his eyes, which only gradually subsided after a while. What a ghost! After waiting for so many years, I've only found a young upstart. Wen Xiaoxing wasn't stupid. He knew that the unshaven middle-aged man in front of him was no ordinary person. After sizing him up, he politely bowed to the middle-aged man. Junior, Wen Xiaoxing greets Senior. May I ask where this place is? The middle-aged man fishing was silent for a while before speaking. This place is Xiaoying's, the place where the Taoist master Zhuang attained enlightenment. Wen Xiaoxing was taken aback upon hearing this, because this world had many similarities with his previous world, but also some differences. He wasn't sure if the person the middle-aged man mentioned, Master Zhuang, was the one he knew. Senior, are you referring to Zhuang Zhou of the Taoist school when you mentioned Zhuang Zhu? The middle-aged man shook his head. Zhuang Zhu is Zhuang Zhu. What Zhuang Zhou? I don't know him. Wen Xiaoxing seemed thoughtful, then cupped his hands and said, May I ask your name? Senior? The middle-aged man replied lazily, I've been a monk for too long. I've forgotten my name. My Taoist name is Beihai. You can call me Beihai Daoren. After saying that, he looked at Wen Xiaoxing's appearance and said, You're not very old, but you're full of formalities. What are you from Qi? Let me tell you, there's no need to be so formal. It's just the two of us here. Wen Xiaoxing scratched his head. He had heard the legend of Beihai Daoren from Shui before. He only felt that this person was mysterious. Now that he had actually met him, he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. He asked Beihai Daoren for advice, and the other party was quite patient. After a while, Wen Xiaoxing finally understood what was going on. The 3 extraordinary techniques I left on Jieshe were actually extracted from Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. My original intention was simply to leave a lineage for my Taoist school to be passed down to a destined person. But unfortunately, in these decades, Xiaoying's has yet to find a second one. You look so young, and you've already mastered all 3 extraordinary techniques from Jieshe? Faced with the Taoist's question, Wen Xiaoxing was somewhat embarrassed. He replied in a very apologetic tone. More or less, I learned the fountain of youth. These 11 words almost choked the Beihai Taoist on the spot. You learned the fountain of youth, and you came to Wing's house? When Xiaoxing. Yes, a friend taught me, and after practicing for a few days, I came. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beihai Taoist looked at him with a strange and intense gaze. He beckoned Wen Xiaoxing closer, then touched Wen Xiaoxing's brow. A moment later, he exclaimed in surprise, Interesting, no Dan Tian. Having only practiced the fountain of youth for a few days, you can already sense the guidance leading to Wing's house. It seems you truly have an inextricable connection with my Taoist school. When Xiaoxing looked at the deeply moved Beihai Taoist and suddenly remembered what Ma Huan had told him that night. Among the few people in the world who could heal Ashu's injuries was this man before him. A thought struck him and he immediately asked, Senior Beihai, I have a question that perplexes me. I hope you can enlighten me. Beihai Taoist. Speak. When Xiaoxing said, if someone fights with a celestial realm cultivator and is severely injured, suffering hidden Taoist injuries and a drop in cultivation level, how can they compensate for these losses? Upon hearing this, Beihai Taoist froze on the spot. What? Tell me again. When Xiaoxing explained it to him again, the Hokkaido Taoist pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Cure what? The hidden injuries of the Taoist essence are virtually incurable by any medicine in the world. There are only 3 feasible methods. First, find another cultivator at the celestial realm or higher to perform a meridian clearing and marrow removing ritual to cleanse the hidden injuries. However, this method will severely damage his meridians and acupoints. Even without lasting effects, his martial arts realm will never advance an inch further. Second, your friend could forcefully break through the barrier of the Tao's hidden injuries, cutting through the clouds until reaching the celestial realm. At that time, these hidden injuries would naturally disappear. However, there are less than 1 in 10,000 martial artists in the world who can forcefully break through to the celestial realm while suffering from hidden injuries. Third, deep within the 100,000 snow mountains of the Chun Kingdom in the west, at the place where Maitreya Buddha passed away, a golden lotus is nurtured. This golden lotus can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounds of the Tao's essence. If you can find this golden lotus and have him consume it, it can also heal the Tao's injuries. P.S. Good night. The Hokkaido Taoist told Wen Xiaoxing that he knew of only 3 methods to heal Ashu's injuries. After listening, Wen Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, feeling that Ashue would definitely not be able to accept the first method, and the second method was too violent and dangerous. It wasn't that Wen Xiaoxing didn't believe in Ashu's talent. In fact, when Ashue calmly recounted that she had opened 717 of her 720 acupoints that night, Wen Xiaoxing knew that her cultivation talent was among the most terrifying in the world. But talent is talent, and luck is luck. The two cannot be compared. No matter how talented Ashue was, she still had a high chance of failing when forcibly breaking through to a higher realm. Therefore, the most mysterious and abstract method at present was to use a golden lotus to heal Ashu's injuries. Before that, Wen Xiaoxing had another question for the Beihai Taoist. Senior Beihai, you previously mentioned that deep within the 100,000 snow mountains west of Chun Kingdom, there is a golden lotus. Is this just a rumor, or have you actually seen it with your own eyes? Beihai Taoist. It is a rumor, but I have indeed seen it with my own eyes. When Xiaoxing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. May I ask, Senior, where is the golden lotus now? The Beihai Taoist waved his hand lazily. I advise you, boy, to give up on that idea. That golden lotus is the manifestation of Maitreya's relic. It is a spiritual being in itself, capable of flying and disappearing into the earth. It could appear anywhere in the 100,000 snow mountains. Unless you are destined, even seeing it is harder than ascending to heaven, let alone capturing it. Hearing this, when Xiaoxing's previously joyful expression gradually returned to normal. However, the Beihai Taoist thought for a moment, then continued, if I had to say, the free and easy wandering itself states that if your friend successfully cultivates the 3 wondrous techniques I left on Gesher, he might have a chance to minimize the effects of the Taoist injuries left by a celestial realm cultivator. When Xiaoxing recalled that Ashue had indeed told him about the mysteries of the Fountain of Youth, and she admitted that she was able to live to this day thanks to the techniques of the Fountain of Youth. He very respectfully asked the Beihai Taoist about the other 2 wondrous techniques, but the Beihai Taoist refused. Don't bite off more than you can chew. The reason I separated these 3 extraordinary techniques from free and easy wandering was because free and easy wandering is too obscure for non-Taoist practitioners. If you truly want to save your friend, then master the cultivation of the Fountain of Youth, and I will teach you the others then. The Beihai Taoist wanted to leave some legacy for Taoism, and besides, he observed that Wen Xiaoxing didn't possess the typical malevolent aura of a villain, so he guided Wen Xiaoxing on the cultivation method of the Fountain of Youth. Compared to Ashu's guidance, The Beihai Taoist focused more on teaching Wen Chaoxing how to control his emotions and empty his mind. He said, "The Tao follows nature. 10,000 people cultivating the fountain of youth might have 10,000 different effects. Don't always focus on what others have achieved. Experience your own cultivation, and you will gain something." About an hour later, Wen Chaoxing suddenly felt a strange force pulling him, and everything before his eyes began to blur. He asked the Beihai Taoist, but he couldn't hear his own voice or the other person's voice. And so, his consciousness faded into a hazy state, and when he awoke again, it was already the next morning. After a night's rest, Ashu's body had recovered considerably. In the early morning, she practiced standing meditation in the sunlit courtyard, white mist constantly rising from her body. When Chaoxing went out to buy breakfast as usual. After returning and eating, Ashue said, "Shouldn't we go find 7th Master? It's already dragged on for so long." When Chaoxing glanced at her, "Going to see 7th Master requires drinking. Are you sure you can handle it in your current state?" Ashue said, "Putting aside the drinking issue, if you want to deal with Qiu Ziheng, don't you need 7th Master's help?" Speaking of Qiu Ziheng, when Chaoxing nodded, "To deal with Qiu Ziheng, having the 7 Kill Hall's help is indeed better. It will save a lot of trouble. After all, we know very little about this person." Ashue was eager to try and asked, "When do we set off?" When Chaoxing looked at Ashue, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Let's go at noon. The sun is nice today. It'll be warmer outside after a while." Qiu Ziheng's matter really shouldn't be delayed too long. Firstly, when Chaoxing had other things to do, and if things piled up later, he might not be able to attend to them. Secondly, this person was a potential threat to Cheng Feng. When they arrived at the 7 Kill Hall again, 7th Master's gaze towards Wen Chaoxing was not only one of scrutiny, but also one of fear. The usually bustling and noisy 7 Kill Hall fell into a deathly silence when Ashue appeared behind Wen Chaoxing. 7th Master felt a pang of pain in his still-growing beard as Ashu's gaze swept over him. Wen Chaoxing smiled at 7th Master and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your kind invitation, 7th Master. Today I've brought friends for a drink." Upon hearing this, 7th Master, still immersed in the terrifying memories of a few days ago, finally snapped out of his reverie. He immediately ordered his men to settle the 2 men in and prepare food and wine. This time, they didn't drink in the inner hall, but went to a secluded room. Ashue, who had been recuperating for several days, finally got to drink the wine she had been longing for. If Wen Chaoxing hadn't stopped her, she would have drunk from the jar herself. After much persuasion, she ate a few bites of food to fill her stomach, and then, without saying a word, leisurely began to drink. Wen Chaoxing didn't stand on ceremony with 7th Master and went straight to the point about Qiu Ziheng. The latter stopped pretending. On one hand, Wen Chaoxing had already proven his relationship with Chen Qiong, and on the other hand, there was the formidable Ashue. They all seemed to have close ties with Wen Chaoxing, so how could 7th Master dare treat him like an ordinary county resident? P.S. I took a day off today, traveled all day back to my hometown, only wrote 1 chapter now, will make up for it tomorrow. Good night. The small room was decorated with various exquisite and culturally rich ornaments. Although Wen Chaoxing knew nothing about design, he could sense that this room was specially prepared by 7th Master to entertain distinguished guests. He and Ashue were 7th Master's distinguished guests. Bringing the 2 here for a special talk already signified a change in 7th Master's attitude. However, when Qiu Ziheng's matter was mentioned, 7th Master's attitude became slightly subtle. "Brother Chaoxing, when you came to the 7 Killings Hall last time, I already told you about Qiu Ziheng. If you simply wanted to target someone with some wealth and power in Kuhai County, that wouldn't be difficult. But right now, Qiu Ziheng is in trouble in 2 ways. First, there's his connection in Guanghan City. The judicial system in Guanghan City is directly influenced by the royal city. Not to mention the 7 Killings Hall, even Chuanqiong might not dare to offend them. If they offend the powerful, no one will survive. Second, there's the Salt Gang. Mentioning the Salt Gang, 7th Master's expression unconsciously became solemn and serious. Wen Chaoxing could read a deep-seated resentment in his eyes. Clearly, the 2 sides were at odds, and there might be a personal grudge involved. The Salt Gang, aren't they the ones who do official salt business in Qi Kingdom? How did they get involved with Qiu Ziheng? Wen Chaoxing had been in the county town for some time, and through observation and conversations, he had some understanding of some of the larger forces in the county. The Salt Guild was a large merchant organization, not just in Kuhai County. Their influence spread throughout the Qi Kingdom. They ran private businesses, but their profits came from the government's influence. Because of the Salt Guild's existence, the Qi royal family enacted a constitution that severely punished any private salt trade. Applying to the local government to sell smuggled salt required paying high taxes, making the trade virtually unprofitable and ultimately allowing the royal family to monopolize this vast source of wealth. Seventh Master personally poured a glass of wine for Wen Chaoxing and said earnestly, no matter how powerful the salt gang is, they wouldn't dare to rob the Qi royal family. But since the business of selling official salt is a monopoly, there must be enormous profits behind it. So inevitably, the salt gang has grown stronger and stronger. There's only so much porridge, with more people there's not enough to go around. They can't reason with the officials. So where can the salt gang get the money they want? Seventh Master didn't explain things too clearly, but Wen Chaoxing was a shrewd man who was used to this kind of situation. He immediately thought of many ways to unite with the local gentry and use shady methods to exploit the local people. To put it bluntly, it was still a community of interests between the two. Wen Chaoxing said, so, Seventh Master, you're worried that it won't be easy to deal with Qiu Ziheng, whether from the officials or from the underworld. Seventh Master took a bite of celery from his beef, making a crunching sound in his mouth. Chuanqiong can't beat the city captain of Guanghan City, and the 7-kill haul can't possibly turn against the salt gang. Brother Chaoxing, if you really want to protect your friend Cheng Feng, it's not that complicated. Just give some money, have Chuanqiong act as a middleman for you, and have Cheng Feng apologize and kowtow a few times in front of Qiu Ziheng. That'll be the end of it. After all, it's just a dispute caused by a courtesan. Everyone's just a little embarrassed. When Chaoxing raised the wine that Seventh Master offered, but didn't drink it, he said, Seventh Master, were you there during that farce? Seventh Master didn't avoid the question. Yes. Kuhai County is a small place with few influential people. Qiu Ziheng invited me there just to support him, but actually, he stopped there, his face darkening slightly. He swallowed the rest of his words with a mouthful of wine. When Chaoxing picked up where he left off. But actually, Qiu Ziheng doesn't take you seriously at all, nor does he care about the 7-kill haul, right, Seventh Master? Seventh Master looked up at Wen Chaoxing with slight surprise. He truly hadn't expected that the words he had swallowed would come out of Wen Chaoxing's mouth. Being seen through inevitably makes the atmosphere awkward, but fortunately, there were no subordinates of the 7-kill haul in the room. After a moment of embarrassment, Seventh Master returned to normal. He took a swig of wine, and using the burning sensation in his throat, he sighed. The words aren't pleasant to hear, but that's how it is. When Chaoxing smiled and drank the wine he had been holding for a while. Seventh Master wants to be a peacemaker, and from your perspective I can understand. But unfortunately, the musician Qiu Ziheng offended in the Mandarin Duck Tower is also my friend. Seventh Master's hand, which was picking up food, stopped, and when he looked up, his eyes were slightly strange. Si Xiaong? When Chaoxing nodded slightly and smiled, this Kuhai County is really small. The two people Qiu Ziheng casually offended happen to be connected to me. As Seventh Master said, Cheng Feng's matter isn't a big deal. It's just a matter of pride, and ITLL pass if we just tolerate it. But what about Xiaohong? Seventh Master, do you think Qiu Ziheng will let Si Xiaohong go? I heard that among all the important people that night, not a single one spoke up for Si Xiaohong to Yuanyang Tower. Can't Seventh Master see through this? Qiu Ziheng is deliberately creating momentum, wanting to take down Xiaohong in one fell swoop. Even if Seventh Master didn't understand, Wen Chaoxing's hint should have made it clear that the 7 Killings Hall had been able to operate to this extent. This matter couldn't be confused. It had to be clear. Facing the silent Seventh Master, Wen Chaoxing poured himself a glass of wine, didn't drink it, and handed it to him, saying, Seventh Master, whether you truly want to be a peacemaker or are trying to bargain, I understand, but understanding doesn't mean I agree. You can negotiate with me, but you can't refuse me. This glass of wine contains hundreds of lives from the 7 Killings Hall. Drink it or pour it out, the decision is yours. Seventh Master looked at the wine Wen Chaoxing offered, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He stiffly took it, and when his gaze fell upon it, the glass was only half full. The other half was filled with murderous intent. P.S. 2 more chapters to come. Wait and see, you'll all be in for a surprise. Could Seventh Master refuse this glass of wine? He couldn't, because when Wen Chaoxing handed him the glass, Xue, who had been drinking beside him, suddenly stopped. She held her wine bowl, her eyes perfectly aligned with the rim of the bowl, and Seventh Master, being stared at by Xue, felt that this line might appear at any moment on his neck. As soon as Xue let go of the bowl, his slightly trembling hand finally took the wine cup handed to him by Wen Chaoxing. But before drinking it, he asked another question in a low voice. Those corpses that Magistrate Chun ordered to be transported, were they really killed by you? Seventh Master was familiar with the situation in Kuhai County. Apart from Xue, a woman of unknown origin. He couldn't think of anyone else who could kill a master like Wu Jiu. When Xiaoxing tapped the table lightly with his finger and said, "Why rush to get to the bottom of this seventh master? As you get to know them better, you'll naturally find out." The old man was silent for a moment, then tilted his head back and drank the half-full cup of wine in one gulp. After finishing, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. "Actually, when Xianxia asked me to arrange for people to transport the corpses, I already knew things were going to get complicated. Once there on your ship, it's hard to say whether the hundreds of brothers of the Seven Kill Hall will have a good end." Shui, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. "How many people in the martial world have a good end? If you really care about them, why not give them some money and let them leave the martial world directly? Wouldn't that be better?" A hint of embarrassment appeared on Seventh Master's face. "My brothers are all ambitious, and it's not easy to make them leave the underworld with just a sum of money. Besides, the Seven Kill Hall doesn't have much money left in its accounts." Now that things were out in the open, Seventh Master no longer held back and recounted the Salt Gang's long-standing suppression of them, and how, after Lu Jinxi's death, the Salt Gang had become even more ruthless, almost cutting off the Seven Kill Hall's source of income. After hearing this, when Xiaoxing and his companion realized that Lu Jinshi, the former magistrate of Kuhai County, actually had some hidden conflicts with the Salt Gang and Qiu Ziheng. Earlier, the Salt Gang had approached Qiu Ziheng and, using their influence in Guanghan City, had secretly exploited the people of Kuhai County. This made Lu Jinshi, who hadn't benefited from it, resentful, so he used some of his power in the gray areas to secretly support the Seven Kill Hall and control a lake and a river in Kuhai County. As the Seven Killings Hall grew in size, and with Lu Jinshi's instruction, the merchants traveling outside Kuhai County were subjected to some rather high taxes, which was half-forced and half-forced. Since the Salt Gang merchants had no choice but to use this route, a conflict of interest arose. However, Lu Jinshi was a cunning and shrewd man, not easily manipulated. He skillfully maneuvered among the three parties, leaving Qiu Ziheng and the Salt Gang helpless against him and the Seven Kill Hall. Now, with Lu Jinshi's sudden death, the Seven Kill Hall found itself caught in a pincer movement. Although not militarily eliminated, its finances were in dire straits. Clearly, both the Salt Gang, who did business in Kuhai County, and Qiu Ziheng knew that taking down the Seven Kill Hall by force would be extremely difficult, unless they used the county garrison, which only the county magistrate could mobilize. However, crippling the Seven Kill Hall economically was equally feasible. Even the most skilled fighters need to eat. When the Seven Kill Hall lost its source of income, this massive organization, built up by Lu Jinshi, would naturally disintegrate. "Let's arrange a meeting. I have a lot on my plate. He'll take advantage of these few days when I'm not so busy and finish up Qiu Ziheng's matter first." When Xiaoxing said, Seventh Master immediately sent someone to make arrangements, but after waiting for half an hour, the person returned saying that Qiu Ziheng was preparing for the banquet at Yuanyang Tower that night and didn't have time to see Seventh Master, asking Seventh Master to find another time to arrange a meeting. Upon receiving this news, Seventh Master's face darkened visibly. When Xiaoxing added fuel to the fire, saying casually, "Seventh Master was invited to a banquet at the Mandarin Duck Tower. Why didn't you say anything?" Seventh Master's lips twitched, and he said with a forced smile, "Brother Xiaoxing, your sarcasm is quite scathing. But this time, Qiu Ziheng didn't invite me. It seems, in his eyes, the Seven Killings Hall is nearing its end." When Xiaoxing reached out and placed some beef from the plate into Seventh Master's bowl, smiling, "Seventh Master, eating celery all the time is getting boring. Have some meat." Seventh Master looked at the beef in his bowl, pondered for a moment, and as if he had made a decision, his tone became much more resolute. "Brother Xiaoxing, what do you plan to do?" When Xiaoxing put down his chopsticks and said, "Attend the banquet. Tonight's banquet, Qiu Ziheng will be there, Xianxia will be there, and the Salt Gang will definitely be there too. Since they're all there, it saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Let's settle our grudges all at once. Seventh Master, make the arrangements. Remember to bring some men to keep things under control. They'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Mandarin Duck Pavilion around dusk." Seventh Master nodded. Although he knew that tonight's banquet at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion would most likely turn into a bloodbath, he had no other choice. If this dragged on any longer, the Seven Killings Hall would eventually be brought down by the Salt Gang and the Qiu family. After when Xiaoxing and Shui left, several stewards from the Seven Killings Hall immediately entered the room where they were entertaining their distinguished guests. But upon entering, they only saw Seventh Master, head down, carefully eating the now cold beef. He chewed for a long time, put down his chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. An old woman leaning on a cane called out, "Seventh Master, but he stopped her with a gesture. After standing up, he said, "The weather's about to change." As he was leaving, he paused again and instructed, "Tell the cook to add extra meat to the celery and beef stir-fry next time." P.S. The next chapter will be completed to reach the word count. 3 chapters total 6,000 words. How many jars did you drink? When Xiaoxing asked Ashui on the way. Ashui mentally went through the words and then shamelessly replied, "I forgot, I think I drank 2 jars. When Xiaoxing turned his head, wanting to look into Ashui's eyes, but whether intentionally or unintentionally, she adjusted her pace, preventing Wen Xiaoxing from seeing the windows to her soul. "So, I still owe you 4 jars. Hearing this, Ashui stopped and turned to look at Wen Xiaoxing. "This was 7th Master's treat, what does it have to do with you? You still have 6 jars. If you try to cheat, I'll beat you up." Seeing her serious expression, Wen Xiaoxing chuckled. "Your injuries are only just starting to heal. Drinking like this, you won't even need to fight. Who knows, your old injuries might flare up again someday." Ashui glanced at Wen Xiaoxing, opened her mouth to ask something, but changed her mind. "Then put it on my tab." After walking a short distance, Ashui suddenly said, "This isn't the way back. Are you going to find Cheng Feng?" Wen Xiaoxing replied, "Of course. Tonight's banquet is to settle old scores. This grudge started because of him, so it should end with him." Ashui frowned. "Will there be bloodshed tonight?" Wen Xiaoxing shook his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd to the far end of the street. "There are too many people. If there's bloodshed, it'll be hard to clean up." Ashui crossed her arms and said calmly, "These people with connections to officialdom are the most troublesome. If you kill him, you'll get yourself into big trouble, but if you don't kill him, hell retaliate against you after tonight." Wen Xiaoxing shook his head again, but didn't answer the question. Ashui glanced at him and suddenly changed the subject. "What, is she important to you?" Wen Xiaoxing came to his senses, subconsciously thinking she was referring to Cheng Feng, and nodded. "Of course." Ashui raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "I seem to remember someone saying last time that you were just ordinary friends." Wen Xiaoxing replied, "Ordinary friends can develop into something more." Ashui withdrew her gaze and walked ahead. "It's a bit of a pity. The girl's heart isn't with you. The things she gave you were all for other people." Wen Xiaoxing was taken aback by her words, then chuckled. "I thought you were talking about Cheng Feng, but you're talking about Xiao Hong." Ashui, who was walking ahead, paused slightly, then immediately said, "Of course I was talking about Cheng Feng." Wen Xiaoxing quickened his pace to catch up with her. "But you clearly said girl just now." Ashu's tone was slightly annoyed. "I was drunk, a slip of the tongue." Wen Xiaoxing exposed her lie without hesitation. "But you just said you only drank 2 jars of wine. That's not your capacity at all." Ashui was silent for a moment. "Actually, I drank 4 jars." When Xiaoxing's tone was questioning, "For jars and you're drunk?" Ashui felt a tightness in her chest when asked, and her reply became vague. "Anyway, I haven't had any for a few days, maybe my body hasn't fully adjusted yet." Fortunately, the question didn't linger for long, and the two had already arrived at Cheng Feng's door. Seeing that Wen Xiaoxing's attention had turned to Cheng Feng, Ashui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After meeting Cheng Feng, Wen Xiaoxing invited him to join the banquet at Yuanyang Tower that night. But Cheng Feng refused very decisively. "I can't go, they didn't invite me. Besides, after what happened last time, I believe Qiu Ziheng must hate me to the core. Had rather I were dead. So why would he allow me to appear at the banquet?" Wen Xiaoxing sat in the courtyard, took a sip of tea and said to Cheng Feng, "It wasn't him who invited you, it was me." Cheng Feng was stunned, and before he could reply, Wen Xiaoxing continued, "And if you don't go tonight, and he makes things difficult for Xiao Hong again, who will stand up for her?" Cheng Feng lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, then said with a deep self-mockery, "I often hear people in the martial arts world say that scholars are useless, and in the past I only thought they were just jealous and never really took it to heart. But now I deeply realize my own incompetence. 10 years of hard study, filling my belly with the sour taste of poor literature. Yet I can neither govern the country nor eliminate evil. What else is this but useless?" When Xiaoxing said, "What you said is wrong. Last time you recited poetry after drinking, wasn't that to protect Xiao Hong from trouble?" Cheng Feng sighed. "What good was that? It only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. If soft methods don't work, they can use force. I'm too weak to even kill a chicken. Tonight, I'm afraid I can't help her even if I risk my life." When Xiaoxing said, "But tonight I can help you." Cheng Feng paused for a moment, then looked at Wen Xiaoxing with a very complicated expression, and shook his head, saying, "Brother Xiaoxing, I advise you not to act rashly. I'm already extremely grateful that you're willing to help me deal with those thugs who come looking for trouble. But Qiu Ziheng is completely different from these thugs. If you anger him, you'll be in big trouble. When Xiaoxing didn't seem to care about that and said calmly, before I met you, I had already gotten myself into a huge mess, and I'm quite certain that Qiu Ziheng's trouble is far less than mine. In the past, when you were bullied, you said you were too weak to fight back and you accepted it. I understand you, but now that someone's standing up for you, you still hesitate, still want to be a coward. I don't understand, Cheng Feng said with a wry smile. I just don't want to bring trouble to my friends. When Xiaoxing pointed at him, you're so indecisive, I really can't stand a scholar like you. Even if Qiu Ziheng doesn't beat you up, I do. Are you going or not? Answer me. Seeing that when Xiaoxing was determined, Cheng Feng could only say, all right, I'll go. When Xiaoxing stood up, grabbed his shoulder, and said with a smile, at sunset at the entrance of Yuanyang Tower, I'll be waiting for you. Don't be late. Also, he said, pointing to the pile of rotting rat carcasses at the entrance. Cheng Feng hadn't cleaned it up because he knew that even if he cleaned it up, the rat carcasses would soon reappear. Bring 2. I need them. Cheng Feng looked at the doorway, somewhat puzzled. This, Brother Xiaoxing, why bring these dead rats? When Xiaoxing's answer was concise and forceful, to let him eat them. P.S. I'm 600 words short. I can't finish it now, I'll make it up tomorrow. Banquet Yuanyang Tower. Fine snowflakes fell outside the window, and the breeze was like bells. This light snow seemed to have come at just the right time, not too cold, yet adding a unique atmosphere to the guests filling the room and the brightly lit hall. The liveliness of the fireworks contrasted with the solitude of the world outside the window, making the hall even warmer. The guests chatted and laughed, clinking glasses, and many people's eyes drifted towards the Qin platform in the hall, waiting for the only Qin player in Kuhai County to take the stage. In a corner of the hall, a young man dressed as a scholar asked his elder, Uncle, is this banquet specially hosted by young Master Qiu for that zither player named Si Xiaohong? His uncle stroked his beard and replied, of course. Or is it you and me? We're able to eat, drink, and have fun at this banquet today, and meet so many important figures from the county. All thanks to that zither player. Later, when everyone's in high spirits, you'll come with me to toast everyone and get acquainted. If some of these officials remember you, it might be a future opportunity for you. The young scholar hesitated for a moment, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. Uncle, I observed that while that musician is beautiful, she is young and lacks any outstanding qualities. A man like young Master Qiu could have any beauty in the county lining up to offer herself to him if he wanted her. Why spend so much money on a banquet for a courtesan? The middle-aged man smiled faintly, downing his wine. You're too young to understand the ways of the world. In this world, rarity often makes things valuable. Si Xiaohong's beauty is indeed unparalleled in Kuhai County, even in the Yuanyang brothel. She's too young, lacking that alluring charm. But you must understand, she is the only musician in our Kuhai County. That alone is enough to make her far more valuable than other courtesans. The young scholar lowered his head thoughtfully upon hearing this. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the plump Song Chunnan personally dressed and groomed Si Xiaohong in front of a bronze mirror, applying the most expensive lipstick purchased from the Yuanyang Tower. Finally, without a word, she led her behind the curtain to the stage. Si Xiaohong was about to lift the curtain to go on stage and play the zither when she found Song Chunnan holding her hand tightly. She turned to look at Song Chunnan and saw only apology and guilt in her eyes. Xiaohong, Mom is sorry, Song Chunnan said bitterly. Si Xiaohong turned around, gently stroking Song Chunnan's hand with her other hand, and said crisply, Mom, what are you saying? Xiaohong's life was given to her by you. If tonight, because of Xiaohong's own actions, the Yuanyang Tower and all the sisters are harmed, Xiaohong will feel guilty for the rest of her life. Isn't gratitude a principle that Mother always taught Xiaohong? It's all right, Mother. Song Chunnan treated every girl in the Yuanyang Tower well. Therefore, she understood their true thoughts. If Qingqi and Hongmei in the Yuanyang Tower were targeted by Qiu Ziheng, she wouldn't be sad. She would congratulate them, since their lifelong dream was to marry a wealthy merchant. But Si Xiaohong was different. She performed in the tower, not sold her body. She had a natural talent for music, and after a few years, she might have a brighter future. If she were to be ruined by someone like Qiu Ziheng, her life would be ruined. Although Song Chunnan knew this, she couldn't afford to offend him. In the past, because Lu Jinshi and Qiu Ziheng were at odds, even if Qiu Ziheng really wanted to coerce the girls in the Yuanyang Tower into doing something, she could secretly slip them some money and work her way up to find a suitable foothold with Lu Jinshi's help. But now, she wanted to seek help from the newly arrived magistrate, Chun Xiong. But before she could prepare her money, The girl told her that Chun Qiong had also been invited tonight. Upon hearing this, Song Chunnan immediately thought of how Qiu Ziheng, having suffered greatly because of Lu Jinshi, had bribed Chun Qiong the moment the new magistrate took office. This time, nothing in Kuhai County could stop him. Si Xiaohong gently withdrew her hand from Song Chunan's grasp. She knew Song Chunnan genuinely cared for her, and because of this, she couldn't hide tonight. She had to go. Once on stage, under the spotlight, Si Xiaohong couldn't help but feel nervous. She had experienced similar situations many times before, but each time her heart would race. When Chaoxing had told her it was because of her social anxiety. However, this nervousness vanished like a receding tide as her hands touched the strings. Her slender fingertips danced across the strings, and the soothing melody instantly filled the space. The guests, seemingly influenced by the music, became less boisterous. Their urging to drink subsided considerably. Many eyes constantly scanned and lingered on her. But the most venomous and piercing gaze belonged to Qiu Ziheng, who was drinking. Less than a quarter of an hour into the music, a courtesan approached Qiu Ziheng, taking a piece of calligraphy from his hands. The handwriting was flamboyant, neither particularly good nor bad. Young Master Qiu presents this calligraphy to the zither player Si Xiaohong. Large pearls and small pearls fall onto a jade plate. The woman's voice was loud and clear. After reading it, she took the calligraphy, ascended the zither stand, and gently placed it beside Si Xiaohong's instrument. The latter's expression stiffened, but she still pursed her lips and nodded her thanks to Qiu Ziheng. Thank you for the calligraphy, young Master Qiu. The calligraphy was from the Song of the Pipa, not a poem describing the sounds of the Guqin. However, Qiu Ziheng was a hypocrite, pretending to be a scholar but actually lacking in literary talent. He could only manage to compose a few lines of doggerel under the influence of alcohol. Even so, someone in the audience burst into applause. Excellent. Truly excellent. As expected of young Master Qiu, so learned and erudite. If it were a roughneck like me, I wouldn't be able to utter a single word. The other guests echoed. Indeed, young Master Qiu is not only talented in literature, but his calligraphy is also unparalleled. Large and small pearls falling onto a jade plate. I'm speechless. Faced with the flattery, Qiu Ziheng was quite pleased. He smiled and raised his cup in a toast, his face saying this is nothing, but his smug eyes betrayed him. The atmosphere was ignited, and everyone rushed to flatter him, afraid that if they were too slow, Qiu Ziheng would take notice. They bragged about his pitiful talent, his second uncle who held an official position in Guanghan City, and finally, his yet-to-arrive future. In an instant, the candlelight in the hall illuminated a torrent of eloquent and extravagant praise. A portly man, his face flushed from drinking, clearly a wealthy landowner, with two young women on either side of him, his jade thumb ring gleaming, loudly proclaimed, "Let me tell you, with young Master Qiu's family background and talent, I wonder which young ladies will be lucky enough to marry him in the future. Anyone fortunate enough to be with young Master Qiu is truly blessed." His words were met with another round of applause from the crowd. Qiu Ziheng, beaming with pride, watched Si Xiaohong quietly playing the zither on the platform. Si Xiaohong remained serene, her movements calm and unwavering, offering no response. Gradually, Qiu Ziheng grew impatient and reached into his robes, pulling out a rare gift. A maidservant hurriedly took the gift and brought it to the center of the hall, announcing loudly, "Young Master Qiu presents the zither player Si Xiaohong with a small brocade pouch inlaid with gold and jade." Qiu Ziheng had prepared a lavish feast today. To earn a smile from Si Xiaohong, he sent her a gift every 15 minutes, each one expensive. Before long, these gifts piled high on either side of Si Xiaohong's zither platform, dazzling the other ladies in the hall. One after another, the guests showered the guests with compliments. Seeing that Qiu Ziheng had nearly finished presenting his gifts, a sharp-eyed, burly man suddenly put down his wine cup and loudly addressed Si Xiaohong, who remained silent while playing the zither. "Xiaohong, I'm not trying to be mean, but the money young Master Qiu has given you tonight is more than an ordinary person could earn in over a decade. Playing the zither all the time is so boring. I should think about how to thank young Master Qiu," Si Xiaohong said, her fingers frozen in place, and the music abruptly stopped. In this tense atmosphere, Qiu Ziheng feigned a half-drunk state, waved his hand, and laughed. Small change, why talk about such things? Matters of the heart are about mutual consent. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Though he said this, his gaze lingered on Si Xiaohong, especially her lips, tinged with rouge, which appeared particularly alluring in the candlelight. Si Xiaohong wasn't blind. She could sense his scrutiny. Thinking of her sisters at the Mandarin Duck Tower and Mama Song, she took a deep breath and forced a stiff, insincere smile. Young Master Qiu's hospitality today is beyond my ability to repay. I, Xiaohong, only know how to play the zither and am ignorant of worldly affairs. How can I repay you? Today I will obey young Master Qiu's orders. Her words immediately drew laughter from the hall. Qiu Ziheng waved his hand, and the laughter quickly subsided. He raised his cup to his lips, took a deep sip, and stared at Si Xiaohong, saying, "Is this truly true?" Si Xiaohong was about to speak, when suddenly, the tightly closed door to the hall was kicked open. The deafening explosion and the snowstorm outside rushed in, crushing several glistening snowflakes that had fallen into the hall before they could melt. Everyone turned in surprise, staring at the doorway, where an unfamiliar, thin young man appeared with a man and a woman. His shoulders were covered in snow. He glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Who is Qiu Ziheng? Come out and settle the score." Qiu Ziheng glanced at Wen Chaoxing, not recognizing him. But when his gaze fell on Cheng Feng beside Wen Chaoxing, his brows immediately furrowed, and his feigned half-drunkenness vanished, replaced by an undisguised coldness of disgust and hatred. "How dare you, you stray dog? How dare you act so presumptuously here? Don't you have a death wish? Do you even know who's at this banquet?" Before Qiu Ziheng could speak, the surrounding guests were already growing increasingly anxious, fiercely defending their master, standing up agitatedly, brandishing their sleeves in anger, looking as if they wanted to tear Wen Chaoxing to pieces. Chun Qiong's presence at the banquet today, in their eyes, already said a lot. The most likely explanation was that this newly arrived county magistrate, unfamiliar with the place, had already been bought off or even controlled by Qiu Ziheng. If that were true, then Qiu Ziheng would become the absolute local tyrant of Kuhai County. Now was the perfect time for them to pledge their loyalty to this local tyrant. Someone stepped forward, and although there were few martial artists among them, their aura grew increasingly imposing. They pressed together, looking as if they wanted to devour Wen Chaoxing alive. Looking at the menacing crowd, Wen Chaoxing remained expressionless, not retreating an inch. As the crowd closed in, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the snowy night behind Wen Chaoxing. "To bully the few with the many, it's not fair." With this voice, a murderous aura inexplicably filled the hall. The next moment, numerous martial artists wielding weapons surged in from the entrance. Before they even made a move, the sheer chill emanating from them was enough to repel the pampered rabble before Wen Chaoxing. As the murderous aura spread, most of the people in the hall felt their bodies turn cold, watching in panic as Seventh Master entered. "You, how dare you be so insolent? You old codger, Lord Chun is still sitting here. How dare you bring weapons into the Mandarin Duck Tower? Are you tired of living?" Inside the hall, someone saw Chun Qiong drinking with his head down, and his panicked heart was slightly calmed. He glared angrily at Seventh Master. At this moment, Qiu Ziheng also picked up a pot of wine, slowly stood up from his seat, and swayed to the center of the hall. He coldly said to Seventh Master, "Seventh Master Qin, tonight's banquet, I don't think I invited you, did I?" Seventh Master raised his white eyebrows. "Yuanyang Tower is a place of pleasure, not yours to own. Do I need your permission to come here for entertainment?" Qiu Ziheng squinted at Qin Laoqi and suddenly laughed. "Qin Laoqi, I've noticed you're getting more and more regressive. I shouldn't have shown you any mercy. Otherwise you wouldn't have had the chance to hop around like a grasshopper in front of me today." Qin Laoqi sneered. "A little mercy? Ridiculous. If you had shown even a shred of mercy to the Seven Killings Hall, I wouldn't be here. Lu Jinshi just left, and you couldn't wait to join forces with the Salt Gang to cut off the Seven Killings Hall's source of income. You really don't leave any way out for your brothers." Before he finished speaking, Wen Chaoxing spoke up. "No time for you to reminisce. Send the girls back to the backyard. Beat those guys up and throw them out. They're an eyesore. Keep Qiu Ziheng behind. I have a score to settle with him. Let's finish this quickly." Upon hearing this, Qin Laoqi stopped arguing with Qiu Ziheng and waved his hand. Chaos erupted in the hall, screams and the sound of shattering porcelain filling the air, quickly followed by agonizing howls. Seeing that a fight had truly broken out, Qiu Ziheng stared wide-eyed, stunned for a moment, then immediately turned to Chun Qiong and shouted, "Magistrate Chun, this is your territory. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Chun Qiong remained indifferent to the chaos around him, seemingly oblivious to everything. He silently poured himself a cup, then, through a gap in the beating, slowly raised his cup to Qiu Ziheng across the crowd, before tilting his head back and drinking it down under Qiu's shocked gaze. "Good wine," he murmured to himself. P.S. 600 words. will continue tomorrow. One more day. Faced with this fierce conflict at Yuanyang Tower, Xianxia, as the magistrate of Kuhai County, should have stood up to stop it. Yuanyang Tower was a legitimate business in Kuhai County, catering to distinguished guests. Allowing a group of bandits to run rampant with knives within its walls greatly damaged his reputation as magistrate. Yet, Xianxia remained unmoved. He neither spoke up for anyone, nor left to summon the support of officials to quell the unrest. He simply sat quietly, observing coldly, drinking to himself. The girls were hurriedly escorted away from the hall. Si Xiaohong, standing on the zither platform, watched the chaos. Although no one had died, she understood the gravity of the situation. She bit her lip, glancing at Wen Chaoxing and his companions. The latter gave her a look, then waved, signaling her to leave quickly. Today's events had nothing to do with her. Si Xiaohong possessed a maturity beyond her years. Even with fire burning in her heart, she obediently turned and left. The current chaos was beyond the capabilities of a mere musician like herself to quell. The 7-kill hall didn't tolerate idlers. While the martial artists under 7th Master's command weren't particularly powerful, at best 2nd or 3rd Ratathy were efficient. Under 7th Master's orders, the guests lavishly invited by Qiu Ziheng were soon beaten to a pulp, thrown out of the hall crying and screaming. Some initially uttered threats, but after being caught, dragged back, and given another beating, they immediately quieted down. Several middle-aged men were thrown out with bruised faces and missing teeth. These men were from the Salt Gang, possessing some strength and martial arts skills, but neither their numbers nor their strength could compare to those from the 7-kill hall. Their brief resistance was quickly met with a brutal beating. A cold wind blew in from outside, and snowflakes still swirled wildly. After the last guest was politely seen out, Wen Chaoxing turned and closed the door tightly. Then came the window. Finally, only Wen Chaoxing, his 2 companions, Chun Xiong drinking alone, Qiu Ziheng, and several elite members of the 7-kill hall remained in the hall. When Chaoxing approached the restrained Qiu Ziheng, calmly observing him. Perhaps due to the personal feud between the 2 sides, Qiu Ziheng had taken several punches and kicks, his eyes bruised and blood trickling from his mouth and nose. He was still indignant, staring intently at Wen Chaoxing and said, "Do you know who you've messed with?" Wen Chaoxing turned and beckoned to Cheng Feng, taking a snakeskin bag from his hand, his tone very perfunctory. "Who?" Qiu Ziheng used all his strength, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and said sharply, "Boy, listen to me. The one you've messed with is Ku." He said this with great force, as if he wanted to vent all the anger and humiliation in his heart, to repay the other party 10-fold or 100-fold. This is why Qiu Ziheng spoke with such hysteria, his mouth opening and closing wildly. Then, halfway through his sentence, Wen Chaoxing pulled something from his snakeskin bag and precisely shoved it into his mouth, choking him. Qiu Ziheng couldn't accurately describe the feeling. Before the taste even reached his nostrils, the terrifying sensation in his tongue and throat already told him something terrible was about to happen. Then, as the thick, rotten smell filled every part of his chest and abdomen, Qiu Ziheng's eyes widened in fury, his stomach churned, but because his throat was blocked, he couldn't vomit. At that moment, his world collapsed. "Delicious, isn't it? Cheng Feng has been eating it for months, you should try some too." Ignoring his nausea, Wen Chaoxing held the rotten rat carcass, frozen solid by the snow, and kept shoving it down Qiu Ziheng's neck until the latter's eyes rolled back and his face turned bluish-purple, before finally pulling the rat out of Qiu Ziheng's throat. As soon as the rat carcass was pulled out, Qiu Ziheng, before he could even take a deep breath of fresh air, began to vomit violently. This scene caused everyone present to frown. The state of Qi had many forms of torture for prisoners, but they had never seen anything so disgusting. Qiu Ziheng vomited for a long time until he finally caught his breath. Only then did Wen Chaoxing speak. "Furthermore, isn't it shameless to use your power and wealth to force a kind girl into submission? Kuhai County has been desolate for so many years. It's only a few years since a famous musician emerged, and you've ruined her. Don't you feel any remorse?" Qiu Ziheng's mouth dripped with saliva, his neck veins bulging as he glared at Wen Chaoxing. "What is it to you? Being able to follow me is her honor. The money I gave her is more than many people in Kuhai County could earn in a lifetime. And what are you?" Wen Chaoxing frowned slightly and said, "But she didn't want to." Then, he asked Chun Xiong, who was drinking alone not far away, "Lord Chun, is his behavior illegal?" Chun Xiong replied firmly and decisively, "Fine." Hearing this, Qiu Ziheng slowly tilted his head in disbelief. After staring at Chun Xiong for a moment, he finally reacted and cursed. "Chun Xiong, You bastard. You're in cahoots with them? Chun Cheong frowned, put down the wine he had raised to his lips, and said in a slightly tipsy tone, insulting court officials and showing contempt for the law is an even greater crime. Once you've settled the score, he has to come back to the yamen with me. He'll settle the score with him again. Qiu Ziheng's eyes widened as he stared at Chun Cheong's forced smile, his eyes almost splitting open. Chun Cheong's eyes, hidden behind his wine glass, held a subtle smile, as if to say, I've got you cornered. What can you do about it? Chun Cheong, you wouldn't dare touch me. You're just a lowly county magistrate in this small town. Go out and ask around, what's the relationship between my second uncle and the city commander in Guanghan City? Dare to lay a finger on me, and he'll make sure you regret it. Faced with Qiu Ziheng's arrogant and domineering threat, Chun Cheong remained unmoved. He had known Wen Chaoxing for a while and knew that this guy was meticulous. With such a big event happening tonight, he couldn't possibly have left no backup plan. In fact, even he himself wanted to see how Wen Chaoxing would handle the threat from Guanghan City. As for Qiu Ziheng, no one present wanted to kill him. Wen Chaoxing came to see Qiu Ziheng tonight for two reasons. First, to settle a personal grudge. Second, to help Qin Laoqi establish his authority in Kuhai County, making it easier for him to grow stronger later. Of course, he didn't really want Qiu Ziheng's life. With so many eyes watching tonight, killing someone and not killing someone were two different things. If Qiu Ziheng were alive, the news wouldn't spread like wildfire tonight. At most, it would be considered a private feud within the martial arts world. A minor squabble. The gentry of Kuhai County were mostly waiting to see how Qiu Ziheng would react and retaliate. If the news did reach Guanghan City, it would be Qiu Ziheng himself who sought help from his second uncle, and Wen Chaoxing would still have ways to handle the situation. But if Qiu Ziheng didn't leave Yuanyang Tower alive, the matter would be much bigger. Once such explosive news spread and fermented, it would inevitably reach Guanghan City in various ways. At that time, both sides, whether it was the 7-kill Hall or Chuanxiong, would face unimaginable pressure. Wen Chaoxing, always cautious, would leave himself a way out and wouldn't push himself to the brink of death. But Qiu Ziheng's arrogance didn't last long either, because Wen Chaoxing had already pulled out his woodcutter's knife from his waist. A new woodcutter's knife. The gleaming blade was particularly captivating in the candlelight. He gestured with his hands towards Qiu Ziheng and said, if Chang Feng hadn't met me, he would have frozen to death in the snow by now. You're so ruthless. You demolished his gatehouse, hired thugs to bully him every day, violently and illegally extorting money, leaving him no way to survive. Qiu Ziheng seemed certain the other wouldn't dare do anything to him, and grinned, kid, whoever you are, you need evidence. Empty words are no proof. You think you can slander me with just your mouths? I'd like to see what you can do to me today. Before he could finish speaking, Wen Chaoxing's knife had already fallen. Just like the day he dealt with the thugs in Changfeng's courtyard, a single bloody cut severed one of his fingers. Qiu Ziheng let out a pig-like scream. Wen Chaoxing flicked the blood off his knife and said to him, Imajanghu Jianghu man too, do you think him some kind of official? Do I need evidence to mess with you? Let me tell you, this finger isn't the end of it. From now on, if you cause trouble every time I see you doing something naughty, I'll chop off one of your fingers. After I've chopped off all your fingers, I'll chop off your genitals. Understand? This time, Qiu Ziheng wasn't defiant. He realized the man in front of him seemed like a madman. His threats had no effect whatsoever. Since ancient times, the ruthless fear the mad, and the mad fear the reckless. In Qiu Ziheng's eyes, Wen Chaoxing's behavior was that of someone willing to sacrifice his entire future for a moment of anger. If he continued to provoke such a person, he might really die. The excruciating pain from his finger filled him with fear. He wasn't a ruthless Jianghu man to begin with. His previous arrogance was simply because he thought no one would dare to really lay a hand on him. Now, seeing blood, his head bowed faster than anyone else's. Great hero, please have mercy. Please have mercy. I was blind to your greatness, While wincing in pain, he meekly apologized to Wen Chaoxing, who told him, go and kowtow to brother Changfeng. Qiu Ziheng's face stiffened at this. Swish! In that instant of hesitation, Wen Chaoxing's woodcutter's knife fell again, striking him squarely between his fingers. The blow sent a shiver down Qiu Ziheng's spine. He immediately crawled to Changfeng and kowtowed 3 times. As his head bowed, the resentment and anger in Qiu Ziheng's eyes were fiercely suppressed. He kept telling himself that he would avenge himself 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Great hero, is that enough? I know I was wrong. After kowtowing to Changfeng, Qiu Ziheng had a smile that was more like a grimace on his face. When Qiaoxing grabbed his hair and asked, "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" Qiu Ziheng covered his bleeding left hand and nodded repeatedly. "I remember. I will definitely change my ways when I go back. Definitely." When Qiaoxing met his gaze, and after a moment smiled, "Good, you can go now. Remember to be a good person." Qin Laoqi seemed a little uneasy. He looked at Wen Qiaoxing, and only after Qiu Ziheng left with his severed finger did he frown and say to Wen Qiaoxing, "Release the tiger back into the mountain. It will likely bring endless trouble in the future." When Qiaoxing walked to the zither platform, pushed aside the dazzling array of gifts, and picked up the calligraphy scroll at the bottom to examine it. Without turning his head, he said, "Qiu Ziheng cannot be killed, at least not now. If we don't kill him, he can handle it by filing a complaint alone. If we kill him, the news will spread like wildfire all the way to Guanghan City, and once it gets there, trouble will ensue." After rolling up the letter, he turned and said, "Now, everyone in this room is part of a community of shared interests. We have no way out. For our own sake, you must all do your utmost in the matters I arrange from now on. Of course, if any of you have better ideas in the future, you can bring them up and brainstorm." After speaking, he looked at Seventh Master and said, "Qiu Ziheng won't let this go easily. The magistrate of Kuhai County isn't on his side now, so he can't get revenge or deal with the 7 Killings Hall. Therefore, he will definitely try to find his second uncle, Qiu Yuefeng, for help. The messengers will either be messengers or merchant caravans from the Salt Gang. The messengers are only half officials, so it's best for Jianghu and Jianghu people from the martial arts world not to get involved, as it will leave hidden dangers. Magistrate Chun will handle this matter. As for the Salt Gang's caravans, Lu Jinshi has already set up a network for us, so the magistrate only needs to continue using them. In that case, you can continue to be in charge of collecting trade taxes, Seventh Master, and take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Salt Gang's caravans. If they don't comply, just beat them up. If necessary, we can draw blood." Qin Laoqi glanced at Chun Qiong upon hearing this. The other party remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Wen Qiaoxing's instructions. He pondered for a moment and said, "The Salt Gang is not a small force. If we really offend them too much..." Chun Qiong then spoke up, "Although the Salt Gang is large, there are many people in the world, and it is impossible to completely manage them internally. Salt Gang members from different regions collude with the power in different regions, making dirty money. They have a long history of bad deeds. Usually, everyone turns a blind eye. As long as their core interests are not touched, no one will stand up for a few caravan members from the border regions. If they were truly capable, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to collude with Qiu Ziheng. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of small fry using someone else's power as a pretext. Even if they do have someone in charge, they won't be that powerful." When Qiaoxing nodded, "That makes sense, Seventh Master. We need to prioritize. Offending the Salt Gang is a minor issue right now. The real problem is getting the news to Guanghan City." Qin Laoqi sighed, his brow furrowed with worry. "But the truth will eventually come out. How long can we keep it a secret?" When Qiaoxing said, "Guanghan City is only 100 li from Kuhai County. If we had a fast horse, the journey would take no more than half a day. You two should do as I say. If the secret doesn't come out within 3 to 5 days, then we can keep it a secret indefinitely." He waved the note in his hand that read large and small pearls falling onto a jade plate, and looked at Cheng Feng with a malicious smile.
另外，若是搜出了裘子恒寄出的信，二位记得转交给我，我另有他用。P.S. 除夕快乐，新年快乐，爱你们宝子们，哈哈哈哈！祝各位新年发特么的大财！么。较之其他灰溜溜跑路的客人，盐帮的人好似还讲些义气，没有第一时间就这么灰头土脸的回去了，而是藏在了外头。等到裘子恒从里面跌跌撞撞跑出来，立刻迎了上去，询问其状况。大家一丘之貉，裘子恒是他们的金主，以后他们还指望裘子恒吃饭，于情于理，他们都不能现在跑路。见到外头还有几名同样被揍得很惨的人在等自己，裘子恒那阴沉难看的脸色稍微好了一些，但手指钻心的疼痛却没有丝毫缓解。
If one were to reach the great perfection of the blood transformation realm, a recently severed limb, unless it's the head or genitals, could be stitched back together and, with the nourishment of blood and qi, would recover completely. However, Qiu Ziheng lived a life of excessive comfort and indulgence. He spent his time either fighting cocks and crickets or indulging in pleasure in brothels, leaving him no time for cultivation. Given the current medical capabilities in the county, it was impossible to reattach his severed finger. Thinking of the finger that had been with him for so many years, Qiu Ziheng was overcome with grief and gritted his teeth, saying, "The shame of tonight. I will repay 1,000-fold in the future. I must show these scoundrels of the martial world who truly holds power in this county." Under the cold moon and amidst the swirling snowflakes, the Salt Gang escorted Qiu Ziheng back to his residence in a disheveled state, feeling somewhat relieved. At least they knew that those who had stormed the Mandarin Duck Tower tonight were not truly dead. Given the relationship between Qiu Ziheng's second uncle and the city commander of Guanghan City, if blood were to be drawn, who knows what kind of trouble would ensue. Meanwhile, at the other end, Yuanyang Tower began cleaning up the scene. Chun Xiong didn't say anything to Qin Laoqi, only giving him a meaningful look before leaving. On the way back, Ashui suddenly said, "You're nothing like that vagrant in the dilapidated temple now." When Chaoxing asked, "What were you like back then?" Ashui thought for a moment. "You were very timid. Asking you to help me investigate the case almost scared the soul out of you. But you're also very brave. That night the snow was knee-deep, and I didn't expect you to actually come with me, let alone dare to kill someone with a knife." When Chaoxing corrected her, it was wielding a sword. Ashui looked at him disdainfully. "You haven't even practiced for a few days, and you're already nitpicking." When Chaoxing said, "Wrong. I was afraid you really wouldn't remember. After all, you even mispronounced Chung Fong as Mississippi." Ashui said angrily, "I was drunk then." When Chaoxing looked at her and said seriously, "Then drink less in the future, for example. How about reducing the 6 jars I owe you to 3 jars? Ashui clenched her fists and said seriously as well, "Want to get beaten up?" When Chaoxing smiled awkwardly, changed the subject, and tactfully avoided Ashu's threatening gaze. "The past is the past, the present is the present. Speaking of which, you are the least qualified to talk about me. I entered this game because of you, and now I have no way out. If I continue to be as timid as before, I will really be doomed. The people of Wangchuan will not let me go. Lu Chuan will not let me go. Chun Qiong will not let me go. Even the snow falling from the sky can take my life. People in different situations naturally have to make different choices." Ashui looked up, gazing at the falling snow in a daze, as if she had returned to a certain time in the past. She thought for a while and suddenly asked, "Then do you still remember your original intention?" When Chaoxing shook his head, "I admire those who can maintain their original aspirations. I think these people are as stubborn as pebbles at the bottom of a river, washed by the current for hundreds of thousands of years, and still the same. But for me, there is no such thing as an original aspiration." Ashui, "Why?" When Chaoxing said, "Because I only live in the present." The two returned to their lodgings. Ashui went to boil water for washing her feet, while Wen Chaoxing continued to practice calligraphy on the bluestone slab by the bright moonlight of the night. After practicing calligraphy for a while, he picked up Shi Shui to practice swordsmanship. Perhaps it was the phrase "entering the game because of you" that made Ashui feel guilty. When she helped Wen Chaoxing recall the dot and hook today, she did not take the opportunity to squeeze money out of Wen Chaoxing's empty wallet. After washing up, she went to her room to rest, while Wen Chaoxing continued to practice calligraphy in the snow, until the snow gradually fell heavily. A tall, black figure appeared outside Wen Chaoxing's courtyard. He coughed and pushed open the door. It was Bai Lang of the 7-Kill Hall. "Brother Chaoxing, what should we do with Wujia's body tonight?" When Chaoxing sheathed his sword and said, "Move it out through the south gate, and throw it into that dilapidated temple a mile away." Bai Lang put Wujia's body into a bag, then asked doubtfully, "Won't it be discovered if we throw it there?" When Chaoxing smiled without answering, waving his hand and saying, "Go, go, go." Seeing this, Bai Lang didn't dare to ask any more questions and dragged the body away. After he left, Wen Chaoxing also sheathed his sword, returned to his room, sat on the floor by the stove, and placed his somewhat cold hands on the brazier, warming himself with the dying embers. Ashui, sitting cross-legged on the bed, asked, "Are you so sure that the body thrown into the dilapidated temple will definitely be discovered?" When Chaoxing shook his head, "I'm not sure. The White Dragon Guards wouldn't easily appear outside of Kuhai County. This place is too remote. What would a group of people working for important figures in the palace be doing here?" Thinking about it a bit, "It's probably about you and Lu Jinshi. At first, I thought they were here to find you. The person you killed that night already explained their purpose. But now I'm not sure anymore because you've been in the city for so long, and they haven't made a sound. The White Dragon Guards must have encountered some resistance by not entering the city for so long, or they're doing something and are afraid of alerting the enemy. But if they can't do anything within the county and they can't do anything outside the county either, then there's no need to bring them into this. They can't even find such an obvious corpse. Their abilities are too poor. They might even shoot themselves in the foot. P.S. One update today, take a break for a day, and try to update earlier tomorrow. In a secluded courtyard in the county, under a huge sheepskin umbrella, Lu Chuan and his two companions quietly ate hot pot. The boiling red oil churned in the pot. Old Yang prepared the sauce and personally handed it to Lu Chuan. Sesame oil, chopped scallions, minced garlic, crushed peanuts, sesame seeds, and hautuinia cordata. Since oyster sauce was unavailable in Kuhai County, salt was used instead. With a stir of the chopsticks, Lu Chuan tasted the tip. The aroma immediately spread wildly across his lips and teeth. Qianlu unsheathed his black iron longsword, sat beside Lu Chuan, picked up a piece of fresh tripe, and dipped it into the boiling red oil. He stared intently at the bubbling oil, becoming completely absorbed, like a wooden statue. Lu Chuan took out his chopsticks, tapped Qian Lu's chopsticks, and said, "Eat your food, what are you thinking about?" Qian Lu snapped out of his reverie, picked a piece of tripe that had been scalded to the point of being. Faced with Qianless explanation, Lu Chuan put down his chopsticks and said, "Tomorrow go to Wangchuan and find more people." Qianless eyes narrowed. "Sir, are you preparing for a second surprise attack?" Lu Chuan waved his hand. "Doing this again would be pointless. The other side will definitely be on guard, and judging from the last situation, that woman seems to be in pretty good condition. Trying to kill them hidden would cause too much of a commotion. I asked you to help me find people so that we can keep an eye on them. This includes Chuanxiong, Wen Chaoxing, and those scoundrels in the martial arts world of Kuhai County. The key is Chuanxiong." Qianlu frowned and asked why. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, "I suspect Chuanxiong is bluffing me. He probably really did find some clues about that matter from Lu Jinshi, but Lu Jinshi isn't stupid. When an official asks him for a favor, even if he really left a backup plan, he couldn't possibly keep it all on himself or in his mansion. The real clues must be hidden very deep, and Chuanxiong himself hasn't found them." Upon hearing this, Qianlu recalled the scene when he met Chuanxiong earlier. He couldn't see any clues, but he felt that Chunkyong's aura was too strong at that time, as if everything was under his control. "Mr. Lu, are you so sure?" Judging from Chunkyong's expression, he doesn't seem to be lying, and regarding the note about Su Yiji, Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks again, started scalding the freshly sliced beef, and said, "Su Yizi's matter is nothing. He's in the royal city in Langong Pavilion. His life and death are decided by a single word from the adults. Besides, after that incident, Su Yiji was already under house arrest. Look at how fierce Chunkyong's aura was earlier. Since he had already laid his cards on the table, and there were only 3 people in the garden at the time, wouldn't it have been more intimidating if he had directly revealed the most dangerous secret? But he didn't. He only brought out the insignificant threat of Su Yiji, leaving the rest to our imagination. Based on my years of experience, I'm almost certain he's bluffing us." Qianla's tone was already murderous upon hearing this. If that's the case, now is the best opportunity to kill Chuanxiong. Seeing him about to get up, Lu Chuan immediately tapped the edge of the pot with his chopsticks. "Hey, what's the rush? Sit down." Qianlu was indeed very anxious. "Mr. Lu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Lu Chuan sighed and continued, "It's no use just getting involved with Chuanxiong. I asked Chuanxiong to help me get rid of that kid Wen Chaoxing. Chuanxiong surrounded Wen Chaoxing's house for 2 or 3 days, and finally posted a notice saying it was just a misunderstanding. Don't you think there's something going on here?" Under Lu Chuan's prompting, Qianlu quickly realized what was going on, his eyes flashing. "Chuanxiong, is he involved with that kid Wen Chaoxing?" Lu Chuan put the blanched beef into the dipping sauce and stirred it, saying slowly, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. That kid Wen Chaoxing, the more I think about it, the more I feel he's unusual. Maybe Chunkyong's move involved him, and this kid is also involved with that woman worth 100,000 gold coins. Trouble, trouble. If we act now, unless we can take down all 3 parties at the same time, it will alert the enemy, and might even lead to a lose-lose situation. There's actually a better way to resolve this than a direct confrontation." Qianlu asked. "What way?" Lu Chuan devoured a piece of beef slick with sesame oil. "Keep an eye on their movements. Find the evidence Lu Jinshi left behind that could threaten the master before they do." Qiu residence. Back home, Qiu Ziheng quickly bandaged his wound. Watching the blood seep through the gauze, the excruciating pain in his finger didn't lessen at all. In fact, it worsened. He looked away, and by the candlelight on the table, he caught sight of the already cold, severed finger. A burning rage within him almost consumed everything in his eyes. In this world, the more people think, the less they understand. He had lived in Kuhai County for so many years, and he had always been the one bullying others. When had he ever been bullied like this? The 7-kill hall, a den of iniquity in the martial world, was on the verge of being crushed by him. Yet tonight they had jumped up and bitten off one of his fingers. And that Chun Cheong was the one who deserved to die the most. He could have stopped everything that happened tonight, but he chose to stand by and watch. Wait, in his anger, Qiu Ziheng recalled Chun Cheong's unusual behavior tonight, and his pupils contracted slightly. That's it. If it weren't for Chun Cheong's authorization, how could a gangster like the 7-kill hall dare to so brazenly break into the Mandarin Duck Tower with a knife tonight? Could it be that Chun Cheong was manipulating everything behind the scenes? The anger in Qiu Ziheng's eyes gradually subsided. He knew that he couldn't openly challenge a county magistrate. If he wanted to take revenge on Chun Cheong and those who ruined his plans tonight, he had to start with his second uncle. Only his second uncle could put pressure on Chun Cheong. Thinking of this, he didn't even have time to rest. He immediately called his servants to bring paper and pen, grind ink, and brought the oil lamp closer to begin writing a letter. Gazing at the furious, silent screams written on the paper, Qiu Ziheng's face revealed a cold, ruthless smile. He thought to himself that his luck was actually quite good. When Chaoxing had severed his left thumb, not his right in the Yuanyang Tower. If it had been his right thumb, he would have had to find someone to write it for him, but the biggest inconvenience of having someone else write it was that it wouldn't be easy to directly prove his identity. Chun Cheong, Kishatang. Just you wait. As the sun rose, the wind and snow lessened. While when Chaoxing was chopping wood, Lu Zhiming asked him how his calligraphy practice was going. When Chaoxing looked at him in surprise and said, "How did Mr. Lu know I was practicing calligraphy?" Lu Zhiming turned around and pointed to the second floor, smiling, "You can see me from upstairs. Why did you suddenly become interested in calligraphy?" When Chaoxing wasn't going to tell Lu Zhiming about the trivial matters of the martial world. The other party was a retired martial artist who didn't like trouble, so he said, "Actually, I used to like practicing, but I didn't have the means, so I stopped. Now that I have a place to live and food to eat, and I don't have to struggle for a living, I've picked up this little interest again." Lu Zhiming nodded. Practicing calligraphy is good. It cultivates the mind. Practice more, and it will help your spiritual practice in the future. When Chaoxing thought of the difficulties he had encountered in writing and asked Lu Zhiming some questions, the latter replied, "I can't help you with calligraphy. My handwriting is just average. Perhaps you can find some great calligraphers in the future and ask them for advice. They can help you." He then changed the subject, saying, "Chaoxing, I recently brewed some new tea. Once it's cooled down, you can try it." Upon hearing this, when Chaoxing's eyes lit up, remembering his previous experience, he quickly thanked Lu Zhiming. Lu Zhiming waved his hand and smiled. "This tea, 1,000 people drink it, and it will have 1,000 different flavors. But very few people can truly taste the flavor they want. I am like that, and perhaps you are too." After watering the trees, he went for his usual walk. When Chaoxing, having finished chopping firewood, wiped his sweat and went to the stone table beside the loquat tree. He poured himself a cup of chilled tea, stared at it for a long time, and then drank it down. The tea turned into snow water as it entered his stomach. When Chaoxing shivered, his whole body cold, yet his skin was burning hot. The loquat tree beside him swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly. When Chaoxing felt dizzy and unconsciously took a half step back. When he came to his senses again, he was surrounded by ice and snow. He looked around in horror, realizing he had no idea when he found himself in an endless snowstorm. The distant mountains were vast and hazy, a fleeting glimpse before the misty snow swallowed and obscured everything. Where was he? When Chaoxing didn't know. He braved the wind and snow, struggling forward, until he gradually saw a line of footprints on the ground. The footprints were small. He followed the footprints, becoming a clumsy snowman, his body stiff and almost unable to move. Finally, deep within the snowstorm, another figure appeared. It was a tree, a loquat tree planted amidst the snowstorm. It neither blossomed nor bore fruit, nor withered, standing alone and steadfast in the snow, like a sword, like a peak, like immortality. Beneath the tree stood a boy, gazing up at the branches and leaves. He was as sharp as the tree, as cold as the snowstorm. "I don't understand." The boy's brows furrowed, and when he looked back at Wen Chaoxing, his youthful features bore a resemblance to Lu Zhiming. He seemed to be speaking to Wen Chaoxing, yet also questioning someone else. "Do you understand?" Wen Chaoxing subconsciously replied. "Understand what?" The boy sneered. "You don't understand swords at all. None of you understand. No wonder for the past 150 years, Sword Pavilion has been defeated by Xianxia. It's not that Sword Pavilion is incompetent, it's that you are incompetent. When Xiaoxing was stunned, he saw a glimmer of madness in his eyes, an invincible madness. The light emanating from those eyes was countless times sharper than the sword thrust forth from the deep-sea flames. While when Xiaoxing remained silent, the young man withdrew his gaze, turned, and sat cross-legged beneath the loquat tree, letting the wind and snow bury him. Thus he too became a snowman. But while the snow covered his form, it couldn't cover his voice. I will understand. When I leave here, I will be the greatest in the world. What the Sword Pavilion lost 150 years ago, I will take back. When Xiaoxing wanted to approach the young man, but after taking one step, he felt a stinging pain on his skin. Looking closer, he saw that the swirling snow had transformed into a sky full of swords. He was horrified. He had never seen such a scene before. Snow and swords intertwined, a vast and chaotic expanse, deadly yet traversing the exquisite crystal, transforming into a landscape unseen by humankind. I told you, you don't understand swords. The young man spoke again. Come back when all the snow on this snow-capped peak has turned into swords. Bring Tu Shanbai with you. See if his palm-sized aperture can cut through this boundless snow. As soon as the young man finished speaking, when Xiaoxing was pierced by countless snow swords. When the wind came, he was back in Lu Ziming's courtyard. When Xiaoxing fell into deep thought, this seemed to be Lu Ziming showing him back then. When Lu Ziming was young, he had faced the same problem as when Xiaoxing. Admittedly, he was much stronger than when Xiaoxing now, not even in the same league as a cultivator. But the young man also couldn't stably unleash his sword intent. The boundless snow swords that when Xiaoxing saw still had flaws. Just because he couldn't avoid them didn't mean that someone stronger couldn't. That's why the young man sat idly under the tree, waiting for all the snow on the snow-capped peak to turn into swords. So, Mr. Lu faced the same problem? How did he solve it? When Xiaoxing pondered for a long time, a fine layer of snowflakes accumulating on his shoulders. The chill brought him back to his senses. He shivered and exhaled. Never mind, let's go back first. Now he wielded considerable influence in the Seven Killings Hall, and could use Seventh Master's methods to make life easier for Zhang the Hunter and Aunt Me. Meanwhile, the door to Qiu Ziheng's residence was suddenly knocked open. The servant opened the door, and upon seeing who was outside, a hint of surprise crossed his cold features. P.S. Good night. Perhaps due to Qiu Ziheng's usual demeanor, the servants in his residence were exceptionally arrogant. However, upon opening the door, the impatience in the servant's eyes quickly turned to astonishment, like a mouse before a cat. His voice becoming timid and hesitant. What brings you, sirs, to the Qiu residence this early in the morning? The people at the door were 6 yamen runners in official robes, their swords still slightly frosted. The head runner glanced past the servant, looking towards the Qiu residence behind him, and said indifferently, "Send your master out. The magistrate wants to speak with him." The servant's face froze upon hearing this. Just as he was about to reply, the runner drew a long sword and held it to his neck. Don't waste everyone's time. Brothers, we came out early today and haven't had breakfast yet. The servant felt the cold at his neck, his whole body stiffening. In the past, he would have shouted defiantly, "Officials on duty can't just put a knife to the necks of ordinary people." But today he dared not. These officials were different from those before. Their weapons truly carried a murderous aura, meaning they had killed. This servant knew perfectly well that the constables left behind by Lu Jinshi wouldn't dare kill. The servant's judgment was accurate. These officials weren't Lu Jinshi's men, but rather Chun Xiong's personal guards from his own family. They had seen blood and their blades had slain men. Although they were used to being arrogant and haughty as servants of Qiu Ziheng, it didn't mean they would actually dare to kick a metal plate. The coldness of the blade slid across his neck, and the servant lost all courage. Without further delay, he hurriedly turned to inform Qiu Ziheng. Soon, Qiu Ziheng slowly arrived at the door, led by the servant. His left hand had been bandaged. The crimson blood was no longer visible, leaving only layers of pale, mournful white. Qiu Ziheng, the magistrate wants to question you. Come with us. Facing these cold-faced constables, Qiu Ziheng showed no panic and calmly said, "Question. I don't remember doing anything wrong." A constable glanced at him. "Whether you've done something wrong or not has nothing to do with the magistrate arresting you." Qiu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. "Just because you have a little power, you think you can do whatever you want? Disregard the law? Does he not want to be an official anymore?" The head constable glanced at him, stepped forward, and whispered in his ear, "If you have any complaints, you can tell the magistrate later. We're just following orders. Don't delay our morning tea." His words were sincere. But Qiu Ziheng showed no mercy. What if I don't leave? The constable raised an eyebrow. How do you want to know? Qiu Ziheng, thinking of the letter he had already sent, became particularly defiant and challenged. What can you do? Upon hearing this, the head constable did not hesitate for a moment. With a flick of his wrist, the hilt of his knife struck Qiu Ziheng's neck. Qiu Ziheng's eyes rolled back, and his body immediately went limp to the ground. After he fainted, the head constable immediately sheathed his sword and turned to his subordinates, saying, Quick, quick, take him to the jail. Peng's tofu pudding is limited daily. If we don't go now, we won't get any soup. He'll go buy some for the brothers, one for each of us, no cheating. After a quick discussion, he hurriedly left, while the others locked Qiu Ziheng in the dungeon as Chen Qiong had instructed. This dungeon was a private prison that Lu Jinshi had specially built in the county government office to handle dirty work. The dim candlelight made the dungeon exceptionally dark and quiet. The soundproofing was indeed excellent. Once the trapdoor was closed, almost no sound could be heard inside or outside. Chen Qiong carried a small stool and entered the dungeon alone, sitting outside Qiu Ziheng's iron cage, brewing tea, and quietly waiting for Qiu Ziheng to wake up. The constables hadn't used much force, so Chen Qiong didn't have to wait long before Qiu Ziheng opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was only blank for a moment before he immediately scrambled to his feet. His eyes filled with anger as he looked at Chen Qiong outside the cage. Chen Qiong! He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Chen Qiong crossed his legs, took a leisurely sip of tea, and said, Awake? Well, I actually had some things I wanted to talk to you about, but after thinking about it carefully last night, I gave up. You don't deserve it. Hearing Chen Qiong's last three extremely insulting words, Qiu Ziheng took a step forward, gripped the iron bars tightly with both hands, and glared at Chen Qiong, saying, Chen Qiong, do you know what you're doing? Do you really think that you, the magistrate, have absolute power in Kuhai County, and that you can decide everything? Chen Qiong retorted, Otherwise what? Qiu Ziheng's voice was icy. If you were even a little bit smart, you would have gone out and inquired, and you would know what kind of relationship my second uncle has with the city commander in Guanghan City. Handling me, have you thought about the consequences? Chen Qiong took a small sip of tea. I think I've been smart enough not to try and talk business with you, otherwise I'd be killed by you sooner or later. You idiot. He stared quietly at Qiu Ziheng, then said, I came here just to see you and let you know that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you'll be spending the next 1 to 3 months here. They'll send people to bring you water and food regularly to make sure you don't die here. Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he smiled coldly. Chen Qiong, the biggest mistake you've made is going against me. Even if you don't accept my offer of goodwill, as long as you behave yourself in the county, you can hold onto your position as magistrate. But of all the good paths out there, you chose the path of death. To tell you the truth, I wrote a letter last night and had someone send it to my second uncle who works in Guanghan City. Soon, someone will come from Guanghan City to find me. If they can't find me, I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences. Changqiang's hand holding the teacup was as steady as a rock. Let me tell you the truth. The letter you sent will never reach your second uncle's hands. In the prison, Qiu Ziheng was taken aback upon hearing this, his expression suddenly showing a hint of panic, but he quickly responded with a forced smile. Intercepting letters. The magistrate's methods are truly dirty. However, I have so many friends in the county and many business partners. If they can't see me, the news will probably spread like wildfire. Chen Qiong nodded. Yes, it was originally a troublesome matter. But regarding you, I have investigated very thoroughly. You don't have any business partners. Just drinking buddies. The only one with whom you have a business relationship is the Salt Gang. Take care of the Salt Gang. Not difficult. Qiu Ziheng wasn't sure whether Chen Qiong's words alone could completely prevent the news from reaching his second uncle. But the more he spoke, the more frightened he became. Because during the conversation, Qiu Ziheng realized that Chen Qiong seemed to be after him. He racked his brains, but couldn't recall any grudge between himself and Chen Qiong. Over the years, Qiu Ziheng had wielded considerable power and influence in Kuhai County. While he did have some murders and a criminal record, the people he killed were all ordinary citizens with no connections, and he left virtually no evidence. Chen Qiong couldn't possibly believe that these people were the reason he was being targeted. Seeing the man outside the cage looking completely confident in his abilities, Qiu Ziheng's previously sharp and confrontational tone softened slightly. He said, Magistrate Chen, you're new here. I invited you to dinner once, but you declined. Since that incident, I haven't done anything to offend you. Last night, I invited you to the Mandarin Duck Tower, and I personally paid for everything. I really can't understand what I did to offend you that makes you target me like this? Chun Xiong laughed. You haven't offended me, and I have no grudge against you. Targeting you is because you've just happened to offend 2 people in the county whom you can't afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng's tone rose, incredulous yet tinged with contempt. There are people in this county whom I can't afford to offend? Chun Xiong said. Cheng Feng and Si Xiaohong. Qiu Ziheng smiled in surprise. A penniless wretch who lost his parents? And a musician? Chun Xiong nodded. Yes, these 2 people happen to know the same person. Qiu Ziheng frowned. Who? Chun Xiong lowered his head and took a sip of tea. The person who chopped off your finger. Qiu Ziheng. And who is he? Chun Xiong. He used to be a refugee and I didn't like him either, but now I have no choice. Qiu Ziheng was puzzled. Why? Chun Xiong sighed, stood up, and dusted himself off. Actually, there was no dust at all, because I'm afraid. My life is in his hands now. Mentioning himself, Chun Xiong became listless and prepared to leave, ignoring Qiu Ziheng's loud calls and pleas to stay. When he reached the door, Chun Xiong turned back and said seriously, "This man is really terrifying. His eyes can pierce into your heart. Even if my life isn't in his hands, I don't want to provoke him. You're unlucky to have offended this man." Outside the county, fine snow was falling. A white dragon guard carried Wu Zhou's body to a hilltop on Xinguang Mountain. Zhu Baiyu carefully examined the body, confirming it was indeed him, and clicked his tongue, saying, Wu Zhou was quite famous in the martial world, with many lives on his hands. Today he came to Kuhai County and was killed. Could it be that he ran into that person from Fengcheng? Xiao Qi was dressed rather spring-like today, his thin gauze dress displaying his petite yet slender curves without reservation. Under the falling snow, his figure was so beautiful that even a woman rarely possessed it. He gracefully approached Zhu Baiyu, squatted down to examine Wu Zhou's body, and then said seriously, "It wasn't her, boss." Zhu Baiyu took a sip of wine. "What do you mean?" Xiao Qi pointed to the wound on Wu Zhou's corpse and analyzed. "This isn't a fatal wound. That woman's blade is incredibly fast. Even a martial artist at the Celestial Realm couldn't dodge it. If she really wanted to kill Wu Zhou, 1 strike would have been enough. This wound wasn't inflicted by her, and Wu Zhou didn't die from it." As he spoke, he took out a small knife he carried with him and quickly stripped Wu Zhou's clothes off his corpse, leaving him naked in the snow. Strange. This strike wouldn't be fatal for someone like Wu Zhou, yet there are no other wounds on his body, Xiao Qi said with surprise and doubt, and the white dragon guards who had gathered around also frowned deeply. At this moment, Xiao Qi thought of something again. He reached out and lifted Wu Zhou's stiff neck, carefully examining his nostrils and ears by the light of day. He then pried open his mouth to look at it, finally exclaiming in shock, "Internal injuries. My God! What kind of terrifying internal energy is this? How could it kill a Tongyu realm martial artist without damaging his appearance at all? Could it be?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How could there be a celestial realm expert in such a small place as Kuhai County?" Seeing his shocked expression, Zhu Baiyu also squatted down and examined him carefully. His fingertips lightly traced the corpse's cheek, finally stopping at the forehead. Not a celestial realm expert. This is Naiha. His pupils shrank, his expression seemingly even more astonished than if he had seen a celestial realm martial artist. Xiao Qi looked at Zhu Baiyu, his voice soft and low. "Boss, what Naiha?" Zhu Baiyu's breathing gradually became rapid. "Under the heavens and man, nothing can withstand a single finger. 30 years ago, there was a top assassin of the Wind Banner in the River of Oblivion, named Meng Pa. She was extremely mysterious, rarely showing herself except to kill. Her internal energy had reached a state of perfection, making her infamous throughout the martial world. Many renowned martial arts masters of the Tongyu realm from the 4 kingdoms perished at her hands. Once, the chivalrous hero Nia Qingyuan gathered 7 renowned Tongyu realm experts, wielding 7 divine weapons, to hunt down Meng Pa and avenge his family, only to be completely annihilated by Meng Pa's single finger at the Binwang River. Those who witnessed the battle were terrified and fled in horror. When the news spread throughout the martial world, it caused an uproar. That finger was called Naiha. Under the heavens and man, no one can stop it. General Long Bufei had secretly ordered me to personally capture this person. But unexpectedly, Meng Pa suddenly disappeared 30 years ago, leaving no trace in the martial world. Today, I have unexpectedly found her in Bitter Sea County. P.S. Good night. Xiao Qi looked at Zhu Baiyu with suspicion and said in a not very confident tone, "Boss." am not trying to boost his ego, but Meng Pe has a terrible reputation. It seems that no martial artist below the celestial realm can withstand even one of her moves. If you really encounter her, Zhu Baiyu glanced at him. What do you mean? Xiao Qi felt uncomfortable under his gaze and chuckled awkwardly. Nothing, boss, you know I absolutely trust your abilities. Zhu Baiyu sneered. Your salary for this month will be confiscated. Xiao Qi's face paled, and he quickly said, No, boss, I'm broke. I barely have any money left from last month's salary. If you deduct a month's pay from me, it's like taking my life. I'll remember this demerit. I'll make up for it later. Okay? Zhu Baiyu snorted coldly, then took a sip of wine and said, How could General Long not know that this person is extremely difficult to deal with? Meng Pe once tried to assassinate General Long in the northern border camp due to power struggles within the palace. In that battle, she retreated immediately after touching him, but the commotion was immense. Although General Long blocked Meng Pe's knife finger, the residual power killed 16 soldiers around him. This assassination attempt was the only time Meng Pe failed in her life. Because of this, General Long gained a deeper understanding of Meng Pe, and General Long's abilities. He secretly summoned me to his camp, showed me the knife finger technique, and taught me how to counter it. Unfortunately, after I learned it, Meng Pe vanished without a trace, never to be seen again in the martial world. I never imagined she would hide in this place. At this moment, 11, dressed in white and with a burly build, said in a deep voice, I know Wang Chuan is also searching for Meng Pe. This time, they rushed to the county town in large numbers. Could it be that it wasn't because of Lu Jinshi, but because they found traces of Meng Pe? Zhu Baiyu pondered for a moment and said, It's not impossible, but I personally lean towards the former. By the way, is there any news from Guanghan City? 11 cupped his hands and said, Xiao Wu went to ask City Commandant Ku Yun. The case has been closed, ruled a suicide. As for anything else, there's no news yet. Zhu Baiyu lightly scratched his eyebrow with his thumb and sighed. Lu Jinshi is a man of the Prince of Pingshan, and the person behind Ku Yun is not on good terms with the Prince of Pingshan. On the contrary, he is closer to the White Dragon Guard. If he really found something out of Lu Jinshi, he would not hide it. It seems everything about Lu Jinshi has been cleared up. This is troublesome. Xiao Qi glanced at the delicate face, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. Not necessarily, boss. In my opinion, the fact that the Prince of Pingshan was able to find Lu Jinshi at least proves that Lu Jinshi is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. Now that Lu Jinshi is dead, there's no way to verify anything, but we can still try to get some information from Chuanqiong. Besides, regardless of whether Wu Jiu died at Meng Pe's hands, the sword wound on his body indicates that the situation was complicated at the time. Why don't I disguise myself and go to the county town to check the situation first? As he spoke, he chuckled again. Even if it's to make amends, I won't be penalized with a salary. What do you think, boss? Zhu Baiyu hesitated for a moment, then said with concern, How about letting 11 go with you so you can look out for each other? Xiao Qi waved his hand. No need, more people means a bigger target. Boss, don't worry about me. I won't cause any trouble. Zhu Baiyu was silent for a while, then nodded and said, All right then. Go check the situation first. Lu Jinshi's matter is almost over, and most of the people Wang Chuan was blocking our way outside have withdrawn. This collusion between Gongye and others is really a headache. Xiao Qi accepted the order, winked at the others around Zhu Baiyu, and then, amidst everyone's amused expressions, turned and went down the mountain. Noon. The light snow dissipated, and the long silent sun shone brightly again. When Xiaoxing and Ashui argued for a long time, and finally, they each took a step back. Ashui wouldn't beat Wen Xiaoxing to death, and Wen Xiaoxing would go out to buy her wine. It was still the wine from Guanjin's family. Wen Xiaoxing didn't dare to buy Ashui anything too strong, so he got 3 jars of peach blossom wine and carried them in a net bag. As he left, another slender woman in a pale yellow dress followed. The two walked one after the other through the crowd. A sun-drenched breeze blew across the gallery bridge, ruffling Wen Xiaoxing's hair. He paused for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at the beautiful woman very close to him, also carrying 3 jugs of wine. He said seriously, I thought the people of Wangchuan wouldn't be so bold. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you just come to me like this without any regard for others. Is that it? The petite woman in the pale yellow dress smiled slightly, her clear voice like a spring breeze caressing a bell, pleasant and refreshing. Young man, you are quite alert, but you guessed wrong. I'm not an assassin. When Xiaoxing carefully examined the woman before him, then suddenly asked with interest, What's your name? The woman said, Just call me Xiao Qi. When Xiaoxing said, My name is Wen Xiaoxing. Xiao Qi. I know. Wen Xiaoxing was slightly surprised. You investigated me? Xiao Qi spoke truthfully. Actually, the main purpose wasn't to investigate you. You were just a side effect. Wen Xiaoxing understood. The man in front of him originally wanted to investigate Shui. Why didn't you just go find her? Xiao Qi was good at chatting. She and Wen Xiaoxing stood side by side, one tall and one short, like a young couple watching the river and feeling the breeze when the sun came out. Am I crazy? Her knife is so fast. If I run into her, before I can even say anything, she'll slit my throat. Who will seek justice for me? Wen Xiaoxing glanced at her and asked again. You're really not from Wangchuan? Xiao Qi's tone was sincere. Really not. Wen Xiaoxing nodded. I guess not. Xiao Qi was taken aback, then smiled. Then guess him from that side? Wen Xiaoxing calmly said, White Dragon Guard. A gust of wind blew across the river, taking away the ease on Xiao Qi's face and the smile on her lips. Her expression became much more serious. She glanced at Wen Xiaoxing carefully, but couldn't glean any information from his calm, expressionless face. Why? Because I'm wearing white? Wen Xiaoxing met her gaze and smiled. There are so many people in Kuhai County who wear white. Not everyone who wears white is a White Dragon Guard. It's just that Wujia's body was thrown out right before you arrived, so I guessed you were a White Dragon Guard. Xiao Qi's eyes flickered, filled with shock and surprise. Wujia's body? You deliberately threw it outside? Wen Xiaoxing replied. Actually, it wasn't a body. It was an invitation. Xiao Qi's eyes narrowed. An invitation? Inviting whom? Wen Xiaoxing. Inviting you and also inviting the person behind you to join the game. P.S. Good night. One update today. We'll make up for it tomorrow. The breeze on the river wasn't cold today. When it blew into the gallery bridge, it felt like the gentle caress of a lover before spring arrived. The bright sun overhead, which had been covered by snow for too long, finally revealed itself, its gaze extremely ardent, making those radiated by it feel a little itchy. But the girl in the pale yellow dress standing in front of Wen Xiaoxing felt an inexplicable chill on her back. He was sweating, cold sweat. The biggest difference between the White Dragon Guard and other Jianghu organizations is that they work for high-ranking officials in the palace, handling official business strictly and having all their expenses reimbursed by their superiors, so they are never short of money. With money, they can get by anywhere. Therefore, Xiao Qi, with his considerable Jianghu experience, quickly located Wen Xiaoxing and Shui. However, having learned from 15's experience, he didn't want to go directly to Shui, so he went to Wen Xiaoxing, who was by Shu's side. First, he learned that Wen Xiaoxing was a Jianghu person with absolutely no cultivation. No cultivation meant that Wen Xiaoxing posed no threat to his life. When Xiao Qi first came to see Wen Xiaoxing, he was arrogant, relying on his superior cultivation, like a cat facing a mouse. However, after only a few casual words, he realized something was amiss. Before he could speak, Wen Xiaoxing continued, We don't know each other at all. I'm not well known in the county. You're not with the people from Wangchuan. So how did you find me? A local bully? Or Chuanxiong? Looking at the serene Wen Xiaoxing, Xiao Qi felt an inexplicable pressure. He hadn't been this nervous when speaking to anyone in a long time. Having worked under Zhu Baiyu for so long, Xiao Qi, though not the most skilled in martial arts, was incredibly perceptive. Under the opponent's sharp attacks, he didn't sit idly by. He quickly grasped the key point from Wen Xiaoxing's question and, with a thought, countered, Are you very familiar with Chunxiong? Wen Xiaoxing stared into Xiao Qi's eyes, observing the stirred emotions within them, and suddenly laughed, a smile tinged with disdain after seeing through him. This smile made Xiao Qi uneasy, even stirring a strange anger within him. He thought that as a master of the Dragon Roar realm, he should be treated with respect wherever he went in the martial world. Even if Wen Xiaoxing looked down on him, there should be a reason, perhaps a distinguished family background, status, or superior cultivation. But Wen Xiaoxing had neither. It was like a well-dressed person being mocked by a monkey from the mountains. Is my question funny? Xiao Qi was not as reckless as Shi Wu, and besides, there were people coming and going on the gallery bridge at this time. His tone and his heart were both displeased. But he did not make a move. After laughing, Wen Xiaoxing said, To be honest, it is somewhat funny. Xiao Qi looked at him with a sharp gaze. What's so funny? Wen Xiaoxing said, You're smarter than that guy who came to the dilapidated temple to find us last time. He gave me quite a fright when he came. I really thought he was so powerful, talking so arrogantly. In the end, he was cleaved in two with one stroke, and died a gruesome death. However, you're not smart enough either. You came to find me but didn't ask anything you should have asked, and said everything you shouldn't have said. Xiao Qi looked at this young man, who was even younger than himself, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Playing tricks. Your trickery is too cliché. I was already using it to death 10 years ago when I was still struggling in the martial arts world. When Xiaoxing smiled and asked in return, You think I'm tricking you? Xiaoqi glanced at him coldly. Isn't that right? When Xiaoxing stretched out his hand, made a 3 gesture, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Then listen carefully, Xiaoqi. I have 3 things to say. First, although you are dressed as a woman and your figure is more beautiful than most women, you are a man. Second, you know the woman who lives in the same house as me. Third, you didn't come to find me and her, at least not primarily. Your real target is actually Lu Jinshi. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoqi froze on the spot. He stared intently at Wen Xiaoxing, the coldness in his eyes turning into indescribable shock, and then a sudden fear. Unconsciously, his body had tensed to the extreme, and several veins bulged on his pale neck. Don't be so surprised. You told me these 3 pieces of information yourself. Xiaoqi's pupils contracted, and it took a long time for them to return to normal. He loosened his clenched fist, only to find his body slightly weak. He quickly searched his memory for the conversation they had just had, and a sudden clarity appeared in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. I can give myself an explanation for the first and second points, but the third, I absolutely did not say that. When Xiaoxing said firmly, You did say it. He looked at Xiaoqi's almost thoughtless eyes and grinned. Actually, that question was what I was using to trick you. I knew from the beginning that you came to me through the 7-kill hall, the local strongmen of Kuhai County. I deliberately asked you about Chuncheong just to confirm my guess. Now it seems that I guessed right. The White Dragon Guards wouldn't run to a godforsaken place like Kuhai County for no reason. Besides, you're so concerned about Chuncheong, it must be because of Lu Jinshi. Xiaoqi tried to argue, but when Xiaoxing raised his index finger at him, and his words sent a chill down his spine. You want to know why I'm so sure? Simple. The reason you were able to get information about me from the 7-kill hall is because I gave them prior instructions. Otherwise, if I didn't let them speak, none of them would dare to speak. P.S. 3 chapters today. First chapter. Second chapter before 12 p.m. Third chapter before 2 a.m. When Xiaoxing wasn't bragging. Those within the 7-kill hall who know him are all high-ranking figures. They know that the 7-kill hall, and even their lives, are now entirely in Wen Xiaoxing's hands. Unless it's an exorbitant price, they wouldn't dare utter a single word. As for Chuncheong, his situation is actually more precarious than that of the 7-kill hall. The tea he offered Lu Chuan was a tea with no way out. From that moment on, he became Wen Xiaoxing's puppet. Because he couldn't outmaneuver Lu Chuan. Chuncheong clearly knows that he is merely a pawn in the game between Wen Xiaoxing and Lu Chuan. Wen Xiaoxing has given him non-existent value, which is why Lu Chuan dares not touch him. To continue living, he needs Wen Xiaoxing. He understands this, and Wen Xiaoxing understands it even better. Therefore, Wen Xiaoxing was certain that Chuncheong wouldn't dare utter a single word about him. When Wen Xiaoxing uttered his last sentence, Xiaoqi felt his thoughts being swept away by a torrent. His mind went blank, and he had completely forgotten that Wen Xiaoxing was an ordinary person with no cultivation whatsoever. The overwhelming pressure was already making it hard for him to breathe. Don't be so tense. It's just that you were seen through, not that you were stabbed through. Wen Xiaoxing tried to comfort him, but it was less comforting than anything else. Sweat soaked Xiaoqi's temples, forming a clump. He realized that this man was no easier to deal with than the woman from Fengcheng. You took the initiative to seek out the White Dragon Guards. What do you want? Wen Xiaoxing glanced at him. Want to know? Xiaoqi answered truthfully, yes. Wen Xiaoxing nodded and said, I also have something I want to ask you. Let's talk as we walk. In an ordinary courtyard in the west of the county town, an old man dressed in dark brown cloth poked at the firewood in the brazier and said to the little girl who was writing and drawing in the yard, Little Yang, in a few days Grandpa will go and hire a tutor for you to teach you to write. How about that? The little girl looked up in surprise. Is that okay, Grandpa? Looking at the smiling old man, little Yang quickly whispered, But won't the teacher who teaches writing be very fierce? The day before yesterday, when I went to Beeching Garden to play with Zhang Fuguei told me that their teacher is very fierce. If anyone doesn't do their homework, they get their hands slapped. Zhang Fugui's arms are covered in red marks. Ma Huan was silent for a while, then said, Don't worry, little sheep. Grandpa will find you a teacher who isn't fierce. Little sheep smiled happily upon hearing this. Thank you, Grandpa Ma. After a pause, she scratched her head a little shyly and said, Grandpa Ma, could you give little sheep some money? Ma Huan didn't say anything, but took out 3 strings of copper coins from his sleeve and handed them to little sheep, asking, What does little sheep need money for? The little girl carefully and earnestly put away the 3 strings of copper coins, replying, well, last time Zhang Fugui treated me to a meal at Sangala restaurant. Didn't Grandpa teach me not to easily owe others favors? Today he invited me to visit him, so I'll treat him to a meal too. As she spoke, she pursed her lips. However, Sangala is too expensive, I can't afford it, so I'll take him to another inn for a meal. Ma Huan showed a loving expression and gently patted the little girl's head. Little lamb is so sensible, but don't run too far. Remember to come home before dark. The little girl nodded vigorously. Okay, then I'll go out. Grandpa Ma. She had barely left when Ma Huan gently waved. The middle-aged woman watering her vegetable garden in the opposite courtyard suddenly put down her work, wiped her sweat with a towel, came to the door, bowed to Ma Huan, and quickly followed the little girl in the direction she had gone. Ma Huan drank tea alone in the courtyard for a while. A simply dressed middle-aged man came to the door, but didn't enter. Standing at the entrance, he said to Ma Huan, Old Ma, something big has happened. 6 officials from Lindsay Banner want to invite you out of the county to discuss. Ma Huan's eyes flickered slightly as he poured tea, as if he had guessed something, but he said nothing. After drinking the hot tea, he said, what big thing could possibly get them all together if it's the 100,000 gold reward? This old man won't go. This old man is too old, lacks ambition, and is too timid to take on such a big task. The man said calmly, it's not a reward. It's an old acquaintance of Elder Ma. Ma Huan paused slightly, holding his teacup, and asked in surprise, an old acquaintance of mine? The other man nodded, turned, and waved. This matter is of great importance. Elder Ma is indispensable. Please come with me to discuss this. Seeing the other man's insistence, Ma Huan feigned hesitation, but after a moment, he got up and followed him through the newly warm sunshine after the snow to a large boat on Mianhu Lake. The boat had 3 decks and 25 people on board. Apart from Ma Huan, they were all assassins from the Lindsay Banner, who held considerable prestige in both the martial world and the Wangchuan. Their gathering here indicated that something significant was about to happen. Upon seeing Ma Huan, they bowed to him, a hint of awe breaking through the surface of their cold gazes. Unlike the newly recruited assassins, these people seemed to have exceptional respect for Ma Huan. In fact, Ma Huan had intentionally concealed his presence in the River of Oblivion for years, not accepting any bounties, which meant that some newly recruited assassins were unaware of how this living Yama had earned his fearsome reputation step by step. Those who had operated in the River of Oblivion for over 10 years knew all too well how difficult it was to advance to the Wind Banner. In other words, none of the 12 living Yamas of the Wind Banner in the River of Oblivion had achieved their current status through sheer luck. Let's skip the formalities. What brings you all here today? Ma Huan sat cross-legged, his back slightly hunched. A voluptuous female assassin in a purple dress spoke, her magnetic voice carrying a hint of gravity. Old Ma, do you still remember Meng Po, who disappeared from the River of Oblivion 30 years ago? Ma Huan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. You mean? The female assassin nodded. Ma Wan chuckled. You must be mistaken. She hasn't been seen for 30 years. She should be dead. How could you suddenly find her? An elderly assassin beside the female assassin said in a hoarse voice. It's confirmed. There is no mistake. The night Wu Zhou died, someone saw the Naiha finger. In this world, besides her, only that general could use it. They told Ma Huan that more than one assassin saw the Naiha finger that night, so there was no mistake. Upon hearing this, Ma Huan immediately fell silent. Su Yixin could have resolved the conflict that night in countless ways, but she chose to use the Naiha finger and let the onlookers go. He knew her intentions better than anyone else present. This was Su Yixian's answer to him. Ma Huan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Yixin was willing to help, he could take this opportunity to escape and then use the backup plan to deal with the assassins who knew of Xiaoyang's existence. Xiaoyang could then truly live a normal life. Back then, she left without a trace, causing chaos within the organization. The 10 palaces intervened and dealt with many people. I myself nearly died in that turmoil. I've held this grudge for 30 years, and I've never forgotten it. Now, with my lifespan nearing its end, she suddenly reappears. Is this fate decree to grant me my wish? The purple-skirted female assassin exchanged glances with the other assassins, hesitating slightly, and said, Elder Ma, Meng Po is no ordinary Jianghu Xiaoxiaozhi Jianghu Xiao Xiao, a term referring to a villainous figure in the martial arts world. She has a notorious reputation. With just the few of us, wouldn't we be stretched thin against her? Unlike ordinary assassins, she entered this profession to cure her brother's illness. She needed money, and her brother needed her, so she valued her life. Faced with her suggestion, Ma Huan calmly replied, "You can report this matter to the 10 courts and await their decision. But between her and me, there must be a resolution. We are all assassins of the Wind Banner. She has killed many, and I have killed quite a few as well. The grudges of 30 years ago are best settled now." It wasn't that the group distrusted his abilities, but Meng Pa's fearsome reputation was too terrifying. Even after 30 years of absence, she remained extremely intimidating. Ma Huan was adamant, saying that her absence for 30 years must be due to the serious injuries she sustained during the attack on Long Bufei 30 years ago. He would prepare for several days and then personally meet Meng Pa. Seeing his insistence, the assassins present naturally couldn't dissuade him and let him go. The internal strife within the Wind Banner had completely exceeded their control, and the assassins present naturally understood the disparity in strength. No one was in a hurry to die. Moreover, the number of places for the Wind Banner was limited. The death of Ma Huan or Meng Pa was a golden opportunity for all of them. Only the purple-skirted female assassin promised Ma Huan that if he died in the conflict, she would bury his body under an unnamed cedar tree outside the county. Inside the county, on a withered willow tree outside Chonglu Street, a boy dressed in brocade and fur and a girl dressed simply and cleanly, with a face like a porcelain doll, sat on a thick branch. Occasionally, kind passers-by would call them down to avoid falling, but the two would only make faces at the passers-by, ignoring them. Each held a string of candied hawthorns. The boy ate quickly, one bite at a time, while the girl was much more refined, first nibbling off the sugar coating, then slowly eating the hawthorn inside. "Next time you come to see me, I'll treat you to candied hawthorns until you throw up," Zhang Fugui said, throwing away the bamboo skewer in his hand, watching it plunge into the ditch beside him and be washed away by the clear water. He started licking his fingers, which were still sticky with sugar. His eyes kept glancing at the unfinished candied hawthorn skewer in the little lamb's hand, but he didn't try to snatch it, only looking at it a couple of times. The little lamb seemed to notice his gaze and offered the candied hawthorn skewer to Zhang Fugui, who waved his hand. "You eat yours, I can buy more if I want some." The little lamb's eyes were bright, and he shook his head, his voice clear.
No, prime kaneatan mura.
"Fugui, if you don't want it, I'll throw it away?" Hearing this, Zhang Fugui hurriedly stretched out his chubby little hand and took the candied hawthorn skewer from the little lamb. His arm was covered with marks from willow twigs, some deep, some shallow. The deepest one had torn his skin open, leaving a scar. Little lamb looked at his arm, a pang of heartache in her eyes, and asked, "How could that schoolteacher be so cruel, hitting me without any restraint? Don't your parents care?" Zhang Fugui was taken aback, then looked at his own arm and shook his head, saying, "My dad said, spare the rod and spoil the child. Actually, the teacher only hit me with a ruler that day. Although the ruler hurt, the pain subsided after a while. But my dad thought that hitting me with a ruler wouldn't teach me a lesson, so he broke off a willow branch for the teacher and made him break it." Little lamb's breath caught in her throat as she heard this. Thinking of her grandfather wanting to find a teacher for her to learn to read, her small body trembled involuntarily. "Isn't he afraid of beating you to death?" Zhang Fugui scoffed, pointing to himself with his thumb, and said in an old-fashioned tone, "I've trained before. Not that easy to die." He paused, glancing nervously around to make sure his father wasn't nearby, before slurping a candied hawthorn and mumbling, "Actually, it's not really the teacher's fault. He didn't mean to hit me hard. But then Dad said if the willow branch couldn't be broken, he wouldn't pay the teacher's salary for the month." Little Yang had never seen parents like this before. She held her breath, her eyes wide, and then? Zhang Fugui finished the last candied hawthorn, smirking. "Then I realized, the schoolteacher is actually incredibly strong." Little Yang. She couldn't speak, only glancing nervously at the marks on Zhang Fugui's arm, already secretly deciding not to let Grandpa Ma hire a schoolteacher for her. Zhang Fugui said he had trained, but she hadn't. Just as her thoughts were wandering, 3 strange-looking people suddenly approached. They were travel-worn and oddly dressed. A bald man, a Taoist priest, and a portly merchant. The Taoist priest held a compass, shaking it for a long time while making clicking sounds. The merchant, extremely impatient, stroked his small mustache and said, "Robber, are you any good?" The robber replied solemnly, "My compass never makes a mistake. Of the 36 trades of celestial stars, my fortune-telling is always accurate. That which who escaped from Chun must be here." The merchant looked at him suspiciously. How could a 12-year-old girl, penniless and without connections, travel thousands of miles to such a remote place as Qi? At this moment, the bald man, who had been silent until now, looked up at the two children of similar age in the tree, his eyes shining. They look alike, so alike. The Taoist priest and the merchant also looked up, their eyes flashing with ferocity as they looked at the lambs, resembling three vicious wolves. One body, two souls, born with demonic eyes, a fierce aura on her forehead, and eyes and ears that radiate malice. Truly, what I've been searching for has come to me without any effort. The merchant couldn't resist any longer and pointed. Kill her. Head back home. The Taoist put away his compass, looked up, stroked his beard, and laughed. I told you my fortune-telling skills were learned from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion back then. How could I be wrong? He was about to make a move when the monk stopped him. Alas, no. We can't kill her now. This is a naturally born fire star. A great calamity. If we rashly kill her, disaster will spread. The world will be unstable, and the people will suffer. Look at the snow in Qi this year, so fierce and sudden. It must be the work of this witch. We should quickly capture her and bring her back to the floating pagoda sect for the sect leader to decide. The two also felt that what the monk said made sense. So the Taoist reached out and grabbed at the air, and the little lamb that was just on the tree let out a shriek and was pulled into the Taoist's arms. She was filled with terror, wanting to scream, but no sound came out. Looking into the lamb's terrified eyes, Zhang Fuguei remembered he had just eaten the candied hawthorn she had offered him. He jumped down from the tree and blocked the three men's path. You've mistaken her for someone else. Release the lamb immediately, the robber said earnestly. There is no mistake. Zhang Fuguei panicked. I told you, you've mistaken her for someone else. She grew up in the county. How could she be the witch you're talking about? The robber and the monk exchanged a glance, the latter's voice deep and resonant. Witches are skilled at bewitching people. Those affected by this calamity will surely face future misfortunes. One must not be soft-hearted. The robber nodded and smiled. That's what I think too. With that, he approached Zhang Fuguei. Before the lamb's horrified eyes, the robber raised his hand and shattered his skull with a single blow. Blood gushed from Zhang Fugui's 7 orifices, his eyeballs almost bulging from their sockets, and his body slumped to the ground like a rag doll, lifeless. P.S. This chapter is a make-up for yesterday's. Also, because the female lead died in the last book, some people keep spreading rumors that she will also die in this book. Let me clarify here, whether the female lead dies or not in this book depends on everyone's efforts in the future. On the way back, Ma Huan was filled with smug joy. Now his mind was completely focused on his granddaughter. As long as Su Yixin agreed to help, his plan would be 8,090 successful. Over the years, he had taken on many big jobs in Wangchuan and saved up a lot of spare money. As long as he didn't squander it, it would be enough for him and Xiao Yang to live on. Moreover, Ma Huan had already booked a famous doctor in Zhao State. After the matter was over, he would take his granddaughter to Zhao State as soon as possible. Ma Huan would have the doctor use a magical technique to change his face. At that time, Ma Huan would completely disappear from this world. He could live out his days in peace. Thinking of his comfortable retirement life in the future, Ma Huan's back seemed to straighten a little. The smile that shone in the sunlight was reflected on his face, and it gradually faded when he returned to his small courtyard. The little lamb was nowhere to be seen, but the woman who had been tracking it appeared, her face filled with anxiety. Upon seeing Ma Huan, she immediately approached, cupping her hands in greeting. Old Ma, something terrible has happened. She recounted everything that had transpired on the road to Ma Huan. Upon hearing this, his expression changed drastically, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, like a water bottle suddenly shattering. He said in a deep voice, "Take me there. Don't let them go too far." The middle-aged woman nodded, and the two immediately set off, their feet moving with the speed of the wind, their agility reaching its peak. Finally, they blocked the 3 men who were about to mount their horses at the west gate of the county town. You're courting death. Ma Huan lunged forward, without a word, striking the robber's back with a palm strike. The robber, carrying the little lamb at his waist, sensed the danger, cried out, and hurriedly turned to meet Ma Huan's palm strike. But the moment they made contact, his expression changed. A master. He retreated 2 or 3 steps, his waist loosening, and the little lamb ran into Ma Huan's arms. The robber's gaze was sharp. He took out a bronze compass from his robes, and with a light flick of his finger, the intricate compass, under the influence of his internal energy, began to rotate in layers. Eerie sounds and strange phenomena flowed within it, and a pale blue light danced around it. Upon seeing the compass, Ma Huan's expression changed. A robber? The robber sneered. You have some insight. Who are you? Ma Huan didn't answer. his gaze sweeping over the monk and the wealthy man on horseback. They appeared to be holding back, but in reality, their bodies were brimming with power, like arrows about to be released from a bow. These three were all top-tier masters. Once a battle began, they would all attack simultaneously. His situation was perilous. A moment's carelessness could mean death. Wang Chuan, Ma Huan. He spoke as he crouched down, gently touching the little lamb's red-rimmed eyes, and whispered, "Little lamb, when Grandpa fights the bad guys later, you immediately run towards the county town but don't go home. Go to the ant Grandpa told you about last time. Squat there. Don't come out. Understand?" The little lamb's eyes were brimming with tears, her porcelain doll-like appearance heartbreaking. Whether from fear or from Zhang Fugui's death, it was hard to tell. She gazed at Ma Huan, at the old man she had relied on for years, a deep unease filling her heart. The little lamb had never seen Ma Huan with such a serious and resolute look in his eyes, and a chill ran through her. Knowing that the current situation allowed no room for hesitation or weakness, she immediately nodded. Ma Huan looked at her deeply, concealing all the tenderness in his eyes, and as he turned, a short sword slipped from his sleeve into his hand. On the blade was carved a withered plum blossom. Grasping the sword, Ma Huan's aura shifted abruptly, and the expressions of the three opposite him turned solemn. Ji Mei, ranked 17th in the Heavenly Secret Sword ranking. If it weren't for the fact that it's a short sword, it would never have been included in the Heavenly Secret Sword ranking before you wielded it. You've elevated it to a level it doesn't belong to. The wealthy man's voice was low, but utterly merciless. If it were an unknown fight, even if only the two of us came today, we might not be able to defeat you. But unfortunately, with the appearance of the witch, the floating pagoda sect, to save the world, dares not slacken in the slightest, even sparing no expense to invite Master Jia to accompany us. If you remain obstinate today, you will surely perish here. Ma Huan said calmly. Further words are useless. Those in their line of work are generally not good at talking. Ma Huan had only become more talkative in the years since he picked up Xiaoyang. After all, most of the people they faced were about to die. Amidst the clashing winds and thunder, Ma Huan moved swiftly, using his powerful inner strength to push Xiaoyang towards the county town. As he swung his plum blossom sword, the sound of the wind cutting through the air carried the chill of the first snow. No snow fell from the sky, but snow fell among the plum blossoms. Though it was a short sword, the falling snow from the plum blossoms erased the 1-foot gap between the two. An assassin's moves are often devoid of aesthetic appeal, like a boorish man hurling insults. While a scholar is racking his brains for elegant yet vulgar phrases, he's already insulting his opponent's family history. The simplest form of foul language, the ultimate enjoyment. Ma Huan's sword was like that. In this respect, he and Ashui were similar. The sounds of clashing weapons came from behind, but Xiaoyang, who had fallen at the county town gate, dared not slacken her pace. She dared not look back, tears welling up in her eyes, and then she ran, crying. She didn't even know why she was crying. Perhaps at that moment, her subconscious had already foreseen the old man's fate. The little lamb cried as she ran and ran, without looking back or listening to the sounds, until she passed through the alleys where the snow had not yet melted, through the Sangala restaurant where Zhang Fugue had treated her to a meal, and through the Ho-Hot alley where the red apricot had cheated on her husband. Finally, she arrived at the gate of Lu Ziming's small courtyard, rushed in, and sat down under the loquat tree in the courtyard, wailing loudly. The crying startled Ashui next door. She was carrying Shui, seemingly practicing something in her yard. Hearing the crying, she hesitated for a moment, then sheathed her sword and limped over to the neighboring yard. Looking at the little girl on the ground, she asked, "Whose child are you? Why are you sitting here crying?" The little lamb wiped her tears and snot with the back of her hand, but before she could speak, a hurried voice came from behind her. I'm sorry, this is my child." Ashui turned around. A Taoist priest in a robe, a sheepish smile on his face, hurried into the yard to pick up the little lamb. The latter cried even louder, crawling fearfully into the yard. The priest continued to comfort her, but as he passed Ashui, a cold long sword was already pressed against his neck. Shui's coldness was different from Jemai's. Ashu's sword was also different from Ma Huan's. The robber had dodged Jemai's sword, but he felt that Ashu's sword might be harder to dodge now. "Girl, I'm not here to cause trouble, don't go looking for trouble," the Taoist priest said in a deep voice. "You're injured, and my friends will be here soon." Ashu's sword-wielding hand remained motionless as she asked, "You're not from Qi. Where did you come from?" The Taoist replied, "Don't ask so many questions. Move your sword, and I'll leave with my men immediately." With that, Taking advantage of Ashu's distraction, he swung his right hand without warning, the bronze compass carrying terrifying internal energy as it struck Ashue. Poof! Ashue swung her sword, and the Taoist's arm flew off, blood splattering like rain. Looking at the robber screaming in pain, clutching his arm, Ashue mocked, "So slow, haven't you eaten?" The robber glared at her, his breath ragged. "You lowly scoundrels, how dare you bark here? If I weren't injured, this attack would have left you no chance of survival."
Ashui replied calmly.
"If I weren't injured, I'd slaughter you like a pig. P.S. Good night. One chapter owed. Add it to the account." Faced with Ashu's taunts, the robber's face flushed red. He glared, wanting to retaliate with sharper words. But the severed arm Ashue had cut off was right before his eyes, making everything he said seem powerless. He glanced at the girl behind Ashue, who was almost at the door, his expression filled with intense resentment. They had traveled thousands of miles, weary from their journey, finally catching up with Ashue from Tian to Qi. On the way, while crossing the desert, they had nearly lost their lives due to a sudden quicksand trap. Now that they had finally found their target, he was absolutely unwilling to give up. The robber stared intently at Ashue. He slowly stood up, hunched over, picking up his arm while keeping Ashue at bay, waiting for his accomplice to arrive. Ashue also keenly sensed something was wrong. Without a word, she was about to make her move when two people entered through the door. One was a portly, wealthy merchant, and the other a bald man with a fierce look in his eyes. Both men were breathing heavily, suffering severe injuries. The wealthy man had been pierced through the chest, damaging his lungs and internal organs, while the bald man's limbs trembled slightly. His breathing rapid, blood still smeared from his mouth and nose, as if he were suppressing internal injuries. They had barely stepped into the courtyard when they saw the one-armed robber and immediately sensed danger, their eyes turning to Ashue, who held a sword in the courtyard. Although Ashue was also injured, his aura was powerful and deep, and combined with the robber's disheveled state, it was clear that Ashue was extremely difficult to deal with. The two quickly exchanged glances, both astonished, wondering why such a remote place as Kuhai County would have so many such experts. Indeed, there were many. While the number of martial artists at the Tongyu realm among the billions of cultivators in the Four Kingdoms wasn't small, their proportion was pitifully small. The phrase "as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns," or 1 in 10,000, wouldn't even begin to describe their rarity. In a county like this, encountering a martial artist at the Dragon Roar realm is rare. Yet unexpectedly, besides Ma Huan, they've so quickly encountered another martial artist whose cultivation seems even deeper than Ma Huan's. If they were in good condition, it wouldn't be a problem. Their sharp eyes could see that Ashue was also injured, and quite badly. However, in their haste to end the battle, they were both severely wounded by Ma Huan. If they were to fight now, even if they won, they would pay a terrible price. But who would bear that price? If someone were to die, who would be the one to die? "We are here on the orders of the Floating Pagoda Sect Master, traveling thousands of miles to capture the witch and prevent her from harming humanity. Why are you stopping us, young lady?" The bald man clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and decided not to resort to violence. They were all respected figures in the martial world, and none of them wanted to die unjustly in a godforsaken place like Bittersea County. Ashue glanced at him and said, "A witch? A scourge upon humanity? You mean that helpless young girl behind me?" She then tilted her head, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the trembling lamb, its lips pursed and arms wrapped around its body, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you sick? Or am I?" The wealthy man coldly replied, "My master Miaofa of the Floating Pagoda Sect is a celestial being who has comprehended the great Tao of celestial phenomena. All things in the world, their rise and fall, are guided by the stars. Master Miaofa, with the well-being of all living beings at heart, spared no expense, sacrificing 10 years of his cultivation to divine and avert calamities for this world. If you, young lady, remain obstinate, you may commit a grave mistake." Ashue frowned and replied, "Get lost." This word, aside from seeming affected in playful banter between lovers, possesses considerable destructive power in other situations. For example, right now, all three's patience was destroyed by this one word. The bald man forcefully suppressed his internal injuries and said in a deep voice, "You wouldn't listen to reason, you just wanted to die. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to make a move?" Ashue said seriously, "You're injured and I'm injured too. If we all attack together, I probably can't beat you. So I have to take someone down with me. Whoever comes first, I'll kill them first. Let's find someone else. It's not a loss if someone dies." The three looked at each other, their faces turning ruthless. "Tack!" the rich man shouted, taking the lead, followed closely by the bald man and the robber. But the rich man only took one step before stopping. The two beside him weren't stupid either, stopping almost at the same time. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Go on, didn't you say to attack? Why did you stop? The bald man urged the rich man in a low voice, while the latter looked slightly annoyed. But his lips twitched and he only said, "My injuries just flared up again." How could the two beside him not know that this was just an excuse? They were simply afraid of being the first to face Ashu's deadly sword, and wanted to trick them into going up to take the blow. "There's nothing, well, wait for you to recover." After saying that, the robber suddenly covered his mouth and coughed a few times, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He then showed his palm to the 2 people beside him, implying that he was seriously injured and could not go first. The rich man's mouth twitched even more violently, and his face became even more gloomy. He said, "Wait for me for what? I still need a while to recover. Now that we have finally found the Witch of Calamity, we should take her down quickly. Don't delay any longer, or things will change." The 3 exchanged opinions like this, as if they had made a decision, but for a moment none of them dared to step forward. Going to their deaths themselves and letting the other 2 take the witch back to the floating pagoda sect to collect their reward was a deal that no normal person would agree to. The 4 of them were deadlocked in the courtyard. Ashui did not deliberately provoke them. Her previous words were only to see that the 3 of them were not united. She used death as a threat to make the 3 of them wary and buy time. Just as the 4 were at an impasse, footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard gate, somewhat chaotic, indicating that it wasn't just one person. They looked towards the gate and saw Lu Jiming and Wen Chaoxing standing there. The 2 men chatted and laughed, but when they looked into the courtyard, Wen Chaoxing's smile faltered, and he said, "Why do you have guests at your home, sir?" Lu Jiming was also surprised. He entered the courtyard, and Ashui sheathed her sword and nodded to him as a greeting. Lu Jiming smiled and waved, then went to the table, poured 3 cups of tea, and said to the 3 men, "You 3 have traveled a long way. What can I do for you?" The wealthy man glanced at Lu Jiming, his expression freezing. There were experts in this rundown county town? Generally, martial artists could roughly judge the cultivation level of those of similar or lower cultivation levels using their perception and experience. However, at first glance, he only saw Lu Jiming shrouded in mist, a white haze. Then, when he looked again, Lu Jiming seemed like an ordinary person, completely devoid of cultivation. This intermittent state gave the wealthy man a strong sense of crisis. He was certain that the other man's cultivation was above his own. Could it be a celestial? P.S. One more chapter to go. It's late. Get some rest. The bald man and the robber had similar feelings, but because they had been seriously injured by Ma Huan, the 3 were unsure if they had misjudged the situation and were caught in a dilemma. The witch was incredibly valuable, and the 3 had traveled a long way to reach her. How could they give up now that their target was so close? Of course, the most anxious was the robber. He had lost an arm to Ashui, and if he couldn't get it back in time, he would likely become a one-armed man forever. Losing an arm wouldn't necessarily lower his cultivation level, but for most martial artists it would definitely affect their strength. How could he be in the mood for tea? The robber kept giving the 2 men meaningful glances, telling them to fight or leave as they pleased. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. The consequences would be unbearable. "What, do the 3 of you not like tea? If you prefer wine, I have some at home." Lu Jiji smiled and invited the 3 to sit down, but they remained standing. Upon hearing this, Ashui glanced over, then looked away after a moment. The wealthy man clasped his hands in a fist and pleaded earnestly, "We stumbled upon this place by mistake, to hunt down the wicked demoness, not to cause trouble. We hope you will be lenient with us." A hint of doubt flashed across Lu Zixi's brow. "Wicked demoness? You mean this one?" He raised his hand, pointing at Ashui. Seeing this, the wealthy man hurriedly waved his hand, pointing to the little girl Xiaoyang standing at the door of a room in the distance. No, it's her." Lu Jiji glanced at the frightened Xiaoyang. Judging from this young girl's age and lack of cultivation, I doubt even a pig could restrain her. "Why do you 3 call her a witch?" The wealthy man, looking at the anxious robbers, gestured for them to wait a moment and explained, "As the saying goes, a child's character is formed by age 3, and their future by age 7. Our sect leader, Master Miaofa, once observed the celestial phenomena and discovered a calamity that would bring disaster to the world. To save all living beings, Master Miaofa sacrificed 10 years of his cultivation to divine the calamity's manifestation and dispatched his disciples to nip it in the bud. But this calamity is a ancient millennium event, born of heaven and earth. Even with our best efforts to capture her, we still managed to catch one. Master Mia Ofa, concerned for the common people, should have secluded himself for cultivation, but he still risked shortening his lifespan to divine the location of the escaped witch and sent us to patrol and capture her. He then used Buddhist teachings to break the millennium calamity. He spoke eloquently, but Lu Jiming, after listening, chuckled. I must have been ignorant, the bald man said, his hands clasped together, his words filled with arrogance. Such a wondrous method exists in this world. Not only can it pinpoint locations across millions of miles, but it can also glimpse the secrets of heaven and see what people will look like decades from now. The bald man clasped his hands together, his words brimming with pride. Master Miaofa attained enlightenment 27 years ago. His mastery of astrology is unparalleled. He can see millions of people, see himself, and see the future. Seeing the gleam in his face, which was filled with murderous intent. When Chaoxing leaned close to Ashui's ear and said, "Did you see it?" Ashui was taken aback. See what? When Chaoxing, he's a complete idiot. His brains have been washed clean. Ashui's eyes darted around, and he also leaned close to Chaoxing's ear, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. Mr. Lu said he has wine at home. You come over every day to chop wood. Have you seen it? When Chaoxing? The two were in the mood for a casual chat, but the robber was not. Looking at the bald man and the wealthy man talking so eloquently, he only found it noisy. The excruciating pain in his arm caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The robber knew he couldn't continue. While the wealthy man, the bald man, and Lu Jiming were talking, he slowly took out his compass, intending to cast a divination for himself. Guided by his internal energy, the intricate gears on the compass turned. After a moment, the compass stopped. The pointer pointed to a terrible omen. Seeing the blood-red characters, the robber's heart pounded in his chest, his ears ringing. Since leaving the heavenly mystery pavilion, his divinations had always been accurate, especially in predicting good or bad fortune. Unconvinced, the robber looked at the wealthy man and the bald man and cast a second divination. His internal energy activated, the compass stopped. The robber looked at the pointer and felt as if struck by lightning. A terrible omen. Unconvinced, he gritted his teeth and cast a third divination, but the result was still a terrible omen. After 3 divinations, the robber collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. His unusual behavior caught the attention of the wealthy man and the bald man. The latter looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" The robber's eyes were bloodshot, like withered branches. He said in a hoarse voice, "The divination is unstable. Retreat quickly." The bald man, with his thick eyebrows, glanced reluctantly at the easygoing Lu Jiming, then at the trembling little girl Xiaoyang in the distance. He squatted down and whispered to the robber, "I observe that the owner of this house is sometimes as ethereal as clouds and mist, and sometimes as ordinary as grass and trees. I wonder if it's affected by his injury. You should cast a divination for him. If it's unsuccessful, well, retreat to heal our injuries and seek another opportunity another day." The robber hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Having come this far, none of the 3 wanted to give up easily. If they retreated now, their injuries would have been for nothing. He gripped the edge of the compass with his fingertips, circulated his inner energy, and cast the 4th divination. On the compass, the gears turned once more as if by fate, and the ancient and weathered characters flowed along with the ingenious mechanism, growing faster and faster. After a moment, the bandit's palm began to vibrate. Seeing that something was wrong, the bald man immediately asked, "What's going on?" The robber's face was flushed, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, and his breathing was erratic. At first, only his hand holding the compass trembled, but later, his entire arm and body shook with the compass, as if he were about to lose his grip. This bizarre sight attracted the attention of the others in the courtyard. The wealthy man and Lu Jiming stopped their conversation and turned their gazes over. They saw the robber trembling like a leaf, his features contorted, clearly enduring immense pain. After 3 breaths, he finally calmed down, staring down at the bronze compass eye,